This poor kid was the universe's favorite punching bag, bullied at school until his soul was crushed. At home, his own mother looked at him with eyes full of venom, blaming him for his father running away. He thought his life had hit rock bottom. But nope, fate had a shovel. The doctor announced he had a terminal illness with zero cure. His condition nosedived, making even standing up a torture session and using the bathroom a humiliation. That day, his body failed him, and a puddle of urine spread across the floor. Trembling, he looked up at his mother, but found only ice-cold disgust. He cried, begging, "Mom, I'm sorry, I'll clean it up. Please, just don't leave me." She gave him one last freezing glare and walked out, never to be seen again. The sickness devoured him until he died in that lonely, freezing room. With his final breath, he whispered, "If there is a next life, I just want to be loved." A goddess heard that desperate prayer, and taking pity on the poor soul, she hit the reset button on his destiny. In this new life, he was reborn into a prestigious family as the Golden Spoon youngest son, drowning in love. He thought this was his happily ever after, but that dream shattered in a heartbeat. When he turned 8, his body froze up like a statue, paralyzed, and bedridden. Another mystery terminal illness. He endured 5 years of useless treatments, but suddenly, memories of his past life unlocked. The one who saved him was Felon, the creator goddess of Horizon. Suddenly, his body felt light as a feather. The terminal illness had vanished into thin air. The maid saw the youngest master moving and freaked out, bursting into tears of pure joy. He made a vow right there. He would live a life with zero regrets as the son of the mighty Fivia clan. However, something was off. He'd been cured for like 2 days, and his uncle was already using him as a punching bag for sword training. But thanks to that, his recovery speed was god tier, and his sword skills were leveling up fast. His uncle Idea was a doctor who returned from the capital to care for him. Suddenly, the elder and his 2 trash sons walked in to talk smack. A sick brat and a runaway playing knights? Do they even have the right to call themselves Fivias? What a pathetic duo, the old man scoffed. Idea, I can't believe you picked up a sword again. He brought up the dark past, when Grandpa kicked Uncle Idea out because his sword skills were trash compared to his brother. He was the family disgrace, who fled to the capital. Hearing his beloved uncle insulted, the boy thought, why must I listen to this garbage again? I took enough crap in my last life. Pow! He planted a fist right into the grandson's face. Everyone panicked, while he continued to perform free dental surgery on the guy's face, screaming, Uncle Idea isn't the disgrace. You clowns are! Suddenly, a sharp energy slashed toward him, but Uncle Idea blocked it effortlessly. It turned out the elder was super salty that his grandson was getting wrecked. Looking like a demon, he roared, You think you can get away with beating my grandson? The boy didn't give a damn and yelled louder. He started running his mouth first. Are you deaf, old man? Talk trash. Get smashed. It's self-defense. The elder was fuming but couldn't do anything. Before leaving, he dropped a threat. Your big brother, the vice head, will hear about this. Hearing about the big brother, the boy started sweating bullets. That man was a terrifying monster. Big brother Hindo was the heir, holding absolute power. But contrary to his scary face, he was a total bro-con who adored his little brother. The result, he told the elder, to shut his trap. Anyone who touches my baby brother declares war on the entire Fivia family. Man, I wish I had a brother like that. My brother just lost 2 billion gambling. Anyway, for the crime of beating up a family member, our boy was grounded for 1 month. Eugene was not convinced. He only casually punched his cousin a few dozen times. Why such a heavy penalty? Hearing this, the maid was speechless. This kid just smashed the elder's grandson's face and only got grounded? That's a miracle. With a brother backing you like that, what more do you want? Well, since he had free time, Eugene decided to self-study magic. But the library was a chaotic mess of random books. He had no clue where to start. Trying to become OP by himself at this speed was impossible. He wanted to ask his brother for a teacher, but he was still grounded. Just then, his uncle walked in with a professor from the Magic Academy. Her name was Eston. He honestly told them he used his grounding time to study mana. He said he only learned the basics from textbooks. Hearing this, Eston turned pale. This kid self-taught and created a mana circle? That's basically hacking reality. It's like a newborn baby knowing how to read and write. Unbelievable. She clocked Eugene as a prodigy with absolute senses, transcending the 5 basics, a 1 in a billion cheat skill, found only in the most legendary archmages of history. Eston immediately plotted to lure the kid into the Magic Academy, where she was currently teaching. Eugene just had to say yes, and she would handle the logistics from A to Z. Later, Eugene asked his big brother for permission to enroll. His brother agreed, but with a spicy condition. Within exactly 1 month, Eugene had to prove he had the guts and mana to be an official mage. If he failed, Eugene would be forced to submit to every arrangement the clan had prepared. Ages ago, when this realm was nothing but chaotic soup, the first mage, Lord Felon, descended upon us. Felon purified this polluted earth and unleashed powerful sorcery to drive the monsters far away from this territory. Thanks to that, the beasts vanished, leaving behind only a desolate and lonely wasteland. Tears fell as he gazed into the empty void, and Lord Felon was suddenly hit by a crushing wave of solitude. Thus, Felon plucked stars from the heavens to create 12 disciples, and together they filled the land with vibrant life. That is why the modern world enjoys such peace and prosperity. Professor Estin insisted it was all thanks to Lord Felon and her 12 students. Finishing her lecture, she suddenly noticed Eugene. Folivia nodding off and got suspicious. "Is this history lesson too boring for you?" he panic answered. "Oh no, ma'am." Estin smiled with a knowing glint in her eyes. "No need to hide it. It is normal to find this story dull after hearing it on repeat. And you are just a kid, right?" Suddenly, she threw a curveball question that left him dazed. "Eugene, what is your take on Lord Felon?" Putting on a thoughtful face, he remarked she seemed a bit sentimental, like she cried way too easily. Estin was thrilled her student passed the vibe check. Exactly. That is one of Lord Felon's most charming points. It feels like she was an emotional and approachable creator, doesn't it? You have a killer perspective. But why not try thinking like a mage for a moment? Why do you think we call the one who created life on Horizon a mage instead of God? Faced with this philosophical trap, Eugene was baffled. Come to think of it, why? Just then, Estin cupped her hands together, holding a shimmering light between them. The miracle of those like God, the miracle of creation, and life itself, is that magic creates infinite strings. These magical strands were just like the strings of a musical instrument. Depending on how you pluck them, they create different phenomena, just as strings create different sounds. Based on the vibration, they can become water and fire, wind and light, become life itself, and even become a world. The beam of light slowly transformed into a crystal sphere. She explained that basic magic for a rookie and Felon's creative arts operate on the same principle within the scope of these strings. Thus, the strings can truly be considered the alpha and omega of magic. What he just heard and witnessed was enough to make him gasp as she continuously transformed the magic in her hands like a toy. That is why a mage's power depends entirely on strings, how many they can control, and how well they use them. Those are the two factors defining a mage's rank. Eugene, your talent was confirmed that day. You are just like a virtuoso performer. The ability to handle strings delicately is innate in you. What remains is how many strings you can use. Eugene tried stretching his hands out but looked gloomy. "I only have one string." Estin immediately comforted him. "Naturally, everyone starts with a single string." By now, the magic in her hand had morphed into a gemstone. Starting with one string, the goal is to reach the minimum number required to truly influence the waves out there. 4 strings is the gateway to true magic, but currently, almost no one reaches that level. The number of strings is fixed at birth. Hearing this, he felt crushed, words dying in his throat. Just then, a strange machine appeared in her hands. "Exactly. So today we will use this measuring device to assess your potential, Eugene." He immediately lit up like a Christmas tree. "Okay," but then he looked up with big puppy eyes. "But Professor, how many strings should one have? What if I have too few?" Estin reassured him. "After all, we are talking about the bloodline of Folivia. So do not worry too much. Although the string count matters, it is not everything." Eugene looked skeptical. "Really?" Estin offered a metaphor. "There are many cases where having too many strings is just like a pie in the sky, useless if you can't reach it." Eugene nodded obediently. "I understand," Estin continued. "These days, young mages are too obsessed with string count." He blinked. "Huh?" She then dropped some harsh truth. "To me, it is foolish and pathetic when those who cannot even cast intermediate magic properly look down on the hard work of others. Those born with fewer mana circles are mocked by the so-called elites who think they rule the world just because they were born lucky," the teacher stated with authority. "I totally get your vibe." She patted his shoulder, radiating a bit too much enthusiasm. "Listen, kid, it does not matter what number pops up on that screen. It is all about how you use it. Even natural geniuses need to grind to level up. So do not sweat the small stuff or panic about the results. Regarding your mana count," Eugene hooked himself up to the measuring device, replying with a dutiful yes. The teacher sat right beside him, guiding him like a pro. "All right, close your peepers." Eugene obeyed like a good little student. "Yes, ma'am." Her voice echoed in his ears, instructing him to visualize the magical tapestry. "Feel the flow and manifest your mana threads." Eugene focused with all his might, shutting his eyes to grasp his own concept of magic. Suddenly, flashbacks from his tragic backstory assaulted his mind like a movie reel. He saw himself sobbing like a helpless baby. Magic was his escape route from a haunted past and the agony of his current existence, escaping a pain that felt like a curse. But then, a voice cursed at him from the shadows. "If that is the case, why do not you just Follow in your father's footsteps and vanish. Please. In the vision, he held out his tiny hand, staring at nothing but absolute zero. Then the image shifted to his new reincarnated form. He was still confused about his reality. But in that fleeting moment, Eugene felt like Lord Felon himself was holding his hand, soaring through the sky. Back in reality, the device on his wrist began to glow. Eugene realized that magic was his ultimate liberation. The teacher watched with starry eyes, expecting a miracle, but in the very next second, the brutal truth made her sweat buckets instantly. Eugene's face twisted in pure horror as the machine displayed a pathetic result of only one single thread. He screamed, unable to believe his eyes. Just one thread. The teacher saw her student crumble into depression and had no clue how to fix this awkward vibe. Even though she said numbers do not matter. Let's be real. Having only one thread is not enough to become a mage. Eugene refused to accept this cruel reality. How is this even possible? Veins popped out on his forehead as he raged. Teacher, even God is too savage. Giving a golden talent like me just one thread is beyond a joke. It defied all logic. Looking at Eugene's desperate face, she sighed. I am so sorry, Eugene. But basically, having one thread means you can never become a mage. Suddenly the sky cried along with him as rain poured down. She added regretfully, I never wanted this to happen. I am sorry for giving you false hope. Tears streamed down Eugene's face, mixing with the rain as he reached out his hand to catch the falling drops. He choked back sobs, complaining to the heavens. What the heck? What kind of mage does Lord Felon expect me to be with? Just one thread. He wiped his messy face, muttering a prayer. I am sorry, Lord Felon. Even though you chose me for this new life, I have absolutely nothing to show for it. Suddenly, a red umbrella shielded him from the rain, leaving him stunned. He looked up to see a man who did not seem to care about him, staring into the distance instead. Quite the unexpected shower, isn't it? The man mused. Eugene whispered, Uncle? Eyes of Folivia flashed a bright, charming smile. It is always good to bump into you like this. You just returned from magic class, right? Was it a fun lesson? That was when he finally noticed the tear tracks on the boy's face and gasped in surprise. Huh? Eugene, like a kid bullied on the playground, threw himself into his uncle's arms and sobbed, Let's get inside. The house. Moments later, holding a steaming cup of hot water, Eugene sat silently on the bed, wrapped in a blanket like a burrito. Beside him, Idia's voice remained steady and soothing. It is definitely not nothing. You cannot hide your feelings with a face as expressive as that. Kiddo. His uncle had changed into fresh clothes. You do not need to play the tough adult in front of me. Just spill the beans and share your worries. Faced with such gentleness, Eugene dropped the tough guy act. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he asked, What should I do, Uncle? I can't become a mage. Idia frowned, momentarily at a loss for words, but he quickly swapped his expression for a radiant smile. I am not sure why you are saying that, but isn't it a bit too early to throw in the towel? You still have a whole month, Eugene cried out in frustration. But it is only 1 month. 1 month isn't enough to become a mage with just a single thread, Idia spoke softly. So, we need a miracle. Of course, but haven't you already lived through a miracle? I might not be a wizard or understand how tough magic is, but as a doctor, I have seen exactly how miracles happen. Idia flashed back to the moment Eugene stood up again. He remembered the day the boy used crutches, waving excitedly, and declared that half the reason he became a doctor was to see Eugene healthy like this. The boy stopped, crying, took a sip of water, and seemed to calm down significantly. Suddenly, Eugene grumbled, Don't make me feel embarrassed and touched at the same time. Of course, I am hoping for a second miracle, but it is just a wish. Eugene retorted immediately. That is irrational, especially in just 1 month. But suddenly, his uncle held up a finger and confirmed, just 1 month, right? It might be too short to achieve anything big. But under Eugene's gaze, Idia concluded with a smirk. But is that not the perfect amount of time to give it your absolute best shot? Why not pause the despair for now? For another month, he grinded without rest. His lips were sealed tight, heart burning with determination. Uncle was right. His small face lit up like the morning sun. Thank you. I missed you, and I know my path now. Idia smiled back gently. Think nothing of it. Taking a sip of water, the old man thought to himself, even without my advice, this kid would have cried for a bit and then got back to fighting. That is simply the boy's unbreakable spirit. By now, the sky had turned to deep night. Suddenly, a frantic voice shattered the silence from a nearby house. Huh? The professor adjusted her glasses, full of, I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Skepticism. Is there a way for a user with 1 thread to become a mage in a second? Yin asked, vibrating with hope. Well, it is not. Technically impossible, she admitted. But speaking honestly as a teacher, giving a student false hope is cruel when the odds are this low. But Yin's eyes blazed with resolve. I don't care how hard it is. Please, sensei, teach me, he clenched, his tiny hand into a fist. After all, I have 1 month. Even if I'm handicapped with a single thread, I want to try without any regrets. At that moment, she felt a pang of shame. Oh my God, I have truly failed as an educator. My student is still fighting, yet I surrendered before the battle began? All right then, let us do this. Why not? If history says no, then we will rewrite history. Yin nodded aggressively. Yes, she held up 4 fingers. To recap, I told you before that standard magic requires 4 seconds to cast. Yin's eyes suddenly shimmered with focus. But that doesn't mean you cannot cast magic with fewer. He leaned in. Really? She held up a single finger to explain. The secret method. Using only 1 thread and nothing else. Yin stared at her, fully, expecting a revelation. Yes? Then, she waved her hand vaguely. You must make that single thread do the work of 4 seconds. You have to figure out how. Yin's brain short-circuited as he imagined her splitting into 3 people. Say what? For days after that, he trained like a demon, polishing his single-thread technique. Sometimes, he felt like he was on the brink of a breakthrough, touching the realm of 3 threads. But reality was harsh. He gritted his teeth, whispering to himself, failed again. And why is it so noisy? The thread snapped too fast. If I rush without feeling, it just won't work. Suddenly, a bizarre image popped into Yin's head, stunning him. Wait, is using 1 as 4 actually like trying to stuff a whole elephant into a refrigerator? It was an absurd analogy. Why on earth am I thinking about elephants? He shook his head, recalling Professor Ison's passionate face. To reset his mind. Stop the nonsense. Focus. It is impossible difficulty, but I must. Succeed. Teacher said it's the only way. Suddenly, a sour voice pierced his concentration. Yo, what the heck are you doing? Yin's face darkened instantly. Not these guys again. The toxic twins, Rob and Rock, were looming behind him, ready to spew venom. Can't you keep it down? How does someone with only 1 thread make so much racket? How do you even practice magic with that pathetic talent? Yin sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Rob, Rock, get lost. Suddenly, he stood up and snatched Rob's collar. Do you want another beatdown like last time? Rob sneered. Excuse me? Rob ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. You dirty coward. What did you say? If that had been a real duel, you would be dead meat right now. Yin smirked, flipping the script. Is that so? If you're that salty about it, why don't we have a proper duel right now? Rob accepted immediately. That is exactly why I am here. You, crippled freak. Yin feigned shock. Wait, really? No, I meant a small spar, Rob replied, with fake coolness. Of course, I'm not suggesting a barbaric brawl, but his internal monologue was screaming about violence and savage beasts. Instead, let us compete with honor, befitting members of the Folivia clan, the guardians of the Western Horizon. As his brother spoke, Rock listened intently, a nasty grin spreading across his face, braving the abyss on the front lines. Rob raised a fist dramatically. How, you ask? By hunting dark monsters. The minions of the abyss. Yin's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. His face went pale. What? Are you insane? Hunting dark monsters? Have you lost your mind? Yin tried to reason with them. Forget it. I'm telling our older brother about this suicidal plan. But Rob cut him off with a taunt. What's the matter? Are you wetting your pants in fear? Yin snapped back. It is not about fear. You know this is strictly forbidden. Rob put on a face of self-righteousness. Isn't this what we must do to become men? Why wait until we are adults? Crossing his arms, Rock chimed in. Let's just leave this chicken here. We'll go without him. Yin desperately tried to explain. We are not adults yet, and demon hunting is definitely not a game. Child's play? You aren't going anywhere. But Rob cut in with a smirk. Wrong. You've misunderstood everything. This isn't a game. It is a desperate plea for salvation from another village. Yin paused, his anger cooling into suspicion. Is that so? Who summoned us? Suddenly, a ragged figure emerged from the shadows of an old tree. Rob beckoned. Come on out, kid. Explain yourself. Jane quickly responded. Yes. Yin's eyes widened, pupils trembling in disbelief. A child? Jane stepped forward, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls. The demons took all the adults. I didn't know what to do alone. Rage exploded in Yin's chest. He roared, Rob, if innocents are suffering, you should have started with that instead of playing games. He crouched down, his voice softening. Are you hurt? Where is your home? Ignore these fools and tell me everything. Think of us as your big brothers. Rob and Rock exchanged looks of absolute disbelief. Is this guy serious right now? Meanwhile, Yin continued his hero act, his voice gentle and reassuring. Don't worry, I'll alert the army and we'll save everyone. Suddenly, the child fidgeted, pressing 2 fingers together shyly. Actually, I'm not a boy. Yin froze, his brain short-circuited completely. Sorry, I mistook you for a son. Rob seized the chance. You absolute moron. Then his expression darkened. Listen, I don't care about the rest, but do not involve the adults, or the bet and everything else is over. Yin grit his teeth, fury rising. Rob, people were kidnapped and you still... He stood up shouting, you only care about hunting some stupid demon? But before he could finish, Rob dropped the bombshell. This child comes from a slash-and-burn village, Yin gasped. What? Cold sweat instantly drenched Yin's back. Illegal forest burners? Rob's voice floated through the air, calm and calculating. If we report a slash-and-burn village to the authorities, you know the law. The village burns, and the people are enslaved. Or worse, exiled forever. Jane looked confused, the politics flying over her head. Finally, Rob delivered the killing blow. I doubt that's what she wants. Rob adopted a villainous pose. I'm indifferent either way. I have nothing to lose. Though, missing a chance to hunt dark beasts is a pity. But arresting a bunch of illegal villagers? Not exactly a glorious achievement, is it? Scene change. A desolate village where poverty hung heavy in the air. The shabby huts barely stood against the wind. Suddenly a beast roared, its maw gaping like a portal to hell. Yin shrieked in terror, causing Rock to turn around. A dark monster, but fear vanished instantly. Confidence returned from nowhere. Gripping their blades, eyes burning with resolve, they faced the threat. The next second, Yin launched himself forward. He taunted, hey, if you want a piece of me, come get it. But the beast ignored his hero speech and turned tail to run. Yin roared in frustration. Stand your ground, you coward. The dark monster bolted away. It vanished into the deep woods like a streak of shadow. Yin chased relentlessly, oblivious to the danger. Countless dark eyes watched him from the gloom. He focused only on the prey, thinking, I need to end this fast. I just want to go home. Time blurred. The beast kept running, stamina seemingly infinite. It growled, mocking him. Behind him, Yin panted, screaming, halt right there! Suddenly, Yin stopped. Sword in one hand, magic sphere in the other. If you refuse to stop, I'll force you. The spell connected. The beast howled in agony. Yin's face twisted into a demonic grin. He looked more like a villain than a hero. He raised his sword high. The monster didn't even have time to regret its life choices. Slash! One clean strike, and the beast's head separated from its neck. It thudded to the ground behind Yin. He cheered, ecstatic. Gotcha! Finally took you down. My magic is... Magic? Rob and Rock appeared, sneering. That was just noise pollution. All that screaming and explosions just to catch times one asterisk? Do you have any idea how far you ran? Or how long that took? Rock crossed his arms, judging hard. Magic users. Always so dramatic. Yin defended himself. At least I caught one. That's what matters. How many did you times catch to be talking so big? Rob smirked, arrogance radiating off him. You'll see when we get back. Back at the village, the silence was deafening. But what lay before them made Yin's jaw drop to the floor. What the hell is this? Rob pointed to a mountain of dark monster corpses. Well, take a look. I think it's pretty clear who won the bet. Yin's face went black. Damn it. He hated to admit it, but their skill was terrifying. Recalling his own struggle to kill just one beast, he realized his brute force was nothing compared to their efficiency. Staring at the lifeless monster before him, he couldn't help but feel completely outclassed. It seemed they had struck the monster's fatal weak points with surgical precision. Eugene's father saw this as undeniable proof of the Folivia style's legendary technique, famous for critical hits. However, the twin brothers, Rock and Rob, couldn't help but throw some shade. Not bad, I guess. Honestly, I thought you wouldn't catch a single one. Eugene felt a tick mark of annoyance appear on his forehead. So irritating, but he had to admit, their strength was the real deal. Meanwhile, little Jin looked up at Eugene with sparkling eyes, full of worship. Catching even one was amazing. Most adults couldn't handle a wolf pack like these brothers did. Eugene scratched his head, blushing slightly. Ah, thanks. Jin clasped her hands together, her voice trembling with emotion. You guys saved my life. I don't know how I can ever repay this debt. Rob immediately scoffed, ruining the moment. Repay us? With what? You're a peasant from that arsonist village. You probably don't own anything worth more than my socks. Rock chimed in. Seriously, don't give us anything. We'd just throw it in the trash. The little girl wilted, looking down. I'm sorry. Eugene couldn't stand their arrogant attitude any longer and snapped. Hey, watch your mouths. It's the thought that counts. You jerks. Rob rolled his eyes. Enough with the lecture. That sounds like something a village chief would say. Do you even know where the villagers were taken? Jin fidgeted with her fingers, looking scared. When I woke up, everyone was just gone. I really don't know. Rob raised an eyebrow. Gone? You mean the monsters dragged them off? The girl nodded weakly. I think so. Everyone always says disappearances are the work of monsters. Rock was so frustrated that veins popped on his forehead. What? You useless kid. So you don't actually times anything. Rock rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. So you aren't even sure if it was the monsters. Great. We're left with a senile old man and a clueless brat. Nothing is certain. Rob let out a long, heavy sigh. We have no choice. Let's scour the area and see what we can find before we head back. Eugene watched from the side, silently impressed. For all their trash talk, these twins are actually quite responsible. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "Hey, weakling!" Eugene twitched. He wasn't happy about the nickname, but answered anyway. What now? He thought to himself. Asterisk, they're rude, but maybe not evil. Asterisk. Rock started barking orders. We will search the perimeter for the villagers. You stay here, clean up the carcasses, and babysit. Eugene blinked, offended. Huh? Why? Let me help search, too. Rock looked down at him with that superior noble gaze. Roles are assigned based on ability. Do you have a problem with that? Eugene ground his teeth, trying to suppress the urge to punch him. So rude. A short time later, the pile of dark beast carcasses had been reduced to ash by fire magic. From a dilapidated shack nearby, a girl's cry rang out. Grandpa! Can you hear me? Eugene followed her inside, trying to explain the situation to the old man. Trespassing in Horizon is bad enough, but damaging the land agitates the monsters. That's why burning the forest is strictly forbidden here. As he spoke, the fanatic's face twisted in annoyance, but Eugene didn't notice, continuing his lecture earnestly. I won't tell the adults you started the fire, Grandpa. Just promise me. No more burning fields. The old man wasn't touched by this mercy. Instead, he muttered, annoying little brat. Eugene didn't quite catch it. Excuse me? The fanatic's face instantly snapped into a bright, fake smile. Oh, I'm just so grateful. Thank you, young nobles, for saving us. What a blessing. Eugene was startled by the sudden mood swing. Asterisk. Wait, something felt off. Asterisk. What did you say before that? The fanatic cupped his ear, pretending to be deaf. Speak up. My ears aren't what they used to be. Eugene pursed his lips. He knew the old coot was faking, but he let it slide. Fine. I won't bring up the sensitive stuff. But at least explain the situation. I heard the villagers vanished because of a monster invasion. Eugene glanced out the window at the peaceful village scenery. It doesn't add up. There are no signs of a struggle. If a pack of wolves attacked, they would leave a trail. Eugene rubbed his chin, entering detective mode. Dragging bodies leaves marks. As he spoke, the fanatic shot a glare of pure malice at Eugene's back. But the moment Eugene turned around, the old man reverted to his senile act. I don't know. I really don't know anything. When you get old, you forget what happened yesterday. Eugene's patience finally snapped. He wasn't getting anywhere here. He turned to leave. Fine. If you don't know anything, I guess I'll have to find the clues myself. Little Jin scrambled after him. Wait, I'll go with you, young noble. Eugene paused, surprised. He looked down at her gently. No, stay here. You've been walking for a long time, Jin. You must be exhausted. Suddenly, the old man on the bed spoke up, his voice cold and sharp. Exactly. Why would you bother such a noble times person? His eyebrows furrowed, and his tone carried a hidden threat that sent a chill through the room. The old man's voice rasped like sandpaper, demanding in a way that made your skin crawl. Come here. Keep this dusty old geezer company. Then he pulled a face, acting all fake and repentant. My bad, Sir Noble. The kid is just a greenhorn. Yin stared at him. Honestly, there was no point in scolding a lunatic. He awkwardly explained, I'm just worried the kid is tired. But deep down, a weird feeling was clawing at his gut. What was up with this guy? The fanatic flashed a plastic smile. So kind. This poor little thing must be exhausted. Since they started wandering, Yin's radar was screaming danger. Something was definitely off with this grandpa. Then the old creep suggested, I'll wash the boy up and tuck him into my bed. You go handle your noble business, young master. What the fanatic just said made zero sense. Jane looked absolutely terrified. No way! Why would I bathe with you? The old man stared blankly. Then he switched to a soothing, creepy whisper. What's wrong? Us guys shouldn't be shy, right? Her eyes popped out of her head. Say what? Ian also froze. How did the village chief not know Jane was a girl? Then he remembered their first encounter. Even he hadn't realized she wasn't a boy back then. He recalled awkwardly, admitting, Sorry, I mistook you for a dude. Now, she dove behind Yin's back, snapping, I am not a boy. You forgot. Before she could finish, Yin cut in. I'm taking Jine with me. He quickly added a logical excuse, saying it was better to have a local guide. The old man didn't fight it, shrugging as if to say, Fine, take the boy. Suddenly, the geezer squinted. His voice dropped an octave, sounding dead serious. But, Sir Noble? Yin's footsteps halted. He looked back, a silent question hanging in the air. You'll be shocked, living your sheltered, fancy life. But this is our reality. If we all vanish into thin air tomorrow, it wouldn't even be front-page news. Then he gave some unsolicited advice. So, don't fret over nobodies like us. Just go back to your normal daily life. Once they were clear of the house, Jane echoed Yin's thoughts. He asked, How long has the chief been acting like a psycho? She racked her brain but couldn't pin down the exact date. It was all a blur. Maybe a month? Then a memory clicked. He looked lucid today, but recently, totally gone. He wouldn't recognize his own neighbors and started drawing bizarre doodles everywhere. Plus, he'd make noises that sounded like alien gibberish. The villagers were whispering about it. She confirmed the rumors she'd heard. That's why the adults say the chief has been replaced by a fake. Everyone is talking about it. She was rambling nervously now, asking questions with no answers. So, what happens now? Yin squeezed Jane's hand to ground her. Where are these drawings the chief made? She answered instantly. There's one close by. Moments later, Yin looked like he'd seen a ghost, cold sweat dripping down his face. The two stood before a massive boulder, staring at the markings. Yin's inner voice screamed, "Please, don't let it be this. Not this case." Jane blinked innocently. Why the long face? Her round eyes were full of confusion. Do you recognize this doodle? Yin narrowed his eyes. Of course. Every Folivian learns this symbol before their ABCs. Circles interlocking in a chaotic pattern. Eugene knew exactly what this mess meant. This symbol. It's the mark of our sworn enemy. If they're involved, this mission just went from easy to nightmare mode. Eugene was certain. The good news? No one knew the enemy's playbook better than a Folivian. The air hung heavy and silent until Eugene asked, Jane, is there a big cave around here? She immediately confirmed, yeah, there is one, but the adults banned us from going there. Naturally, he told her to lead the way immediately. Soon, they were inside the gloom. He lit a torch, mind racing as the flames flickered against the cave walls. Sudden madness? Mysterious vanishings? These horror cliches usually pointed to one specific culprit. He led her through the dark, torch in one hand, sword ready in the other, letting her hold on to him. His mind drifted to the abyss worshippers. Those cursed dots flashed in Eugene's memory, bringing back his professor's boring lectures. Right after the first mage, Finn, descended to the mortal realm. Those abyss fanatics, the old rulers of Horizon, saw Felon as a usurper from the stars. To cleanse the sin of existence, they sacrificed humans, creatures made by Felon, offerings to the abyss. And there they were, villagers bound and gagged, eyes empty and soulless. Jane's eyes went wide. Her face turned pale with horror as she death-gripped his sleeve. Tears burst forth instantly. She broke into a run, screaming her lungs out. Uncle Ramon! Sister-in-law saw. Yin pressed his lips together, his face mirroring her absolute devastation. This is absolutely nuts. I never imagined the situation would be this catastrophic. This isn't something two little kids can handle alone. Just as panic set in, a menacing crimson glow manifested behind him. But one thing was certain. We need an adult. Like yesterday. Suddenly, a withered voice echoed through the damp cave, sending shivers down their spines. The first prophet decreed that the nation shall be built in the lowest depths, tending to the wretched. For they are the salvation of our city. The siblings whipped around, but the creepy figure droned on like a broken record player. A sinner asked the prophet how to be saved. The prophet replied, repent. But how should we repent? Staring back at them was the twisted, nightmarish visage of a fanatic. The old freak continued spouting gibberish. Oh, children of Felon! His face morphed unnaturally, eyes burning, like hellfire as he condemned them. Burn them! Bury them deep within the well! As the words left his mouth, a crushing aura erupted, paralyzing the kids with fear. They clutched each other's hands, trying to shield their eyes as the maniac yelled, Feed them to the dogs! Jin squeaked out a trembling, Grandpa? But the fanatic ignored the little girl, channeling a terrifying magical energy. He chanted, Burn to ash in the flames of the abyss. Yin stood there, dumbfounded. A mage? He grabbed Jin and dove away from the incoming inferno. Eyes narrowed. Yin gritted his teeth. Surprise, surprise. He's a mage, and a high-level one at that. Why is a powerhouse like him hiding in a dump like this? Sweat poured down Yin's face as he glanced at the unconscious villagers. What do? I can't just bail on them, but fighting him is a suicide mission, and the others might get caught in the crossfire. He recalled the heroic image of a true Folivia swordsman, cutting through magic. The experts of my family can slice spells apart, but look at me, a sickly kid who barely recovered. I'm not my brother. Yin spiraled into self-loathing. Was I too cocky? Should have told Dad first. Should have hidden Jin before coming here. I thought leaving her alone was dangerous, but this is way worse. He squeezed his eyes shut, cursing himself. No, you idiot! Stop moping! Think! Strategize! But his brain was fried. Suddenly, Jin's scream snapped him back to reality. Shadow monsters materialized. Their jaws. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Unhinged to swallow the siblings whole, they screamed in unison. Monsters! Yin glared, suppressing the terror bubbling in his gut. His grip on the sword shook, but he refused to freeze. Yin swung wildly. His blade danced through the darkness, slicing the beasts in two with desperate precision. As he formulated a plan, the fanatic wheezed out a name. Folivia! The old man unleashed his dark arts against the boy, growling like a beast. Folivia. The fanatic's mouth opened impossibly wide, revealing jagged fangs. I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the abyss. Yin's eyes narrowed. If I have to cut through magic to save everyone, then I will. Cut through magic. His gaze sharpened with resolve. This was the way of Folivia. The family blade was designed to sever the abyss itself, a technique honed over dozens of generations, for one sole purpose, to face the darkness. Yin's eyes began to glow like high beams. The secret weapon, the Eyes of Folivia, battle intuition born from hellish training and combat experience. Some users can predict the enemy's next move, while others spot fatal weaknesses. Legends say true masters can even see the mana threads that weave magic together, a god-tier technique. But a move like that isn't something a bedridden amateur like me should be able to pull off. Yet, Yin stood his ground against the maniac. If I limit my focus to just the mana threads, just as the thought formed, the fanatic launched a devastating blast, screaming, "Die!" Yin countered instantly, slashing with absolute conviction. "I can cut it!" "Impossible!" The old man gasped in shock. "How did a novice slash through my hex?" Jin watched, wide-eyed and amazed. Yin smirked. "That's right, belief is power. At the very least, when it came to these mystical threads, I could see them clearly." It reminded him of those endless nights grinding magic proficiency alone. He had practiced thread manipulation until his hands bled, completely ignoring the background characters who begged him to stop, warning him not to train like a maniac without rest. Currently, the fanatic was so enraged his teeth were grinding loud enough to spark, his voice hissing through the gaps. His precious talismans were useless, and he was raging without a backup plan. "You stupid brat!" Yin stared at the old man, lips pressed tight, looking genuinely confused. The old geezer was literally dancing around while wrapped in flames, leaving our MC bewildered as to what this performance art was supposed to be. But with the Eyes of Folivia focused, seeing every single mana thread was child's play. Suddenly, the old man screamed, "Folivia, I will execute you! Dark magic!" Immediately, the cultist controlled the magic to bombard Yin, shouting a challenge. "Try slashing through this again if you dare." Yin reacted instantly, shoving Jin behind him and shouting, "Hurry! Hide behind me!" His sword moved in a blur, piercing through the balls of fire. But as the magical flames multiplied, flying at him like a swarm of angry hornets, he swung his blade desperately to deflect them all. By now, his sword hand was trembling. He realized this was bad, too many, too fast. Even with his protagonist grit, he knew he couldn't keep slashing them all down forever. His stamina bar was blinking red. That was when Yin narrowed his eyes, a teardrop threatening to fall as he cursed internally. "Damn it, is this the bad ending? After everything, am I going to die just because I'm too weak to cut all the threads?" At the same time, the dark cave echoed with the creepy laughter of the fanatic. "Burn to ash, you insolent brat of Folivia." But suddenly, the old man froze, a giant question mark popping up over his head as he saw a light rushing toward him. Yin was charging through the wall of magical fire, sword raised high. His eyes shone with determination, confirming one thing. Yes, the solution was actually that simple. At this moment, the fanatic recoiled in fear. In the air, a single thread of light remained. Yin's gleaming blade was thrusting forward. Someone once theorized that if cutting an opponent's thread is too hard, a jagged spark of electricity erupted right in the cultist's face. Then Yin decided he would simply sever his own destiny strings instead. The entire cave trembled violently as the fanatic was engulfed by his own chaotic magic, screaming like a banshee. Even as he burned, he wondered, magic? Has he been a mage this whole time? Then he denied it. "No! I never saw this brat activate a spell circle." Only then did the realization hit him. Could it be? The sword movements the boy had been performing flashed in his mind. The old man analyzed it. Those strange swings in the empty air were to activate magic by cutting his own threads to trigger the magical effect. It felt completely absurd to him. Theoretically, it was not impossible, but for such a broken technique to actually exist in reality? Night had fallen over the village. In a small house, the fanatic was hogtied with a thick rope. Jin and Yin were busy tending to the villagers affected by the parasite magic. He had pushed himself to bring everyone back as fast as possible, his heart pounding like a drum. Hearing the frantic rhythm from his chest, Jin advised him with a pained expression, "Sir Little Noble, please don't overexert yourself." Looking at the villagers resting peacefully, he realized, "I'm fine. That person was the last one." Jin looked surprised and asked, "What? The last one?" Her eyes immediately filled with tears, her mouth trembling. "Right, the others are already." She realized the truth and sank into sadness. Yin felt a pang in his heart. "Damn it, we found the villagers, but the casualty count is too high." He urged himself, "If we don't, hurry up, the survivors will be in danger too." Just then, Jin curled into a small ball, arms hugging her chest, wondering, "We need to go back soon. When will the twins return?" She looked at the tied-up fanatic and called out to get Yin's attention, "Sir Little Noble." When Yin looked back, she pointed and asked, Did the village chief, did he do this to the villagers? Squatting down to eye level, he explained, don't hate the chief. What you saw was not your chief. A filthy abyss-worshipping piece of trash disguised himself as the old man. Jin asked innocently, then, where is our real village chief? Yin didn't know how to sugarcoat it. He thought, the real chief is probably... Seeing his awkward expression and hesitation, Jin understood immediately. Tears could no longer be held back, rolling down her cheeks. I am sorry for asking. You do not need to answer. I have already guessed. What happened to the chief? Yin fell silent, not knowing how to comfort the girl. Resignation to death had become so common here that even a child had learned to accept it like a weary adult. It overlapped with his own image from the past. He thought, just like me, before I received the salvation of goddess Felon. What was I like back then? Placing a hand on her shoulder as a silent comfort, Yin knew one thing for sure. He was saved, but these people were not. The girl's eyes burned with hatred as she asked the ultimate question. Why do those abyss worshippers do such terrible things? Eugene hit them with the hard truth. They believe this insanity is redemption, a way to satisfy the abyss. Just imagine the scene. Villagers practically lining up to be sacrificed. He insisted that's the trap. These monsters target the desperate, whispering sweet little lies about salvation to scam them. Glancing at the tied-up fanatic behind him, Eugene gave a strict warning. Don't get played by their smooth talk. In the end, their so-called salvation looks exactly like this. Suddenly, the old man piped up. So, what's your hot take? His eyes lit up, preaching his twisted faith. The abyss promises a path that demands sacrifice, sure. But who among you actually gives a damn about life at the ass end of the world? Eugene stared in shock. This guy's awake? The old man continued his monologue. You say our words are hollow? Then I'll chase that hollowness. Why do humans sacrifice endlessly? Drop your arrogance, thinking only you are right. And think, is the shadow over this world not truly that deep? Faced with the geezer's dark logic, Eugene froze. He had to admit, the darkness here was profound, but he snapped back, destroying the argument. That is something we have to fix ourselves. Rage boiled over as he roared. We don't pray to a psycho god that demands human bait. Don't lie to yourself that the world's flaws justify your evil deeds. His words hit home. The old man scowled, his jaw clenched tight in defiance. Meanwhile, Eugene kept grilling him. And sacrifice what, exactly? Did you really think we couldn't see through your scam? The fanatic growled, screaming, Shut up, you heathen parasite. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, filling Eugene with relief. Eugene, he called back. It was Rob, limping towards them. If you're there, help me out. Eugene rushed over, asking nonstop. Rob, what is going on? What happened to Rock? He paused, realizing Rob was hurt too. Wait, Rob, your leg. Rob immediately cut him off. Don't sweat it. It's nothing major. I can still fight. Sweat poured down Rob's face. More importantly, I'm sorry. Rob's sudden repentance confused him even more. I should have listened to you, Eugene stammered. What happened to the others? But before he could finish, a terrifying crimson glow erupted behind them. Eugene's face went pale. Was that the eye of the abyss in the sky? The black and red heavens tore open as if ripped by demon claws. The illusion was horrifying, beyond any description. He gasped involuntarily. What the hell? Rob turned to look, and Eugene's eyes went wide with shock. Are you kidding me? From the house, the fanatic's maniacal laughter echoed. The abyss has sent its representative for its loyal followers. Elsewhere, Lydia revealed her chest, black veins pulsing like a web on her skin. Her lips curled into a creepy smile. Wonder if I should go say hello? At the same time, the monstrous form of the Abyss ambassador appeared in the sky, making Eugene scream. Oh my god! He turned to Rob. Can you evacuate the villagers while I hold them off? Rob looked stunned. Eugene continued calmly, despite the panic. Sorry to ask when you're banged up. Rob tried to look confident. No, the wound isn't deep. But looking at the villagers, his eyes popped open. He stammered. Then he noticed the grotesque, half-human, half-demon form of the fanatic. Is that freak a worshipper of the abyss? The old man shrieked, forcing Eugene to cover his ears. The abyss! Rob trembled, wondering what mess happened while they were gone. Looking at Eugene's small figure, Rob realized he had faced this monster alone. He bit his lip, guilt eating him, alive, while he was saving everyone. Suddenly, a shining blade blocked Eugene's path. He froze. Rob? Rob stood firm. You've got guts, I'll give you that, but being an idiot is your problem, Eugene called. His name, Clueless. Rob grinned, a dark edge to his smile. It should be the other way around. I should be the one blocking the path while you retreat. Eugene looked worried. What are you saying? With a wound like that? Fearless, Rob stood his ground against the Abyss ambassador, telling Eugene, drop the useless sympathy, and look at reality. With this leg, how can I evacuate anyone from that monstrosity? Rob grinned with swagger. Don't worry, I don't plan on dying. Just get everyone out and warn the family. I'll handle this somehow. Eugene's face twisted in anguish as Rob declared, Your mission is done. Let me take it from here, Eugene cried out. But Rob marched heroically forward, declaring, I am the wall that stands between the innocent and the dark. He raised his sword, ready for the final clash. Come and get some, you ugly freak. The battle for survival had officially begun. Let me take the fall for dragging you into this mess. Yin knew there was no stopping him now, calling out to Rob with a heavy heart, but the fanatic just cackled like a maniac. Game over for you lot. Gazing up at the beast, the old man declared, Oh, great ambassador of the abyss. Fresh sacrifices have gathered here. Take their lives to restore your shattered form. Rob froze, his brain unconsciously latching onto the core of that sentence. Asterisk, shattered form, asterisk. Yin's eyes went wide as saucers. Does that mean what I think it means? He summoned every ounce of courage to face the monster, thinking, It is not at its peak state. Yin gripped his blade, determination flooding his veins. We have to stop it right here, right now, while it is still imperfect. But staring down that colossal nightmare, a doubt crept in. Is this thing even something a mere human can fight? Even though his face was greener than a goblin's lunch, Yin slapped some sense into himself. No! Fear gets you nowhere! Succumbing to terror solves nothing! Suddenly, Rob chimed in. He looked pretty annoyed as Yin stepped up to the plate. Bro, what are you doing? Are you deaf? Yin smirked, trying to look cool. This is the only logical play. Together, we can stall for time. Rob looked flabbergasted, double-checking his ears. Say what now? Finally, Yin revealed his master plan. Listen, if we create enough chaos, the adults are bound to notice. Folivia will definitely show up. Rob swallowed, the lump of fear in his throat. Maybe. But facing that thing? Will 2 ants make a difference against a boot? Then, Yin's eyes lit up. Trust me, it will work. Rob shuddered. Those eyes shone like high beams on a dark road, his voice trembling. Wait, those eyes. Folivia? Yin tightened his grip on the sword. He knew better than anyone. The damage from the last battle was still there. I cannot clash head-on. I have to focus entirely on dodging. But before his brain could even finish the thought, a fist the size of a house was already in his face. Terror took over. His gaze, his voice cracking. Say what? Asterisk. Boom! Asterisk. The world shook, sending rocks flying everywhere. Yin's pupils dilated in pure horror. Yin, Rob, and Rock were swatting away like flies, hovering in midair. In that split second, Yin hit the ground with a sickening crunch. He coughed up a fountain of blood instantly. Before his eyes forced themselves shut, he stuttered in disbelief, looking at the monster. Just one punch? The fanatic looked up at his dark god with eyes full of hope, laughing hysterically. The abyss glanced at Yin while the old man gloated. Look at that, you heretic. You mocked our faith as lies, but behold the abyss's reward for our loyalty. Yin lay there, letting the tears mix with the dust. I am sorry. Looking at his bro Rob, guilt consumed him. Rob, if only I had listened to you, maybe some of us could have been saved. He thought of his big brother. If he were here instead of me, would the result be different? Suddenly, the air filled with a sound straight out of a nightmare. A white tornado of pure destruction began to gather in the monster's maw. The fanatic watched, realizing the truth. That magic. It is going to wipe out everything. Blinded by the light, he begged. Wait, these are the sacrifices. I prepared for you, oh great abyss. Please have mercy. Yin gritted his teeth, chanting, I am sorry. He slammed a hand into the dirt, forcing his broken body up. The fanatic's jaw dropped. Yin knelt on the ground, his gaze sharp as a razor. Because of my weakness. The old man was baffled. How is he still moving? Yin's eyes pierced through the darkness like lasers, locking onto the enemy. At the very least, he stood tall to welcome the ultrasonic wave of death. Yin gripped his sword, making a vow. As long as this body can move, for 1 minute. No, just 1 second more. He swung his sword with every ounce of life force he had left. I will protect them. Once again, the atmosphere exploded. Debris flew like shrapnel. The fanatic collapsed on his backside, his eyes refusal to believe reality. No, the old man was too terrified to speak. Impossible. The ambassador of the abyss revealed its grotesque, centipede-like form. Yin's sword had snapped, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Staring at the remnants of magic fading in the air, the fanatic realized, amidst that chaotic torrent of magical power, the boy read the flow and cut right through it. Staring at that small but mighty back, he wondered, is that even possible? Is there no magic this rookie cannot sever? A faint smile graced Yin's lips as he looked at his broken blade. He swelled with pride. In the very next second, he collapsed from exhaustion, one regret echoing in his mind. If only my sword had survived. The fanatic gazed up at the twinkling night sky, stuttering. The the star of the usurpers. He silently realized those celestial beings are watching this kid. Why did that light remind him of the Abyss ambassador? Thinking back, the Abyss had made a hasty move. Even without a proper vessel to contain its power, it tried to execute him immediately. Suddenly, panic flooded the creature's eyes as a thought raced through its mind. Asterisk, who is this brat? How does a mere child attract the attention of such supernatural entities? Asterisk. The monster bared its rows of razor-sharp teeth, silently passing a death sentence on the boy. No matter the reason, the kid had to be erased before he grew any stronger. But just as it struck, a blade flashed from the shadows. A voice whispered, "Sorry about that." The beast had been slashed from behind. "You," the creature gasped. Adea smirked, wiping his blade. Things just got complicated, didn't they? He scooped Eugene up into his arms, facing the envoy of the Abyss. "This boy is my beloved nephew." Adea's eyes burned with resolve. "And I won't let him die here." Above, the stars shimmered indifferently. In the haze of consciousness, Eugene felt something strange. He wasn't floating. He was being carried. He opened his eyes to see Adea holding him. The man was battered and bleeding, yet he smiled. "You awake?" Eugene stammered. "Uncle, why are?" His eyes widened in shock. Adea didn't let him finish. "Just came to pick you up. You were late." As if he hadn't just fought a god, Eugene panicked. "No, Uncle, run! The Abyss monster is here! It's gigantic! We have to flee!" Adea just chuckled, completely unbothered. "Relax, kid." Eugene stared at him, bewildered. Then he heard the massive thud. "It's already over," Adea said calmly. Eugene blinked. "What?" He looked up at his savior, waiting for an explanation. "Uncle." But Adea kept walking, holding the boy tight. "Let's save the chit-chat for when we get home. Nice weather today, huh?" Sometime later, Eugene was strolling through town when a splash of crimson caught his eye. "Beautiful," he murmured, approaching the stall. "Excuse me, Grandma, how much are these roses?" The shopkeeper turned, her face lighting up. "Well, look who it is, our littlest young master." She leaned over the counter, teasing him. "Buying flowers? Don't tell me you've got a girlfriend already?" Eugene waved his hands frantically. No, I'm just visiting a friend in the hospital." Her expression softened into a knowing grin. "Oh, you mean the twin young masters, right?" She clapped her hands. "Goodness, I heard the rumors. You boys went into the forest to slay a beast. Oh my, you must be hurt too." She started fussing over him instantly. "Are you all right?" Eugene looked confused. "I'm fine, really." "Wait, but how do you know about that?" She flexed her arm, laughing heartily. "Of course I know. The tale of the brave young masters saving us? The whole town is buzzing about your heroism." Eugene froze. Asterisk. "Oh no." Asterisk. A silent scream echoed in his head. Asterisk. "Really? How?" The family council meeting was secret. Asterisk. The lady laughed at his pale face. "Sweetie, half the soldiers live in town. Secrets don't exist here." Eugene's soul left his body. He imagined his older brother's icy wrath. He was so dead, she continued, oblivious to his terror. "Everyone knows you took action while the nation sat idle." Eugene snapped back to reality. Asterisk. "Right. I forgot how fast gossip travels in this place." Asterisk. She shoved a bouquet into his hands. "Here, a gift for our little hero. On the house. You're probably going to get scolded later, so let this old lady spoil you a bit now, okay?" Eugene tried to decline. "Thank you, Grandma, but I really shouldn't," she insisted, beaming. "Nonsense. You showed courage. Take it as a reward from the people." She leaned in, whispering a pro tip. "Just accept it. It's the price of fame, kid. If you refuse, they'll just try harder. It never ends." Eugene's sweat dropped. "Never?" "Never," she winked. Leaving the shop, Eugene realized she wasn't joking. Villagers swarmed him instantly. Apples, bread, trinkets, everyone wanted to give him something. He was buried under a mountain of love. "Please, I'm sorry, I can't carry anymore." By the time he reached the hospital, the twins just stared at the walking pile of loot. Eugene collapsed, dropping everything. One brother asked, "What? Is all this stuff? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out." He panted heavily, trying to explain his situation. "I only went into the city to buy a simple bouquet, but the result was a mountain of flowers. The townsfolk had showered him with gifts. I'm grateful for the love, really, but isn't this overkill?" He dumped the floral avalanche onto the bedside table. Turning to his bedridden friends, he asked, "Mind if I stash these here?" Rob, stone-faced as ever, replied, "Do whatever you want." Rock, however, couldn't ignore the floral explosion. "Look at this haul. You'd think the town believes this was our first victorious crusade. Folivia warriors usually get a warm welcome, but I've never seen a tribute this massive on a first trip." Rob's eyes lowered, his voice quiet. "I've certainly never seen so many gifts at once." Eugene felt a pang of guilt. "Is that so?" It made sense, but guilt gnawed at him. "Honestly, I feel bad. It seems wrong that I'm the only one soaking up all the glory." Rob shrugged it off coolly. Don't worry about it. It would be worse to be honored for doing absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Rock voiced his concern. Hey, are you actually okay though? How are you walking around after taking a beating like that? Eugene blinked, surprised. Right, he looked at his palm. There's a scar, sure, but nothing life-threatening. Then, a playful grin spread across Eugene's face. Maybe my 5-year nap gave me a head start on recovery, he laughed, trying to lighten the mood. But contrary to his bright smile, the twins' expressions went dark. Rob sighed heavily. You know that's not funny, right? Eugene's smile faltered. Not funny? He fidgeted, tapping his fingers together nervously. Well, seeing as I'm healthy, I should probably get going. A faint smile touched Rob's lips. Wait. Before Eugene could leave, Rob spoke up unexpectedly. Eugene, I'm sorry. Sorry for how I treated you before. Eugene froze, eyes wide. Huh? Me? Rock looked just as shocked as Rob, continued seriously. To be honest, I thought you were just a leech, a burden rotting away in a sickbed. Rock couldn't take it anymore and tried to intervene. Hey! But Eugene could still hear Rob's confession clearly. I was wrong about you. That day, you were more of a Folivia warrior than anyone else. The praise made Eugene scratch his head, flustered. Nah, don't say that. He decided to be honest in return. You guys were pretty impressive with your sense of duty. I honestly thought you were just annoying brats relying on your family name. Rock snapped back, annoyed. Oh, just insult us, you jerk. Then his tone shifted. Enough mushy stuff. Tell me what happened. What actually went down that day? Rock shivered, recalling the terrifying form of the Abyss Ambassador. How did you survive against that monster? It doesn't make sense. Eugene lied smoothly, waving his hand. No, really, it wasn't that impressive. The monster wasn't fully recovered. It just collapsed on its own. He recalled the image of being carried to safety. And right then, my uncle arrived and cleaned up the rest. That's it. We can all agree on that version of events. Eugene confirmed the lie with a straight face. Does that feel anticlimactic to you guys? One of the twins sighed. Maybe. But even if it's a letdown, at least the nightmare is over and we're alive. Another voice added, I guess that's true. Eugene stepped back toward the door. I really shouldn't disturb your rest any longer. If I'm late, I'm going to get an earful at home. Suddenly, Rob called out. Wait! He hesitated, looking slightly awkward. It's nothing huge, just meeting Eugene's waiting gaze, he managed to get the words out. Thanks for coming to visit. Eugene flashed a dazzling smile. Of course. That's what friends do. That day, the people of the domain cheered for their protectors. The warriors faced the abyss to honor that faith. Eugene watched the brave soldiers, realizing the truth. It's a simple yet ideal relationship. That is why the Folivia family stands on the front lines against the abyss. They are the guardians of this peace. A realization struck him deep in his soul. Looking at it this way, I can understand it. Why the clan was so incredibly harsh to my uncle and me. If the Folivia honor is stained, this entire structure could collapse. That must be what they believe. He recalled his own trembling hands during the battle. I was terrified. I was shaking with fear. But thinking of his victory, Eugene stood taller. I overcame it with the pride of a Folivia. Without that inherited arrogance, none of this would have been possible. However, that doesn't excuse the abuse. Especially the way they treated my uncle. It was cruel and unfair. The family's hopes once rested on my father, a true prodigy. But after he was crippled in the Northern War, he couldn't hold a sword. So the crushing weight of expectation shifted to my uncle when he was just a child. Eugene remembered the shy, gentle man, but my uncle. He always loved books far more than the blade. Memories flooded back of his uncle's trembling figure, a man who had always chosen the gentle path of ink and paper over the brutal way of the blade. But in a world ruled by strength, a lack of talent was a cardinal sin. The whip cracked, and insults rained down harder than the blows. You fool! Why can't you be a prodigy like your brother? The verbal abuse was relentless. Even the toddlers do better than you. Have you no shame? How could my bloodline produce such a failure? To his father, he was nothing but a living stain on their legacy. He wasn't just a disappointment, he was the disgrace of the entire Fivia clan. Wydea endured that hellish darkness until he finally came of age. Led by the iron-fisted grandfather, the entire clan treated him like a ghost, offering nothing but scorn and harassment. Lying in my own sickbed, I knew that bitter taste of scorn all too well, the feeling of being discarded by your own blood because of weakness. Yet, I was the lucky one. I had a loyal servant and the countess's secret support. I wasn't truly alone in this fight. I still had a family and Tyr by my side. But when I thought of my uncle's small, emaciated frame from those days, my heart ached. He had absolutely no one. His days must have been a lonely torture that I couldn't even imagine. Suddenly, my face brightened at a realization. He never broke. Even under that relentless cruelty, he refused to crumble. Thinking of our time together, one thing was certain. He never lost his kindness. He preserved his gentle soul, choosing to become a doctor to save lives rather than take them. But here's the twist. That night, he battled the Abyss representative revealed the shocking truth. He hadn't just overcome his lack of talent. He had shattered his limits to become a monster swordsman capable of rivaling the clan's strongest. Caught staring, he lowered his book, noticing my intense gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Something on your mind? I grinned, dropping a bombshell of sincerity. I was just thinking, I want to grow up to be someone just like you, uncle. Those innocent words struck him harder than any blade, but in the shadows of his mind, a darker thought emerged. He visualized the map of scars hidden beneath his clothes. Kid, becoming a wretch like me would be an absolute disaster. Later, while he patched up his bloody wounds in silence, an uninvited guest arrived. Ilias smirked. You really know how to make an entrance. The reply was strictly business. Save the small talk. What is my condition? He continued stitching his waist without flinching. Not good. Massive blood loss and my muscles are shredded. I've likely lost 20% of my mobility, yet the damage is contained. He called surviving the Abyss King luck, and Ilias snapped. Luck? Do you have any idea how many resources we burned for that? The lackey was furious. You call that luck? We spent years preparing that weapon, he ranted while standing behind his injured master. He didn't care if Wydea was listening or not. That corpse was supposed to be a strategic nuke capable of wiping out a war front. We wasted it like this? How are we supposed to handle the demon general now, especially since you're crippled by 20%? His rage boiled over. I can't believe this. Did playing house with that brat named Yin actually soften your brain? Big mistake. Wydea turned, his voice dripping with menace. Ilias, in a flash, he clamped the loudmouth's jaw shut. You are overstepping your boundaries. He lifted the man by his skull as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. If the Fivia heirs had been slaughtered right there, do you honestly think our grand plan would have survived? Ilias couldn't speak, trembling as he clutched his bleeding mouth, forced to listen to the boss's lecture. You shiver at the absence of a rotting corpse, yet you think you can withstand the full fury of the Fivia clan? If your incompetent mages hadn't foolishly revived the king early, we wouldn't be in this mess. Where do you get the nerve to lecture me? Tears welled up in Ilias's eyes as he bowed. Disciple of the great prophet, please forgive my insolence. I lost sight of the goal. Seeing the fear, Wydea released his grip. Ilias bowed low, his arrogance gone. My stupidity led to disrespect. I accept any punishment. A satisfied smirk finally returned to the master's face. But the lackey had one more clarification to make. But sir, we truly didn't trigger the resurrection. The ritual was barely finished. The king revived on his own accord. Wydea's voice dropped an octave, oozing darkness. Typical useless mages, always making excuses on your knees. However, the plan remains unshaken. Why? Because I never relied on your competence in the first place. His expression twisted into something truly demonic. The head of the Fivia clan. I will personally deliver his death sentence. Hearing this, a twisted joy returned to the lackey's face. The downfall of Fivia would proceed exactly as written. On the night prophesied by the Abyss, the great house of Fivia would drown in a magnificent sea of fire. Meanwhile, under a deceptively peaceful blue sky, Eugene continued his grind, focusing on his 1-second magic technique. He closed his eyes, sensing the flow of mana. And then, snap! Golden power flared to life within his gaze. The training was paying off, but little did he know the storm that was brewing in the shadows of his own family. Destiny was beginning to turn its gears, and the boy was standing right in the center of the mechanism. In midair, Eugene traced a blade arc so perfect it demanded applause. The Fivia 4-second cut, he wiped. Sweat dripped down his face as he paused, genuinely confused. What about it? I know it's different from your lessons, Teach, but I actually... Cast a spell! He looked up with total innocence, asking if survival instinct kicked in. Her previous lectures had flashed through his mind, and he just improvised on the spot. With puppy dog eyes, he beamed. Well, my magic wasn't too shabby, right? The teacher looked absolutely terrified, veins popping on her forehead. She honestly didn't know what to think. Because that power was terrifying. Seeing her reaction, Eugene looked blank. So, we can't call this magic? She started stammering, completely flustered. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just totally shocked. Internally, she was reeling. It was insane that he thought to cut his own mana veins. But then she remembered. This concept actually existed in the ancient myths. It was known as the legendary Desio Sword Magic. However, it was a forbidden art that almost no one could use in real combat. Eugene frowned, finishing her thought. Yeah, once the string is cut, it goes wild. If things get even slightly complex, it's impossible to handle. She sighed, trying to comfort him. At least you activated it. She broke it down further. Desio is pure chaos because it rejects control. In other words, it's like smashing a clay pot just to get a specific shard. It is the absolute hardest way to start learning magic. Suddenly, she lost it. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him violently. How the heck did you even pull that off? Eugene's eyes spun in circles. Teacher, I'm gonna hurl. A moment later, she finally regained her composure. She looked deep in thought, admitting her mistake. My bad. I geeked out for a second. I'll try to act like an adult now. She cleared her throat. It really is a miracle that you succeeded with Desio. Desio off his brow, but mastering it as a mage, a nightmare. Under expectant gazes, he explained. It leans way too much on raw, crude energy and is impossible to control. It clashes with the complex, delicate needs of magic. Literally no one at the academy can do that. Eugene looked crushed. Really? I thought I found a loophole. She nodded. Of course, Desio is a terrifying weapon, especially since having fewer strings usually means weaker output and limited scale. But using Desio allows a single string to achieve nearly 100% energy conversion. It's a huge buff. However, regarding the vice head's condition, you have 1 month to meet the academy's entry standards. And that was the kicker. She was certain of one thing. Using Desio to pass that exam is impossible. Eugene hesitated, looking for another way. Her eyes lit up with a new plan. To become a certified mage, we have to grind daily. We're putting Desio on the shelf. And going back to the traditional method, Eugene couldn't hold it back anymore. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed. Yes, ma'am. She began the lesson, conjuring a visual aid. Desio cuts the string to force power, making it strong but wild. Traditional magic is different. It might be weaker, but it's perfectly stable. She floated a diamond-shaped light in front of him. The secret is bending. Bending a string past 90 degrees creates a virtual break, creating separate parts. One angle creates 2 strings, a triangle gives you 3, and a square yields 4 strings. Her face turned grave. And this brings us to the cruel reality for a mage with only 1 string. Eugene leaned in, focused. He was memorizing every single word. As I said, for a string's vibration to become magic, it needs at least 4 strings to create harmony. People born with 4 strings, easy mode. Even with 2 strings, you just need 1 angle. But you, Eugene, you need to form a perfect square. It is a massive cosmic injustice. She cited the statistics. Many mages spend their whole lives and never even achieve a triangle, let alone a square. Even in the Academy's history, it's a legendary feat. But because you were born with 1 string, you have to achieve that legendary level just to start. The starting line for you is miles behind everyone else. She looked at him with brutal honesty. That's why I said you couldn't be a mage. Basically, it's impossible. Or so I thought. Eugene blinked, letting out a confused laugh. But her voice carried a new weight. You defied the laws of magic. You made Desio work and cast a spell on your own. I underestimated your talent, Eugene. She grabbed his hand, eyes burning with conviction. If it's you, you can definitely master the square within the time we have left. I will teach you everything I know. The boy beamed and thanked his instructor. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst from his small hand. He admitted shyly, I missed the right timing to say this earlier. The truth was undeniable. He happily presented a perfect glowing square to her. Look, I managed to create a square. To her absolute shock, he explained, Desio gave me the sensation. So I tried to replicate that feeling, and it worked. Does this mean I can officially learn magic now? The instructor stood frozen, eyes wide, forgetting to even breathe, until he called out to her. Suddenly, she screamed in pure ecstasy, grabbing his tiny hands. Of course, you can absolutely learn magic, she cried. Eugene, you are truly a child blessed by the god Felon's love. That day, after returning home, he sat chin in hand, giggling like a fool, muttering one word over and over, magic. He was so lost in joy, he didn't notice the butler, Tia, looming beside him. Young master, the shout made him jump out of his skin. Tia stared at the boy and asked, what are you pondering so deeply? Grinning from ear to ear, ignoring everyone, Eugene stammered, Sorry, you just startled me. Tia's eyes went round as he looked at the girl beside him. My word, Jin, I barely recognized you. You look absolutely dashing in that uniform. The little girl bowed politely. Greetings, young master. Eugene looked at Tia with suspicion. Wait, that outfit, don't tell me. Before he could finish, Tia nodded solemnly. Precisely. You guessed correctly. Since the child is exceptionally bright for her age, the clan head hired her as an official maid, a massive achievement for a 5-year-old. Squatting down next to Jin, Eugene felt a wave of relief wash over him. Really? That is fantastic news. The girl smiled brightly. It is all thanks to you, young master. She then added happily, and the villagers you saved are recovering well too. This caught him off guard. Eugene suddenly remembered the dark prophecy Rob had spoken. Asterisk, the village will be destroyed, the people exiled or forced into labor. Asterisk, if there are no issues, you can tell the adults, he asked, voice trembling. So, what about the other villagers? Tia clasped his hands behind his back. The villagers were sentenced to forced labor. Once healed, they work at Bill's farm. Eugene's jaw dropped in horror. What? Forced labor? Tia winked playfully. I know, it sounds terrifying, but the punishment is actually quite lenient. Farm work is tough, sure, but it is 100 times better than slash-and-burn farming. Plus, Bill is a softie. He promised to help them adapt to the work. Hearing this, Eugene finally let out a breath he had been holding. Tia continued, his voice full of pride. And obviously, with the tales of the young masters, heroism spreading across town, the elders seemed keen to show their gratitude. Eugene threw his hands up in joy. Oh, thank the gods. With all these wonderful things happening, I will remember this day for the rest of my life. Jin chimed in. Me too. But while the two children celebrated, Tia's expression suddenly darkened. He interrupted. Young master, I hate to be a killjoy while you are celebrating, but there is one more thing. Eugene blinked. What is it? Tia delivered the ominous news. The Vice Clan head wants to see you today. The smile vanished from Eugene's face instantly. The memory of his brother's icy voice sent shivers down his spine. Eugene, your impulsiveness in hunting demons will be discussed after the council meeting. Back in the present, Eugene was sweating bullets. My brother wants to talk? In a suffocatingly dark corridor, Eugene walked timidly behind his brother. Suddenly, the man whirled around. Eugene flinched violently. Folivia's sharp eyes pierced right through him. I thought you were recovered, yet you tremble. Withdrawal from the serum? We can talk later. Go rest. Eugene panic shook his head. No, that's not it. He stammered, unable to meet his brother's gaze. I was just thinking about the scolding. Hindle raised an eyebrow. Scolding? His voice remained coldly logical. Naturally, I cannot simply overlook such a reckless action. Eugene's voice wobbled, sounding pitiful. I am sorry. I thought I was prepared. Suddenly, Hindle noted. However, your courageous action certainly set an example for the family. Eugene looked up, hope sparking. Really? But the tiny flame of joy was ruthlessly stomped out. If only you were not barely 13. Eugene wilted immediately. I am so sorry. Then, the brother's voice became robotic again. Despite your young age, you displayed the responsibility expected of a true Folivia. Eugene beamed. Thank you, brother. But immediately, Hindle switched back to strict mode. However, a 13-year-old facing an abyss worshipper is not bravery, it is suicide. Eugene opened his mouth again. I am sorry. He tried to suppress his fear, eyes welling with tears. But brother, I am honestly not sure if you are praising me or roasting me. Hindle's face went dark as the abyss. You are not sure? His deep voice echoed. I understand now. He stammered, body still trembling from the shock. Hindo fell silent, weighing his words carefully before sighing. I'm still conflicted. As the boy stared up with wide, innocent puppy dog eyes, the older brother's resolve softened. I want to scold you, truly, but I can see the lesson has sunk into your very bones. And honestly, I'm impressed. However, I cannot simply heap praise upon you, lest you treat your own safety as a joke next time. Pulling him into a tight embrace, his voice dropped to a serious whisper. Promise me, never again. Only then will I consider forgiving this recklessness. Brother, Yin gasped, emotions swelling in his chest. Hindo flashed a dazzling smile, hooking his pinky with the boy's. I promise, no more causing you worry. Good, Hindo remarked, satisfaction curling the corners of his lips. He placed a hand on the heavy door ahead. Now, it is time for me to honor my side of the bargain. The boy blinked, utterly lost. Promise? What promise? Hindo raised an eyebrow, feigning hurt. Don't tell me you've forgotten already? As the heavy doors creaked open, a blinding radiance exploded outward. Hindo's voice cut through the light. Did you forget? I swore that if you proved your potential as a mage, I would support you with the full might of our family. Before Yin's eyes lay a treasure of breathtaking beauty. He couldn't stop the gasp escaping his lips. Staring up at the pulsating luminescence, Yin whispered, What in the world is that? Behold, Hindo declared with a storyteller's flair. Legend says Lord Phelan shed tears only twice, once while conquering the abyss, and once while creating life itself. This artifact before you is one of those very tears. The boy looked at his brother, disbelief written all over his face. Seriously? Yin tilted his head, skepticism winning out. I thought that was just a bedtime story for kids. A myth. Hindo crossed his arms, shrugging pragmatically. Well, obviously. We can't exactly go ask the god himself if the rumors are true. He reached out, fingers grazing the glowing surface. But truth or myth, there is no denying the catastrophic amount of mana pulsing within this thing. It is worthy of a divine name. Even the skeptical Yin had to admit, the artifact possessed a haunting, otherworldly beauty that captivated the soul. Yin couldn't tear his gaze away. Deep in his soul, a strange sense of nostalgia bloomed. It felt familiar, like coming home. Perhaps it truly was divine essence calling to him. Hindo's voice broke his trance. I'm glad it caught your eye. For a mage with limited mana circuits like you, Felon's Tear is the ultimate cheat item. Amplification, regeneration, efficiency. It boosts everything. There is no greater artifact under the heavens for a spellcaster. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video, This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Yin's voice trembled, realization dawning on him. Wait, you're telling me all this? You don't mean... Hindo didn't let him finish. Bingo. The gift I prepared for you is none other than the Tear of Felon. Yin practically screamed. For real! This gem was the stuff of legends, the holy grail of magical artifacts. Whether it fell from a god's eye or not matters little. The legends say the tear repelled the abyss itself. In reality, it acted as the great barrier, standing between horizon and the darkness. But even divine power fades. After millennia of erosion, it lost the passive omnipotence that once shielded the entire Western continent by its mere existence. And so, the burden of protection fell to us, the Folivia bloodline. Hindo's solemn tone sent shivers down Yin's spine. However, it still holds enough juice to safeguard the capital. So, what if I gave you the very heart of our defense system? Yin's jaw dropped before he shrieked. Have you lost your mind? I know I'm your brother, but you can't just embezzle national treasures. Hindo remained annoyingly calm in the face of the accusation. My intention? He paused, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Ah, I see. Obviously, I'm not giving you the entire giant crystal, you dummy. His voice trailed off into a mumble. Besides, how would you even fit that in your pocket? What I have for you is much more portable. Oh, Yin slumped. Right. Misunderstanding cleared. Hindo then produced a sleek velvet box from thin air. This is your real gift. A masterpiece forged by the legendary artisan Tiba, using a shard of the original tear. When your instructor mentioned you possess only a single mana circuit, this was the first thing that crossed my mind. It amplifies output regardless of capacity. For someone with your unique constraints, there is no better equipment in existence. Yin hesitated, hands hovering over the box. Am I allowed to have this? I haven't even officially become a mage yet. Hindo smiled warmly, patting his shoulder. Consider it an investment. I trust you'll earn the title before the deadline is up. Overwhelmed, Yin's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Brother, accepting the box, a determined grin broke across his face. Thank you. I swear, I'll become a mage you can be proud of. Scene change. Under the blazing midday sun, a solitary glass of water sat baking in the heat like a mock exam. Yin had been pouring his mana into it for hours, sweating buckets. Finally, the ice set, but looking at the result, he was baffled. What on earth is that shape? Tin, however, clapped enthusiastically. Bravo! You finally managed to freeze it solid. Wiping sweat from his brow, Yin sighed. I guess? But I can't call this a total win. Controlling the form is way harder than just dropping the temperature. Staring at the jagged, lumpy ice sculpture he had created, the instructor nodded sagely. Well, for a first attempt, that is just how it works. Plus, this form is due to the influence of Felon's tear. It amplifies the vibration of the strings. You will get used to it soon. Anyway, receiving Felon's tear is like getting a legendary starter pack item. Even the princes would struggle to get such a luxury gift for their initiation. Then she dropped the price tag. With a size like that, it is probably worth at least 2 castles. Folivia wasn't joking. He popped his eyes out, asking, these tiny things are worth 2 whole castles? But she doubled down. Small? Are you kidding? It is not easy to find a pure mana stone this size. He gasped in shock. Oh God, my family is richer than I thought. Yin smiled gently and guessed, you must be totally shocked because you did not know it was high-tier loot, right? Well, yeah, it is understandable. After all, it is the most precious gem in the world. He laughed in response. Yes. But then he heard a rumor that these most precious gems were buried deep inside the castle, piled up like trash mountains. She pointed her finger, suggesting they get back to discussing what magic to use. Her hand hovered over the ice block as she explained, you might be disappointed with the shape you created, but your spell casting was actually a critical hit. The essence of ice arts isn't the ice itself, but the coldness. Using the surrounding water isn't cheating. That is exactly what mages do at a basic level, because you cannot simply generate negative energy. You need to dominate the environment with your mana to create a sub-zero space. Therefore, at the beginner level, only those who can control the atmosphere can truly succeed in ice arts. That is why the academic world respects those who have mastered ice arts, leveling up from the very basics of magic. As soon as she finished, she stunned him by manifesting an ice rose in her hand, and finally acknowledging him as a mage. She gifted him that rose as a congratulation. Congratulations on officially becoming a mage, Eugene. Just then, holding a paper in her hand, she noted there were only 2 days left. For someone confident in their bet, the timeline was pretty tight. But in this moment, images of the past flashed back in the minds of both master and student. When she found out he only had a 1-second limit, she told him to give up. 1 second meant he could not be a mage. But then she remembered the fire in his eyes, determined to become a mage back then. After all, you had 1 month. Even when you despaired over that 1 second, You wanted this with no regrets. She acknowledged all the drama that happened and the impossible odds he overcame. You might think you were the only one learning, but in this past month, Eugene, I learned a lot from you too. She hoped these days would continue even at the Magic Academy, saying, "That?" She handed him a file. "Here, take it. This is the recommendation letter and certificate I promised." He took it with both hands, his eyes welling up with tears. "Yine, I am sure you will crush the entrance exam." Teacher, overcome with emotion, he tackled her in a hug. Thank you so much." Patting his head, she soothed him. "Don't cry." Suddenly she flashed a villainous grin. The real hell of magic training only begins now. Switching scenes to his home, Dia opened the recommendation letter in awe. "It is incredible that you became a mage in just 1 month, especially with the disadvantage of having only 1 second. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it even if I saw it." Yin smiled, shyly. "Don't praise me too much." His eyes shined with anticipation. "Finally, I am standing on the same starting line as everyone else. The real game starts now." The uncle smiled with satisfaction. "As always, you are very mature." Suddenly, he remembered what his teacher had taught him. Magic is a study with a beginning, but never an ending. From a prospective student to a master, keep grinding. He suddenly declared, "No, I am serious." His eyes hesitated before asking, "But uncle, are you really returning to the capital?" Dia confirmed, "That is right. It is what it is. I got news from the capital that my patients are piling up, so I must return early. Still, I was lucky to see you become a mage before I left." The boy heard that, and a shadow crossed his face. "Yes." Taking a sip of hot water, the uncle asked cheerfully, "Why the long face? Are you sad because I am leaving?" Suddenly, he shook his head furiously, startling the uncle into spitting, his water everywhere. "No," Dia awkwardly explained. "I thought you were. You are not a 7-year-old anymore, and you are too old to miss me." Suddenly, the boy said, "I will go to the capital myself." He smiled brightly. "I will enter the Magic Academy and go to the capital so we can meet there any time." The uncle's face was unreadable, neither happy nor sad. That would truly be like a dream come true. Yin affirmed it was no dream. While they were talking, suddenly Taya burst in shouting, "Young master!" He jumped up, confused. "What is it? What is going on?" Taya gave a frantic, nonsensical reply, signaling a disaster. A catastrophe was looming. The countess was on her way home. Yin's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. "What?" Then, a wave of pure joy took over. He beamed, needing to confirm the news. "Really? Mother is returning?" But hearing that name, the servant's face turned deadly dark. The mere mention of Scotty sent shivers down their spines. The message she sent was crystal clear. "If you are well enough to move, crawl your way back here." What other meaning could there be? Yin looked at the trembling servant. He asked in confusion, "What?" The servant stammered, I am not sure. Perhaps it is just one of her ladyship's whims." Yin tilted his head innocently. "But why are you so terrified? You act like a demon invasion is happening." The servant replied with dead serious eyes, "Because the countess is far more terrifying than any demon." Meanwhile, Uncle Yeater's brow furrowed deep in thought. The scene shifted to a realm of shadows, where human bodies hung from crucifixes. A chilling voice echoed through the darkness. "How unexpected. I never imagined you would be the one to summon us all together like this." The Dark Witch sat arrogantly on her throne, sneering. "The destruction of Fivia. Isn't that what you wanted to achieve with your own hands?" "Have you lost your nerve?" The man answered with absolute certainty. "My resolve remains unshaken. Only the circumstances have changed." Odie spoke up on his behalf. "The board shifted the moment you slaughtered the king. Did you realize the massive effort it took to sacrifice thousands of people without Fivia noticing?" Yeater smirked coldly. "That king was nothing more than a corpse rotting for 1,000 years. Such trash is not even worth my explanation." His words sparked fury in the shadows. "Trash, you say? The fact that you murdered the king was witnessed by the oracle." Suddenly, the witch's human furniture spoke up. "Silence. That is enough noise." He scolded the disrespectful underling. Then came the bombshell announcement. Skady has returned. The atmosphere shattered instantly. Every villain present froze in pure shock. "What did you say?" "Skady?" Odie stammered, unable to hide his panic. "She is here, but the last reports placed that woman in the Southern Isles. How could she possibly?" The leader replied calmly. "I do not know. Perhaps she crossed the ocean. It does not matter how. The problem is that Scotty is currently on her way here. If we wish to settle everything before the prophesied date, we cannot sit idly by and let Scotty roam as she pleases." The Dark Witch realized the gravity of the situation. "So that is why you gathered us." She grinned with bloodlust. "Do you plan to assassinate Scotty now? If so, I welcome the chance. I have always wanted to slaughter another legendary hero." Yeater cut her off coldly. "Apologies, but you are mistaken. I have no intention of making a foolish bet. That would cost 2 or 3 of our lives just to kill one person. We will avoid Scotty entirely. Our target is a surprise attack to destroy the terror of Felon. That is all you need to know." Eater confirmed the strategy. Everything else has been prepared according to the plan. Only the execution remains. Odie nodded solemnly. That means the day of reckoning has finally arrived. The Dark Witch chimed in, trembling with excitement. So, when do we begin? The man's face twisted into a sinister smile as he answered, tomorrow night. Back at the mansion, Yin looked pale. War, it is war. Tia and Jane were running around carrying heavy boxes, looking frantically busy. Problem. Move fragile items to the vault. Display weapons to the training grounds. Hurry. Yin stood there, watching the chaos unfold. I understand now. War has broken out. While he stood in a daze, servants screamed at each other. Clear that out first. Got it. Yin finally spoke up. Tia, what is going on? Why is everyone acting crazy? Are we being invaded by a horde of monsters? Tia's face went ashen gray. She stared back intently. Do you really need to ask that, young master? Thinking of the incoming threat, she clarified. It is far worse than monsters. The countess is coming. Please remember that. Yin blinked in surprise. Really? All this just for Mother? I know she can be a bit intense, but isn't this reaction a bit extreme? Tia narrowed her eyes. A bit? She hesitated, then sighed. Just a lot extreme. But is that why you are here? You are delaying a very busy person. Yin nodded innocently. Ah, right. I came to ask you something. He remembered finding the uncle's room empty earlier. Where did Uncle Eider go? His room was completely empty when I checked. That was what he needed to know. He would never leave without saying goodbye. Tia let the truth slip. He was banished, so he had no time for farewells. Those words made Yin's eyes go wide as saucers. Banished? Tia quickly slapped her hands over her mouth. No, I just misspoke. But the gears in Yin's head turned. Uncle didn't leave because of patience. He was kicked out. Meanwhile, Hindle was buried under a mountain of documents when a knock echoed. Enter. Seeing his little brother, he spoke dryly. Yin, I do not know what you want, but can you make it short? As you can see, because of Mother, work is piling up. It is like we are preparing for a literal war. Yin cut to the chase. Brother, is it true? Was Uncle Wider really banished? The response was cold and indifferent. Change places with me. Does it matter? Yin screamed in frustration. If not for Uncle, who knows what would have happened to us? He chased after his brother, determined to get answers. Uncle clearly contributed so much to this family. How could you? Wait, serious question. Why was he kicked out? Where is the justice in such a crazy penalty? Hindle leaned against the bookshelf, looking totally done with life. I don't know who spilled the beans, but listen up. 2 things. First, Eyes of Folivia's punishment was sealed by the family council. Every single elder and key vassal voted yes. Even the family head can't just veto that. Before he could finish, Eugene cut in, impatient as ever. So what actually went down in that meeting? How did they justify punishment instead of a fat reward? Hindle shut him down by holding up 2 fingers. Second reason, it's because of the Folivia name. Speaking of which, remember when old patriarch Eldest grilled him? Naturally, when your brother died, you fled to the capital like a coward. I thought you gave up the sword. Hindle continued, mimicking the cold logic. He vanished during the chaos of grandfather's funeral. Back then, he slipped away penalty-free. But now that Eyes of Folivia is back on the radar, the council refuses to overlook his past crime of desertion. Yin wasn't buying it. So his heroism is ignored, and he gets nailed for ancient history? Punished just for running away? Hindle shot him a sharp look and dropped some hard truth. Don't be. Ridiculous. I've told you 1,000,000 times. Why are we nobles? Because we have a duty to protect. Abandoning that duty isn't some small mistake like skipping class. Yin lowered his head, seething, before finally snapping. But what benefit did being a Folivia ever give him? He started replaying the endless trash talk Idia suffered, always living in his father's massive shadow. Total failure. A stain on our clan. If only you were half the man Edio is. It should have been you that day. I wish your arm had been chopped off instead. Just thinking about those words made Yin tear up. He never had a life. Everyone hated him for not being dad. They bullied him. But now that he acts like a hero, you punish him? Yin had a point, and Hindle was stumped for a second. But Yin was on a roll, fueled by rage. And the reason for the punishment? Years ago, his uncle couldn't stomach their torture and fled. Seeing this, his heart grew heavier. I used to boast about being Fivian, but this isn't the clan I loved. If this cruelty is really what the elders want, let me into the next meeting. I'll give them a piece of my mind. Suddenly, Hindle held up a 3rd finger. 3rd point. Our grandfather, the former head Eldest, Folivia, killed by a Folivia. That statement hit Yin like a truck. What did you say? Hindle's face went dark. Only 3 people know, me as the current head and the witnesses' mom and dad. Knowing this sucks. I didn't want to tell you, but you're being stubborn. If you didn't know the truth, you'd never let this go. You're closer to him than anyone. Yin's brain refused to process it. No way. Hindle's voice cut through the denial. Eyes of Folivia isn't the angel you think he is. Even so, I don't believe he's a devil. I believe it was a mistake. A split-second error in a nightmare scenario. Back then, screams for help rang out. "Save me," Hindel recalled the horror. But regardless of intent, Idia crossed a line of no return. He admitted it himself. That was the second time Folivia raised a blade against their own. That is unforgivable. Meanwhile, the monsters of darkness were invading again. Terrified soldiers marched to the front lines. The order went out. "All units defend the fortress. This is a full-scale invasion. Light the signal fires." Despite the facts, Yin was in total denial. "Liar. You're lying, right? How could that possibly happen?" Hindel stayed ice cold. The only witnesses, Mom and Dad, decided to turn a blind eye. Dad felt guilty for how Idia was treated, so he let him flee and covered it up as a drunken accident. Not the smartest move, since the truth is biting us now. But one day, you'll understand why Father did it. Impossible. Yin looked like his soul had left his body. He was stuttering, totally broken. No way. Suddenly, he bolted for the door. Hindel shouted, panicked, "Yin, where are you going?" "I'm going to ask him myself. I won't believe it until I hear it from him." He sprinted past Julia, ignoring her completely. Hindel yelled, "Wait!" He tried to chase his brother, but Julia blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going? Focus on the family. Not the time for that." "Right." Then Julia dropped the bomb. A fire signal from the Western Front. He jolted in shock. "What was it?" He squinted, focusing hard. She struggled to speak. "Code Red 4. It is a full-scale monster invasion." Panic seized him, the tension written all over his face. He didn't hesitate. He bolted out of the house, scanning the sky and earth. "Uncle just left. He must be staying at the village below. If I take the shortcut through the forest, I can catch him." He sprinted into the woods, desperate to reach his family. But his path was blocked. A horde of monsters stood before him, forcing him to skid to a halt. He froze, staring wide-eyed. His body forgot how to react. Ilias was just as shocked to see him. The youngest son of House Fivia? How is he here? Yin trembled, confused. "An abyss worshipper? Why are you?" Suddenly, the boy realized he was still inside the Fivia estate. Yin shrieked as the alarm bells began to toll, syncing with the crimson signal fire. Ilias sighed, realizing the time had come. Ilias held his head, visibly annoyed. "Damn it, this brat always shows up at the worst possible times." Things just got complicated. Terrified, the boy instinctively reached for his weapon. "The bells mean they are here. There are too many. I need to create a gap and run." But then, a cold realization hit him. He gasped aloud. "My sword!" His face went pale. "That is right. I did not bring my sword." Yin scratched his head, feigning ignorance. "I am just gonna leave." But Ilias spoke up. "I did not want to hurt you, kid. Idea really cares about you, but things have gone too far. I have no other choice." The order was given. As soon as Ilias finished speaking, the demon squad surrounded the boy. "Kill him." Yin was baffled. Why did the boy's face look so scary? The boy's expression darkened into pure venom. "Did my uncle's name just come out of your filthy mouth?" Meanwhile, Hindel galloped toward the scene, his face twisted in fury. "Those bastards!" OD watched the signal with a grin. "Truly amazing," OD marveled. The signal flared, and 1,000 elite soldiers mobilized in a single hour. Even the Empire's Golden Legion lacks this kind of discipline. Idea spoke up, her voice cold. "Comparing them to ceremonial troops is unfair." OD scoffed, disagreeing, but she continued. "Their excellence will be their poison today. The main forces have left the castle." Idea smiled, a cruel glint in her eyes. "Now, the only annoyance left is the council's private army. I will handle them myself. It has been a long time since I said hello properly." Everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. OD seemed to understand. "Ah, so this was the moment for sweet revenge." He asked, "How does it feel?" She answered indifferently, "Normal." Back in the forest, Eugene stood with eyes closed, gathering his strength. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He unleashed the Fivia anti-armor technique. He twisted his wrist, snapping bones and crushing his enemies with ease. Next came the Folivia 4-string style, combined with the flaming blade spell. Yin gritted his teeth. That abyss worshipper. The cloaked villain was sweating bullets. "This is the sickly youngest child? The one bedridden until recently?" Ilias chuckled. "Is that so? Interesting. Fivia swordsmanship is exquisite, especially when combined with mana threads. He learned it all from the library?" Yin was furious. "You snake-eyed freak! Why are you talking about his uncle?" Ilias looked even more amused. "Oh, is that what makes you angry?" The cloaked man interrupted, annoyed. "Enough talk. The others have started the invasion. We cannot waste time here." But Ilias waved him off. "No, he is mine. You lead the rest." "I am not following you." The cloaked man looked ready to argue. "What?" Ilias shot him a murderous glare. "I said I will handle it." Seeing that look, the man fell silent, accepting his fate, and quietly left. "Understood. Don't be late." Yin was left behind in a panic. "Wait, where are you going?" Ilias, however, was absolutely delighted. "You shouldn't get distracted in front of the bad guys, kid." He launched a fatal strike. Eugene's face lost all color. Cold sweat drenched him. "Is that sword controlled by magic?" No, it is physical. Cutting the mana threads won't work. A direct hit will shatter my blade. This is bad for a swordsman. They had prepared thoroughly. Finally, Yin realized. You Abyss Worshipper, what are you doing here? Ilias floated into the air, laughing maniacally. You ask that now? Calling us Abyss Worshippers isn't entirely wrong, but I prefer a different name. He spread his arms wide. By the will of the great prophet and his apostles, we have been reborn as the clockwork of eternity. Eugene's eyebrows knitted together. Clockwork of eternity? Ilias explained with a twisted grin. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Life given by Feline is limited, but the Abyss is eternal. That is why we are the clockwork. And House Fivia will be the first offering that the Apostle idea presents to the Abyss. Eugene's face went blank. What did you say? He clenched his jaw so hard his teeth nearly cracked. The truth hit him like a lightning bolt. Why we are called the Eternal Mechanisms. Then Fivia is just the first offering the Apostle will feed to the Abyss. Hearing this dark truth, his face went blank. What? His teeth ground together like millstones. Rubbish, he screamed, charging in like a madman. Ilias remained chill. Don't believe me? Then why ask? He casually launched a counterattack. Eugene blocked, his battle spirit burning brighter than ever. But Ilias smirked, signaled sinisterly, and flicked his hand. Asterisk. Boom! Asterisk. Eugene coughed up blood. Rocks? He took the heavy hit and rolled across the ground like a tumbleweed. Ilias posed, oozing arrogance. You risked your life screaming. Just to fall for a transparent lie? Think throwing stones is my limit? My magic commands hundreds of tons of earth. Therefore, your precious Fivia swordsmanship and those cute little spells of yours are utterly useless against me. Unless you have an unbreakable blade that slices stone, I am invincible. I wasn't picked to lead the Fivia invasion by luck. Eugene forced himself to stay calm. This Abyss Worshipper isn't bluffing. His power is legit. My sword technique can't breach his magic, and I'm unarmed. But there is still a way. Then, he remembered Wydea. Forget him, he thought. He's just trying to shake my resolve. At that moment, Ilias taunted. Giving up, little lord? What will our hero use to fight the big bad villain now? Eugene tuned him out. He had predicted this. His weapon was destined to break. The flaw of Desio is that magical backlash shatters the blade. No matter how good the sword, it eventually snaps. But that annoyance gave him a brilliant inspiration regarding ice magic. If it is a sword made of ice, who cares if it breaks? I can just make another. I have infinite swords, he declared. Ilias blinked, confused, then burst into laughter. A mage satisfied with just one chord creating a square? What a waste of talent, don't you know? Splitting chords weakens you. With 2 chords, you could make a real claymore. But with just one, all you get is a butter knife. This reality is why a mage's potential is defined by their birth chords. Since you entertained me, I'll show you the gap between us. The max is 10 chords, and I possess 9. Behold the difference in our levels. Meanwhile, flames consumed the village. The captain roared, Where are these bastards spawning from? Squads 1 and 3, evacuate the civilians. He barked orders. They are exploiting holes in our defense. This won't end quickly, a soldier replied. Understood, Captain. The captain gritted his teeth, missing the monster creeping up. Damn it, where is the council? During this chaos, he spun around to face a hulking beast staring him down. The captain raised his sword and cursed. I thought I'd spend my final years napping, not fighting. The monster smashed the ground, sending people flying. He yelled, Come get some, you trash. Suddenly, magic flared, and a blast of Arctic power flew in, leaving the captain wide-eyed. The giant beast was instantly turned into a popsicle. Who has this kind of mana? He gasped. Professor Eisen yelled, Is everyone all right? She was panting hard. God, what is happening? The captain realized, the young master's teacher. Thanks for the save. He wiped his sweat. As you can see, we were jumped by Abyss worshippers. We are just as confused. Can we borrow your strength? A powerful mage like you would be a game changer. Eisen clutched her hat, trembling. Yes, I'll try. My best. But violence is totally foreign to me. I only play fight with my pet. Fuji is fierce but cuddly. The captain tried to comfort her, missing the ice shard slipping. Don't worry, we won't let you get hurt. Just support us with magic. But the monster. The ice prison shattered instantly. The beast roared like thunder and charged straight at them. She screamed in pure terror while he cursed under his breath. Damn it all. Just as the words left his lips, a blinding flash tore through the heavens. A streak of pure light slammed into the monster's skull. It pulverized the beast and crashed beside them. Their jaws dropped in absolute shock. A figure with crimson hair descended gracefully, landing before the collapsing corpse of the monster. Julia stammered, Are you all right? Captain Arkin replied, breathless, Thank you. Suddenly, she gasped. A memory from that day flashed through her mind. Rage boiled within Julia's heart. He is just a mere mage. What could he possibly know about the master? She silently prayed he wouldn't ruin everything later. Meanwhile, Arkan chuckled darkly. There is luck within misfortune. At least you weren't on the front lines. Julia tried to explain herself, but the prophet had spoken. Do not worry. Surely this wouldn't affect the grand design. That's because the patriarch entrusted the young master to me. She scratched her head, puzzled. It seemed he had bolted to find something. But where on earth could he go? Then, a scream pierced the air. What the? She pointed ahead. What are we supposed to do? If he chased that thing, he headed to the village. Just then, the horizon exploded. Julia froze, stammering. Say what? She gritted her teeth. The young master is going berserk with his mana. Eugene was barely holding on. A light flashed in his eyes as raw power materialized in his hands. He chanted again. The enemy squinted, thinking, no way, this kid, he's forging square ice swords. Using Desio and remaking them every time they shatter? Is such a miracle even possible for a human? Ilias stared at those glowing earrings, lost in thought. The tears of Felon. If I let him be, he might keep this up. All day long, Ilias smirked, raising his hand. However, the limit of a 1-second mage is painfully obvious. Blue beams shot straight at Eugene. Too slow to dodge, his shoulder took the impact. Eugene coughed up, a mouthful of blood. He analyzed the trajectory. An invisible force slammed his back, pinning him to the dirt. Eyes rolling. Back, he struggled to think. Ilias stepped closer, glowing mana wires dancing on his fingers. He gloated, more wires. Doesn't just mean more power. Think of them as extra limbs. He raised a hand. If you had 9 arms and used 8, you'd still have 1 left for a backstab. Eugene glared. This is the abyss. Worshipper, Ilias! Giant boulders hurtled toward him. Ilias laughed. I'd love to play, but I'm a busy man. Let's end class here. Eugene realized the truth. The gap between mages lay in their seconds, he thought. Helplessly, I can't win. Suddenly, Julia rushed in, screaming, Young master! Eugene gasped. Julia? Red aura flared on her spear. She gritted her teeth as 2 massive powers collided, triggering a massive explosion. The shockwave shook the trees. As the smoke cleared, Julia stood like a shield before Eugene. Are you still in one piece, young master? He flinched. Yeah. Hearing that, Julia collapsed to her knees. Eugene yelled, Julia, you okay? She replied, Ignore a scratch like this. She asked, But what's the situation? Who is that mage? He replied, No clue. Ilias spoke up. Looks like we caught ourselves. A big fish. He cast another spell, smirking. Julia of the magic spear. Worth wasting some time on. Julia growled. I'll start the party by ripping that arrogant tongue right out of your mouth. The abyss worshipper laughed, condescendingly. Talking trash with a broken arm? Eugene panicked. What do I do? Even Julia is down. Suddenly, his hand touched something wet. Water? A memory of his master flashed back. Use the surrounding water. There is no shame in it. That is the mage's way. He thought, water. Only those who control the environment can master ice magic. Eugene shouted, Julia, can you buy me some time? She struggled to speak. I'll hold him. You find a safe spot, Eugene declared. Seriously, no running away. I have a plan to fight back and win. Julia froze. Ilias laughed. What are you whispering about? Wires of light shot toward them. Ilias roared. Just 1 second. Eugene gritted his teeth. Orange light deflected the wires, causing a boom. Ilias covered his mouth. Using Desio. On the ground? Trying to blind me with dust? He scoffed. Stupid trick. Julia charged from behind, but Ilias blocked with rock. He grinned. If you can't hit me, a smoke screen is useless, right? She clicked her tongue as she was blown back. He laughed arrogantly. As expected, even the famous Julia can't break my defense in that state. Attacking head-on was foolish, thanks to this. 1 second, kid. My job is easy. Julia smirked. You idiot. Look behind you. He paused. Behind? Eugene closed his eyes, a diamond-shaped light glowing in his hand. Ilias sneered. Disdainfully. I thought you were prepping a grand spell. Pathetic. A carefully prepped spell from a 1-second mage is still trash. A threat. Before he could finish, a sword made. Of water slashed down. He panicked. When did this happen? Ilias was confused. No way. That brat definitely. Eugene emphasized every word. This is the sword. He struck with full power. 1 second. Is mine. Rewinding a few minutes, Eugene had yelled, Julia, I have a plan to fight and win. Julia interrupted. Not listening. The patriarch told me to protect you. Her back was firm. She said, whatever you're thinking, your safety is priority 1. While I buy time, please. Run away? Yin frowned, looking offended. Julia, you think I'd bail on you just because you asked? If you don't want to. Waste time, stick to the plan. She pursed her lips, staring him down. Finally, she sighed. Fine, do what you want, my lord. But promise me you'll bolt if death comes knocking. Yin cheered like a kid. Julia! But Ilias cut in. Rude as ever. What is this gibberish? He roared, launching an attack. But in a split second, Yin blocked the magic. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk, the explosion rocked the ground. Using the smoke as cover, Yin vanished, whispering, "Counting on you, Julia." He recalled his teacher's words. Asterisk, a true mage weaponizes the environment. Asterisk, light gathered in his palm, crystallizing into form. Yin thought, asterisk, if I lack mana, I'll borrow from nature. Asterisk, but that wasn't enough, not even close. Streams of water converged, swirling into a sphere, slowly morphing into a razor-sharp blade of water. Yin steeled his resolve. Asterisk, keep stacking until it's perfect. Asterisk, he swung down. Asterisk, this is my path as a mage. Asterisk, Ilias froze, unable to dodge. Asterisk, what the? Asterisk, in a single second, the water sword crashed down, splitting the earth wide open. Smoke cleared under the moonlight, revealing Ilias coughing up blood. Asterisk, this crazy brat. Asterisk, Ilias thought. Asterisk, stacking magic spells like it's a card game? He's supposed to be a novice. Asterisk, stacking magic is like building towers on top of towers. With each layer, the difficulty multiplies exponentially. Solids like ice are hard enough, but he's stacking liquids? Just how many layers did he? Ilias grinned like a maniac, pupils shaking. Doesn't matter. That was a nice surprise, kid. But playtime is over. I won't even give you time to times wham. Asterisk, a fist connected squarely with his face. Julia clenched her fist, eyes cold. You think times all times give you time, moron? Asterisk, talk about a shut-up call. Asterisk. She winced in pain. Yin panicked immediately. Hey, you okay? Did you push yourself too hard? Touching her bandaged arm, she replied, I'm fine. But at this speed, I'm just dead weight. She turned to him. I'll lead the Eternal Mechanism members out. You go join the defense team. With you there, we might actually push the invaders back. Yin let out a confused noise. Huh? Julia stared. Yin stammered, then suddenly slapped his own cheeks. Right, why was I smiling? The capital is in danger, and I'm grinning? Julia looked baffled. Then, Ilias spoke up from the floor. Think leaving changes anything? It's too late, Julia glared daggers. What did you say? One of our apostles equals an army, and 3 are here. Folivia's fall is set in stone. Meanwhile, years.Just strolled through the sea of fire like it was a park, humming a happy tune. He glanced around, eyes gleaming, watching the castle burn. Elsewhere, the council meeting was in chaos. Fear filled the room. What is happening? Thousands of monsters just appeared out of nowhere. It's like the Northern War all over again. An elder slammed the table. What the hell is this? He screamed. It's a disaster, another yelled back. We can't ignore the possibility. With the family head here, surely he can handle it. Edric frowned at the squabbling idiots. He sighed. Asterisk. These pathetic creatures are the High Council of the Folivia family. Asterisk. Sitting there was Edric Folivia, Eugene's grandfather. He finally spoke up to stop the noise. Calm down, everyone. That isn't the priority. He continued. We must deal with the intruders first. Abyss worshippers are swarming the castle like flies. We need to split our forces immediately. An elder retorted. What? The guards can handle that. The arguing resumed instantly. Edric rubbed his temples. We need unity, you fools. The elder insisted on their own safety. Splitting troops when we are short? What if they attack the council? We are the pillars of Folivia. Forgot who we are? The door creaked open. They kept arguing. If we fall, Folivia ends. Edric rolled his eyes. Then, a figure entered. Greetings, honorable elders of Folivia. Edric's eyes widened. Why are you? The elders erupted. Why, the banished demon. You ignore the council's decree? How dare you return here? Ignoring their curses, he looked straight at Edric. So, it is you, why, He smiled. I knew only you would recognize me. Edric asked, sold your soul for revenge? Looks like revenge, doesn't it? But you know me, uncle. I'm not that petty. His eyes turned pitch black. A grotesque monstrosity erupted from the man's right eye, tearing free. He ripped off his collar, sighing with resignation. Just like the old days. I am simply drifting along the currents of cruel destiny. Edric didn't buy the act for a second. Is that so? Murderous intent exploded from the knights like a physical force. Edric drew his blade, the steel singing a song of death, then prepared to pay the price for surrendering to that fate. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 new players entered the game. The Dark Witch sneered, looking around with disdain. How boring. I expected a challenge on the road to the Guardian Stone, not an empty hallway. Odie chimed in from the side. The House of Folivia has truly rotted over the years. He scoffed. They have forgotten the true terror of Felon's Tear. To them, it has been reduced to a mere trinket, a symbol of good luck. The witch raised her hand, sighing theatrically. How tragically dull. And it is far too dark in here for my taste. Green fire danced on her fingertips like a cursed wisp. Let there be light. Flash. The room illuminated instantly, revealing Hindo standing right behind the witch. When did he get there? His eyes burned with absolute killing intent. So, Hindo's voice was ice cold. You rats seek the light in the darkness too? He prepared a spell, mana surging around him. The two monsters panicked. How? Odie stammered, terror seizing his heart. Why are you here? Hindo roared. Filth like you doesn't deserve to see the light. He slashed. But as he stared forward, a thought crossed his mind. Asterisk. My sword reach is too short. Asterisk. The strike landed, but the wounds were already knitting together. Regeneration? The dark witch howled in fury. You bastard! You nearly cut me in half! Then, she burst into maniacal laughter. Good, good. Finally, this is getting interesting. Hindo eyed his blade, calculating that dark energy. And those black robes. Hindo's gaze sharpened. Cross hunters? Or just stray dark wizards hunting for scraps? She grinned, a nightmare made flesh. Lucky you, noble lord. You still have eyes to see. She spread her arms wide, mocking him. Now that you know who we are. Does the fear creep in? Nearby, Odie clutched his head. My head. It's splitting. Hindo raised his sword high. I've heard the legends of your depravity. Mana exploded from Hindo's body like a volcano. I guarantee, today you face judgment. Meanwhile, Eugene sprinted through the corridors, mind racing. Asterisk. The three apostles have made their move. The seal is broken. The age of abyss is opening. Asterisk. Asterisk. They are after Felon's Tear. I have to stop them, no matter the cost. Asterisk. Suddenly, Stin spotted movement in the rear. Yin is trailing behind us. Back at the temple, Hindo walked forward, an avatar of death. Odie backed away, trembling. How? Odie screamed. You're supposed to be commanding the front lines of the war. Hindo's reply was colder than the grave. I knew you scum were plotting this for a while. Did you really think a few thousand monsters could break Folivia's defense? It was obvious you would target the castle once our main force deployed. A trap within a trap. The hunter became the hunted. Odie cursed violently. Damn it. The deployment was a bluff? He thought of Ilias. What was Ilias doing? Useless. He couldn't even buy us time? No. We should have revived the king to crush this from the start. The witch gripped her hilt, unfazed. So what? It just means you are here alone to die. The two monsters dropped into combat stances. Correct, Odie hissed. Hindo launched himself forward like a bullet. Clash! Steel screamed against steel. Hindo unleashed a flurry of strikes, but the witch parried every single blow. She laughed maniacally while fighting. I thought you were going to make me pay for my sins. Is this all you have? Hindo gritted his teeth. Sparks flew as they traded blows. Odie began chanting, complex magic circles forming in the air. 8-row cubic dimension. Activate. Stupid creature, Odie sneered. Hindo spun around, trapped. Pillars of light encased him instantly. Asterisk. Spatial magic? Asterisk. Asterisk. He's cutting space itself. Asterisk. Odie twisted his wrist violently. Break point. Light swallowed Hindo whole. This ends now. So much for the arrogance of House Folivia. But suddenly orange light flared from within the spell. What? Odie gasped. Slash! Hindo cut through the spell itself and charged straight for the mage. Asterisk. He cut my technique? Impossible. Asterisk. Odie's mind raced. Asterisk. I compressed space into 4-dimensional cubes. Asterisk. Asterisk. I hid it in the void of the void. It was the perfect counter to the Eyes of Folivia. Asterisk. Hindo's voice boomed with authority. You dare use forbidden magic that should not exist? Odie panicked, preparing another spell. Asterisk. Does this mean the family head's eyes are on a different level entirely? I can't win this. Asterisk. Asterisk. I have to stall for time. Asterisk. Odie slammed his hands onto the ground. The earth roared, splitting open. Massive stone slabs shot up like jagged teeth. Hindo frowned, his pupils glowing with celestial light. Asterisk. Dissect. Asterisk. Instantly, the massive rocks shattered into perfect, clean cubes. Hindo didn't slow down, charging through the debris. Suddenly, the dark witch appeared from his blind spot. Why are you hogging the fun? She screamed, swinging her blade. Hindo spun. Asterisk. If I dodge, this drags on forever. Asterisk. He made a split-second decision. Slash. Her sword buried deep into his shoulder. Blood sprayed, but Hindo didn't flinch. Asterisk. Good. Gotcha. Asterisk. With a savage swing, he severed the witch's arm. Odie was already chanting again. The witch just laughed. Flesh for bone. I love it. You there, my dear prince. The dark witch slammed her knee into his gut, sneering. We can't drag this little date out forever. Hindo's eyes rolled back as strawberry syrup sprayed from his mouth. Oh boy, he thought. 2 against 1? Not fair, sweetheart. Suddenly, a ball of roaring fire condensed in Odie's hand. He growled, I won't make the same mistake twice. It ends now. The Inferno launched, Odie declared. No cheap tricks this time. I will obliterate you with absolute, overwhelming power. Hindo's mind raced. These abyss worshippers are stronger than monsters. Not retreating was a fatal error. Well, if I'm going down, His eyes ignited with an orange glow. I'm dragging both of you straight to hell with me, even if I die. Orange light exploded. A blade of energy slashed through Odie's magic. Hindo gasped in shock. That kid, is that? It was Eugene. He turned, face serious. I'm here to help, but the dark witch just laughed. How adorable, she mocked. You came to save your big brother? Really? Listen, brat. She waved her hand dismissively. What can one little kid do? Go home and fetch your mommy and daddy. Suddenly an interruption, the third proof of Nihiritan. He raised his wand, and a blinding white circle engulfed the battlefield. The witch panicked. What is this? What's with this white space? Hindo choked out. Wait, is that Niyit? Realization struck. He screamed, Stop! The witch paused. Oh, you recognize this magic? Nobody move a muscle. It was Eugene. She trembled, her voice shaking. If this spell completes, everyone here. She shut her eyes tight. Will die. The witch scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? But Odie screamed, Don't move! I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out, he explained frantically. It's not nonsense. It's the universal law, proven by Nurus, the second disciple, Odie continued, sweating bullets. When this magic completes, this entire space freezes to absolute zero and vanishes from existence. The witch shrieked. What? Odie's mind raced. I thought it was just a theory. That girl is dangerous. I never imagined she could actually prove it. And to recreate a disciple's magic in just 6 seconds? He looked at the trembling girl. But even more dangerous than the spell, Eugene wobbled. I'm so tired. Oh no, Odie panicked. If she passes out and loses control, she'll nuke us all without discrimination. The dark witch rubbed her forehead. Finally, things are getting interesting. Why do boring people always ruin the fun? You want to chat intimately instead? The witch roared in anger. No way. You think I'll be tricked by a bluff? Odie muttered. She's insane. The witch screamed. If you think you can kill me with that, try it. I'll rip you to shreds first. I'll tear you apart before that spell finishes, Eugene cried in fear. Suddenly, whack! Yidia appeared and chopped her neck. Hush now, he said smoothly, catching her falling body. With a face covered in red syrup, Yidia smiled. Don't be rude. You'll scare the teacher, Eugene cheered. Uncle, but Hindo looked confused. Yidia's smile was unsettling. Eugene asked, But why? Did the teacher just faint? The dark witch chuckled. Perfect timing. Odie exhaled. Are you done with the family council? Yidia's aura darkened. He stated confidently, Of course. Not a single one is left. I took out the trash. Eugene's face fell. What? He clenched his fists. Don't say weird things. People were just bad-mouthing you. I'm confused. Eugene tried to force a laugh. Surely there's a misunderstanding. Is there? Hindo realized the truth. He gritted his teeth. Yidia pulled syrup from the wound on his neck, stretching it into a sharp, metallic blade. Good. He swung the blood blade down. Hindo dove in front of Eugene. Eugene stumbled back, watching in horror as a metal spike pierced straight through Hindo's chest. Hindo took the hit. Betrayal? How did this happen? The dark witch looked on with bored eyes. So arrogant, she complained. I'm suffering here with my arm cut off, and Yidia just ignores me. Rude. Suddenly, a terrifying red aura exploded behind her. 2 glowing red eyes growled from the abyss. Come on, Hindo snarled. That's not what a doctor should say to a patient. The witch looked back in pure shock. With incredible killing intent, Hindo charged even with the metal spike through his heart. He slashed horizontally. Eugene was too stunned to speak. The witch's eyes nearly popped out of her head. This guy, how is he still alive? His heart was pierced. Staring into Hindo's blazing red eyes, even Odie began to shake. What is that movement? It was like a beast unleashed. Hindo didn't fear death. Move! Yidia created another weapon from his side wound. Maximizing centrifugal force, Yidia noted coldly. But Hindo was ready for revenge. The lenses in his glasses flashed. An aerial battle erupted. Lasers versus blades. Hindo charged straight at his opponent, swinging for the kill. A crimson explosion ripped through the air. Even Odie had to respect the sheer destructive power clashing here. It was absolute madness. By now, Hindo had completely changed his form. Amidst the disbelief, whispers rose. Was he still alive? Yet, Yidia maintained that sinister, knowing smirk, ready to confirm the cruel truth. No, he had been dead for a long time. As if on cue, his body crumpled to the cold ground, consciousness fading instantly. Seeing his brother endure death right before his eyes, terror spiked to its peak, his gaze filled with utter despair. The bystanders stood frozen in confusion, asking, Is that guy a zombie? No, that has to be the sheer willpower of a lunatic. Legends say that the warriors of the North enter a trance-like battle state through self-hypnosis. Consumed by frenzy, they refuse to die until the war is won. And this man? He was at the very pinnacle of that madness. The son of the red monster, Scotty, a prodigy swordsman possessing the eyes of Folivia and the heart of a berserker. This could have been a catastrophe. For why? Dia shared that same terrifying bloodline. The uncle knew well the real apocalypse wasn't facing the son, but facing the mother. Wiping his hands nonchalantly on his collar, he snapped, "Hurry up! Let's wrap this up." The Dark Witch, however, had a question. Eyeing the boy next to Hindel, she asked, "What should we do with the brat? He looks like he's lost his mind. Should I just kill him?" That suggestion seemed to trigger something in Dia. He exhaled sharply, calculating. That would be a problem. Suddenly, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, using a voice dripping with twisted affection. "My beloved nephew." He left the witch standing there, arms crossed in silence. Meanwhile, back with the patrol squad outside, panic set in as a mysterious force slammed into them. What on earth just swept through this world? Is it a new monster invasion? No, that didn't make sense. Only the enemy side took damage. Another patrol group shouted, "A report to the captain." "Sir, signs indicate something terrifying just passed through here." While the grunts were busy arguing like, "Idiots. If it's on our side, why destroy our city?" They received a harsh reality check. Is that so? Unlike their panic, the captain simply loosened his collar and sighed in relief. It's finally over. The reason? Because of that silhouette towering in the light. Lifting Hindle up effortlessly, the Lady of Fivia had returned. The battle between Scotty and Odie wasn't over yet, as he spread his hands, letting energy pulse through the crystal. Sitting there for a while, the Dark Witch let out a yawn so long that tears pooled in her eyes. "Hey Odie, I'm literally dying of boredom here. Is it finished? Yet?" She was immediately scolded. "Don't be stupid. Even if it's weakened, do you think breaking Felon's barrier is a walk in the park?" Scolded, she threw a tantrum, flailing her limbs. "Shut up, it's so damn boring." Ignoring her, Yin asked a heartbreaking question that caught Waidia's attention. The boy rushed to his uncle, desperate denial in his voice. "I'm having a nightmare. Right? This isn't really happening, is it?" He fell to his knees, screaming, "Tell me I'm right, uncle," embracing his villain role. The uncle smirked. "I'm sorry about this." But Yin couldn't hold back, shouting, "Don't just say sorry. Try to. Explain it, uncle." "Why?" The moment the man stood up, his presence was overwhelming. "This is all for you. You might feel confused and hate me right now. I understand. Not just that." His eyes revealed a terrifying obsession. "What?" Idia lowered his voice pleadingly. "But look, this is the final request of a pathetic man. Just listen to your uncle once." Gripping the boy's shoulders tight, he extended the invitation. "Let's go together. We'll speak with the prophet." And then, Yin felt like he was falling into an abyss, while Waidia laughed maniacally, emphasizing, "You will understand everything. It is fate." But the boy remained sane, gritting his teeth to shout, "That is total garbage. You've been brainwashed by that cult." Losing all control, Yin exploded, summoning a metal rod and lunging forward. "You killed my brother!" Yet Waidia just stood there, taking the hit without resistance. Suddenly, the Dark Witch flashed past, but he caught her instantly. "You hag! Do you have a death wish?" She retorted coldly. "Are you insane? You're leaking syrup. I mean blood. You could actually die." "Fine, I see your obsession is terminal. I won't kill the brat." Eugene screamed. "Let me go!" The witch smirked. "But I can't just let him walk away after drawing blood." At this point, the third party revealed their true colors. "You understand, don't you? If you two don't cooperate, I'd rather silence you both and end this charade right now." His obsession with the boy forced him to clutch his bleeding neck and nod. "Fine, let's compromise." Yin struggled violently. "Let go! I will! Kill every last one of you abyss worshippers. Not just you, uncle." But he was quickly silenced as the Dark Witch grabbed his face. "You're getting ahead of yourself, kid." Lifting Yin up, she evaluated him. Such a cute face. Shame if it got a knife through the neck. Perfect. Maybe when you grow up, you'll be exactly my type. But looks like your story ends here. Suddenly, a shadow stepped forth. "You certainly have an eye for quality." The voice made both Odie and the witch flinch in pure shock. "The only man in this world as handsome as our youngest son is my husband." It was her. The mother. "Scotty. Hands in her pockets," she declared with absolute dominance. "And unfortunately for you, both of them belong to me," the witch stammered, eyes wide. "What?" Seeing her son in danger, she smiled warmly, but her voice was pure ice. "That boy is mine, so take your filthy hands off him." The Dark Witch Kwangin stared with zero mercy, her mind racing. She finally realized who this woman was. The red monster, Scotty. Scatty? She hadn't even heard a footstep. The witch was baffled. "This is Scatty? I expected a beast, but she looks bizarrely normal." But the moment that thought crossed her mind, the mask slipped. A face of molten fury revealed itself. Scotty gripped the witch by the neck, making her taste the consequences. "You made a big mistake touching my son." Scotty looked around. She was back home after ages, but the place was a pigsty. She glared at Waidia. "Is this the work of our crybaby lord? I thought I came home to family." Her brother-in-law let out a nervous chuckle. "Yeah, something like that." Yedia's idea of a warm welcome involved drawing his weapon. "Long time no see, sister-in-law. Asterisk crack. Asterisk Skady casually snapped the Dark Witch's hands like twigs. She matched his attitude perfectly. Long time? How long has it been since I told you I'd rip you apart if I ever saw your face again? Asterisk. Whoosh! Asterisk. With a single arm, she launched the witch into the air. You sounded pretty serious back then. Obviously. He knew she absolutely despised him. If only you'd arrived a bit later, I'd be gone. Skady didn't waste breath. From her coat pocket, she pulled out a massive, terrifying machete. You're still so naive. Feels like just yesterday you were snot-nosed and sobbing. Look at you now, all grown up. After a day of non-stop shocks, Yin was on the verge of a breakdown. His voice trembled for Hindo. Mom. Brother. Her expression softened, a mix of steely resolve and motherly love. She stepped forward to reassure him. Don't cry, sweetie. Mommy will wrap this up in a flash and give you a big hug. Meanwhile, Odie was pouring mana into the crystal. Wedia shouted, How much longer do you need? 5 minutes. I'll try to finish it within 5 minutes. A reluctant calculation flashed through his mind. 5 minutes? Easy. But just then, behind her, the witch began to warp into something hideous. A sickening sound made Skady turn. Yin nearly passed out from the sheer horror of it. Her skin bubbled and blistered, transforming into a grotesque abomination dripping with malice. Skady, you're the best. Let's tear each other apart until we're nothing but meat. Let's fight. The enemy was losing her mind, but Skady? She just casually scratched her ear. Weird. I was pretty sure I crushed her throat earlier. You want to dance? Fine. I'll indulge you. She actually looked delighted. Skady hummed a happy tune. I've never been flirted with this passionately, not even by my own husband. Yin couldn't believe his ears. His mom was actually getting hyped. Skady raised her machete, ready to teach them a lesson. She stepped lightly between Widia and the monster. First, a gentle opener, a direct punch to the face, followed by slamming the Dark Witch into the dirt. Asterisk bam asterisk. Next up, her edgy little brother-in-law. For daring to tease Skady, he caught a slap so hard his ancestors felt it. He didn't even have time to manifest his ice sword. He was sent flying, his weapon shattering into a million pieces. But the witch wasn't done. She lunged from behind, fists ready to kill, but Skady's reflexes were god tier. In a blink, she unleashed a devastating kick. She didn't even need the blade. As she retracted her leg, she saw the witch's secondary face. You touched my son? Asterisk slash. Asterisk. She delivered a parting gift. Odie watched, his mind racing to calculate the odds. It was hopeless. Skady. She's a lunatic. She's not even using her full strength yet. Even if we buy time, it's meaningless if we're all dead. He had no choice. He raised his hands to activate his trump card. Time for the final resort. There's no point in holding back now. Odie pressed his fingertips together. A wave of gray magic exploded outward, swallowing the world in monochrome. Even the air turned heavy. Skady froze, her muscles locked as if turned to stone. Time had stopped. Silence reigned supreme. Odie broke the quiet. I have paused time. Lady Skady, if you'd be so kind as to chat. Hindo and Yin were paralyzed statues, but their minds were wide awake. Cold sweat drenched Yin's frozen body. He strained his eyes to the limit, looking toward the giant crystal. Shock slammed into him. 11 seconds? That was impossible. It was far beyond human limits. Is this guy even human? A wave of nausea hit him. It was instinctive disgust, as if his very soul was rejecting Odie's existence. He recalled the laws of time magic. Hanan's theorem. Hanan, the seventh disciple, theorized that in a space with zero momentum, time itself would cease to flow. You're experiencing it right now. Of course, the theory was never proven because momentum can never truly reach zero. But a cheat like this is possible. Skady struggled against the invisible chains, furious. Magic I've never seen before. I should have ripped your head off the moment I saw you. However, Odie was surprisingly open about his technique. This magic allows me to freeze you, but it's tied to my movement. The control loosens the more I move. It's a delicate balance. I'm telling you my weakness for one simple reason. I genuinely want to talk, and I'm at a disadvantage here. Skady gritted her teeth, forced to listen. Go on. Odie straightened up for his formal introduction. I am a high priest of the abyss, servant to the god of plague. I am the aide to the leader, Lord Negron. I have received the overwhelming love of our god, and if I were to sacrifice myself right now, with a single sacrifice, I can summon a pestilence to annihilate Fivia. Skady hesitated. He rolled his eyes at her silence. Lady Skady, surely a woman of your wisdom knows the Black Death, the plague that wiped out half the eastern horizon? The moment he spoke, the threat hung heavy. If released, half population of Fivia would crumble like dust. Suddenly, a crimson light blasted the villain, making him flinch. The freezing seal shattered instantly. Her voice dripped with raw fury. You tentacle-faced trash. You dare negotiate with me like a dog? Talk about bad luck. He didn't expect her to be this crazy. While magic follows cosmic laws, this woman breaks them with pure physical violence. An overwhelming aura exploded from Skady, crushing his spell as she marched forward through his pleas. Stay back, come closer, and I release the plague. She glared with eyes that promised to tear Odie's into confetti. Try it. She hated threats. Scotty gritted her teeth, veins popping. You think holding Fivia hostage scares me into letting you live? Rage consumed her. She went full berserker, slashing wildly. You think you can use that here? You want to die? Die right. Now. Her presence grew massive, dominating him. Half of Fivia can be buried alongside your severed heads for all I care. Scared witless, Odie's couldn't believe this insanity, but the ambush continued. Both the Dark Witch and Yidia screamed out, Scotty! But she was fearless, muttering like a parasite attached to its host. Gripping her knife, she had one goal. I'm going to split you in two and rip you apart. Suddenly, Otis's hands began to clasp together. Fingers interlaced. He commanded clearly, Halt! Objective achieved. A dimension of darkness filled with eyes opened up. Odie's declared, We are retreating. Space-time separation complete. Scotty hadn't anticipated this. Specific counter, she was shook. The enemy group was sucked into the void. The Dark Witch spat venom, unwilling to let it go. Damn. It! Next time I'll definitely kill you. The other guy escaped too, mocking her. Guess I'll see you later. Sister-in-law. Scotty was so stunned her confidence evaporated. She froze. He had used a diversion to cast space magic? He now held the high ground, sneering arrogantly. You played yourself, Scotty. Felon's tier was never located. Inside the time-frozen zone. While we chatted, the dismantling process continued. She had let her guard down and was fuming. You still had enough mana to dismantle the artifact while fighting? Odie's looked incredibly smug. Felon's tear is about to detonate. The explosion will be legendary. Fivia will vanish. Without a trace. How dare he trick her? Scotty grabbed him by the neck, cursing, You bastard! But Odie's boldly yelled back, If that is your wish, I will die right here. He even dropped a threat. Even in death, I will become the Black Plague and haunt Fivia like a phantom. It was a stalemate. She had to think fast. A mage willing to become a legend by throwing away his own life as bait? But suddenly, golden light wrapped around the ominous black thread. What on earth? The two energies blended together as Scotty watched in awe. Someone's hand was casting a spell. It was Eugene, collapsed on the ground. He closed his eyes, channeling mana as brilliant wings of light erupted from his back. Scotty was floored. Even Odie's noticed the shift immediately. Fivia's tear is stabilizing? Impossible! I could only force an overload, yet he is controlling the tier on the brink of an osso. Explosion? He was rattled, trying to rationalize it. No, it's not the brat controlling it. Felon and the 12 disciples in the two. Heavens are intervening through this child. I must warn the prophet. My own eyes have witnessed a miracle. Odie's triggered a massive black hole, sending data now. Scotty stood there, feeling the pull. She was being dragged toward the void. The enemy's suicide tactic was confusing, but her eyes shifted to Eugene. No, more importantly, Eugene, just who exactly are you? Eugene snapped his eyes open, face twisted in fear and rage. He sat up, clutching his head and screaming, Shocking Tai A, weapon in hand. He roared in frustration, I'm going to kill you. Tai A immediately tackled him with a hug. Young master, please calm down, it's safe now. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at his guardian. Tai A? The servant held him, trembling. It's okay. It's all over. They embraced tightly, bursting into tears. He was the only one who called him Tai A. Suddenly, a shout startled them both. Son! Eugene rushed to open the door, saying, Mom? Down there? Scotty leaned on her axe handle and yelled up. You're awake! She glanced up with a smirk. If you're up, you should. Report to your mother, right? Tai A's jaw dropped, face pale. Eugene happily shouted, Mom! She reached out her arms, smiling warmly. Come here! The servant tore at his own hair in terror, screaming, Young master! That's the old landing drop! Tai A shrieked. Master! As Eugene leaped straight off the ledge toward Scotty, his eyes popped out. He reached out in vain. No! Young master, you've been unconscious for a whole week. You need to rest. The reunion was heartwarming as mother and son embraced. Lady Skady held her boy tight. My dear, I was terrified you'd sleep for a year. Why did he have to grow up so fast? Trembling, Eugene whispered, Mother, forgive me. It is all my fault. Big brother Hindo. He died protecting me. But Skady just smiled and patted his head. Your brother isn't dead, silly. Wait, what? Eugene froze. Suddenly, a familiar voice chuckled weakly nearby. Well, it seems our roles have finally reversed. Eugene's eyes brimmed with tears as he turned. His big brother was alive. Fate had smiled upon them. The spear had missed his heart by a hair's breadth. Skady teased. Easy now. Are you trying to finish the job by hugging him to death? Ironically, that spear actually cauterized the wound. She laughed darkly. That uncle of yours has terrifying skills. He didn't just miss. He surgically avoided the heart and stopped the bleeding. Eugene muttered in disbelief. So the monster was actually a surgeon all along? The fortress was recovering fast, thanks to the tireless guards. Damage was contained, but the enemy's true target. The Eternal Law cult had come for the Guardian Stone. Sad news, kid. I heard the artifact was shattered the moment you collapsed. One fanatic had screamed that the explosion would be legendary, wiping Folivia off the map forever without a trace. But a miracle happened. We prevented the worst-case scenario. The massive detonation never triggered. It was a shame the stone was lost, but we survived. Skady looked at him with concern. Do you not recall what happened? Eugene looked blank. What do you mean? But it didn't matter now. The true shield of Folivia wasn't some magic rock. It was the brave warriors standing on the front lines against the abyss. That was our real protection. On the western front, thousands of monsters attacked. We won a historic victory with minimal losses, thanks to your brother's backup. We saved many, but war always demands a price, no matter how much we reduced the casualties. Death still claimed its due. That day, Folivia lost 21 noble council members and hundreds of brave souls. Rob hung his head, tears streaming down. He gritted his teeth in fury. Those Eternal Law bastards. They murdered my grandfather. Eugene, I swear I'll get stronger. Stronger than you. I'll make sure Folivia never faces such humiliation again. Hearing this, Eugene's expression turned icy cold. I feel the same. I will surpass my limits. I'll make Eternal Law pay in blood. But do you really think you can outpace me? Rob clenched his fists. He snapped back. You're just a few steps ahead. I'll catch up in no time. Don't get arrogant. Just because you're heading to the Magic Academy. Eugene looked down at his fist and chuckled darkly. The Academy? I'm not going. His face was filled with unwavering resolve. I'm staying right here to protect Folivia. The others were absolutely stunned. Say what? Meanwhile, in a quiet district of ancient houses, Eugene bowed his head in shame. After all the effort you put into teaching me, I am sorry, Master. I finally understand what responsibility means. People do things they hate just to protect. What is precious to them? But I was too selfish, he continued, his voice trembling. Born as a noble, I had a duty, yet I only chased my own desires. The teacher's face darkened, but before she could speak, a playful, gloomy voice cut in. Are you rehearsing a speech for me? Eugene jumped out of his skin. Mom? Skady pinched his cheek lovingly. Stop whining like your father and leave the teacher alone. Come with me. She dragged him out to the fresh mountain air. Sunlight bathed the peaks as Skady turned to her son. Look at that view. Beautiful, isn't it? Eugene hesitated. Yes, but why did you bring me here, Mother? Skady's expression turned serious. About quitting the academy. Is this about getting revenge on why? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Eugene flinched, then regained his composure. Of course, I have to kill him. One day, I will make him pay. She put her hands on her hips, unimpressed. Is that so? To me, you look more confused than vengeful. You're wondering why that monster didn't kill your brother, aren't you? Eugene froze. He looked up, shocked. You knew? It's true then. Uncle purposely spared Hindo? She crossed her arms, thinking it was luck would be comforting. But given his skills? That's impossible. Eugene mumbled. But why would he? Suddenly, Skady's face twisted with suspicion. You seem very curious. I am. Skady gritted her teeth, glaring at him with blazing fury. He slaughtered dozens of your relatives. Because of him, hundreds of warriors are dead. Her words chilled Eugene to the bone. She smacked him, shouting, And you're obsessed with why he spared one person? You talk of revenge, but instead of fueling your rage, you are looking for excuses to forgive him. If that monster told you a sob story right now, would you listen? Forgive him? With a mindset that soft, do you really think you can take revenge? I need to fix that pathetic attitude of yours, right now. Yin lowered his head, wiping away a stray tear from his cheek. Why was she saying this? Was it wrong to have doubts? He looked Scotty in the eye, frustration bubbling over as he shouted, Mother, you always leave to do whatever you want. And father spent half a year recovering in the capital. Honestly, he clenched his fists tight. Brother and uncle feel more like parents to me than you two ever did. Is it not natural for me to wonder about them? Suddenly, Scotty pulled him into a warm embrace, replying cheerfully, That is right, just be honest. That is the spirit. Do not force yourself to walk a path of vengeance you do not truly desire. Stop worrying about what other people think. You were miraculously gifted a second life, my son. Are you really going to waste it worrying about the opinions of others? Just do what your heart truly desires. Yin pondered her words deeply. What did he really want? His expression went blank as he mumbled. But the answer was simple. Magic. Yet how could he selfishly enjoy magic when the Folivia family was under attack? When Scotty heard his hesitation, she scoffed. Just Folivia? She smiled gently and dropped some wisdom. If you want to become a mage like the god Felon, your vision must go far beyond just Folivia. Yin looked at her timidly and asked, What? Wait, how do you even know about my dream? She smirked with pure evil delight. Your brother told me, of course. That kid gave me a whole speech about the legendary dreams of Yin. Yin covered his ears, screaming in embarrassment. Oh no, please tell me he only told you. He did not broadcast it to the whole town, did he? Skady chuckled at his panic. Why so shy? Is being a mage that embarrassing? Yin shook his head frantically, groaning. No, it is not that. It is just that brother is always so loud. Skady rubbed his shoulder soothingly. Do not worry. You are not the only fool in Folivia with a ridiculous dream. The original fool of Folivia was quite something too. Yin blinked in confusion. Are you talking about Dad? Back when I was known as Scathash, I lived for the sword and fury. By age 22, I had no equals left in the land of warriors. I was invincible. Then came this handsome man, sheathing his sword with a flirtatious smile. May I have this dance, my lady? He was 22, the spitting image of your father. And honestly, my first thought was, wow, this guy looks absolutely pathetic. Yin was shocked. Wait, you thought Dad was pathetic? Scotty smiled, remembering the past. She remembered his gentle teasing, even when she wanted to punch him, even when he made her furious enough to fight. I thought I had no rivals left. But the idea that a pacifist fool could stand on equal ground with me, it was unbearable. Scotty kicked a rock in frustration. Just die already. I cannot stand it. The humiliation made her tremble with rage. How could a fool like that compare to her? So, she followed him to Mount Naka to find the truth. And she heard everything that stupid man had to say. There, she saw El, drenched in the blood of monsters. He was the sincere heir of Folivia, fighting against his family's wishes. He looked at her with love and called out, "My lady." He was truly fighting for his dream of peace. That man, Scotty reached out her hand. It is over. You are strong enough to end this war. But he looked sad, whispering, I am sorry, my lady. Please forget my foolish words. Look at the state of me now. Suddenly, Scotty cut him off. Silence. A warrior should not babble so much. Elle looked at her confused. My lady? She watched the sunrise and spoke calmly. Folivia is a land of endless enemies, and a place where someone wants me to reside. Not a bad place to start my second life. So, I decided to kidnap this man and make him my husband before anyone else could. Every time I see your emerald eyes, I remember that moment. You are just like your father, Yin. Not like me. You are too kind to live like a warrior. Do not burn yourself with rage like I did. Chase your dream blindly, just like that fool did. Yin bit his lip, trying not to cry. Skady squeezed his shoulder. Seeing her husband's spirit in him was almost too much to bear. Yin's swollen cheek stung, but his voice was firm. Mother, I will become a mage like Felon. Just as God Felon saved me from despair, I will become someone who can save others. That is my unshakable resolve. Seeing his confidence, Scotty smiled proudly. Good, that is how it should be. She glanced at his cheek and thought, maybe I should have slapped him a little softer. The carriage was waiting. Yin stepped up, his family there to send him off. He waved goodbye with a bright smile, even as Taya poked her head out to watch. The bulky carriage rumbled away. Yin leaned out for one last look, his face beaming with pure joy. Magic Academy, here I come, Taya screamed in panic. Do not lean out like that. You will die, you idiot. With a stoic expression, he voiced his doubt. So, why did you let that rat live? Skady crossed her arms, a playful glint in her eyes. Are you curious too, my son? He hesitated before replying. I should at least know the reason, right? You only said it was a hunch. But look how far he ran. Your uncle lacks the spine to face any more hatred. That is the tragedy of his pathetic existence. I spared him out of pity, and this is how he repays me? Truly, one should never start a game they cannot finish. Hindo closed his eyes and sighed deeply. No wonder you hid Eugene. But do you not regret sending him away like this? You barely saw him. Skady lowered her gaze, her voice dropping to a whisper. Staying in Folivia would strip the smile from his face. The elders are gone now. A bloodbath for the vacant seats is inevitable. And the one who will swallow everything whole will be the Lord of Folivia. Hindo's coat snapped in the wind as he gritted his teeth. It sickens me to use the legacy of comrades we fought alongside just yesterday. Skady furrowed her brow, a smirk playing on her lips. To become a true noble, you need the guts to stab even a king in the back. You are only half like me. You care too much. All right then. Let me give you a valid reason to be ruthless. Deep in the southern horizon, I witnessed the seal shattering. When I looked into the abyss looked back at me. For the first time, I felt how microscopic my existence was. I admit it, I was terrified. Hearing those words from his invincible mother, Hindo gasped. What? Have you lost your mind? She pondered for a moment before turning with a deadly serious look. I am not joking. Do you think I returned just to play games? Soon, a war with the Abyss will break out, making the northern calamity of 21 years ago look like child's play. The sudden riots among the cultists? They are just the opening act. Hindo's face went pale. Does father know about this? Skady calculated her words. About half. Part is based on his math, the other on my nightmare. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Eugene held a mysterious box. What is this? Taya whispered. That is for the Count. It was sent with you, so when you meet in the capital, your father will know. Eugene shook the box vigorously. Does it rattle? Taya shrieked in terror. That is a gift from the madam. Don't break it. The carriage bumped along the road. Their voices echoed, really? Just one peek? Don't even dream about it. But elsewhere, dark memories resurfaced. Nightmares of crimson blood and spitting insults flooded Waidia's mind. You pathetic excuse for a living creature. If only you had died instead of him. What a disgrace to the Folivia name. It would be better if you just stopped breathing. But in that pitch-black darkness, a light suddenly pierced through. Little Eugene crawled out from the glow. The baby beamed like the sun and called out to his uncle. The innocence of that moment shattered Waidia's heart. Back in reality, he soaked in a pool of red liquid, haunted by the dream. Even after revenge, the past clings to me. So vengeance was meaningless after all. He glared into the shadows. And what is your problem? Waidia spoke coldly to Iland. Perhaps out of rare kindness, Ian asked. Are you all right, Waidia? With an attitude as cold as ice, Waidia scoffed. As you can see, did you come here just to ask about my health? Ian ignored the sour face and shrugged. Of course not. He brought up the miracle the boy named Eugene performed. The elders of Negran witnessed it. The news hit Waidia hard. The prophet has given his verdict. Waidia gasped. What? Ian delivered the message slowly. He said, do not worry about it. After a moment of thought, Waidia agreed with the prophet. I suppose so. He is just a child after all. Suddenly, his expression turned menacing. But why did you deliver this news personally? Ian found the hostility amusing. Well, I thought you might be curious. He is your favorite nephew, isn't he? Suddenly, the projection vanished. I truly hope no misfortune befalls the boy. Waidia recalled Eugene's sweet voice. I will go to the Magic Academy and visit the capital. He realized the connection immediately. The Magic Academy. He remembered how happy Eugene looked, so we could meet there at any time. Without hesitation, Waidia barked an order to the maid. Contact Elicus in the capital immediately. The maid bowed. Understood, my lord. What is the message? Tell him to protect Eugene with the life I spared for him. Meanwhile, Ian toyed with an orb. Eugene Folivia seems to be favored by Felon. A sinister smile curled on his lips. This will be interesting. The gears of fate are turning. The pieces were moving on the board, and the game had only just begun. Shadows lengthened as the capital awaited the arrival of the young prodigy. Destiny was calling, but whether it was a blessing or a curse, only time would tell. The story continues. Still, the man remained wary of Eugene. However, there is no reason to keep a stumbling block unless it stays out of the carriage's path. With those cold words, Iceland crushed the orb in his hand. Especially if that stone dares to exist within my territory. He turned to his shadowed subordinate. I leave this matter to you, Soho. Eliminate him, quietly. Soho bowed with absolute reverence. I shall obey your command, Apostle Iceland. Malice dripped from every word. I happen to know the perfect instrument for such a task. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Hebronia, the royal capital, Eus. Eugene's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, this is the capital. There is so much to see. He was like a curious cat, darting from one spot to another. Amazing. Look at that, Taya. Is that a cat over there? His servant wanted to crawl into a hole and die. I am so embarrassed. But Eugene didn't care about his retainer's shame. He happily sampled every strange street food, laughing like a child. Taya, try this. They call it frozen lizard skewer. Hilarious, right? Taya sighed, completely defeated. I understand that you are excited, young master, he whispered a frantic warning. But it is dangerous to act so carelessly in the capital. Eugene blinked with an innocent face. Why is that? Taya explained with a face full of paranoia. The capital is a den of vipers, arrogant royals and power-obsessed nobles. And the merchants? Greedy scum, no better than thieves. According to his knowledge, everyone here was a threat. Plus, there are lunatics and dangerous mages who would do anything for their research. And don't get me started on the underworld shadows, Taya loudly declared it a city of criminals. This is the capital of Eus, my lord. Naturally, everyone on the street heard him. Veins popped on their foreheads. What are you babbling about, you country bumpkin? Taya ignored them, doubling down. Acting like a hillbilly will get you robbed instantly. Do you understand? Eugene just chewed his food. He looked at Taya with a sarcastic smirk. I see. Your prejudice is quite severe, Taya. Taya gasped. Betrayed. What? I am only trying to warn you, master. Eugene shrugged nonchalantly. Really? Suddenly, a timid voice interrupted their boring conversation. Excuse me, sir. A ragged beggar child looked up with big eyes. I am starving. Could you spare a coin? Eugene's heart melted instantly. Oh my goodness. But Taya was ruthless. Shoo, go away. Do you know who this person is? Eugene looked confused. Why are you so mean? Here, take the rest of my lizard skewer. While Taya was busy bragging about his master, he suddenly felt his grip loosen on the luggage. He comes from Folivia. The thief, Tamia, froze in shock. Folivia? Her eyes went wide with panic and she stammered, Fee! Taya finally processed what was happening. Wait, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Stop right there! The beggar child seized the chance to run, turning back to mock the furious servant. You idiots! Total country bumpkins. Did you just realize we're partners? The kid laughed while sprinting away. Eat that lizard yourself, old man. Taya was losing his mind. What do we do? The Count's gift is in there. Without a second thought, Eugene let out a heavy sigh. Then he bolted after Tamiya. He left a quick message behind. I will get it back. Taya stood there, completely stunned. Eh? Snapping out of it, he cried out, Young Master Eugene! Amidst the chaos, they didn't notice a mysterious observer munching on food. No need. You need to register for the academy first. The thief was literally taunting him mid-sprint. You go eat that lizard yourself. The situation was making Taya lose his absolute mind. What do we do? The Count's gift is in there. Without a second thought, Yin let out a deep sigh. He bolted after Tamiya, leaving a quick promise for Taya. I'll get it back. His sudden movement left Taya completely dumbfounded. Eh? Despite the confusion, Taya snapped back to reality and screamed, after Eugene. But amidst this chaos, they didn't notice a hidden observer munching on snacks. Young Master, don't you need to register for the Magic Academy today? But the young master ignored Tai's desperate screams and kept running. I'll just report this to the guards. The snacking spectator was none other than So, silently judging the messy situation. Meanwhile, Tamiya was running for his life because Yin was hot on his heels. Stop right there. The fact that Yin could keep up was terrifying Tamiya. This guy is insane. The thief had to push his speed to the limit to shake him off. He was genuinely shocked by the boy's velocity. He's freakishly fast. Tamiya panicked as he navigated the maze-like streets. How is this country bumpkin chasing me through these complex alleys? The thief couldn't understand it at all. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't shake Yin off his tail, even though I'm using misdirection. Dashing forward, we switch back to Eugene, actively triggering his cheat code vision. The utility of these divine eyes was insane. In the heat of battle, his senses dialed up to 11. Every muscle twitch, every subtle vibration, he saw it all. The thief's amateur moves were laughable. I see everything. The kid tried to confuse him with fake trails, a cute attempt at deception. But against Eugene, useless. To his eyes, the real path glowed like a neon sign in the dark. The false tracks faded, leaving only the truth. The footsteps led straight to the endgame. Finally, Eugene cornered Tamiya in a dead-end alley. But the scene waiting for him stopped him cold. Someone had the kid in a vice grip. Tamiya screamed in agony. My arm! It looked brutal. The brute behind the violence was Soher. He looked up, casual as you please. Oh, hello there. He hoisted the kid like a sack of potatoes. This the little rat you're chasing, Eugene Folivia? Before the guy could start his lecture on city life, Eugene slapped his hand away from the child. There are bad people everywhere, Soher started, but Eugene cut in, voice low. What are you doing to him? Eugene's glare made Soher blink. You mad at me? He just had to mansplain his good deed. I think you're confused, buddy. He's a thief. I just did your dirty work for you. I know what he is, Eugene snapped. But snapping a kid's arm isn't part of the plan. Soher didn't even pretend to listen. Huh? You city nobles have no clue how rotten these guys are. Even if you shatter their legs, they don't learn. As he preached, his grip finally loosened. The thief seized the chance. While the adults argued, the kid bolted like his life depended on it. The brat didn't even say thanks. He shoved past Soher, shouting, "Shut up," before vanishing. Seeing Eugene step forward, Soher raised a brow. You're seriously still going after him? Why bother? Gonna try talk no jutsu on him? That mockery made Eugene grind his teeth in annoyance. You want a piece of me? Eugene growled. Soher threw his hands up, acting scared. Whoa, sorry. I didn't mean to trigger you. I'm just curious how a Folivia views the world. Rose-tinted glasses? If your peaceful method actually works, I'll admit I'm wrong. Eugene ignored the taunt completely. Soher kept yapping. I should introduce myself. I'm Levin, just a humble merchant's son in the capital. Since he was finally acting human, Eugene turned back. Talking beats bone-breaking, don't you think? He shook the guy's hand, keeping it professional. Eugene Folivia, third son of the Folivia clan. As expected, you knew who I was, Eugene noted. Soher grinned. We merchants trade in secrets. We hear everything. But inside Eugene's head, gears were turning. This wasn't just random luck. Curiosity burned him. Why would an apostle of the eternal law care about a nobody like him? To find that answer, Soher decided to run a little test. No harm in playing a game, right? He dropped a hint. By the way, I know exactly where the rats have their secret nest. Eugene's eyes widened. Seriously? Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the capital's underbelly, thugs were beating the daylights out of kids who came back empty-handed. Tamiya was there too. The boy huddled in a corner, shivering. Thank God, he thought, escaping the beating for now. While he counted his lucky stars, he had no clue Eugene and Soher were watching from the shadows. I'm safe today. Soher glanced at Eugene, who looked like his soul had just left his body. Not exactly the mood for a polite debate, is it? Soher whispered, his voice dropping an octave. Eugene's eyes were popping out of his skull. To Soher, the guy looked like he'd lost his mind. How can this be? Eugene trembled. It was exactly what Soher predicted would happen. He judged the boy silently, raised in a greenhouse, acting the hero with zero clue about reality. Soher watched him closely, waiting for the inevitable breakdown. What now, little lord? He expected Eugene to spout some pretty words and run. Silence stretched between them. Soher sighed. Turn back. Nothing good comes from messing with this trash. Trust me. Everyone knows these alley rats are connected to the abyss. Eugene froze. The abyss? Just let the guards handle the stolen goods. Soho scoffed. Wait, did you say Magic Academy? Yin stammered, his brain buffering. Magic Academy? Yin muttered like a possessed man, talking to the air. That's right. I must enroll, Yin declared with sudden intensity. I have to become a mage, because the great god Felon saved my life. He suddenly sprang up, screaming his lungs out and scaring the soul out of Soho. I want to be a hero who saves others too. Yin finally looked at his guide with puppy dog eyes. Thanks for the lift, but you should skedaddle. He spoke with gentle concern, urging Soho to flee. It's dangerous here. Go save your pretty face. His selfless words hit Soho like a truck. Soho's jaw hit the floor. What? His eyes popped out in sheer terror. You're actually going to throw hands? He couldn't believe this guy was risking his neck for total strangers, for a bunch of street kids he'd never even met. Meanwhile, the scum was still abusing the poor kids. You piece of trash, I should feed you to the dogs. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Before the villain could strike again, Yin delivered a legendary kick to the family jewels. Or maybe I'll hand you over to the guards instead. The thugs and orphans froze, their brains unable to process the audacity. The silence was deafening. Then, whispers erupted. Who is this lunatic? Is he suicidal? Yin struck a heroic pose, channeling his inner main character. Repent now, promise to be nice, and I might spare your miserable lives. Every word confused the gangsters more. Oh, and hand over my bag while you're at it. The goons just blinked, completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, the groin-kicked leader roared, You idiots! Get him! Kill him! He ordered his minions to swarm the boy. But Yin grabbed a water barrel with surprising speed. Asterisk splash. Asterisk. He doused the thugs in a tsunami of dirty water. Water magic? The soaked goons screamed in terror, mistaking a bucket for a spell. Amidst the chaos, a sneak attacker tried his luck. Gotcha now, brat! But Yin's reflexes were god tier. He dodged effortlessly. Asterisk bam, asterisk. He introduced his fist to the guy's face in a beautiful counterattack. The orphans watched with stars in their eyes. This guy was awesome. Having dealt with the trash, Yin turned to the little ones. You guys okay? He flashed a comforting smile. Don't worry. Just as he was about to drop the I'll protect you line, the shameless cowards changed tactics. They dragged a kid out to use as a human shield. Hey brats, you want your families to bleed? Fight back. Don't just stand there! Get him, you ungrateful gutter rats! Yin froze. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly dark. I'm sorry, please don't hurt them. The children's desperate pleas rang in his ears. Please spare us. The chaotic scene shattered Yin's composure completely. Why did the world have to be this cruel? Up on the roof, Soho watched the drama unfold, judging hard. He's not just a loudmouth noble, Soho mused. He actually has guts. But seriously, does he think beating bad guys solves world hunger? Courage is nice, but he's kind of an idiot, Soho muttered. He couldn't help but critique the wannabe hero. Just as he was roasting Yin internally, something caught his eye. Wait, he's really nothing special physically. Below, the head thug barked at the trembling kids behind Yin. You skinny runts! What are you waiting for? He ordered the starving children to attack their savior or face death. Pin him down or I'll break your legs, while the pea-brained leader screamed. Abuse. A mysterious, hulking shadow emerged from the gloom. Do you think your reign of terror lasts forever? Anyone who hesitated was about to regret it. The thug turned, annoyed. Who the times smack? Asterisk. The newcomer slapped him into next week before he could finish. What brings you here? The voice was deep like thunder. Yin stared up, trembling. This guy wasn't human. He was a mountain of muscle with a monstrous aura. Such a noble presence, the giant spoke with unexpected politeness. Yin was too busy panicking at the guy's size to process the words. Why has a distinguished guest come to this filth? The thugs recognized the beast and whined. Father Joseph, why are you hitting us? They cried, feeling betrayed. Joseph, the giant priest, raged and smashed the complainer into the ground. Shut your traps, he roared. You pathetic worms. Have you lost your minds beating children? He pummeled them mercilessly, while Yin watched in awe. When you see high status, you bow or wag your tails like dogs. You don't bark at royalty, you idiots. After disciplining the trash, Joseph switched to customer service mode. Forgive these uneducated swines, my lord. May I ask what brings a noble to this hellhole? Despite being terrified, Yin answered honestly. I'm chasing a thief, but I couldn't ignore the children suffering. His words carried the weight of a true hero. Joseph sweated bullets, apologizing profusely for the uncultured swine that had dared to offend the young master. I will discipline those trash cans myself and find your belongings. Then, the old man suddenly panicked. Right, sir, may I have the honor of knowing your name? I swear on my life this won't happen again. Without a shred of fear or hesitation, our main character stepped up and dropped the identity bomb. Eugene Folivia, youngest son of the Folivia clan. I'll be in the capital, so try to use your brain next time. As soon as he heard the name of that legendary household, Joseph's jaw practically hit the floor. Folivia? He hesitated, then blurted out, If you're the youngest son, aren't you the one with the terminal illness? Eugene confirmed it quickly but scratched his head. Asterisk. Seriously? Is my medical history trending? Why does everyone know? Asterisk. Suddenly, Joseph turned into a total fanboy, gushing about Eugene's uncle. Of course we know. You're Lord Yadia's nephew. There isn't a single soul here who hasn't been blessed by Lord Yadia's generosity. Then, he dropped a massive revelation. Lord Yadia actually ordered me to protect you personally. Eugene's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He screamed, Say what? Really? Meanwhile, the hidden assassin, Levin, sighed deeply from the shadows. Asterisk, great. This is all because of my useless curiosity. Asterisk, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked down. Asterisk, I just missed the easiest opportunity to slice Eugene Folivia's throat. Asterisk, Eugene, however, was busy interrogating Joseph. You know my uncle? Can I meet him? Seeing the boy so hyped up, Joseph smiled and waved his hands. Please, calm down. The old man's face turned slightly cunning as he chuckled. You have many questions. This might take a while. Why don't we go somewhere private for tea? Eugene was about to agree when his brain finally rebooted. He paused. I have time today. Wait, time? Like a bolt of lightning, a realization struck him. He jumped like a cat on a hot tin roof. Asterisk. Oh snap, I completely forgot I need to register for the academy today. Asterisk. I have to get to the Magic Academy right now. Later, at the school gates, under Taya's judgmental stare, he was still chatting. Sorry, I'm busy. Guess we have to say goodbye before we even said hello. Turns out, he was busy playing doctor. He gently healed Tamiya and gave some big brother advice. If those adults bully you again, run to me. I'll roast them for you. You're fast, so you can make it, right? The boy was stunned by this unexpected kindness. Yes, sir. After a bit of magic, Tamiya's arm was good as new. All right, no broken bones, just a quick bandage needed. Suddenly, Tamiya's eyes welled up with tears. Why? Why are you doing this? I tried to steal from you. Eugene looked at him with sympathy. I don't think you're a bad kid. You're just terrified of those adults, right? He hugged the kid tight. I'll protect you from their bullying, but what matters is what you choose to do from now on. Tamiya, moved to the core, nodded. Yes. Watching this heartwarming scene, Taya looked totally confused. What on earth happened after you chased him? Taya then kindly reminded him, Aren't you going to register? Young master, the exam is tomorrow. You're oddly relaxed. That reminder hit Eugene like a truck. He screamed, That's right. Fast forward to exam day at the Pardo Magic Academy, the hub of all wizards. The place was packed like a can of sardines. Eugene marveled at the crowd. So many people. This kingdom is crawling with mages. Right on cue, Levin popped up out of nowhere. They aren't just from the kingdom, you know. Mages are here from the Empire, the Southern Isles, and even the distant East. He started dropping lore bombs. Rumor has it, this place was founded by the 10th disciple to protect the teachings of God Felon. The Pardo Academy. Eugene jumped at the sudden voice. Levin! Then he grinned. Wait, are you a mage too, Levin? Levin lied through his teeth with a straight face. Yeah, just barely 2 circles. Eugene didn't hide anything either. 2 circles is impressive. I've only got 1. Levin laughed, finally admitting the truth. I knew you were famous. That's why I felt a connection and approached you yesterday. And that's how their weird friendship started. Eugene recalled yesterday's chaos and just shrugged. Ah, I see. Then Levin got curious. But what happened after? Did you beat those guys up? Eugene waved his hands. No, we ended it peacefully. Suddenly, Eugene's eyes flashed with a mischievous, dangerous light. But it would be weird if you didn't know that already. Didn't you watch the whole show from the roof? Turns out, Eugene knew Levin was lurking in the shadows the entire time. Maybe you left halfway through and missed the ending? Those words sent a chill down Levin's spine. Asterisk. He knew. Asterisk. Eugene's voice returned to a breezy tone. Anyway, glad to see you. Never guessed you were a wizard, though. So didn't seem to care, but his mind was racing. Suddenly, Yin dropped a bomb. Anyone can see you're an assassin. Targeting me. Talk about blunt. Yin's innocent accusation made So spit his food out in sheer shock. Your footsteps are silent, and your movements are decisive. You seem professionally trained, Yin analyzed, almost like a ninja. So froze, thinking, is he testing me? So he played dumb. What's a ninja? Yin suddenly realized his mistake. Oops, ninja is from my past life. He immediately tried to cover it up, with total nonsense. Surprise! Actually, ninja is just a made-up job. Gotcha, didn't I? A ninja? What is that? Weird. So's reaction suggested he didn't think too much about the slip-up. So tried to calm his nerves against Yin's mix of stupidity and sharpness. Don't panic. Even if he knows, why would he reveal it? So quickly cooked up a lie. Being a merchant is dangerous because of the money involved. That's why we've been trained in self-defense and stealth for generations. Eugene's brain took a weird turn, and he mumbled, "Oh, so you're a thief?" And just like that, the two new friends chatted happily. So complimented his new buddy. Regarding training, a Folivia like you is unrivaled. Your fighting style isn't, like a typical mage. Yin laughed heartily. I guess so. But their conversation reached the ears of the bystanders, drawing sarcastic sneers. What? Why are they bragging? Is that showing off? So heard the gossip and immediately whispered to Eugene, "Can we keep it down a bit? We're attracting way too much attention." Yin blinked innocently. Why? We're just talking. What's the big deal? So had to explain the obvious. If guys like us talk too much, people will think we're trying to act. Cool. Eugene was still clueless. Guys like us? Just then, a voice interrupted their awkward moment. Candidates Eugene, Folivia, and Levon, please report to Professor Sun's office on the 3rd floor. Repeating, candidates Eugene, Folivia, and Levon. Eugene was puzzled. Just the two of us? Why? Moments later, in the office, the man stared at Eugene and called his name, Folivia. Seeing the teacher address him, he quickly replied, "Yes." Then the teacher turned to So. "Levon," he calmly replied. "Yes." The teacher ordered sternly. "All right, show me your ice magic." Just as Eugene raised his hand to ask a question, So had already finished his demonstration. "Done, sir." Instantly, he was approved. Levon passed. Yin dropped his jaw. "Huh?" he asked blankly. "Teacher, what is going on?" Sun replied casually. "What else would I do with candidates? Obviously, this is a test." He then warned Eugene, making him flinch. "If you don't participate, you will be disqualified. And call me professor, not teacher." "Fine." Eugene had to show his skills. "Of course, I'll take the test." His power made So jump in surprise. Exquisite ice crystals were formed in the blink of an eye. So's voice stuttered in awe. Unbelievable. He had to admit the boy's genius. To be fair, with such overwhelming talent. Even if he only has one circle. Just as Eugene started explaining, "Currently, that's all I have. But in a water-rich environment, I can loop the magic to create something much larger. And my other specialty is Professor Sun cut him off cold." Eugene, Folivia, passed. He slammed the book shut. "The exam is over. You may leave." This made Yin scream in panic. "No, wait, I haven't even shown you. Is this really your full potential?" Sion, looking totally done with this, snapped back. "Look, you passed. Why the long face? What more could you possibly want from me? A gold medal?" Eugene immediately shot back. "Miss Esty, this placement test decides our entire social hierarchy. But right now, there is basically zero difference in skill levels." Sion had a light bulb moment. "Ah, I get it now. So that is why you went overboard without knowing your actual rank. It must be Eston's bad influence." He spoke with the confidence of a detective. "I can already guess what kind of nonsense Eston has been stuffing into that head of yours, claiming that mana thread count doesn't matter." Eugene panicked internally, thinking, "Say what now?" But the old man just kept roasting him. It felt like a bucket of ice water to the face. But reality was far crueler. Professor Zemon didn't mince words. He declared that mages who cast spells in only 1 or 2 seconds were nothing but trash-tier failures. "Speed without substance?" he sneered. "Why would you even need that? You will never keep up with the complexity of the intermediate class." His voice dripped with disdain. "Don't get cocky. I only passed you to fill a quota. But let's be honest. This school is full of people trying to fix their pathetic 1-second casting. If you want to survive here, Eugene," he warned darkly, "stop pretending to be special. Live like a ghost, silent and unseen, then crawl back to the hole you came from." What a toxic old man. Soho realized immediately that Zemon was a dusty relic of the past, a mage who worships raw talent and treats warriors like dirt. He was genuinely worried about Yin's pride taking a hit. Even the famous Olivia family faced the risk of expulsion. This was surely the first time the young master had ever faced such a humiliation. Would his ego survive? Suddenly, he bolted out the door, causing the man to jump and call out. But Jason calmly advised, "Soho, I would be grateful if you let him go alone." Just then, a familiar, overly cheerful voice echoed, "Hello, everyone." It was Yin, standing casually in the main hallway, shouting his greetings to the confused crowd. "Nice to meet you. I am the new student, Eugene Olivia." His brazen behavior sent the students into a frenzy. What is wrong with him? Is he crazy? Is he bragging about his condition right now? Without a shred of shame, Yin boldly declared, "I may only have 1 second of power, but I came to this academy because I want to become a mage, just like the divine felon." His impulsive speech actually piqued everyone's interest. "Oh, impressive. The kid has spirit." But then, someone else entered the chaotic scene. What is this noise? Anika quickly spotted her target. Just as Eugene prepared to flex his skills and show off his ability, Jason lunged out of nowhere to stop him. Wait, stop! What are you doing? But he was too late. The young master had already unleashed it. Sword arts. A massive surge of power and blinding light exploded outward. The student's jaws hit the floor at the sight. Anika was so shocked she froze like a statue. The butler watching from the sidelines cried out in panic. Lord Assis. Back to Eugene, his voice dropped to a cool baritone. He glanced at Jason and said, I look forward to your help. Jason, furious and helpless, gritted his teeth, forcing out every word. This guy, he really has no idea where he stands. Olivia. Meanwhile, Soho could only mutter one word, crazy. He labeled Yin with a simple title, this lunatic. Taya announced loudly and proudly, it is all thanks to you, young master. The Olivia family has left a huge mark on the magic. Academy! Then he snapped, screaming in Yin's face. A new record for disciplinary action before the ceremony even started. Yin knew he messed up and averted his gaze, mumbling, was it that bad? Unlike his chill vibe, Taya was absolutely losing his mind. You detonated an explosive charm in a crowded hall. Why would you do that? We are lucky that it ended with just a warning. Of course, the young master replied with something punchable, but I angered the teacher. And it wasn't even a dangerous spell. Defeated by his master's logic, Taya realized this was hopeless. He could only sigh. You call that an excuse? It is a miracle the count wasn't here. Imagine the shock if he heard this with his frail health. Next, he turned to Soho, the guy who plotted to kill Eugene, begged him, please take care of the young master for me. At least he has a friend. Please watch over our boy. Soho was already exhausted by Yin's antics and tried to refuse. Why me? But as he spoke, he glanced over at Yin, who was casually releasing mana like a sprinkler. Moments later, as they walked out of the room, Yin laughed brightly. The last few days were messy. Huh, Soho sighed. You are the one who caused the mess. Even though he was tired of Yin's destruction, he had to admit, but it was kind of refreshing. I was annoyed with that fake witch anyway, Yin then asked. So, the next time we meet is the opening ceremony next week? Soho confirmed it, and even gave him directions. Right, but if you have questions before then, come find me. My family owns an antique shop just a block away. Hearing this, Yin leaned in and whispered, actually, I have a question Taya cannot know about. Soho looked puzzled. What is it? Yin eagerly asked. How do I get to the slums? You know, where we saw those kids yesterday. Which way do I go? Seeing that he was still obsessed with that place, Soho sighed again. You really want to see them again? A bit later, in a dark alley, Yin was happily performing magic tricks for the slum kids, acting like a local hero. The children watched him with sparkling eyes of admiration as he continued to deploy his mana. From ordinary liquid, he conjured a beautiful flower, making the kids giggle uncontrollably. That was when he noticed Tam Mia standing in the distance. Yin approached gently. Hey, Tam Mia, how is your arm? Tam Mia looked shy and hesitated. Yeah, it is fine. It was just a scratch. Suddenly, the boy flashed. A bag full of gold coins. Look, it healed this much already. It doesn't even hurt anymore. Staring at the gold, Yin panicked. What? Did you steal again? Tam Mia grinned with pure delight. Don't worry, it is just from some thugs. I haven't forgotten my promise to live honestly from now on. The boy's words triggered a memory for Yin. The promise. It was the warning Soho had given him earlier. You have the right to pity them, but it is better not to give them false hope. Those words echoed in his mind. Eugene looked confused and asked, come again? The guy didn't answer directly, just gave a cryptic reply. No, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to make you sad. Snap back to reality. Tamia and the little Rugrats are looking up with sparkling eyes, calling this Yin character a hero, the shadow hero who punishes corrupt officials and filthy rich snobs by robbing them blind. When the kids called him the Hero FS, Eugene stiffened up and gasped, a hero? Tamia, still in full fangirl mode, shouted that she was the best at magic tricks and running away among her friends. So, that basically makes me just like FS. Hearing this, Eugene chuckled nervously, wondering if this was some Robin Hood from another dimension. Then, his mind drifted back to the harsh words Soho once said. Instead of feeding them false hope only to let them fall into despair, wouldn't it be better to let them learn to live within their means? Because apparently, crushing their dreams is good for them. Remembering those cold facts made him a bit depressed, so he tried to comfort himself. Actually, don't take my words too seriously. Suddenly, Tamia happily declared, I made up my mind yesterday after listening to you. Big brother, I'm going to become a hero like FS. The weird name made Eugene tilt his head. FS? Seeing his clueless expression, Tamia hurriedly asked, you don't know Fells? Wham! Another blast from the past hit his memory. Sioho had spoken in a serious tone. Honestly, I respect you for caring about those brats. Eugene had acted shy, replying, well, you know, they're just really cute kids, that's all. But before he could enjoy the compliment, Seoho had dumped a bucket of ice water on him. But in the end, the gutter is where they belong, and you can't protect them for the rest of their lives, right? Just then, the grotesque face of Joseph appeared out of nowhere, asking, "I heard you were looking for me." Even though Eugene's brain was busy declaring he'd save the kids from the abyss, he tried to stay calm and answered Joseph, "That's right. I have a mountain of things to discuss." He hyped himself up internally. "This is what I have to do." Looking at the little ones surrounding him, he kept chanting in his heart, "I just need to do my duty. So what if I get my hopes up too high? Even if it ends in more pain." He treasured the smiles of these children more than anything. As long as we can keep smiling brightly like this. Meanwhile, Seoho was chilling in some dusty old bookstore. Staring at the dust motes dancing in the air, he tiredly wondered, "So dusty. Should I clean this place up?" Suddenly, he recalled his words to Eugene. "Sorry for interfering, but I think you should seriously consider what is truly best for those kids." Eugene had simply smiled and replied, "It's okay. I understand. Besides, thank you. I'm really happy that my first friend in the capital is you. I don't think that far ahead anyway." That pure-hearted response had silenced Seoho, leaving him deep in thought. He sat there silently, replaying Eugene's voice. "Even if pretending nothing is wrong is best for everyone, I just can't do it." Suddenly, the boy dropped a bombshell that sounded crazy. "I remember my past life." That made Seoho flinch. "Excuse me?" Eugene's voice was calm as he narrated his previous existence. "In my past life, I was an 8-year-old child in another world, about the same age as I am now. You said that in that life, you also died of illness?" "Yes, I caught a similar disease and was on death's door. However, there was a key difference between this life and that one. The only difference is, I was born into poverty. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Lived a life full of violence, and was constantly bullied. Even worse, the only family I had abandoned me." Even though he was telling a tragic horror story about himself, his voice was as flat as a board, a life lacking absolutely everything. Dying alone from hunger. What did that child wish for the most? Seoho was speechless, but Eugene's voice continued. "Live, Levin. Remember the words the ghost inside you said. Forget about avenging your father or brothers. Don't think that kneeling before the enemy is a disgrace anymore. You must survive at all costs, because you are all that is left of us." The story Eugene spun left Seoho completely at a loss for words. "I don't know. I've never thought about something that extreme." Realizing he made things awkward, Eugene laughed it off. "Sorry, did I suddenly make the mood too heavy?" The other guy hesitated. No, it's fine." "So, what was it?" Eugene answered with unwavering firmness. "Of course, it was love." Those words stunned Seoho so much, he froze like a statue. "Those kids, I don't think they are any different from my past self." Back in the present, Seoho slowly picked up an old photo. Suddenly, he slammed the picture onto the shelf and told himself, "Don't hesitate. That's just the rambling of a patient driven mad by illness." He tried to convince himself not to care too much. Past lives, love, stupid conversations. If I keep hanging around him, my head is going to get weird too. He declared he couldn't keep this up. "Today, I'm going to kill him." A terrifying killing intent flared up inside Seoho. Yeah, that's right. No need to think about it anymore. The demon inside him had awakened. "I've been given a second chance. If I don't kill him, I'm dead meat." Just thinking about that guy makes me rage. Seohio's mind raced. He thought of Eugene, acting all high and mighty. Sure, you're playing the noble hero now, but if you were in a life or death situation, would you still keep those morals? While Seohio was busy spiraling into his dark, villainous monologue, a sudden knock interrupted his brooding. "Great, this isn't how I wanted to live." A voice called out, "Hello? Anyone home? It's pitch black out here." It was Taya, looking all shy and awkward. "I'm so sorry to bother you at this hour, Mr. Seoheo, but has the young master returned?" he asked anxiously. Seoheo raised an eyebrow. "He's not here? He hasn't come back yet?" Internally, Seohio wondered if Eugene got knocked out in the slums, but out loud, he told him no. Taya looked ready to panic. Seoheo, however, felt a sudden wave of malicious peace. Perfect. If he's gone, I can finally sleep at night. But then, a sharp realization struck him about the slums. That was his turf. And he remembered Joseph's weird words from that day. Coincidentally, Lord Y ordered us to protect Eugene. That stuck with him like a thorn. Why would that snake Joseph protect Eugene? That day, Joseph looked absolutely terrified. He had screamed like he'd seen a ghost. What? Seohio racked his brain. Really? Did they have some kind of secret conflict? Knowing Eugene, it wouldn't be surprising. Suddenly, Taya burst into tears and wailed. Wah. Seriously? Where is he this time? I should have tied him up or something. Seeing the waterworks, Seohei sighed, feeling pity. Chill out. He's a monster, remember? He's probably fine. Just as he was about to say, if I hear any news, Tai gasped. Huh? Who's that? Someone was lying right in front of the house. It was a person. Tai rushed over and realized it was Tamiya, the kid who was with the young master yesterday. What is going on? What happened? Tamiya wheezed, her voice barely a whisper. Eugene. Tai's eyes went wide. Huh? Then came the bombshell. He fought the adults to protect us and got captured. It was exactly what Seo Hyo expected. Tai screamed Eugene's name in horror, but Seo Hyo just smirked. I knew it. Meddling with orphans got him in trouble. Two conflicting thoughts battled in his mind. Letting him self-destruct is the perfect script. This is actually great news. So why? Why do I feel like throwing up? Something cracked inside his chest. Ugh, fine. At least. He barked. Where is he? To Tamiya's shock, Seo Hyo's voice dropped, dripping with dark charisma. Where did they take him? He was radiating enough killing intent to slaughter the kidnappers twice over. Eugene, lead the way. I'll handle this mess myself. Meanwhile, Eugene was tied up in a dark dungeon cell. He woke up groggy and confused. Ugh, what hit me? I just blacked out. He tried to reboot his brain. Okay, rewind. What happened? He tried to recall every detail. First, he met that old geezer Joseph. It started with a fight. We had a huge debate about the situation with the orphans. When they couldn't agree on a single thing, Joseph tried a different tactic. He attempted to diffuse the tension by telling a sob story about his uncle. He started yapping about his uncle curing the poor for free, acting like it was some legendary tale. Then he basically became a living saint to them. Eugene listened, but his inner monologue was purely skeptical. I was curious, sure, but he was obviously trying to manipulate me with that info. So, Eugene played the brat. Forget it. I'm not bowing down to learn from a traitor like you. He cut the old man off cold. He snapped. Improving the lives of these orphans is priority number 1. It wasn't even that hard to do. But the way you're stalling, what are you planning for these kids? It makes me wonder what the point of this charade is. Eugene's eyes turned cruel. He asked a question as light as a feather. Should I just kill all of you? You filthy abyss worshippers. That struck a nerve. Joseph fired back, refusing to back down. Are you threatening me? In my own territory? I'll take that as a bad joke. But Eugene didn't flinch. He dropped the family card. Your territory? Please. Most of the Imperial Army is loyal to the Folivia family. And guess what? Half those officers are my relatives. Then he brought up his uncle to silence the old man. A joke? Who hates the Abyss more than the Folivia family? You think we're alone in this crusade? Do you really think the disciple idea, who you worship, is on your side? If we have a conflict, who do you think my uncle will choose? His voice was calm, but the threat was absolutely nuclear. You say I'm threatening you? I'm just stating facts. Joseph looked like he had swallowed a lemon, forced to endure it. Finally, the old man laughed like a maniac to save face. Ha ha, just a little misunderstanding, young master. The kids are the top priority. Then the old geezer turned to bark orders. Hey, you! The master's tea spilled. Bring a fresh cup and make it extra strong. The henchman jumped. Strong? Yes. Understood. Back in the present, Eugene finally knew why. He was lying on the floor. Those snakes spiked his tea. No wonder the room was spinning. They played him like a fiddle. Suddenly, his brother's golden advice echoed in his head. If a stranger offers you candy, do not eat it. Wow, he really feels the weight of those words now. That is why one should always listen to Big Brother. Yin struggled to sit up, wondering if he had scared them too much. But as he felt the knots loosening, he realized something. They did not tie him up well at all. It was amateur hour. He easily sliced the ropes. They must be terrified to face him. Their panic made them sloppy. So, the intimidation tactics worked. He peeked through the bars with a sharp gaze. They acted on impulse. Aren't they afraid of the fallout? Panic makes enemies unpredictable. Just as he planned his great escape, he heard a noise. I need a way out. Suddenly, the orphans popped out of nowhere. Their eyes met in the silence. One kid was so shocked he did a faceplant. Yin gasped, his soul leaving his body. He called out, Guys! The kids beamed. Brother Yin. As soon as the cell opened, Yin scolded them. What are you doing here? It is dangerous, the kids stammered. But we were worried. That hit him right in the feels. Worried? About me? Then a child held out the items he dropped. Brother, here are your clothes and your earring. Hearing that, Yin practically exploded. Earring! He screamed like the world was ending. My earring! His dramatic reaction confused the poor kid holding the jewelry. Is something wrong? Without a second of hesitation, he bear-hugged the 3 kids, overflowing with joy. I am so grateful. You saved my earring. The kids saw him, so happy and cheered up too. We knew it. After suiting up and securing the bling, Yin asked, Should we run? Do you know the way? A sharp kid replied, Yes, there is an exit through the sewer lines. But then, the boy warned nervously. But something is wrong. It feels different today. Yin frowned. Different? How so? Moments later, they entered the dark sewers. Suddenly, a massive monster lunged from the shadows. It scared the living daylights out of everyone. Yin shrieked, Monster! No time to think. He instantly fired magic, blasting the beast. He turned to the kids, acting cool. Guys, monsters are here. Be careful. Do not leave my side, the trembling kids whispered. Yes. Whoa. He turned that monster to ash in one hit. Then they murmured, that thing was scary. Usually they do not come this deep. See? I said something was wrong. Yin caught that detail. The kids are used to this? By his calculations, they were right under the capital center. Only a layer of brick separated them from the surface. He never expected monsters to infest the capital like this. The abyss had penetrated too deep. Yin immediately asked, is it always like this down here? The kids shivered. No, this is the first time seeing one that big. What do we do? The exit is that way. Yin understood. So, it has been here for a while. He realized the abyss reacts to human pain because they hate humanity, the creations of Flynn. If the abyss is spreading, it means the people above are suffering. Meanwhile, a furious Joseph barked at his minions. Hurry up! Move it! Only take the valuable stuff. Damn it, you slowpokes! The last one here is monster food. Suddenly, he turned to a subordinate. You! What happened to that Folivia brat? The lackey stuttered. Well, we locked him up tight. Annoyed by the stupid answer, Joseph exploded. Good! How good, you moron! Give me a break! Damn it! The henchman panicked. I gave him 3 times the normal dose. He will not wake up for 2 days. Joseph felt a sting of regret. Damn it. I thought he was just a naive rich boy easy to use. Who knew he was such a cunning little fox? Now the old villain was stuck. I cannot kill him. That would defy Lord Yidia's orders. But letting him go means the army will hunt us down. Before they find out I kidnapped Yin, Joseph had to flee. We have no choice. Before they realize the brat is gone, we must finish the job. As soon as possible, he glared at his underling. The old people and the orphans. Did you get them? The minion replied. Yes, sir. Not everyone, but we gathered all the ones we could catch right here. Joseph looked at the human cargo and smirked with satisfaction. Good. Excellent. Then he announced, I will stay here and continue looking for more people. You guys go ahead. The darkness was just beginning. The minion replied, yes, not all of them, but everyone we could catch is gathered here. Joseph looked at the numbers and smirked. We missed a few spots. If the adults aren't enough, round up the brats too. The henchman nodded. Roger that. He grinned maliciously. Remember, the more snacks for the beast, the better. The civilians looked around, confused and terrified. Before they could even ask what was happening, a nightmare emerged from the shadows. Food? What do you mean? Asterisk chomp. Asterisk, the monster swallowed a poor soul whole. What followed was a massacre soaked in crimson syrup. Until my hunger is satisfied, surrender your flesh and syrup to me. Eugene froze in his tracks. He never imagined a dungeon abyss would crack open right here in the capital city. Despite the shock, he snapped into leader mode. Hold on tight, kids. He didn't expect a monster horde of this size. The gate was expanding faster than they could run. I'll take point and scout ahead, he commanded, stepping in front of the trembling children. Wait here. I need to make sure it's safe. But the moment Eugene peeked out, the darkness stared right back at him. In a situation like this, his survival instinct screamed, times, danger, asterisk. He instantly locked onto that murderous gaze. The monster seemed surprised, he noticed. A sword flashed from the shadows. An axe rose to meet it. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Eugene clashed with the assailant. He leaped back, barely dodging a lethal axe swing. Wait, that face? The attacker blocked Eugene's counterstrike. Sparks flew as steel met steel. Suddenly, both of them froze in recognition. They shouted in unison, Eugene? Levin? Eugene lowered his guard slightly. What are you doing here? Levin's voice trembled, guilt battling with resolve. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. I came. Eugene felt a chill down his spine. Levin raised his axe high, eyes burning. To kill you. The kids behind screamed, ready to rush in, but Eugene roared, Stay back! Don't come any closer! Eugene clutched his chest, betrayed not by a weapon, but by friendship. Levin, please tell me this is a nightmare. Levin's face was a mask of cold indifference. If you doubted me, you should have kept your guard up, idiot. Eugene grit his teeth. Because I thought we were friends. Levin looked down like a disappointed god. I hate that naive trash talk. Trusting a stranger blindly, that stupidity is exactly why you're about to die. Eugene stared at him, trembling with rage. Mana began to swirl violently in his palm. He splashed water from the ground and instantly froze it. I learned a new trick, Eugene growled. Levin flinched, suddenly remembering Eugene's warning. Asterisk, in a watery environment, my power multiplies. Asterisk. Levin broke into a cold sweat. So he wasn't bluffing about the spell chains. Considering the artifacts he owned, that wasn't the mana capacity of a mere 1-second magician. Levin wasn't just watching, though. Purple lightning crackled around him. I don't know your true potential, he muttered. But a 1-second mage is still trash tier in my book. He prepared to end it in a single strike. Asterisk. Boom! Asterisk. He fired a god-slaying cannon shot, shattering Eugene's ice wall instantly. A hand cannon? Eugene's eyes widened. Levin analyzed the battlefield like a pro. Asterisk, he's just stacking weak spells. If I close the distance before he casts, he's finished. Asterisk. Levin moved faster than a striking cobra, tearing through the defense line to force a melee duel. The only magic Eugene had left was the ice sword. He scrambled to conjure a blade in his hand. Asterisk, crack. Asterisk, too slow. Levin smashed the forming blade into glitter before it could harden. Eugene was disarmed. Levin swung for the kill, thinking it was checkmate. But Eugene had one weapon left, his own body. Asterisk, thud. Asterisk, he caught the lethal blow with his bare hands. Levin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Eugene shifted into a combat stance, a smirk returning to his face. Even without a sword, a Folivia is. Eugene's eyes glowed with martial intent. A warrior born. Asterisk, Folivia, secret art, ancient force. Asterisk. The punch came with the pressure of a collapsing mountain. Levin barely twisted away as the air itself exploded. Eugene moved like water, fluid, and deadly. They sprang apart, putting distance between them. Levin panted, rubbing his wrist. You were paralyzed for 5 years? That close combat skill is a cheat code. Levin reached into his coat, pulling out a sleek firearm. Asterisk, click-clack. Asterisk. He loaded around. I guess the rumors were true. Folivia brats learned to kill before they learned to walk. Levin knew he couldn't win a fair fight. Eugene gasped. A gun? Does that kind of tech even exist here? His mind raced. Asterisk. His combat skills are monster tier, and now he has a firearm? This is bad. Asterisk. Suddenly, Eugene's face went pale, realizing the true horror of the situation was just beginning. Demon, Levent smirked, assuming the boy was terrified. He stood up, rubbing his hands together. I won't fight with honor like Fivia. I will fight by my own twisted rules. Don't call it dirty. I dwell in the shadows. Unlike you, I will do anything to achieve my goals. Yin and the children screamed in terror. Wait, behind you! Levent looked at them, completely confused. What now? But the moment he turned around to ask, a nightmare with razor-sharp teeth was already opening its maw, ready to swallow him whole. From behind, Levent froze, cold sweat dripping down his spine. The monster lunged, jaws wide open, but instinct took over Yin, who rushed in and shoved him aside, shouting, Levent! The assassin stared in shock. He couldn't believe his enemy just saved him. A massive question mark floated over Levent's head. Why? The 3 children shrieked in fear. Eugene watched as the 2 disappeared into the dark, panic written all over their faces. Meanwhile, in the stinking sewers of the royal capital, inside the twisted Eternal Order laboratory, 2 grunts were hauling cargo. The skinny one grumbled, Every time I come down here, my skin crawls. The buff one nodded. Yeah, it's a slaughterhouse. This is where they butcher people. The skinny guy looked sick. I heard they even experimented on an 8-year-old child. How can they be so cruel? The buff guy scoffed. They don't see us as humans. The doctors are the real monsters. If you look at what they do, they are nothing but serial killers. But Elysia was standing right behind them, hearing every word. Killing intent radiated from him, he hissed. By sacrificing that one child, we found the clue to cure the incurable petrification disease. The result of that child's life led to a medical breakthrough that could save countless patients. He glared at them with fury. Do you think Lord Yidia enjoys torturing people? Everything happening here is to save more lives. He exploded with rage, pointing a finger. You lowlifes could never grasp such noble sacrifice. Now move this equipment before the army invades. The 2 porters scrambled like frightened rats, clutching the boxes. Yes, sir. Whatever madness Joseph and Fivia were up to, it had limits. Elysia added one last command. Hurry up! He waved his arms frantically like a man on stimulants. Slow down. Be careful. Every document here is a legacy of humanity. Nothing here is cheaper than your pathetic lives, if even one item is damaged. Before he could finish, his threat, a loud crash echoed behind him. Elysia raged without looking. You incompetent fools. How can you make mistakes the second I speak? But when he turned around, his jaw dropped. What? You? It's you, Levent? The assassin stood there, carrying someone on his back. Levent's face was wet. Was that sewer water or tears? He looked completely drained as he asked, Are you the doctor? Without waiting, he slammed Eugene onto the operating table. Elysia grabbed a scalpel. I serve the Folivia family. Lord Eugene's life is my top priority, so you don't need to be hostile. He said this because Levent was standing. Right behind him, a blade pressed against his neck with a menacing glare. Levent growled, If you treated him properly, why hasn't he woken up yet? Elysia put on a serious face. It would be weird if he was times awake right now. I heard he took enough anesthesia to knock out a giant for 3 days. In that state, he fell into toxic sewage with a massive open wound. It's a miracle he's even breathing. Levent paled, his eyes widening. What? 3 days? If he dies from an overdose, there will be hell to pay. Elysia didn't back down. If he dies, it's from his previous injuries, not the anesthesia. Then, Elysia's eyes narrowed sharply. I am more worried about you. Are you okay? You were definitely ordered to kill Eugene Folivia. Your scars tell the story of a failed assassination. What on earth made a killer change his mind? Levent leaned in, suspicion burning in his eyes. Who are you? How do you know me? Elysia shrugged. I'm just reading the scars. But it seems I hit the mark. Levent's voice dripped with threat. Don't test me. It makes me want to kill you. Just focus on the treatment. Your life depends on his survival. Elysia rolled his eyes. You don't need to worry about that. Eugene Folivia will never die in this place. Levent pursued his lips, staring down at the boy's pale face. Suddenly, Elysia spoke up. Pass me that bag. Levent hesitated. What's in it? Elysia scoffed. Just tools for the treatment. Levent was suspicious but went to grab it, his eyes never with percent, leaving the doctor. It looked incredibly sketchy. Elysia smirked. If you're so scared, just open it, then you'll see. Levent unzipped the bag and froze like he had been hit by a stun spell. What the hell is this? Elysia's voice turned reverent. Lord Yidia is a god who descended into this darkness. He butchered 1,000 people, but he saved 10,000. He conquered 10 incurable diseases and identified the causes for 200 more. As his 12th disciple, I can say he is the greatest healer in history. However, he was never satisfied. Elysia's tone dropped to a whisper, because the person he truly wanted to save, even if he had to cast himself into the abyss, was his own grandson. Elysia gave a bitter smile. Saving thousands, just for the sake of one person. It's quite a touching thing, isn't it? Levent gritted his teeth, his expression twisting in disgust. He is the type who would sacrifice thousands of people just to save one favored nephew. Talk about biased. Levent ground his teeth in frustration. What a touching story, he muttered sarcastically. Saving the few to damn the many? Disgusting. Together. No, the vibe was unsettling. The freak suddenly asked, You're not exactly the emotional type, are you? Levent replied with a deadpan expression. Whatever. Spotting the accessory on the boy's hand, he asked, What is that trinket? The creature answered, briefly, the ring of life and the blood ring. They trigger latent mana within the body to amplify power and control Zero's movements. Life is fragile, so self-regulation is key. Luckily, I have just the thing for us. He produced a vial of syrup red liquid and poured it out. With these two items, there are very few patients we cannot cure, he returned. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. To the previous topic, asking, but why are you trying to save your assassination target? Levent casually picked up an iron bar, sneering at the question. Why should I explain myself to a moron? The freak narrowed his eyes, chuckling. Fair enough. My orders are to protect him. So if you're dropping the contract, I benefit. I've removed the toxins. He will wake up. It is only a matter of time, Levent asked calmly. Oh, really? A split second later, Levent drove the iron bar through the creature from behind. He stated, sharply, then you can die now. The freak trembled. You! Violently shoving Levent away. I knew it would end. Like this! Levent dodged backward. If you knew, you should have known your place. I cannot let you live because you absolutely disgust me. The monster clutched his chest. Is that so? My mistake. Hard to consider the feelings of such lowly scum. In an instant, he ripped off the heavy cloak he had been wearing, revealing a physique beyond imagination. 4 muscular arms, each wielding a different weapon, and eyes glowing with malice. My apologies. I will kill you slowly and thoroughly. Levent stared coldly, already shifting into a combat stance. He asked, a former priest? That transformation. This is going to be tricky. Boom. The two clashed instantly, each side unleashing a fatal strike. The sound of impact echoed like thunder. Meanwhile, Yin stirred. His brows twitched, and he groggily opened his eyes, looking pale. The first thing he saw was Levent's silhouette, furiously hacking downwards like a maniac. Yin sat up, gasping. Levent? The assassin immediately froze mid-swing. Yin's vision cleared, and he was struck with horror. What the? Levent wiped the gore from his face, casually remarking, Oh, you're awake. Levent calmly gestured, introducing the mess. As you can see, this was a believer of the abyss. Currently, he is a corpse beneath. My feet, it's a bit chaotic here. Let's relocate. The two exited the room. By now, Levent was already clean. Seeing Yin trying to dress, he asked, Huh? Wait, is your arm okay? Yin blinked blankly. Then he cheerfully swung his arm around. Yeah, it's totally fine. Levent was stunned. Asterisk. To that extent, this thing is too powerful. Asterisk. Hearing those words, Yin asked confusedly, This thing? Noticing the 2 rings on his hand, Yin's jaw dropped in shock. Magic tools? What is this? Levent explained patiently. That is the ring of life and the blood ring, or something like that. Anyway, apparently, it is good for your health. Yin side-eyed him suspiciously. Health? Where did you get these? Levent shrugged, from that abyss fanatic earlier. Hearing this, Yin turned blue, remembering the blood-drenched scene. terrified. Asterisk. Which hand were these on? Asterisk. Then Yin clenched his fist in excitement, shouting, "Wait, this is incredible! With this regeneration, am I not invincible?" Levent sighed, destroying his dreams. Not quite. Life magic is high tier, reaching the level of the 12 disciples. It definitely consumes massive mana, or perhaps it has a single-use limit. Nothing is free. Hearing this, Yin immediately became depressed. I see. Levent leaned against the wall, asking suddenly, "Doesn't it bother you? The guy trying to kill you is right next to you." Yin smiled innocently. "But that guy also fought hard to save me." Levent snapped back, flustered. "Hey, that is just because you are my first target." He shrugged and sighed. "Forget it. How could I understand the logic of a goody two-shoes like you? Anyway, I repaid my debt for you saving me, right?" Yin grinned like a child and said, "Yep." Levent turned and pointed. "Let's talk later. We need to get out of here. Now. We cannot predict what will happen when the abyss spirals out of control." Yin frowned, firm in his resolve. "No, I am staying. If the abyss is unstable, human sacrifices are happening. At the very least, I will save those I can before leaving." Levent spun around furiously, shouting, "Are you insane? I just saved you, and you want to dive back into death?" Yin persisted. "Don't worry. I won't die. I am stronger than I. Look." Levent face-palmed in defeat. No. You are strong, but you cannot handle the priests," Yin asked, confused. "The priests?" Levent explained grimly. "Yes, the priests. They are the core of the eternal order and the limbs of the apostles. They bear the infinite tattoo, and every single one is freakishly strong, blessed by dark powers, the abyss. Listen, kid, these aren't mobs you can farm for XP right now." Levent sighed, his patience wearing thin as he dropped the lore. "This zone is hosting a massive sacrificial ritual. It's apostle territory. Mad priests could pop up at any second. So unless you have a death wish..." Wait, he paused mid-sentence, a sudden realization hitting him like a truck. He rubbed his chin, looking confused. "Hold on. You times won't times die. The powers that be actually want to keep you alive." Eugene just stared. "How do you know all that?" But Levent was deep in his own headspace. "I was wondering why a grand ritual started out of nowhere. Why now? Why human sacrifices? The high priest is still recovering from his injuries. He's not the type to make such a flashy scene. Could this be a rogue local priest going off script?" Eugene slowly raised his hand. That might be my fault." He casually recounted his little beef with Joseph. He shrugged. "And that's the tea." Levent's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. "It was you?" Joseph was terrified of Eugene's threats, so he went rogue. He knew the boss wouldn't approve of such sloppy work. But he couldn't exactly kill the VIP either. Levent turned to him, a grin forming. "This might be easier than I thought." Eugene tilted his head. "Huh? What is?" Levent stroked his chin, plotting. "No, wait. Even if it's simple, there are risks. If I stop Joseph, I can use it to explain my failed assassination mission. But it might draw too much heat and get us all captured. Maybe I should just bail." "Decision made," he asked. "So, do you have a master plan?" Eugene looked blank. "A plan?" While Levent was overanalyzing everything, Eugene flatly replied, "Nope, zero." Levent almost choked. "You just wing it, don't you?" Eugene stammered. "No, but I think I just found the ingredients for a plan." Levent smirked, confidence returning. "Perfect. You've got the motive, and I've got the brain." Before he could finish his cool speech, a noise interrupted them. A commotion erupted nearby. "Hey, orphans at 12 o'clock. A pack of thugs was chasing down a group of terrified kids. One thug with a face only a mother could hate pinned a kid down. "Gotcha, you little rat," the child wailed. "Please, somebody help!" The thug gritted his teeth. "Help? You ungrateful brat! We gave you food. We gave you a roof. The least you can do is be useful. Without our benevolence, you'd be dead in a ditch. So why can't we just use you as a little sacrifice?" He didn't get to finish. Eugene appeared like a ghost, grabbing the thug by his hair. "I told you, scum, to leave the kids alone." Killing intent flooded the alley. "Do it again, and your history," Eugene spat. "Useless trash." Levent stepped in. "Oh, don't say that. He's not useless. He's perfect bait." "Say what?" "And a glorious information kiosk." Eugene twisted the thug's head to look at his unconscious buddies. Levent chimed in. "Answer wrong, and you join the sleepy squad." The thug broke instantly. "I'll talk. I'll sing. Just don't kill me." The rescued kids ran over, tears streaming. They crashed into Eugene, sobbing. "Big brother, Eugene." Eugene's eyes got misty. It was a full-on tearjerker moment. "You guys were scared, right?" While the emotional reunion happened, Levent slapped on a creepy mask, confusing the captive thug. He walked over and tapped Eugene's shoulder. "Touching moment, really. But we have a cult to crash." "Chop chop." The kids blinked. "Who's that? Looks familiar." Meanwhile, The gloomy door creaked open. Joseph glared at the entrance. "What do you want?" The captive thug, with Levent poking him in the back, stammered. "Sir, I brought the sacrifice. And, this doctor has news. About young Master Eugene." Disguised Levent stood menacingly behind him, weapon ready, signaling the others to keep their mouths shut. Hearing that name, Joseph snapped to attention. "Eugene, my plan isn't complicated. The situation favors us." He pondered for a second, then nodded. "Fine, if the two of us can hide our identities and infiltrate the enemy core." He was buying it. "The old man finally," said Enter. It felt like victory, but when Eugene stepped inside, his blood ran cold. What the hell? He looks nothing like before. He remembered a pathetic, groveling old man. Eugene shot a worried glance at Levent. "Is this part of the plan?" Behind the mask, Levent was sweating buckets. "We are in deep trouble. I wanted a peaceful resolution, but you can't negotiate with times that asterisk." What stood before them wasn't human. It was a grotesque monster, radiating pure horror. What kind of dark arts twisted him into this abomination? While they froze in shock, the beast spoke. "Leave the sacrifice and begone." He turned his gaze. "And you, Doctor? What happened to the brat Folivia?" The thug, seeing the fear on the heroes' faces, decided to switch teams fast. He sprinted toward the monster, screaming, "Lord Joseph, it's a trap. They aren't sacrifices." Levent sighed, pulling out razor-sharp throwing knives. Whoosh! Called it. With a casual flick, he chucked the object right at the back of that goon's neck. Boom! Critical hit. The old geezer instantly raged. "Oi! Paws off the merchandise! You think you can just touch the sacrifice?" Levin calmly started peeling off his disguise. "You care more about a ritual item than your own subordinates?" He dropped the act completely. "Relax, old man. Those sacrifices? Just your own guise in cosplay." The villain shrieked in realization. "You scumbag! You dare ambush me?" Levin snagged Yin by the collar, a flame dancing on his fingertips. "Freeze! Unless you want to see Eugen Fivia go kablooey." The old man's voice boomed. "What? Who even are you?" Let's rewind a bit to the boys' little strategy meeting. Back then, Levin had dropped a bomb. First off, spoiler alert, I'm a subordinate of Priest Soheil from the Order of Eternity. Yin's jaw hit the floor. The Order? Wait, are you an Abyss worshipper? No wonder you know all the lore. Forget revenge for a second. Kneeling isn't cringe if it keeps you alive. Survival is the only main quest right now. Levin shrugged. "If I was a true believer, we wouldn't be teaming up. Let's just say I'm on a contract. Funny thing though, Soheil actually ordered me to kill you." Yin panicked, clutching his head. "Excuse me?" The math wasn't mathing. "Hold on. Why is the Order so bipolar? One side wants to save me, the other wants me dead? Make it make sense." Levin waved it off. "It's complicated. Don't burn your brain cells. It's just internal beef between the apostles and which priests they serve. Standard corporate drama. The Order is basically a bunch of freelancers gathered by the Prophet. As long as we don't derail the Prophet's main spoiler, prophecy, we can pretty much do whatever we want. So, as long as it fits within the prophecy's margins, anything is fair game." Levin turned back to the villain. "Aren't you jumping the gun? It's way too early for the capital's grand ceremony. Why is Joseph so impatient? Starting the human sacrifice grind this early is gonna bug the prophecy, isn't it? If I report this..." The old man, realizing he was being ignored, threw a punch and screamed, "Wait!" The duo dodged as debris went flying. Yin sprinted and yelled, "What is wrong with him? He's attacking even after you name-dropped the Prophet? Does this count as within limits? Nope. Even if it was, he shouldn't be trying to flatten the guy he's supposed to be protecting." Joseph went berserk, smashing everything while screaming, "Wait! I said wait!" The guy was absolutely losing it. "Totally out of control," he pleaded. "Hold on, let me explain. Just give me a sec." The two stood amidst the dust cloud. Yin asked, "What's the play?" Levin shrugged. "Do we have a choice?" Another attack came crashing down. Levin dusted off his hands. "We gotta drop him." Yin gaped. "Say what? I thought you had a master plan." Another smash. More dust. They dodged like pros. Yin whipped out his cloak, rigged with explosives, of course. Joseph spotted them just as Levin signaled. "Now!" The cloak went flying straight at the geezer. Both powered up, purple and blue energy swirling. Explosive fire/combo. Magic met bombs in a beautiful catastrophe. Direct hit. Through the smoke, voices drifted out. Well, that worked out better than listening to his rambling. Yin snapped. "Was this your plan all along? You treat human lives like disposable tissues." Levin sighed. "Can we save the lecture for later? Maybe don't get kidnapped next time, Mr. Hero." Suddenly, they spotted a familiar lump on the ground. It was Joseph, looking pathetic. He rasped, "You two, getting along? How disgusting." Levin picked his ear. "Pipe down. You're just all talk and no stats. What was the point of all this drama? Did you just want to turn into a giant worm? Because that's my bet." The old man groveled. Shame mode activated. "I'll tell you everything. Just give me one day. Please." Yin shut him down cold. "Denied. Your plan was to sacrifice people today, wasn't it? You toss other lives away like trash but beg for your own? Pathetic." the old man snapped. He roared, "Shut your mouth! You think you can lecture me? You lot survive by leeching off the weak, too. My son, my poor boy." He pointed a trembling finger at them. You killed my son." Levin tapped his temple. Guys got a few loose screws. But then, Joseph's hand started to mutate grotesquely. My son, he clutched his head. "No, I'll bring you back. But not yet. Not now." Suddenly, a monstrous limb tore its way out of his body. He screamed, "It's too soon." A grotesque beast erupted before their eyes. Both heroes paused. "That is his son?" The old man cradled the corpse of the monster on his back, voice trembling. "I'm sorry, my son." A tragic, pathetic father to the end. He triggered the trap twice. Yin stared in disbelief. So, all this madness was just a twisted father's attempt to resurrect his son. Levin covered his mouth, trembling. I get why he went full psycho now. But dragging a soul back from the gods' domain? What exactly is the end game here? You're playing with forces you don't understand. Suddenly, a flash blinded them. Yin instinctively threw himself in front of Levin. "Wait, watch out!" he screamed. "What the hell is?" A blinding light swallowed the world. A massive shockwave blasted them backward, sending them tumbling like rag dolls. Yin struggled to open his eyes through the pain. This sword energy was absurd. It was the presence of a grandmaster, a monster on par with his own big brother. Levin's mind drifted to a memory with little Tamiya. They had hesitated before the ominous door. He had asked, "Do we really have to go in?" The kid nodded. "Yup." Levin placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, ready to tell him to scram. "I'll find the pieces myself," he started, but the kid shouted, "That pose! It's the pose!" Tamiya tugged at him. "Brother, look!" The kid struck a pose, way more dramatic than Levin's, and declared, "You're FS, aren't you? The punisher of corrupt nobles, the scourge of greedy officials, the heroic bandit of justice, FS?" Levin cringed so hard his face hurt. "Say what now?" But the kid's eyes were sparkling like diamonds. "It is you! Why are you so fast?" Levin grabbed him. "Hold your horses, kid. Where are you hearing these wild rumors?" He sighed, needing to explain. "First off, FS isn't some hero. I get why people talk. But it's all lies, and hate to break it to you, but I'm not him. The real FS. He died 5 years ago protecting a loser like me." Back in the present, Levin stood on shaky legs, unable to hide his struggle. "Looks like I'll be joining him in the afterlife soon enough. Legend says only a few swordsmen can slice boulders with sheer pressure. That's the first step to becoming a sword saint, a realm brushing against magic itself. So why is a monster of that caliber rotting in this hole?" Old man Joseph finally broke the silence, screeching like a banshee. "You hypocritical rats! I'll spend the rest of my life slaughtering every last one of you." Yin suddenly charged. "I'll handle this." Levin tried to stop him. "Wait, you idiot! Don't engage!" But Yin was already airborne. He unleashed flame stars, condensing his power to block the monster's strike. But another blinding flash froze him in his tracks. His attack was sliced through like butter. Yin stood there, stunned, as death loomed. Levin yanked him out of the kill zone just in time. "Your firepower, it's weak," he barked. "Moron, you burned all your energy earlier." Yin blinked innocently. "Wait, mana can run out?" Levin's jaw dropped. "Excuse me? What kind of wizard doesn't know that?" The monster raised its sword again. "No time for a lecture." Levin shoved a weapon into Yin's hands. "Here, use this, now." The beast leaped high, gravity seemingly optional, and brought the blade down. They barely scrambled away as it crashed into the earth. Then it went berserk, slashing wildly at everything. They were forced to parry desperately, until the beast suddenly targeted Levin. Disarmed and helpless, Levin couldn't dodge. Slash! A brutal cut tore across his chest. Yin screamed his name in panic. Seizing the opening, Yin struck the monster's leg. "Stop!" Joseph howled in agony. "My leg! My precious leg!" Enraged, the beast punted Yin like a soccer ball. "That bastard!" Levin watched him fly. But wait, that attack actually worked? Debris flew everywhere, dust choking the air. Levin had used his mechanical arm to barely survive the shockwave. He collapsed, clutching his head. He was running on fumes. Was this it? Was he really going to die in a dump like this? He'd spent his whole life as a hunting dog for the very villains who killed FS. All just to end up as monster chow? How did it come to this? That idiot, Levin, getting swept up in the moment, playing hero when it didn't suit him at all. Finally, the kid collapsed. So he was faking it, pretending to be fine while barely holding on. What an absolute fool. Still, with this second life God Felon granted him, he hadn't dirtied the Fivia name. No, the only one disgracing that name was himself. "You were always running away. Don't hate me, kid. We don't both have to die here. Survive, Levin. I have a reason to live, even if I'm a disgrace. This magic is incomplete. Using it means snapping every muscle in 5 minutes. I won't be able to lift a finger afterward. But 5 minutes, that's enough time to run." Suddenly, familiar silhouettes appeared. It was the kids. Even crazy old Joseph spotted them. They gathered around Yin's unconscious body, trembling. We're caught." The sword-wielding monstrosity didn't care who they were. It raised its blade to slaughter them. Levin screamed, "Wait!" Of course, the beast ignored him and swung. "Die!" The children stood frozen in the face of death. Levin's hand hovered in the air. "No! The kids can't dodge that, and I'm too far away to block it. Wait, if I use that times technique, I could reach them, but I need that energy to escape. Wasting it here is suicide." Levin hesitated, torn between survival and sacrifice. Then, he saw it. Tamia placing a hand on the arm, a gesture that mirrored the bond between him and FS. A strange, overwhelming emotion crashed into him like a tidal wave. Ancient memories came flooding back. Back then, Levin was just a little street rat in rags. He held a piece of bread, asking with wide, innocent eyes, "Why are you being nice to a stray like me?" "Like the bakery," Lady said. "It's stupid because I can't pay you back." The gentleman, F.S., laughed. "A smile is payment enough for a gentleman. Like me." Levin chewed while mumbling, "I can't even give you that." F.S. just grinned. "If sharing bread with hungry kids is stupid, then someone has to be the idiot around here, right?" He turned serious. "My name is F.S., one of the most respectable morons in Horizon." Snap back to reality. Levin knelt, squeezing out every last drop of magic. "And now, you are the last F.S." Violent purple energy exploded, clashing against the monster's blade. That purple aura belonged to Levin. He transformed into a totally different beast, charging in faster than lightning. Then, he channeled his magic, blasting a massive sphere right into its face. Joseph gaped in shock. What in the world is that speed? Levin stood before the kids, not looking back. "You guys have 5 minutes. I'll buy you 5 minutes to escape with Yin." During the chaos, Tamia looked at him with starry eyes. "Yes," but Joseph just roared with laughter. "You absolute moron. You should have used that power to save your own skin. At least one of you rats would have survived. In 5 minutes, I'll kill you, and then hunt down that Fivia guy too." Levin knew it. Even without the villain monologue, he knew this was the dumbest thing he'd ever done. But then, Levin suddenly declared, "The noble thief, F.S., the guardian of Felon's legacy in the shadows." The monster grunted. "What are you mumbling about?" Levin slammed his magic into the ground. "My true duty is to hunt the abyss, hiding in the darkness and destroy it." Boom! A thick layer of black smoke blanketed the entire area. Taking the chance, the kids grabbed Yin and bolted. "Hurry! We have to clear the gate in 5 minutes." Suddenly, Yin's eyelids twitched. He snapped his eyes open. "I passed out again? Even though I caused this mess, I still need babysitting?" The abyss finds joy in human suffering. Why did I do that to people who were already hurting? Pathetic. A massive explosion swallowed the battlefield, dust flying everywhere. The monster slashed the moment he saw Levin's shadow, but our hero barely dodged. "My body is breaking down faster than I thought. Using this without body reinforcement? Is he crazy?" This magic is a high-level technique meant for enchanting weapons, but he's using it on his own flesh and blood. It grants insane power, but it destroys the body just by moving, and I still can't land a hit even with flash, step. That guy is a monster. He can't even use full power because of that weird lower body. But even so, he's overpowering me by 200%. If he were at his peak, I'd be dead in one hit. But the reason, I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. I'm still breathing. Is it warrior's respect? To let a warrior die without regrets? Is he silently agreeing to let me dump everything I have into this fight? Levin smirked. Do I really need to overanalyze this? Whatever. Maybe I'm just being sentimental, but it's not bad. I can't help but laugh. The thrill of doing something this stupid is just too fun. Meanwhile, even though Yin opened his eyes, he couldn't stand. The kids dragged him desperately. "We're going to save you this time." Yin looked exhausted. "I can't even move a single finger. It's happening again." A feeling all too familiar. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. "The Grand Duke of the Abyss. Uncle once mentioned it." "Right, a Grand Duke. The ruler of the Abyss is called the King, or the Grand Duke. They get those titles because they hold absolute authority in their domain. The greatest enemies of the god Felon and the 12 disciples. Beings from the stars meant to purify the abyss." Little Yin had been so excited hearing that story. So scary. What do they look like? Are they terrifying? Uncle said there wasn't much info, but aren't they surprisingly charismatic? People claim to have met a Grand Duke, falling into the abyss with no escape. It's alluring. Wait, is that voice trying to tell me something? Power? It's offering me enough power to trample all of Horizon beneath my feet. Immense power. Lies. That's ridiculous. This temptation is too obvious. But if even a fraction is true, could I protect everyone for just a little while? Yin suddenly saw something. "A child," he asked. "Are you my past?" Yin went pale. "Wait, who are all of you?" Then he bolted upright, letting out an ear-piercing scream. He clutched his chest, gasping for air. Why did my past suddenly? No, more importantly, the Grand Duke of the Abyss. It appeared because the influence of the Abyss got stronger from the human sacrifices. Ugh, I don't know why it showed up in front of me, but just like the stories, I almost got sucked in without realizing it. If my past self hadn't held me back, by now, I would probably be, thank you, past me. You came to save me. But if my past pulled me back, then what about those? What was that terrifying shadow haunting him? Suddenly, the bratty voices of the kids snapped him back to reality. Yin looked around, totally clueless. What is going on? He mumbled. Never mind that now. He forced a painful smile for their sake. I am totally fine. Thanks for asking, guys. But really, the battle was far from over. There was zero time to rest. Seeing him try to leave, the kids panicked. Big brother, where are you going? It is chill. Just need a quick nap and I will be back. The kids weren't buying it. Liar, you look like a walking corpse. They were right. Fighting in this condition was basically suicide. He was better than before, sure, but moving was still a nightmare. Then, Levent's words echoed in his mind. I almost forgot about those rings. I heard they were made to treat you. If Uncle truly crafted these artifacts to heal his broken body, he clenched his fist, staring at the ring with intensity. Then maybe, just maybe I can keep fighting. The mysterious illness from his past, a bizarre paralysis that turned his body into stone without warning. On the battlefield, Joseph suddenly broke into a cold sweat. No, that overwhelming presence. If this was the cure, then his uncle's purpose was clear. Half the reason I became a doctor was to see you healthy again, to help you move freely once more. Even after being bedridden, that was the old man's only wish. It was blood arts, the abyssal power granted to Master Waidia. How did this kid possess it? Zero energy surged violently, visible even from the outside. He was using the Zero to reinforce his muscles like an exoskeleton. I finally figured out how to use this cheat code. Seeing this, Levent smirked. Just a friendly warning, Levent called out. Even if you jump in, that head is mine. Yin shrugged coolly. Do I look like I care? Got a plan? Levent let out a self-deprecating laugh. You seem in a rush, don't you? But thanks to you, I found a weakness. Why are you acting so cool about it? He pointed his blade at the monstrosity. That bottom half, let's call it Joseph. That bulky mess can't keep up with the sword saint on top. We cripple the legs first. Then dealing with the sword master is easier than babysitting. Yin looked unimpressed. Glad it is that simple. Suddenly, his aura shifted. His eyes glowed crimson red. Thinking is getting harder by the second. His transformation left both Levent and Joseph stunned. The atmosphere became heavy. Just as I thought, he is using the Berserker artifact. Joseph's mind raced. Do you know the Berserkers of the North? Those monsters who keep moving even with a hole in their heart? I thought they were just insane. Do they move because they feel no pain? No, the truth is darker. They are paralyzed by an overdose of adrenaline and endorphins. It goes beyond ignoring pain, like a musical instrument trying to play with cut strings. The secret lies in their Zero. When they enter a rage state, their blood pressure skyrockets. The Zero acts as a substitute for damaged organs, even if their muscles are shredded to bits. As long as the Zero circuits connect, they will not stop. That is exactly what this is. The real battle starts now. Yin launched himself straight at the target. A roar of pure courage tore from his throat. His rage had leveled up to demonic heights. The beast countered with a claw strike, roaring back. Olivia watched in awe as Yin fought like a wild animal. Levent whispered to himself, he is charging in like a total lunatic. Yin landed a heavy kick, knocking the beast back. Immediately, the monster swiped its claws at Levent. Fast as lightning, the beast grabbed him. Yin stood there, cheering like a sports fan. Good, that is it. Keep it up. The monster was visibly annoyed. Damn it, I cannot react fast enough. This kid is completely unhinged. In the frozen wastelands. To survive the abyss, they had to become monsters themselves. I never dreamed I would face an Einherjar here. No, I cannot let his savagery overwhelm me. He is just a brat no matter how strong. Even if 100 like him attacked, I would be fine. The problem is their teamwork. When the brat distracts my son's mind, the other one strikes my weak points. But saying it is easier than stopping it. This is a battle of life and death. Do these maniacs not fear the Reaper? Their attacks are crude and lucky. They might not hurt my son's body, but what about me? Meanwhile, Yin's brain was working overtime. If this berserker keeps moving, even with a stabbed heart and torn muscles, if this crazy bastard keeps regenerating, what do? I will just keep smashing him until he stays down. He continued to feed the monster a buffet of fists. Customer service is closed. Levent remained focused, observing every twitch. He frowned in suspicion. What is that stance? Is he cornered? He has decided on mutual destruction. If I go down, this pathetic kid is coming with me. He wants a brutal double suicide. I absolutely will not let that happen. Levent analyzed the monster's posture. Is that a defensive form? What a stupid move. Levent channeled his magic with explosive force. In that split second, Joseph panicked. My resurrection was incomplete. I have less than a month to live anyway, but that does not mean I will die here today. Simply wasn't enough today. If only the sun shone brighter. If only I was stronger. But before he could finish that thought, he took the full force of Levent's attack. The man roared in desperation. Son of evil, though your life may be short, live freely. Father will take these. Wretched bastards down to hell with me. Quick as lightning, Levent noticed the enemy's body swelling up a self-destruct sequence. He used every ounce of strength to jump and land a critical strike right on the target. Look at that. A total knockout. Tears fell as the game ended. In his final aggrieved moments, he could only call out to his son. An instant later, his body exploded into nothingness. Having secured the victory, Levent turned to ask Eugene, "Hey, where did you get that kind of power?" But before he could finish, the boy suddenly raised his battle axe and swung at Levent. Levent shouted in confusion, "Have you lost your mind?" Why the sudden betrayal? Facing the boy's mindless, machine-like aggression, Levent quickly deduced, this guy has completely lost his marbles. He began to observe and analyze. An agitated state, eyes glowing crimson red, total loss of consciousness, infinite stamina, and muscles that had been super-enhanced. A total newbie? No. In this moment, Levent was shook. Damn it, this isn't just a newbie. He's a berserker, and he possesses the Soroya bloodline. No wonder he was laughing like a maniac earlier. But wait, if he's in berserk mode, shouldn't his reason return now that the enemy is dead? Levent thought about his own limits with horror. Damn it. That was when Eugene finally responded calmly, "Correct. Think about it. You still have one enemy left." Levent instantly felt that karma had come to collect. Is this divine retribution? I guess it's time I received what I deserve. Immediately, the boy brought the axe blade inches from Levent's head, mumbling nonsense. Right now, with that weapon, we're barely holding on. It was a state of extreme hypnosis filled with rage and madness. Yet, he escaped it through sheer willpower? Do you know that even going soft has to be timed correctly? Are you sure you're okay with this? A plot twist worthy of an award. They were back on the same side as if nothing happened. You might regret not killing me right now. What's this? Feeling guilty? Suddenly, Eugene faced a critical error and cried out, "Hey, wait, hold on." Suddenly, the concept of blessings shared, disaster shared kicked in. Eugene spoke in defeat. "I can't move my body." "Of course not. You unleashed a blind rage without any restraint." Just then, a voice called out from the door. "Young master, wake up." He touched the bandage on his face and groaned. After a long slumber, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Wow, I slept like a log." Tia, standing by the bed, looked disgruntled. "Really? Oh my God. Meanwhile, I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Ugh, Tia." Immediately, the attendant activated savage mode. Speaking seriously, "We should honestly keep you on a leash or something. Why do you always end up like this? Do you enjoy giving me mental breakdowns? Say you're sorry." Even though Eugene looked apologetic, Tia had no intention of stopping. "How can you attend the entrance ceremony with that face? This is the only spot that looks somewhat okay." "Hold up. Entrance ceremony?" Eugene froze for 5 seconds while his brain buffered. "That's right, the Magic Academy entrance ceremony. I totally forgot. Why are you always like this? Are you trying to turn my insides upside down? Hee, sorry about that." At this point, Eugene put on his innocent criminal face. "But I had no choice. There were kids involved, and yes, those kids are safe now. Thanks to the young master," Tia replied with frustration. "But it would have been nice if you told me first." "My bad." The attendant was visibly salty. "In the end, even the sick and bedridden had to come out to save you." "Huh? A disaster magnet like him could only look confused." "Father came to save me, don't you remember?" Tia suppressed the anger and explained. "Yes, since it involved you, he couldn't exactly sit still. But it's impressive. He's ill but still forced himself out because it was a code red situation requiring his direct orders. He handled the cleanup of the human sacrifice site and dealt with the remnants of the Abyss worshippers." Hearing this, Eugene teared up, exactly as predicted. Meanwhile, Tia complained, "I knew the security in the capital was trash, but I didn't think it was this garbage. I miss the Folivia territory. I hate that prejudice, but this time it really is a major incident." He continued explaining, "When the slums get agitated, a riot is inevitable." "Really?" Eugene asked worriedly. "What about the people living there?" Tia recounted. "That's the real headache. Currently, the Lord is using his own pocket money to protect the poor, but it costs a fortune, and interfering with the king's territory isn't exactly convenient." He pointed out the current situation. If handled poorly, it could be seen as treason against the royal family. "We tried handing responsibility over to the royals, but their response was ice cold." Seeing this, Eugene asked indignantly, "Why though? This is a huge deal. Why?" "Because it involves the poor." To Eugene's shock, Tia analyzed, "In the slums, dog eat dog is nothing new, right? The struggles of the lowly people underground don't even scratch the surface of the upper class. In fact, the capital nobles think letting the trash kill the trash is a good thing. They probably think, why does the Folivia family keep meddling and trying to be righteous? But those very actions are what fed and grew the abyss. Perhaps because they sit safely in the backlines, they've become arrogant. Here, Tia reassured him. However, don't worry. The Lord won't abandon the poor just because he's afraid of social prejudice. Saying that, he handed over a bouquet of flowers. Look, they are being so cooperative. They must really like us. See? They even sent flowers to wish us good health. Yin grabbed the bouquet, totally hyped. This is it. Jackpot. Taya stared at him, completely baffled. They sent weeds to wish you health? How? Thoughtful, I guess. Then Eugene squinted at the bundle. Wait a second. Why are these paper flowers shaped so weirdly? Well, it is the thought that counts. That is precious. Yin blushed, holding the trash like treasure. Is this the prettiest flower ever? Good. Very good. Then it hit him like a lightning bolt. Ah, but where is Levent? He needs to see this masterpiece too, Taya panicked. How do I say this? Scene transition. Levent was currently surrounded. Interrogation time with the Fivia household troops. He looked at the soldiers and forced a smile. Hello there. Suddenly, Eugene dashed in from nowhere. Hey, you look better than I thought. He blocked the soldiers with his own body. Hold it right there. This is a misunderstanding. Levent? Instantly, an officer shouted a command. Attention, hands on your heads. They saluted in unison. Greetings, young lord. Yes, sir. One soldier grinned, dropping the scary act. Just chat normally, sir. We are all part of the Fivia family here. Huh? Really? Eugene blinked. The soldier got excited. We heard the stories. You wiped out those abyss worshippers. I thought, wow, truly the Lord's son. He praised Eugene to the high heavens. You are the spitting image of the Lord himself. I recognized you instantly. No need to flatter me, though. Levent, who had been ignored this whole time, finally spoke up. Eugene, you see, it is fine. It is just a standard interrogation. Interrogation? Eugene looked confused. Levent sighed, trying to explain. I already cleared it with Lord Fivia. Everything is resolved. They are just double-checking everything. He turned to the crowd of soldiers. So, we are done for today, right? Seems the young lord wants to chat. Let us get going. One soldier waved. See you same time tomorrow, Levent. Sure. They beamed at Eugene before leaving. Have a wonderful day, young lord. As soon as they vanished, Levent's face dropped. Total mood shift, like flipping a pancake. So unfair. I am used to it, but still. Wait, Eugene could not keep up with the light-speed attitude change. Weren't you guys having a fun chat just now? Can't be helped. I am Sewer's subordinate after all. Eugene tilted his head confused. Sewer? The eternal church priest you mentioned? Levent stared at this blank sheet of paper. Time for a history lesson. Sewer is from the Eternal Church. Only Lord Fivia knows the truth. To everyone else, Sewer is a famous mercenary captain, a merchant of death who causes chaos in the north. Eugene frowned deeply. Why would you work for someone notorious like that? Levent didn't hide anything, calm and collected. I told your father everything, so I might as well tell you. Eugene gasped, hearing something earth-shattering. What? You are with Phelan's legacy, the righteous thieves? Not exactly, but yes, that is me. Levent clarified the situation. But we aren't exactly heroes. Phelan's legacy, or FS, is like the Fivia family, a collective dedicated to protecting an ancient heritage. Your family guards the western border. We guard Phelan's knowledge. Like this gadget. But this is just a broken, simple version. Phelan's knowledge is machinery? Why call us righteous thieves? I don't know. Maybe because we operate in the shadows, like a secret society. A secret society. Eugene still had questions. But isn't Sewer the enemy then? Shouldn't you run far away? Correct. Levent's eyes darkened with old pain. But Sewer annihilated FS. I am the only one left. I was the sole survivor of that massacre at 10 years old, raised as a trophy, a hunting dog for Sewer. Eugene's eyes went wide with shock. He stammered. Levent finally confessed his sins. That doesn't make me an abyss worshipper. But I cannot say I haven't done bad things. Mostly just mercenary work. I tried to kill you, simply because our applications to the magic school overlapped. He didn't hesitate to admit the ugly truth. No, actually, it was my own pathetic inferiority complex. Your pride as a Fivia was the complete opposite of me. It was a complex, a twisted, ugly jealousy. It sounds pathetic now. I couldn't even fight Sewer, yet I wanted to kill you instead. Eugene held back a storm of emotions. When the story ended, Eugene stood up abruptly. What are you babbling about, Levent of FS? I saw your true feelings that day. No matter what you say, I won't misunderstand you. He defended Levent with zero hesitation. You were in a position where you couldn't be yourself. That wasn't the real you. Got it? He denied it all. You aren't Levent Sewer of the Eternal Church. You are the righteous thief. Levent of Phelan's legacy said I wasn't a righteous thief. And Levent Sewer. He looked down at his scarred hands, realization finally dawning on him. But I understand what you mean. Eugene looked at him with deep empathy. Surviving all alone, the pain of that. Suffer more? No way. But listen closely, Levin. Even when the sky falls and your world goes pitch black, a single star still shines. He smiled, understood. Cut to the prestigious Pad Magic Academy. A shadow loomed by the window. Checking the fresh meat? Not your style, master. Who caught your eye? The prince? Too obvious. Everyone is watching that one guy, the anomaly. The rookie who casually saved the slums from the void. The 1-second mage, Eugene Folivia. Down in the courtyard, the air was thick with admiration and envy. Eugene sweated nervously. Are they staring too much? Is it just me? You are the main event, pal, Levin smirked. I thought you would be dead by now. Suddenly, a wild shaman appeared. Found you, the son of Lady Scotty. She pointed a dramatic finger. I am Shaman Swab. I challenge you to the Northern Road. Let us rewind time a few minutes. Levin waved casually. Yo, Eugene, you made it. Eugene stared in horror. Levin, that hat. It is blindingly ugly. Levin touched the brim. This masterpiece? It is a merchant's disguise. Commoners get treated like dirt here. So, I am blending in with some high-class style. If they find out I am a nobody later, they will be furious. Eugene's jaw dropped. Class discrimination is scary, but Levin avoided his eyes. Actually, they care more about you than my fashion sense. Eugene grabbed his head. What? Why me? Levin looked at him like he was an idiot. You serious? Eugene froze, trembling like a leaf. You really do not know? Levin listed the facts. First student from Folivia. First one-chain user. You are a walking history book. Plus, you blew up the entrance ceremony with a magical nuke. And you crushed the Abyss worshippers. Of course they are staring, you monster. He was a human magnet for trouble. Eugene panicked. Wait, you were there too. We fought together. Levin shrugged. History only remembers the MVP. Eugene cried out. That is so cruel, Levin grinned. Better than being dead. Back to reality. Suab stomped towards them with zero hesitation. Here comes trouble. A booming voice echoed. Found you. Levin spit out his burger in shock. Suab screamed like a fangirl. There he is, Eugene Folivia, the legend. She flashed a feral grin. I am Suab. Meet me at the Northern Road for a duel. Eugene blinked, confused. The crowd went wild. Whispers erupted everywhere. Who is she? Never seen her. Did she say Northern Road? Eugene turned pale. Levin, that place. My mom told me about it. It means a duel to the death. No surrender. Levin's eyes went cold. Hey, shaman, you ever killed a man? Suab ignored him completely. Out of my way, conehead. Eugene waved his hands frantically. I refuse. Levin's hat fell off. Charisma, -10. Suab looked offended. Why? She roared. Are you really the son of the great Skady? Eugene stammered. Why do we have to fight? Suab clenched her fist. I want to beat you. I want to steal your glory. Eugene was baffled. What kind of twisted logic is that? Suab stood tall. Fine then. I will prove my power right here, just like you did. Levin gasped. Wait, what? Eugene trembled. What are you proving? Boom! Suab laughed maniacally. Behold, shaman magic, the avatar of the universe. She chanted ancient words, explosions everywhere. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. The sheer pressure radiating from him turned Suab and Eugene ghastly pale. His voice dropped to a bone-chilling freeze as he remarked, that was quite a unique display, leaving Suab paralyzed with terror. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blast that dwarfed the previous one, commanding the guards to drag the trash away, and throw him in confinement. And don't think this ends here. Make sure this troublemaker rots in a cell. The soldiers responded with a thunderous, yes, sir. Levent watched in awe at the brutal efficiency. Meanwhile, Eugene's sharp eyes analyzed the magic. That man used Desio, but he didn't just copy the explosion. He compressed the mana density to limit the blast radius while skyrocketing the destructive power. He is a magic swordsman just like me, and a terrifyingly skilled one at that. Suddenly, the crowd behind them erupted into hysterical screams. Oh my god, it is the prince. It is Prince Gaon. Eugene's jaw hit the floor. A literal prince? Just then, Gaon's gaze locked onto him, calling out sharply, Eugene Folivia. Eugene jumped out of his skin. Me? Yes, your highness. Gaon waved it off with a calm smile. No need for the royal treatment. Here, I am just another student, so treat me like your senior. However, I do wish to speak to you as the Prince of Hebernia for a moment. I wanted to personally thank you for your victory in the Abyss. The surrounding students gasped, whispering his name in reverence. Eugene scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. It wasn't a big deal, really, just luck. He thought to himself, wow, he seems like a genuinely good guy. But then, Gaon continued, and one more thing. He leaned in close, his expression instantly turning into a mask of ice. Don't get too cocky. A chill ran down Eugene's spine. The warm senior who thanked him and this cold-blooded monitor were two completely different entities. Scene shift. Later at the assembly hall, A professor stood on the podium. Welcome, students. Our Pad Magic Academy was founded by one of the 10 great disciples, Lord Ananta himself. Our goal is to inherit the sacred knowledge of the great Felon and the 12 disciples. Therefore, you are the inheritors of Felon's wisdom and the future scholars of our society. You must carry this responsibility and become model citizens like your seniors. While the speech droned on, Eugene slumped in his seat, utterly depressed. He sighed. I was so excited for the opening ceremony, but I have already offended the royal family on day one. He racked his brain. What did he mean by don't show off? Did I do something wrong? Levent glanced over at his gloomy friend, thinking, he looks traumatized. I mean, I didn't start the fight, but maybe he wasn't ready for that level of hostility? Suddenly, Levent noticed something and looked up. Meanwhile, another professor took the stage to speak. All right, the vice principal's speech has concluded. And finally, to celebrate the unity between our new and returning students, Levent looked up to the VIP section and spotted Anika sitting stone-faced among the professors. We will now commence the magic demonstration. Levent thought, if it is her, that might snap Eugene out of his funk. He turned to his friend. Hey, do you know about mage rankings? Eugene blinked, confused. You mean like master or professor titles? Why bring that up all of a sudden? Levent replied calmly, well, we are at a magic academy, so ranks are standard. But those titles feel a bit too academic, don't they? Not every mage fits into those boxes. Usually, we divide mages into basic, intermediate, and advanced based on raw power. However, though rare, there are mages whose power defies such simple classification. Their very existence is considered a national threat, requiring special government surveillance. They are known as the Special Designation Mages. Eugene chuckled nervously. That sounds so dramatic. It doesn't even feel real. Levent shook his head and pointed up at the balcony. It is very real. Look over there. He introduced her. That is the Academy's top mage, Anika Assis, the first student in history to be a Special Designation Mage. Levent added casually, her nickname is the 13th disciple of Felon. Eugene jolted, eyes wide. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? It makes sense. That title is reserved for titans of the era who achieve mythical feats, and it was given to a 16-year-old student. Eugene trembled, sweat forming on his brow. Master Eston, you were comparing me to a monster like that? Suddenly, Anika's sharp gaze locked onto the two boys chatting. She stood up abruptly, capturing the room's attention. The professors gasped in shock. Rumors said she was a magic maniac, uninterested in anything but power, ignoring even royalty. She was known for her arrogance. Levent lowered his voice. But the good news? She doesn't care about social status. You might have more in common than you think. The two were so busy whispering, they didn't notice the silent predator approaching, until she stood right before them. She spoke calmly. Hello, Eugene. May I call you that? Eugene looked up, flabbergasted. Ah, yes, of course. Anika hesitated, her icy demeanor cracking slightly. I have many things. I wish to speak with you. The crowd lost their minds. First the prince, and now the top mage? Who is this guy? Anika looked down, a rare blush of embarrassment on her face. But now that I am standing here, I have forgotten what I wanted to say. Eugene bowed frantically, stuttering. That happens. Completely normal. Suddenly, a professor roared from the stage. Wait, Anika! The professor pointed at the paper, sweating bullets and laughing nervously. But the Magic Showcase partners are strictly selected from the elite list. If you pick him, it breaks protocol and puts me in a terrible spot. Anika didn't care. She pointed a finger straight at the boy. Exactly. For the magic exhibition, I'm performing with him. End of story. The professor lost it, screaming at the top of his lungs. Be careful. Watch your mouth, Anika. There's a limit to mocking our traditions. We need to select the absolute best talent for this, not some one-circle trash. She shrugged, cool as ice. Mocking? Hardly. In my eyes, there isn't a single real mage in this room. Then she dropped the bomb that froze the room. Except for Eugene Folivia. The professor stuttered, his brain short-circuiting. Serious? Him? The class erupted. Really? The one-circle loser? Gowan stood in the corner, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Asterisk. The puzzle pieces finally click. You're hiding a monster inside, aren't you, Eugene Folivia? Asterisk. Eugene pointed at himself, eyes watering like a scared puppy. Me, he stammered, trembling. I think you've got the wrong guy. Anika looked away, her voice dangerously soft but loaded with meaning. Since you're a Folivia, how about a duel instead? Eugene's soul left his body. His face went corpse pale. A duel? He shrieked, panic taking the wheel. I'm just a measly one-circle mage. How can I fight her? That's barely a performance. That's a public execution. Levin watched from the side, cringing hard. Asterisk. Brutal. Asterisk. He glanced at Anika, his face a mix of fear and secondhand embarrassment. The Academy's #1 genius versus a bottom-tier rookie? That's not a fight. It's bullying on a legendary scale. Suddenly, Eugene turned to Levin, his eyes sparking with a weird, delusional confidence. Wait, But what if I actually win? Levin looked at him with pure pity. Asterisk. He's gone insane from the fear. Asterisk. Right. Even if you lose, just don't cry too hard. But Eugene was already deep in his fantasy. Huh? Say that again? He raised his hands, eyes sparkling with greed. The Folivia bloodline sees through mana. No matter how strong her magic is, it's useless against a Folivia. Levin sighed, looking at his friend like a hopeless case. Asterisk. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Asterisk. Eugene grinned like a villain, then switched to innocent curiosity. Hold on. If I beat her, do I take the #1 spot? Sorry in advance, Anika. Seconds later, his grin died. Reality hit him like a truck. He froze. His voice cracked, tears forming. No, wait. If I lose, I'll be the laughingstock of the century. Everyone will see. Levin stared at him. Asterisk. So it was just a fever dream. Asterisk. He sat next to the trembling boy, trying to salvage his mental state. Why the fear? You charged into the Abyss Worshipper's lair solo. You've faced worse than students. Think positive. Everyone knows this match is rigged against you anyway. No pressure. Eugene's eyes went round. Hope returned. Levin offered a hand, his words carrying the weight of a general inspiring his troops. Even if you can't win, just show them your guts. Fight hard, and you'll earn their respect. But instead of powering up, Eugene burst into tears. Respect? I'm a one-circle scrub fighting a monster. The situation totally backfired. Levin face-palmed. Asterisk. There's no fixing this. Asterisk. Later, Eugene dragged his feet into the classroom, still whining. And I just remembered, I got times another times challenge this morning. Why am I a magnet for disaster? Levin paused, a memory flickering. Wait, that was Saman Suab, right? Eugene turned to him, eyes wide with desperate hope. He won't actually show up, will he? Levin nodded slowly to comfort him. If he's in a different class, maybe he'll lose interest and drop it. He tried to sound logical to calm Eugene down. His spiritual range is massive. Sure, not like us, low-tier guys. But before they could relax, the air turned ice cold. They froze. The guy who challenged him was sitting right next to them. The silence was deafening. Suab glared. What are you looking at? Eugene's face turned blue again. To Blue, why are you here? Beside Levin, Havanata giggled, a sound purely made of malice. His magic is strong, sure, but essentially, he's just a primitive witch doctor. Her words poured oil on the fire. Suab looked ready to kill. Meanwhile, Eugene was hyperventilating over the lack of clear rules. Don't shamans just play with antiques and do funny dances hoping for a miracle? She sneered. The professors won't give high scores for a tribal rain dance. Suab snapped. A vein popped on his forehead. If my shamanism is so primitive, then why does it scare you so much? He got in Havanata's face instantly. And you, if your magic is so pure and noble, why are you stuck in the remedial class with us? Havanata jumped, startled. Excuse me? Suab scoffed. Pathetic witch. She immediately crossed her arms in an X over her cheek, posing dramatically. The world of magic just isn't advanced enough to understand my aesthetic. Eugene just watched, confused. Suddenly, panic froze the room. A skeleton? With a cat's head? Levent couldn't believe his eyes as the creature manifested. How did a necromancer get into a magic academy? But the cat skull creature, Havanatan, just giggled. Necromancer sounds so dirty. We don't play with souls here, she insisted. Wait, who is we? She grabbed a skeletal hand and introduced herself with a creepily confident vibe that sent shivers down everyone's spine. I am the puppeteer, Havanatan, and my only interest is the most exquisite masterpiece on earth, Eugene's body. Levent stood paralyzed, terror soaking into his bones. Isn't puppetry just necromancy with a rebranding? Suddenly, pink smoke swallowed the room. Why is everyone here a walking disaster? Through the haze, a silhouette emerged. Eugene and Suab whipped their heads around. A figure stumbled forward like a zombie straight out of a horror game. The final boss has arrived, but before they could attack, they realized it was just Yoroshi. He ran over, crying his eyes out. Sorry everyone, my alchemy bag decided to self-destruct. Ah, Yoroshi, the clumsiness alchemist. The pink fog grew thicker, choking everyone. My eyes, who did this? Chaos erupted in the classroom. Yoroshi waved his hands frantically. Sorry, it was me. The whole room was coughing up a lung. Meanwhile, Levent sat there, contemplating his life choices. Should I just drop out? This class is hopeless. Nearby, a student's face was tomato red. With rage, she gritted her teeth at the idiots. She finally snapped, screaming at the group. Why are you all so cheerful? Is this a playground to you? But Suab wasn't one to back down. He fired back instantly, zero hesitation. You were just embarrassed to be stuck in the loser class with us, aren't you? You coward. Suab sighed, his gaze sharpening like a dagger. His words hit Giovanna like a physical slap. Eugene panicked. Is she insane? Did she just short-circuit? If you are so ashamed of Class 12, go cry in a corner, Suab mocked. Oh, mommy, sorry I was born. Boo-hoo. Eugene rushed to intervene before Giovanna went nuclear. Guys, stop it. His voice boomed like thunder. What did you say? You barbarian? Giovanna shrieked. Poor Yoroshi wailed. Is this all my fault? Levent remained the eye of the storm, calmly covering his nose. They would have fought even without the explosion, he drawled. The smoke was now so thick you couldn't tell friend from foe. Everyone was just raging about their placement in Class 12. Levent looked around the circus. Can a class full of rejects really function? I have zero hope. We are doomed. But suddenly flash. A brilliant light pierced the darkness, clearing the smoke in a heartbeat. A woman stepped through the clearing haze, smiling as gently as a spring breeze. The scent of lavender filled the air. Professor Eston raised a hand, her mana glowing beautifully. She gathered the remaining smoke into a neat swirl. This is high-grade bancao powder. It freezes and evaporates with mana. Fascinating. Eugene watched, totally mesmerized. Eston beamed, holding the glittering dust like a stage performer. If you master it, you can control it just like this. It is the hottest new material in the alchemy world. She approached Yoroshi, happily handing the powder back. Student Yoroshi, you are quite up to date with the trends, aren't you? Yoroshi jumped out of his skin, stuttering. My name? He expected a scolding. Instead, Eston chuckled softly. However, in chaos like this, mastering basic magic is crucial too. That gentle advice made Yoroshi turn beet red. Yes, ma'am. I am working on it, he mumbled, while the class giggled. Eugene stared at her with sparkling eyes. She is amazing. All his attention was locked on her. She radiated a confidence that commanded the room. The chaotic atmosphere vanished instantly. Eston placed her thick book on the desk. Her voice was soft yet crystal clear. All right, everyone. I am Eston, and I will be the homeroom teacher for first year, Class 12. She introduced herself with a warm smile. Kind. She is a rookie just like you guys. Nice to meet you. But only Eugene clapped, acting like a total fanboy. His eyes sparkled like he was meeting a pop star. The teacher smiled, then suddenly dropped a serious question. I have a question for the class. Silence fell instantly. The air froze. Everyone sank into deep thought. What is the meaning of our gathering? Levent broke the silence, his voice deep and dangerously calm. Probably because other professors dumped Class 12 on you. You are the newbie, right? He kept a poker face, every word hitting like a hammer. Double-digit classes are Class D, and among them, Levent looked her dead in the eye and delivered the roast. Class 12 is the bottom of the barrel. Seeing no response, he shrugged. Hey, just speaking the truth here. Sorry. Iston burst out laughing. No worries. I actually expected that answer. Iston smiled, her voice soft but radiating hidden power. It is true. You hit the nail on the head. As the rookie instructor, I was dumped with Class D. The absolute bottom of the barrel, Class 12. The entire room went dead silent. Disbelief hung heavy in the air. Excuse me? She didn't stop there. Every word she spoke was a dagger, slicing through their pride with humiliating precision. It was a mix of bitterness and shame that left them speechless. Let's keep it 100% real. Class D is treated like trash beyond your wildest nightmares. The so-called elite professors, they wouldn't even use your personal files as toilet paper. Eugene lowered his head. Memories of those arrogant glares flashed through his mind. The look of those they once called master. Judging by how they look at this class, well, the treatment of Class 12 speaks for itself, doesn't it? Absolutely. Beside him, Giovanna's fist clenched until it trembled. Unable to hold back the fury, he leaped up and roared. So what exactly are you saying? Are you just here to rub our noses in the dirt? Are you telling us we suck? Iston just let out a refreshing laugh. Her reply was light as a feather, yet it slapped their egos harder than a brick. To put it simply, bingo. You all need a reality check. That statement made Giovanna's face explode with color. He strained his neck to argue, but the words stuck in his throat. What did you say? Suddenly, she threw her arms wide open. Her voice boomed with revelation. However, you are all unpolished diamonds hiding under the label of Class D. The sheer weight of those words petrified the entire class. Unbelievable, and yet totally believable. She spoke with crystal clarity. Since nobody gives a damn about Class D, mind if I take these students off your hands, headmaster? Do whatever you want. It is just Class D. And just like that, I managed to collect all of you rough diamonds as the new professor. Iston held her confident smile, waving a stack of documents in the air. Her voice was solid rock. She wanted to prove a point, even though other professors looked at you with disgust. You all made a deep impact on me. That is why I chose you. The smirk on her lips now held a trace of arrogance, but her eyes sparkled like she held the winning hand. Even if only half of what you wrote was true. These self-introduction letters were written from the heart. Sua bowed her head slightly, clearly moved by the unexpected validation. There is no need for debate. You are all students filled with courage and curiosity. Havinaten and Yorosi exchanged glances and grinned. A wave of pride and indescribable joy washed over them. Eugene also smiled, clearly amused. Talent. Levin, however, thought internally, is this just a gathering of massive egos and hot blood? Iston now looked like a brilliant commander. The truth is, the Magic Academy's selection system simply failed to discover your worth. Istin pointed straight at Giovanna. Am I right, student Giovanna? He shot up from his seat instantly. Absolutely, ma'am. The selection process was rigged from the start. He recalled how others treated him, and the anger boiled his blood again. They didn't even bother to see what I could do. Enough is enough. Who gave them the right to judge me? The whole class nodded in unison. True, true, Suab gasped. Wow, you actually know how to say cool things? Only Levin remained frozen, his eyes darkening as he realized, I am getting dragged into something troublesome. Istin clenched her fist tight. Her shoulders trembled slightly, but that radiant smile didn't fade. Right? Totally correct. I also find it absurd. But words alone prove nothing. She suddenly threw a hand toward Eugene, making him freeze in place. Fortunately, your classmate, Eugene Folivia, has given us the golden opportunity to prove them wrong. Her finger pointed accusingly, her voice ringing out like a bell. The first major lesson for the first-year Class 12 is none other than this. She brought up the duel from earlier that morning. A magical duel between the Academy's top wizard, Padik Anik, and the Class 12 representative, the magic swordsman, Eugene Folivia, with the full support of Class 12. Our objective is to make Eugene Folivia victorious. Eugene, Yorosi, and Giovanna all dropped their jaws in shock. Meanwhile, Suab and Havanatin, their eyes were blazing with excitement and thrill. The class gasped in collective surprise. For real? We have to team up with these scary people? Eugene stood there stunned for a second, before a small smirk crept onto his face. Inside, a rush of adrenaline crashed like a wave. Somehow, this is going to be fun. During class, Suab stood before everyone, her voice echoing through the room. Supporting warriors is a mage's specialty. By using the 3 elements, a mage can buff and assist in many ways. However, she slammed her hand on her chest and declared loudly, her eyes burning with fire, I entered this magic academy to become a frontline warrior. Not to support guys like him, Eugene whispered under his breath. Are you sure you didn't walk into the wrong school? Right after that, Suab pointed a finger straight at Eugene and shouted, Fight me, Folivia. Let's go one-on-one. We will decide which warrior gets to fight the strongest mage. Levin tilted his head, muttering, Wait, is this some kind of tournament arc? Someone tried to hold her back, but Suab roared, What the hell? Let me go! Giovanna glanced over at Eugene. Hey, Havanatin just smirked, a sarcastic grin plastered on his face. This looks exhausting. On the podium, Yorosi calmly stirred a flask while introducing his results. Greetings, I am Orochimiya Yorosi. As a pharmacist, I believe I can create magical catalysts for the match, Eugene asked with genuine curiosity. You're pretty small, huh? Do you have any siblings? But the kid completely ignored him. His eyes were glued to the experiment. His face held a mysterious, slightly creepy expression. For instance, deadly poison, Istin responded lightly. Let's bring some magic to this battle. Eugene turned to a student nearby. You're tiny. Got any siblings? The kid ignored him, eyes glued to a bubbling vial, looking creepy. Maybe. I'll make poison. Istin chirped in, her sweet voice hiding a warning. Let's keep murder off the syllabus, okay? No poison. Levent stepped up next, looking way too cool for school. I am an artificer and charm specialist. I craft magical gear and enchant objects. He held up a flimsy sheet of paper, looking bored. With a single flick, he sliced a solid pen in half. The class gasped. Paper-cutting steel? No way. Istin smiled, pointing at the aces. Levent, Lorosi, and Suab, you 3 are the vanguard. According to the rules, only 3 can fight directly. The rest of us will be the ultimate support team. We'll coordinate tactics online to maximize our build. Istin started geeking out over power systems. By discussing magical theory, your understanding of the arcane arts will level up significantly. Her eyes shined with excitement. All right, everyone, let's start the strategy meeting. You ready? Istin shouted enthusiastically, expecting a cheer. Instead, the room went dead silent. Crickets chirped. Absolute zero response. The awkwardness was so thick you could cut it. Nobody said a word. The cringe was fatal. She pulled her witch hat down to hide her face. Maybe too much for day 1? We can take it slow. Eugene felt bad and spoke up. I love discussions. Levent turned around coldly. Don't do that. Pitying her makes it way more painful. That afternoon, they walked down the sunlit hall. Steps echoed. Eugene sighed. Tough crowd, huh? I thought her plan was genius. Levent shot him down. It was vague trash. He didn't mince words. Instead of wasting time in Class D, grind your skills and transfer out next year. Focus on core stats. Seeing Eugene go quiet, Levent added, Ignore this loser class. Eugene finally looked up, his smile gone. I guess everyone has their own way of playing the game. Suddenly, a screeching noise shattered the peace. Both whipped around. What was that? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Why can't you just treat it like a casual event? A random bully stomped into view, looking arrogant. Without a word, he kicked Yorosi across the hall. Are you insane? I tried to be nice, but you keep causing trouble. Yorosi stood up, eyes burning with defiance. I have the right to use the lab too. Who are you to kick me out? The bully grabbed his collar. He roared, shaking the walls. Are you stupid? Who wants to share a lab with Class 12 trash? In his rage, the bully didn't notice the shadow looming behind him. Eugene was there. Stop interrupting people's grind. Eugene's voice was razor sharp. Remove your hand, now. Before the bully could blink, Eugene gripped his shoulder and squeezed. Asterisk, crack, asterisk. The bully screamed. My shoulder, it's crushed. Levin walked up, looking totally unimpressed. I see what's happening. There's no rule forbidding Class D from the facilities. The bully's minion gritted his teeth. Do you know who you're messing with? The gang nodded. Yeah, the minion sneered. If you're Class D scum, learn your place and get lost. Eugene cut him off with a chilling glare. Does anyone else need a deep tissue massage? The temperature dropped to 0. The bully went pale. No, I'm good. They scrambled away in terror. Let's go. That guy is a total psycho. Huh? Yin watched them leave, rage boiling over until he roared, his voice echoing down the hall. Who is the savage beast here? Only cowards prey on the weak. He sprinted back to Yorosi, helping him up with genuine concern in his voice. Hey, are you hurt? Yorosi forced a weak smile. It's nothing, really. I can handle this myself. Levin stood nearby, arms crossed coolly. I figured you didn't look scared. At all. Honestly, I'm just glad it ended before things got messy. Yorosi could only offer an awkward grin in return. I see. But then Yin cut in from behind, dropping a line that made Yorosi look up in pure shock. That's right. Besides, we are classmates. Friends are supposed to help each other out. It was something the poor guy had literally never heard before. Friends? He turned his back to them, stuttering shyly. I don't need things like friends. People always leave. The moment they get annoyed with me, I prefer being alone. What are we supposed to do now? Levin kept his poker face, chipping in with brutal honesty. Does it even matter? Actually, I feel the same way. If I have to force myself to get along with people I hate, I'd rather rot in solitude. But somehow, those cold logical words made Yorosi's eyes widen, shimmering as if he were about to cry tears of joy. Yorosi smiled innocently, mumbling a few clumsy words. Friends, Levin replied with a hint of a sense of helplessness hung in the air. Oh well. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, painting the hallway in the golden hues of twilight. Yorosi began to sob, sharing his tragic backstory, his voice trembling with anxiety. What am I supposed to do now? I only came to this magic academy because I wanted to loot those expensive herbal ingredients. I never expected to face such blatant discrimination just because I'm in the dregs of Class D. Eugene listened, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white and roared in anger. Exactly. Why are they so petty about the school facilities? Should I go file a formal complaint right now? Levin replied with an icy calm. Chill out. But the frustration was bubbling over. Why? It's clearly wrong, Yorosi tried. To keep the peace. Well. He looked away awkwardly, whispering, Of course, it is definitely unfair. Back at the library, the teacher simply spoke. Her voice was flat, but every word was a precision strike against the Class D students. First-year students of Class D may borrow books, starting from the second semester. Since you lot have a habit of never returning them, the group gasped. What? Where is the justice? Suab slammed her hand on the table, shouting in a fit of rage. Excuse me? But the brochure said Magic Academy students could get financial loans here. However, the teacher remained unfazed, simply tapping the rulebook with a slender finger, her voice light as a feather, which only made Suab explode. Class is excluded. Behind them, a few students began to gossip. Giovanna whipped his head around, his eyes shooting daggers. What are you trash whispering about? You guys are merely Class C. Know your place. He ground his teeth, muttering in pure irritation. They carried that heavy atmosphere of annoyance all the way from the library back to the classroom. If we stay mad about every little thing, this day will never end. Yin and the others stood nearby. This looks a bit. He panicked as he looked at Suab. She seemed to have lost her grip on reality, mumbling endlessly. What do I do? I don't even have money for my next meal. Should I go back to the tribe? No, I can't do that. Levin, having just finished eating, said calmly, In this situation, we can only hope time will solve everything. He wiped his hands with a napkin as he spoke. For a class like ours, filled with students of such high pride, complaining won't work. Before he could finish, Suab lunged forward, shouting, Are you done with that? You aren't eating anymore? She snatched the napkin away. Then this is mine. This belongs to me now. Levin looked on, completely defeated. Be my guest. Eugene was shocked. What the? Seeing Suab's bizarre behavior, he asked worriedly, What are you going to do with that trash? But Yin was soon struck with horror as she spoke. Meat crumbs. Suab smiled with pure satisfaction and said, Hey, this is Delicious. You have great taste. From now on, leave your leftovers for me, Yin screamed internally. Meanwhile, Levin was turning to stone, petrified by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Don't do it. Please, return to your dignified self from before. She licked her lips like a stray cat that had just found a feast. If I do this a few more times, that should cover a meal, right? No need to worry about food costs anymore. Yin grabbed his head with both hands, utterly terrified and confused. No, we can't. Go on like this. Then, summoning every ounce of courage, he marched up to the podium, clenched his fist, and punched the blackboard. A loud thud echoed through the classroom. We cannot let our dignity crumble any further. He poured his soul into it, his voice trembling, but powerful, a mix of anxiety and determination. Hey guys, we can't let things stay this way. We cannot accept this unfair treatment just because we are Class D. Yin tightened his grip, his voice shaking as he spoke, trying to ignite the spirit of the entire class. Let's unite and prove ourselves to everyone. But, contrary to his expectations, no one reacted. Not a single glance, not a single reply. Is he at it again? Someone muttered. So what? Can we even win? We're bound to lose anyway. Yin refused to give up. He took a deep breath and continued, his words clearer and more steadfast than before. Winning or losing isn't the point. The important thing is to prove our abilities to the world. They look down on us simply because they only see our grades. They have no idea about the true power we hold. Havanatan heard this, and the corner of his mouth quirked up. He seemed quite pleased with the speech. Please lend me your wisdom and your magic. If you do, I promise. Yin placed a hand over his heart, his eyes burning bright. Once more, I will dedicate 200% of my energy to make everyone acknowledge Class 1-2. From the back row, Eli spoke. Up first. Sounds cool, but Hannah, sitting next to him, added her cynicism. Isn't that just a pipe dream? Won't standing out just make people hate us even more? Seeing the class finally respond, Yin began to get nervous again. He feared this spark of hope was just temporary. And then, right at that moment, Giovanna suddenly spoke up. What are you idiots saying? This is the mood, huh? But she remained calm. Did I say something wrong? Unless there is money involved. The moment she finished that sentence, a loud crash signaled the arrival of fortune. Stin kicked the door open, shouting, Did someone say money? Rugen flinched, startled. The teacher's face was twisted with a terrifying excitement. I felt you kids needed some real motivation. So, I went ahead and made a little wager with the vice principal. Stin explained the high-stakes bet. Basically, if we win this tournament, we take home a grand prize of 100,000 denarii. The moment the cash was mentioned, everyone's eyes ignited like demons. No way! 100,000? With 100,000, I could buy legendary gear. The teacher leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. Any ideas on how we guarantee a win? Suddenly, Suab stood up, declaring with burning conviction, We are going to crush them beneath our boots. Scene change. Suab launched herself forward, screaming a war cry. Vera stood amidst the chaos, hand outstretched as if trying to seize control of reality itself. Turn it back. In contrast, Yin just watched calmly. This feeling, it was all too familiar. A massive explosion detonated, threatening to swallow Eugene whole. Yet, when the dust settled, he stood there without a scratch, leaving Suab completely dumbfounded. She gritted her teeth, pouring every ounce of mana into the next attack. Ten Rivera wrapped around him. If you think I'm weak in close quarters combat, both fighters clashed. The battle, exploding with violence. Then you are dead wrong. A terrifying shockwave knocked everyone to the ground, unable to believe their fees. Own eyes. Unbelievable. Someone gasped in panic. I couldn't even track their movements. This is too intense. Suab fought like a woman possessed. That is Suab for you, a genius A-rank battle mage, right? But suddenly, she buckled, collapsing at Eugen's feet. Despite her power, she was completely overwhelmed. Eugen laughed, exhilarated. The spectators dropped their jaws in awe. Just as expected from the House of Folivia, his combat experience is in a completely different dimension. Eugene replied, his voice light and airy. Nah, I just have a slight elemental advantage. The crowd was horrified. Rumor has it the Folivia family trains their kids by throwing them off cliffs as infants. They even hunt monsters before they can walk. It's even more shocking that nobody can refute that crazy rumor. Suab stood up, panting heavily, her eyes burning with a mix of admiration and defiance. As expected, you really are a worthy rival. If I support you, you might actually become terrifying. How embarrassing. She is just pretending to be tough. Hearing the whispers, she snapped angrily. Shut up. This wasn't even my full power. A strategic mage needs time to prepare rituals. You guys are pathetic. Meanwhile, right after the match ended, Giovanna and Jose were still hyped, slapping a blueprint against the wall. So, how about this masterpiece? Impressive, right? Doesn't it look powerful? Levin and Yorosi stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, eyes wide with confusion. You want us to build this thing? Joss answered immediately, oozing confidence. Of course. Look closely. From this mechanical arm, alchemy will automatically synthesize and release spells. And this here is an anti-magic reflection shield. And the final secret, it has been enchanted, so that magic is completely ineffective against it. Levin didn't say a word. He simply stepped forward and shredded the gay blueprint. What are you doing? That was our masterpiece. He glared at them, his gaze sharp as a bullet. To avoid looking at such an insulting drawing, it seems I need to teach you the absolute basics of enchanting and engineering. And alchemy, too. Triple the homework load. Yin's eyes shone brightly, as if he was genuinely enjoying the chaos. These kids who were always fighting were now working hard together. Isn't this exactly what she wanted? Stin whispered, tears rolling down her cheeks. That's right. She had bet her entire research budget for next year on this. She choked back a sob. Of course. She had no choice but to win. It was a scene so moving it could bring tears to your eyes. The students of the Magic Academy had come together to grind. But from the sidelines, whispers floated through the air. What on earth are they doing? Since they couldn't book the official lab, the underdogs were forced to conduct their alchemy experiments right there under the open sky. Meanwhile, Suab had gone completely berserk, throwing himself into a chaotic duel with Yin. Let's do this, he roared. Witnesses were left, absolutely dumbstruck as a blinding light exploded from their clash. Just what in the world were they up to? From the upper floors, several elite students looked down with sneers, murmuring among themselves. I heard Class 12 is prepping for the match between Aces and Folivia. Seriously? Do they have a death wish? They actually think they stand a chance? Yet, amidst the poisonous whispers, Yin remained the eye of the storm. Even in the heat of battle, a confident smirk played on his lips. We can win this. Not alone, but if everyone combined their strength, I can feel victory within our grasp. But suddenly, a voice cold enough to freeze hell echoed from behind. No. You cannot defeat me with mere childish games. Yin's heart skipped a beat as he spun around in shock. Anik Asis. It was as if time and space had bowed before her presence. Was this the legendary pressure of Anik Asis? This aura, it mirrored the terrifying power he sensed during the Folivia War. Like that apostle, Anik stepped closer, her hand reaching out. She seized his hand tight. He stammered, his face burning like a tomato. Hey, wait, why the sudden grab? Annika seemed to sense a disturbance, just as I suspected. They have their eyes on you, and their claws are already reaching out. Yin froze, his heart constricting in his chest. Say, what? Annika's words made Eugene so tense, he started sweating bullets. Vile creatures that gnaw on the will of the stars? Indeed. There was no prey more tempting than him right now. Yin took a half step back, totally confused. What on earth was she babbling about? I don't understand a thing. Her sudden question made the blood drain from Yin's face. You met the Grand Duke of the Abyss, didn't you? What? How does she know? Luck was on your side. You seem unharmed. But I don't need to remind you of their ruthless cruelty. She let out a soft sigh. They won't give up, but don't worry. I will protect you. Yin yanked his hand away and recoiled in fear. Annika called out, softly, looking bewildered. Eugene? His face was pale, sweat dripping down. Just now, he felt something dark and distant. Annika bowed her head, brows furrowed. I apologize. I should have explained first. This is simply who I am, Yin snapped, almost shouting. It's not that. I just don't understand what is going on. He slowly calmed down, his voice dropping low. I can sense that you mean no harm, but you really don't need to protect me. Yin stepped closer. Instead, could you explain clearly what you mean by us being children chosen by Lord Felon? His mouth formed an O shape, eyes wide, open, jumping straight to the point. We are the stars that shine brightest, never yielding to the darkness of the abyss. When Lord Felon, in his weariness, looked up at the sky, he saw the greatest image in 3,000 worlds. Those who defy the natural order, wandering through countless eras searching for those stars. That is the story of us. Yin suddenly got hyped. Senior, you too? Chosen by Lord Felon? No, it can't be. But is it truly that grand? Of course. Do you think Lord Felon would seek us out without a reason? It made sense, but Yin's mind was spinning. In my past life and this one, I've never been special. That's obvious from my single thread of fate. Annika didn't rush to argue. Regardless, I cannot. Except that you don't need my protection. But I see you are confused. So, I will give you a chance to prove you don't need a guardian by defeating me. Yin was stunned, silent. Victory? After seeing your true nature and magic, how could I? Annika leaned in close and whispered, alternatively, if I win, I will lock you up in a place where no one can ever find you. He side-eyed her, body going stiff. Excuse me? Gasps of shock erupted around them. Say what? The crowd buzzed, the area instantly turning chaotic. What was that? I spaced out for a second. Or was that just a joke, right? Twilight descended upon the castle. Inside the research lab, someone, slammed their head on the desk, wailing in despair. My research budget for next year. She buried her face in her palms, trying to comfort herself. No. You did great, Professor Eston. You saw your students working hard. Together. That is enough. 2 streams of tears silently rolled down her cheeks as she thought of Eugene's figure lingering in her memory. And if I can teach the magic, I prepared well. Even if it's a slim hope. Maybe. Eugene can win. She couldn't hold it back and burst into tears. No way. That magic isn't something you can master in just 1 week. That was meant for their final years. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, almost screaming, Professor Eston! Eston jumped out of her skin. Yin rushed in, panting, eyes blazing with resolve. Is there no kind of ultimate secret magic technique? I have one more reason I must win, she gasped in shock and worry. He looked guilty, bowing his head hesitantly. A secret technique that even someone with one thread can use? That kind of ultimate magic. Sorry, I'm talking nonsense. There's no way such a thing exists. Eston took a deep breath, then smiled softly, voice full of confidence. Of course there is. If there was no chance of winning, would your teacher make such a fuss? I have already prepared a special magic perfectly suited for you. Yin gasped. Really? That's amazing. You always have a plan. Yin looked up, eyes sparkling. What kind of magic is it? I will do my absolute best to learn it. Eston pushed up her glasses, lips curling into a sly smile. To defeat the 13th apostle, you will need at least the power of the 12 apostles. Before him, among the 12 disciples of Felon, 3 shone the brightest, and among those 3, the second disciple. Nihit contemplated the primordial void, a primitive space where even the abyss does not exist. A. Temperature of absolute 0, a state where vibration ceases to exist. An infinite, unified 0. Therefore, space and the master become indistinguishable, creating a unique state where all is one. Eston explained. And he proved it possible. This is called the 3 great proofs of Nigurit. Eugene was flabbergasted. The scale is just too different. Levin was also astonished. That is quite an impressive story. But why is it being mentioned? Inside my house? Wait, what? The memory shifted. Ah, right. Back when they were discussing strategy, a certain eavesdropper had been listening, radiating murderous intent over a school match. The teacher blushed. I think I'm hated, she lamented. The main character sighed. More importantly, Professor, I have no idea what you are saying. She beamed with a bright smile. Don't worry. If you simplify it, it is child's play. Legends say the great mages of creation wove the horizon into existence, breathing life into it by resonating their magical strings. Essentially, this entire world is constructed from magic and those very strings. She began to channel her power. So, if we were to generate a resonance that is the exact polar opposite of creation magic, bringing the value to 0, what do you think happens then? Eugene stammered. It disappears? Mana began to gather and swirl around her hand. Correct. Just like any construct of the creators, it will vanish and revert to pure raw mana. This principle is universal. Whether it is flimsy paper or hardened steel, before this law, all things decompose equally. You could call it the absolute nullification. Eugene's eyes sparkled with awe. Absolute. But Levon cut through the hype. Hold on. Isn't it called absolute 0 precisely because achieving it is theoretically impossible? Even if it exists, it would only work in a microscopic area under extremely specific conditions. Furthermore, canceling out energy with perfect opposite resonance, the precision required is insane. The professor froze, then laughed awkwardly. Excellent point. The future of our academy is secure. First, while it is indeed an absolute law of the cosmos, within the horizon, it is not truly absolute. Even Lord Felon, with godlike power, must obey the universe's fundamental rules. Therefore, the horizon created by his magic can only exist while submitting to the greater laws of the universe. Of course, throughout the long, bloody history of magic, no one has ever successfully achieved this perfect unification. Levon shouted, So it is impossible! But the professor clenched her fist, her eyes burning with unwavering confidence. However, I believe Eugene can do it. Watching a novice who just awakened keep up with her speed as an assistant convinced her that his latent talent rivals that of Anik Asis herself. Eugene called out shyly, Professor, but her next words stunned them, although there is a variable. The single string creates a counterwave, transforming it into anti-magic. Therefore, the key isn't raw power or quantity, but the terrifying precision that Levon mentioned. And that godlike precision is exactly your greatest weapon, Eugene. He repeated her words, emotions swelling in his chest. My strength, she continued. Who cares if the range is small? Even a tiny needle, if sharp enough, can pierce through steel. Place that power in the hands of a swordsman like Eugene Folivia, and the synergy will be cataclysmic. It is truly the ultimate magic, crafted specifically for you. Eugene trembled, a mix of anxiety and thrill coursing through his veins. The ultimate magic, for me. He looked at his hands. Thank you, Professor. I swear I will master this before the match. She smirked. Doing it in a week might be hell, though. Cut to the next morning, Eugene looked like a walking corpse. Drained of all life, he clutched his head and muttered in terror, I'm finished. My life is over. I am going to prison. Levon blinked in confusion. What is wrong? Did you hit a wall with the magic training? Eugene wept imaginary tears. No, I actually made progress. Hit me with an attack spell. Now. Skeptical, Levon summoned a flame. If you insist. He fired. A sharp light flashed in Eugene's eyes, with a single casual swipe of his hand. The flame simply ceased to exist. Levon's jaw dropped. What the hell? Did you just delete my magic? Eugene dusted off his hands coolly. Yeah, I can erase ordinary magic now. Levon couldn't process it. That is absolutely insane. You have made absolutely zero progress. He ground his teeth, fists clenching in pure frustration. No, at this trash level, I am totally useless. If this keeps up, I might as well just spam basic spells like Tatha. The guy stared back. It was the kind of awkward dilemma only a mage of Fivia could understand. He roared to the heavens. To defeat Anik Asis, I need the magical resistance of at least 12 disciples. Levin flinched, plugging one ear to block the noise. Just how high is your standard, kid? Is it because of her nickname, the 13th Disciple? Sure, she is impressive enough to earn the title, but that is merely a fancy metaphor. No matter how talented, how could a modern mage possibly compare to the legendary founders from 10,000 years ago? But what if she really is the 13th Disciple? The man smirked, mocking him. You are way too naive taking things literally. Try to relax a little. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. The boy grumbled. This whole thing is driving me absolutely insane. I cannot even talk about the secret details. But since it involves the ancient era from 10,000 years ago, it is no wonder nobody believes me when I say, Lord Felon saved my life. The man reassured him. Hey, stop worrying all by yourself. Everyone else has been preparing together very thoroughly. The boy let out a surprised gasp. Cut to the classroom. He stood frozen, arms overflowing with a mountain of potion bottles. Did they seriously prepare this much stuff? LaRossi pulled out a few vials to explain. This one is bone-freezing potion, and this is the sticky type. The boy trembled, sensing the terror of the other students, asking, can I really carry all this loot? I've only got 2 hands, you know. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Each bottle holds a single spell, so the more the merrier, right? We poured our souls into these. It's my first brew ever. Don't forget it. I'm touched. Thanks, guys. Levin approached with his usual cool swagger. At least my gear is simple. He pointed to the items in the boy's hands. A flint ring and an enchanted sword. The buffs are active. The boy rubbed the blade against the ring. Sparks flew. Infinite ammo? Levin smirked. Not quite infinite, but enough to last a skirmish. Turns out when these guys combine brain cells, they make useful toys. The boy cheered. You guys are legends. Just what I needed. Where's Suab? A voice floated from behind. I'm right here. Just prepping the stage. The class gasped in unison. Whoa, you look like a legitimate shaman master. So cool, she preened. Keep the praises coming, Havanathan whispered. Hype her up more, dude. Nobody gets shamanism here, so she's been lonely prepping solo. The boy blinked. Really? Suab snapped. Shut it. I don't need pity compliments. Just get out there. The ritual is ready. Outside. All right. Chill out and close your eyes. He sat in the center, tilting his head. We starting now? Feels different from Mom's style, she muttered. Well, yeah, I can't exactly sprinkle goat blood in the school garden or force feed people hallucinogenic mushrooms to make them dance. He stuttered, that's how it works? She shrugged. Plus, I sold the tribal gear for tuition money. A memory surfaced in his mind. Large-scale shaman rituals are basically tribal raves. Doing a light version is pretty standard. It's a shame the teacher won't see the hardcore tradition, but oh well. The boy whispered, we're lucky we missed that. If we did the full version, Class 12's reputation would be toast. Levin touched the empty air. So, what's the play here? Not a berserker ritual, right? Chloe gasped. No way! That's overkill, the students gossiped. What? Are we seeing a rampage mode? Doesn't fit Eugen's vibe. Wouldn't he just turn into a feral beast? Suab barked at them. You morons! Why would I turn a mage into a musclehead for a magic duel? Then what magic? Telepathy? Suab yelled. And listen, this soft, squishy young master couldn't be a berserker. No matter how many blessings Lady Scotty throws at him, the boy looked blank. Soft and squishy? She roared. Only a true warrior with the guts to kill can handle the madness. Levin leaned in. You didn't bring that ring, did you? The boy sighed. Nope, both were one-time use items. Tin grinned. So, what's the secret sauce? Shamanism is super vague. Even Teach is clueless. She lowered her voice. There is a ritual for the wise. It targets the 6th sense, or shamanic sight. It's used to awaken the heavenly eye. The day of the duel arrived. The arena buzzed with noise. Folivia or Aces? Who's your money on? Gown scoffed. Is that even a question? It's going to be a total stomp for Aces. Down in the pit, the teacher warned. Try not to nuke the place, even if we are outside. Okay? Onik just grunted. Everyone cheered for Eugene. Why? Didn't class 12 prep like crazy? He's still a Folivia, though. Gown rubbed his chin. I can't speak on their prep work since it's a mystery, but I can say this with certainty. Being Eugene Folivia is actually his biggest nerf. Suab chanted softly. Mages cast spells by plucking strings, but shamans converse with the world through their own soul strings, begging the sky, earth, and water for miracles. And how is that possible? Shamans can't give complex theories like wizards do, but they offer one undeniable truth. Magic is alive and has a will of its own. Only when you let go of your ego can you see the true world. She leaned down. Well, does the world look brighter? He smiled softly. Yeah, I see a whole new realm. Onyx's eyes were cold, void of emotion. Maybe he grew up a little. The stands erupted. Hey, who wins this? Definitely Aces. Don't be stupid, it's annoying. A week ago, this debate was impossible. The gap between the 1-second mage and the 13th disciple was absolute, even with Class 12's unity claiming they'd win. Even winning turned into a total circus act for the entire school. The constant noise from Class 2 was grabbing everyone's attention. What the hell is going on here? As the true abilities of Class 12's Eugene became crystal clear, the mob finally realized exactly who Eugene really was. He is the son of those legendary guardians. His siblings are absolute monsters, formidable warriors who inherited that mighty bloodline. So, what about Eugene? The funny thing is, while many people had witnessed Eugene's skills firsthand, only a select few could accurately gauge his power level. Through the eyes of the high-ranking mages, the limit of this swordsman was impossible to predict. Trying to look away from Eugene, they started noticing something else. They immediately cried foul, thinking the unlimited support for Class 12 was totally unfair. But Anik Asis, as a specially designated mage, is literally a living weapon controlled by the state. So, is it fair for Olivia to get outside help? The fact that equipment crafted from alchemy or boosted by magic was involved made the crowd salty. It could be considered cheating in a duel meant to prove Eugene's raw capability as a mage, right? They finally began to seriously evaluate Class 12, the very class they used to mock. Eugene's bold claim to make everyone recognize the power of Class 12 had become a reality. However, things didn't go as positively as Eugene had hoped. The systemic discrimination against Class D, justified by so-called talent, was just a mask hiding the ugly truth. The real role of Class D was simply to serve as punching bags so the higher classes could feel superior, a warning example of what happens to failures. It was a rigid caste system within the magic school. One individual from Class D moving up the ranks might be acceptable, but for Class D itself to rise in rank, that was seen as a direct challenge to the established order. That is exactly why, despite this being an uneven battle, the other students started viewing the confident Class 12 as arrogant upstarts, insolent challengers daring to rise above their station, and as such, they deserved to be trampled. This is why a fight that nobody but Class 12 took seriously turned into a full-blown proxy war between Class 12 and the rest of the world. Two students standing next to him suddenly panicked. Wait, is it okay to have this many potions? I don't know. This has never happened before. Potions are limited to 10. No way. We worked so hard for these. Eugene spoke softly. Thank God. But then they reminded him to consider that he is a magic swordsman. He can use his blade, but hurting the opponent with the sword is strictly forbidden. He looked blankly. What? How does that work? Isn't this a duel? In a real duel, there should be bloodshed and injuries, the teacher exclaimed. Do you think the world operates like a fairy tale? This event was originally intended to promote harmony between freshmen and upperclassmen. Normally, something like this wouldn't be such a savage brawl. Suddenly, a wave of power exploded, and she interrupted. It's fine. I prefer to show 100% of my power without restrictions. The teacher screamed in panic. Limit the output. Activate the interference field. Dampen the dead. Waves. Facing a specially designated mage requires a triple-layer sealing process. She looked at her wrist, surrounded by crackling electricity, and spoke casually. If my body is even touched by your sword, it is your victory. I have already prepared defensive magic, so there is no need to worry about cutting me. So, enough talk, let's begin. Levin, watching from the stands, quietly assessed, she completely disregards the professors. The referee stiffened and stuttered. All right then, both of you take your positions. Eugene drew his sword into a guard stance, replying, Since I know your identity, I won't refuse a challenge. She looked at him, eyes sharp as daggers. Let me tell you, we are the same, you and I. 2, 1, the referee screamed, and Eugene swung a sword, blazing with fire. Anik clenched her hand, unleashing 5 threads. She pointed, and countless glowing strings shot out. Lightning crashed down, and Eugene stumbled back. Both he and the people in the stands were terrified. Did that just fall from the sky? No matter how good Eugene is, she calmly evaluated. Missed. He can't cut lightning that's diving from the heavens. Anik wove her fingers through, each thread asking softly, "Do I need more time to calibrate?" He stood stunned as she swung her hand to control the strings, and the entire arena floor shattered from the aftershock. He thought to himself, wondering, this is her in a triple-sealed state? That is absolutely ridiculous. But it's fine. I see an opening. She pulled on the strings, calibration complete. Eugene was shocked again as lightning struck, but suddenly, a stream of water sprayed from his bracelet, intercepting the bolt and creating a massive explosion. The crowd gasped. He blocked it. How on earth did a novice mage create such a massive ice block in a second? There it is, the infinite water, Yori shouted in joy. All of us worked together to create that bad boy, Levin silently admired. Not infinite, but close enough. We compressed 10 liters of water down to 1% to load it into a launcher device with a lightweight spell. But when placed in the hands of an ice magic expert, its application is truly limitless. It's better than I thought. Perhaps because of the seal, she has to use finger movements like playing a harp. That means if he only has to cut the lightning, Eugene can predict it pretty well. The blade of a swordsman is faster than the hands of a mage. The lion charged, a lethal strike, but just as the steel kissed the air near her neck, she wove a sign with her hands, and he noped right out of there. The gallery was confused. Bro, why'd you back off? You had her. Most of the mob characters had no clue what kind of trap just snapped shut. Didn't he just glitch across the stage? Only the high tiers realized that reality just hiccuped. Oh my goddess, this was the kind of legendary magic you only hear about in bedtime stories. Even the top students only knew the theory. They couldn't actually times it, but one person was watching in 4K resolution. Eugene felt the world turn into taffy. Space was bending, and his vertigo was absolutely real. This mage, chosen by the stars themselves, was playing with space-time like it was Play-Doh. She held the void in her hand and whispered, "Come at me." Eugene was the only one peeping the true horror of Anik Asis's magic. Now, science time. Humans think our eyes are top tier because we see colors animals can't. But does that make us superior to beasts? Nah, not really. In the jungle, where it's kill or be killed, reaction speed is the only stat that matters. We process 3 base colors. Beasts usually see 2, but seeing fewer colors makes their brain possess less lag. In a fight, our high-definition vision actually makes us slower than a wild animal. It's obvious. More data to download equals more buffering time for your brain. So, what happens when you break the limit and unlock the Magic Vision DLC? Regular vision handles about 16 million colors. That's a lot of pixels to process. But if you add magic as a 4th primary color, boom, the data explodes to over 4 billion. Faced with that information overload, the human brain basically blue screens and crashes. Gaon calls this the curse of the big brain. If Eugene was just a dumb musclehead warrior, he wouldn't see the magic and would just swing his sword. Ignorance is bliss. But Eugene Folivia is a mage, and look at that spark in his eyes. No way. Is he actually downloading her moves? Anik stared at the power swirling on her fingertip. Get it now? This orb is a zip file of compressed space and time. Inside here, time is paused. All the spells I cast are frozen, just waiting for me to hit play. Like this! She yeeted the orb, instantly turning the floor into a funhouse mirror. Eugene lost his footing. He was free-falling into a sudden black hole. What in the laws of physics is this? He blasted water to rocket jump out. But the ground was glitching out. Another pitfall opened up. This is cheating. She calmly pointed a finger at him. The entire arena warped. The students were losing their minds. Is the room melting, or is it just me? Eugene's eyes went wide. This was illegal levels of power. Anik raised the stakes again. Rules? Physics? I am the admin of this server. Eugene got ragdolled again. I'm floating. No, wait, I'm falling up? Gravity flipped, and panic set in. Gaon smirked from the sidelines. Top-tier mages tell logic to shut up and sit down. Your common sense won't save you now, kid. Eugene Folivia was in the deep end. She condensed the power back into a chill little sphere. See? I'm the only one strong enough to protect you. Eugene grit his teeth. True. With you, even the Grand Duke of the Abyss looks like a puppy. But I don't care about him. Or you, senior. I don't know why you're obsessed with me, but I'm not gonna be your pet. Tisk, you're stubborn. His sword ignited. Inferno mode activated. But she was ready. Disaster class. She ate that fire like it was a spicy snack. Sorry, elemental attacks are useless against me. But our MC doesn't know the meaning of surrender. His Hell Week training wasn't for show. Eugene's vision had leveled up. He was seeing the Matrix. He had cracked the code of the 12 Disciples' magic. Eugene had grown. Ossus's hacks didn't scare him anymore. She's using that black hole to bypass her cooldowns and limits, but that doesn't mean her seals are gone. Her raw hardware is still capped. That's the glitch. I'm betting everything on that. Bam! Smoke bomb. Trying to blind me? That's a rookie move, kid. Volatile state. It expands instantly at room temperature, but it's hypersensitive to heat and mana, acting like a homing beacon for your location. A sharp clang times rang out. As the mist cleared, a shattered vial was revealed. She frowned, confused. A freezing potion? Suddenly, a presence appeared behind her. She spun around in shock. It was him. He gripped his blade, igniting it with roaring flames, and swung with everything he had. A frontal slash, fire-style, flame sword. Then came the follow-up, Inferno Magic, Hellfire. Anika gathered energy in her palm, unimpressed. You know this is useless, she scoffed. Spatial reversal. The flames erupted, but he tore right through them with a second strike. Of course I know. The Hellfire was just bait. He wasn't aiming for her body. He slashed straight at the sphere of power, her magical core. Asterisk, snap, asterisk. He stared in horror as his sword broke in two. She caught the orb effortlessly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Not bad. You actually landed a hit. That attack erased 7 of my defensive layers. But to cut through the rest of them, you would need to repeat that exact strike about 3,000 more times. This opponent was a monster, far beyond his nightmares. She was stronger than his deepest fears. But facing a titan like Anika, Eugene smiled. Incredible. Adrenaline pumped through his veins. He could see it, a higher plane of existence. The impossible realm he thought he'd never reach was finally opening up before his eyes. Mana surged into his hands, the 3 great relics of nihility. It was like the day humanity first saw the color red. Was it blood or sweet syrup? When they saw the devil's fruit, they were paralyzed by the unknown, terrified by the new information. But the brave souls who conquered that fear learned the truth. This red thing is delicious. That is how we evolve. We must open our minds. The first time you see the abyss, you tremble. But if you step over that line of fear, you can transcend. Eugene grasped the power of the void. I see it now, the remnants of primordial creation. The world is woven from these strings of nothingness, a vacuum, absolute zero. To touch the void, one must compress the very waves of space. But maintaining the heat of creation while controlling that tiny world, calling it hard is the understatement of the century. Even for Eugene, without his special eyes and his allies' help, achieving this absolute combination would have been a pipe dream. Anika froze, her voice trembling. That's nihility magic. It turns everything to nothing. But the calculation takes 3.7 seconds. In a high-speed duel, that's an eternity. How did he do it? But Anika couldn't react, because she saw something impossible. The mana of the world. It was moving on its own, dancing solely to grant Eugene's wish. It was as if the universe itself loved him. Even the emotionless Assis was entranced by that beautiful sight. She was so mesmerized that she didn't realize the danger. That harmless phenomenon was actually charging up to obliterate her. By the time she snapped out of it, seconds had passed. But she wasn't a ranker for nothing. Her counterattack launched at the exact same moment his spell completed. Her reflexes were god tier. However, the warrior's broken blade now carried the weight of the void. He slashed horizontally. Her magic vanished into nothingness. A blinding light exploded between them. A massive shockwave rocked the stadium. Teacher Whiten gasped. He nullified an absolute magic wave? Impossible. Did he really do it? Eugene smirked, looking at his teacher. See? I told you I could protect myself without a babysitter. Anika glared, her composure cracking. The space around her began to shatter like glass. Don't get cocky. Third seal. Release. Her aura exploded. You mimicked one spell from Nihil and think you've won? That was just the warm-up. Eugene stood there, dumbfounded. You, she growled, her voice dropping an octave. Child's play is over. Now, the real hell begins. Eugene and the instructors went pale. Another seal? That level of power has stopped the match, the teachers screamed, rushing the field. Anika blinked, snapping out of her rage. Huh? The crowd murmured. What's happening? Did someone cheat? The instructors huddled. The head judge roared. The duel is terminated. Anika Assis, you violated the safety restrictions. You are detained immediately. In short, you are disqualified. The winner is Eugene Folivia. The stadium erupted in chaos. His classmates were stunned. We won? Eugene collapsed, relief washing over him. I survived. We actually did it. Meanwhile, Anika looked like her soul had left her body. Impossible. I lost? That afternoon, the campus was a war zone. The elite students were rioting. Fraud. Why was she disqualified? Suab laughed, stirring the pot. Ask your goddess! She broke the rules because she couldn't beat him fair and square. The elite screamed back. It was the equipment. Those potions and artifacts were faulty. You shouldn't be allowed to use masterclass items in a rookie match. We made those ourselves, you sore losers. The argument raged, but Class 12 took the absolute victory. That night, they threw a massive feast. Teacher Whiten was sobbing uncontrollably. My research funding, it's finally safe. The students were touched. Look, Hughes is crying tears of joy for our growth. Levin looked around. Hey, where's the hero? Celebrating without Eugene feels wrong. Suddenly, the teacher shouted, "Who cares? Bring more meat." Who cares about the details? We will feast until he arrives. If he does not show up today, then tomorrow works too. We can keep this party going forever. He looked at them helplessly. If they keep burning money like this, he will be eating dirt soon. Iston suddenly spoke up. Right, didn't he say he was meeting Anika? What is he actually doing there? The realization hit him. Levin froze as the memory struck him. Oh no, I am dead meat. I will be thrown in the dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the cell, Yin called out softly, "Senior?" She was slumped over the table, looking utterly drained. He asked hesitantly, "What is on your mind?" She replied lazily, "Nothing much. Just wondering if I should destroy the world and kidnap you." He gasped. "Excuse me? Absolutely not." She buried her face. "I won't do it because you would hate it." He was touched. "Senior." Annika turned away. "So I am thinking of a different plan." He choked back a scream. "You still haven't given up? But why go to such lengths to protect me?" She looked up, eyes sharp. "Did I forget to mention it? You are the child chosen by Lord Felon, and the Grand Duke of the Abyss wants you." "You felt their gaze, didn't you?" Yin stammered. "That is true, but I still do not get it. Why me specifically?" She snapped her fingers, releasing the magical restraints. "Questions of destiny are above my pay grade." She summoned magic energy. "But curiosity is your right," he gasped. "Spatial magic. I will tell you everything I can, without breaking the laws of the world." He blinked. "Laws? What laws?" Long ago, Lord Felon grew tired of war. The battle with the Abyss was endless and meaningless, so he signed a non-aggression pact with them. That pact created the barrier we call the Horizon, he shouted in shock. "Wait, didn't Lord Felon defeat the Abyss?" "I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out." "I thought he won the war and then created this world," she replied calmly. "That is just school propaganda." "Oh, then I take back my outburst." He stood up. "You cannot just take it back like that." She touched the magic circle. "While the debate on who had the upper hand is complex, it is true this land was made after the war ended. Tea or coffee?" He waved his hands at her overwhelming aura. "Tea, please. Isn't this prison cell useless against you?" Anika poured the tea. "The devil is in the details of the pact. The treaty forbids direct interference. Transcendent beings like Lord Felon and the Abyss Dukes cannot control human fate anymore. Over time, even the 12 disciples ascended, leaving the horizon entirely to the hands of humanity." He took the cup, confused. "But isn't the Grand Duke of the Abyss still active?" She sent the teapot back into the void. "Every law has a loophole, just like I use recorded spells to bypass restrictions. The main loophole is desire. If a human craves the power of the Abyss, interference is allowed. It stems from Lord Felon's respect for human free will. Without that clause, the peace treaty would have been impossible." He looked shocked. "But I never asked for the Abyss." She sipped her tea. "Their definition of desire is very broad. Even seeking salvation from pain counts as desiring the Abyss. Especially in your case. The accumulated trauma from your past life means the darkness in your soul is vast. Greater than you realize." He looked horrified. "So that is why," she continued calmly, "the power granted is proportional to the soul's pain. That is why the Grand Duke contacted you. As you guessed, your soul is incredibly delicious to them. If they corrupt you, you could easily become an apostle or high disciple." He trembled. "An apostle?" She nodded. "The Abyss never gives up. They will come for you again. Representatives like apostles are monsters. In theory, they equal my power when restrictions are lifted. Your background helped you avoid the worst so far. But if they attack again, even I cannot guarantee your safety. That is why I wanted to keep you locked up here." He shouted, "Please stop saying that." She looked serious. "It was a promise, so I had no choice. But you proved your worth to me, and you seem to have good friends." Yin's eyes lit up. "Can I share this secret with them?" She looked away. "Do whatever you want." He held the tea, grateful for the acknowledgement. "Friends, they will be happy to hear this." He took a sip and immediately spat it out like a fountain. Anika deadpanned. "You look like a whale." Yin pointed at the cup. "Why does this taste like poison?" She blinked. "Really? I taste nothing." "Oh right, I lost my sense of taste. I forgot." He stared in horror. "How do you forget that?" Thinking back, 30% of my mysterious stomach pains occurred right after drinking this tea. The puzzle pieces finally clicked. "Bravo," Eugene panicked. "What riddle? How could you forget such a thing?" She peered into her teacup and replied, "You see, my memory flickers like a dying candle. By the way, what was I saying? Ah, I remember. The reason the Abyss targets you is for the delicious flavor of your soul, but that is not why we must save you. Your potential as a vessel for the Abyss is nothing compared to the real issue." Eugene gulped. tension rising. The real issue? She added. The real issue is Lord Felon wants you. Suddenly, electricity crashed down on her. Yin stared in horror. Suddenly, are you okay? With her hair frizzed by the lightning strike, she replied calmly, I am fine. It must be. A taboo word. Since my memory is bad, I placed a warning spell on things I cannot say. Eugene screamed. 2 more warnings like that might actually kill you. She rolled her eyes. Making a mistake would cost me a price far heavier. Eugene looked blank. What? She responded. I apologize for that. That is also why Lord Felon chose you. But I cannot speak more. You are confused, right? I am curious too. But it is fine. Thanks to you, Senior, I have learned so many things. Although I wonder why Lord Felon picked me, I have a guess. Because I was just an unfortunate child in my past life. And even now, I am not particularly talented as a mage, even after achieving fusion. So this second life is like a gift from Lord Felon to a pitiful child, right? Her eyes widened, sparking with light. Annika smiled with respect. Even without knowing the truth, you seem to understand better than I do. Morning arrived at the academy. Yin stared in shock at the pile of falling letters. He shouted, You are so famous! Lieven held the envelopes and grumbled. What use is fame for a laboratory I do not even care about? Hiroshi held up several letters and said, I also received a mountain of these. Eugene asked, They are from the labs? Why? He then explained, First years must choose a major soon, right? They are recruiting promising new students. In advance, if we are getting this many in class 12, our artifacts must have made a strong impression. Hiroshi agreed, just like Eugene said. Giovanna and Jose are disgruntled, but only 2 of them received offers. We all worked on those projects, so why just them? Eugene realized the truth. There are many who got nothing. So considering I fought directly, how many letters did I get? 0. Not a single one. He laughed teasingly. You are no different from us. He spoke up. Perhaps it is a burden since you defeated Asus. Eugene cried rivers of tears. Thank you for your consideration. Anyway, a major. I never thought about it. Is a major really that important? The era of old magic was heavily influenced by religion, leading to stagnation, oppression, and uniformity. Modern mages responded by rebelling, just like the 12 disciples who created the 12 schools. They adjusted traditional magic to create new spells, or elevated the status of practical magic that was once looked down upon. This marked the glorious renaissance of ancient academic traditions, and the magic world is currently in the middle of a golden age, advancing at incredible speed. This led to the countless specialized fields of research we see today. Giovanna gasped. So the majors are. Havanaten finished the thought. The blooming flowers of modern magic. Eugene was astounded. Really? I knew nothing about this history. He explained like it was a downside. The beginner classes are currently being looked down upon. Yin suddenly hesitated. Everyone knows too much. Maybe I am the only one falling behind. Levin denied it. You are not falling behind at all. How much would a first-year student know about his major anyway? The point is to explore from here on out. That is why my freshman orientation sessions are usually optional. If you do not have a major in mind, just observe a few and see. Eugene replied excitedly. Observing sounds interesting, but going alone without a single invitation letter is a bit embarrassing since I know nothing. Hiroshi suggested, then want to go. With me? I received many invitations, but I feel uncomfortable going alone. He answered, Huh? Really? Fantastic. But Hiroshi, what are you drinking? He looked into his cup and spoke calmly. Ah, I made this myself. It makes you feel pleasant if you drink it. Want a sip? They looked at his cup in confusion. It looked rather dangerous. Is that safe? A few days later. Surprise. What? Student arrested for suspicion of producing and distributing banned substances and thrown into prison. Eugene grabbed the iron bars and screamed, There is a misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Time rewinds to 1 day prior. The test tubes were glowing red and erupting, accompanied by Hiroshi's confused scream of shock. Eugene, why are they exploding? He held the test tube spewing slime while crying, rivers of tears in the terror of the onlookers. Professor, it just keeps bubbling. A man with a furious face kicked the door open. Teacher, it keeps bubbling up. Suddenly, a man with a furious expression kicked the furniture in confusion. Get out of here, you disasters! The shopkeeper's scream echoed. Our 2 troublemaking sinners scrambled away in terror. Yin let out a soul-crushing sigh. I give up, he groaned. I clearly have 0 talent for potion making. Hiroshi tried to take the blame. Sorry, Yin. We got kicked out because of me. It was your first time, after all. Besides, alchemy is basically just fancy explosions waiting to happen. Hiroshi recalled his father's words. If you're going to blow up the house anyway, Why not do it at a magic school instead? LaRossi tried to comfort Yin with his own questionable achievements. I detonated so many things my dad said my destruction skills were impressive enough for an academy. A strange way to brag, but okay. You're younger than me, yet your experience with disaster is legendary. Yin adjusted his sleeves, disappointed in himself. On the other hand, I'm completely lost, Yin admitted. LaRossi tilted his head, confused. But aren't you a combat genius? Yin didn't deny it. He laughed awkwardly. True. But you know, I wanted the scholarly intellectual aesthetic to fit in as a proper mage. Suddenly, a scream tore through the air. Impossible! Giovanna! Joes pounded on the bathroom door like a maniac. You scoundrel! Don't you dare desecrate the sacred public restroom. Levin stood by, judging him. Jose, you've officially lost it. Giovanna, interrupted mid-business, roared from inside. Do you have to make a scene every time I try to use the toilet? Levin grinned, a devilish smile on his face as he raised his tools. Shall I breach the perimeter? Joss panicked. No, don't do that, you idiot. Levin, you psycho! The commotion caught Eugene and LaRossi's attention. Look, the circus has arrived. The bathroom doors slowly creaked open. Giovanna emerged, radiating pure killing intent. You absolute trash bags. The aura of death was palpable. Jose and Levin ran, for their lives. The beast is loose! Run! They grabbed Yin as a human shield. Save us from the toilet bomber. Giovanna, eyes glowing red with rage, hiked up his pants while charging a fireball. Get back here. Stop dragging innocent bystanders. Into your mess! Realizing their mistake, the duo whispered in fear. Note to self. Avoid this bathroom for the rest of eternity. Crisis averted. Giovanna flashed a confident thumbs up. My major? Oh, I've got it all planned out. I'm going into elementary magic education, he beamed, imagining himself molding young minds. Picture this, me, teaching the next generation. After graduation, I'll return to my village and open a cozy magic school. I'm actually very confident. With kids, since I'm the eldest brother of 7 sisters, Yin stuttered, terrified yet impressed by the duality of this man. Elementary education. That sounds incredibly promising. Even though you're usually grumpy, you're actually very diligent. It's surprising, but you'd make a perfect sensei. Giovanna snapped at the backhanded compliment. Are you mocking me right now? What's so surprising? Joss scoffed, looking away with a smirk. Well, a teacher known as the toilet bomber would certainly be a surprise. The moment those words left his mouth, Giovanna ignited his magic. He chased him with murderous intent. I'll incinerate you first. Meanwhile, under the sunny sky, 2 female students, Eli and Hannah, discussed their paths. I'm pursuing archaeology, Eli said. I've had a passion for history since I was a child. I'll study the national management system and become a government official. But Hannah? She was drowning in tears. I'm too old for dreams. The debt. Mother, father, your daughter has failed you. She repeated this tragic monologue 8 times in a row. Yin blinked, confused. Wait, what? How old are you, really? Jose whispered the forbidden truth. Rumor has it, she's the same age as the professors. Yin's jaw dropped. For real? Hannah snapped. Demon mode activating. I'm not that old. Do you have a death wish? As the sun began to set, the mood shifted. Yin felt a wave of depression, seeing everyone with a clear path. Everyone has their future figured out. Even Joss had chosen mutation magic. My anxiety level is at 200%. Joss, sporting a fresh bump on his head, pointed at himself. Huh? Me? Since when? Suddenly, Yin screamed with renewed energy. No, there's still one person. There might still be an ally. A trembling, weak hand rose from the shadows. There sat Suab, looking like a beggar king. Spare some change? Yin stared in disbelief. Jose burst out laughing. No way! You blew through your entire reward money already? Levin nodded sagely. That's what happens when you spend, like a billionaire. Splitting that cash meant we didn't get much anyway. Seeing his dark future reflected in Suab, Yin collapsed, his soul leaving his body. Behold, the destiny of those without a plan. The group looked on, confused. What's wrong with him? Suab kept chanting. Money, please. The future looked bleak. Yin face planted. Onto the desk, groaning. This world is too cruel to the unprepared. Levin sat down next to him, suddenly radiating wisdom. Why the sudden philosophical crisis? He offered a lifeline. If you're lost, why not go back to square one? For example, the reason you wanted to become a mage? Yin shot up, electricity crackling in his gaze. His eyes sparkled with purpose. That's it. I want to be a mage. Just like Lord Felon, that turned out to be the wall blocking his path. Yin felt a pang of guilt and reflected, realizing his dream of becoming a mage. Exactly like Lord Felon might be a bit too abstract, it is honestly hard to know where to even start if the goal is to become just like Felon. Jose also offered a piece of advice to the boy. Perhaps first, you need to become an all-around capable mage. Levent, however, offered a much more specific direction. Then let's think realistically for a second. For example, let's talk about money. Yin listened like an obedient child and repeated the word money. A memory surfaced of Larosi complaining. He spent a massive fortune taking care of the poor, yet the king seemed to be doing absolutely nothing. And looking at the pathetic, poverty-stricken state of Suab when he was broke really made Eugene wonder. Yeah, when you think about it, everything revolves around money. If I and the alchemy department can earn a mountain of cash, then I would be able to help the poor myself. Countless thoughts and questions flooded his mind, making him panic internally. But if I only have a lot of money, is that really meaningful? How much is actually enough? I cannot feed and provide for them for my entire life. The best way is to help the poor become independent. Levent looked like he was done with this conversation, pulling the boy back before he went off topic again. Yin screamed and clutched his head. I do not know anymore. My head hurts so much. Everything is too complicated, Jose agreed bluntly, saying it was because he overthought everything. It comes from the kindness of caring for his friends. Larosi handed Yin a glass of purple liquid that was bubbling ominously. Since you are down, here, drink this. It will help you feel a lot better. Yin refused politely in sheer terror. No thanks. Suddenly, Larosi became incredibly sad and sulky. I am sorry. If it looks too disgusting, you do not have to drink it. It is fine. Feeling guilty, Yin grabbed the glass, grit his teeth, and downed it in one heroic gulp. Fine then, Larosi asked in fear. Did you really just drink that? Surprisingly, it was not the horror show he expected, but a captivating flavor. This sweet sensation, memories of my past life are flooding back. This tastes just like cola, but you are drinking it wrong. The warmth made Eugene gag and spit it all out like a fountain. It was warm cola. Everyone watching dropped their jaws in worry. See, I told you it was dangerous. Joss was confused by the word Eugene just used. But what on earth is a cola? Anyway, I do not know. That is the first time I have heard it. I have not even named it yet. Yin turned away, whispering to himself in the confusion of the crowd. It cannot be. Do people in this world not know about cola? What is wrong with him again? Sometimes he just gets like that. And then Yin excitedly pounced on him and screamed, Larosi, you might have just invented something that will go down in history. Not understanding the situation, Larosi asked in confusion. Me? Really? A proposal was made after a day of feeling lost. Larosi, can you produce cola in massive quantities? If we have the proper facilities, then yes. Great. Let us borrow the alchemy lab. Yin excitedly recalled the bubbly drink and boldly declared, and I will handle the carbonation part. I am very confident about this. Mix the cola essence with sparkling water and finally add a few ice cubes. Done. All right, let the whole class have a taste. Larosi's face went dark and gloomy. This is not cola. Sensing something wrong, Yin looked bewildered. Is a conflict about to break out right now? Seeing his passionate invention being tampered with, Larosi retorted, Cola is meant to be drunk hot, Yin felt. Personally attacked and grabbed his collar, shaking him violently. Take back those words right now. Larosi, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Glass was completed with a name known for the first time. Is this really cola? Everyone was uneasy but tried to tell themselves, surely it will be fine, right? This thing has bubbles. After taking a sip, everyone's eyes lit up with praise. This is incredibly delicious. Yin stood with crossed arms, arrogantly enjoying the results. Naturally, cola is the beverage that conquered the entire earth. After all, the whole academy suddenly became lively. Eugene grabbed a megaphone and called out, employees, let us work hard and conquer this continent with cola, just like it conquered Earth. We will split the profits 50-50 from every single cup of tin cola that you guys sell. Afterward, cups were distributed throughout the town, from the elderly to small children. Anyone who tasted it was shocked by this mysterious liquid. Oh my god, this is too tasty. Everyone rushed toward Yin's stall to fight for a chance to drink this thing called cola. Give me more. Me too. Just take my money. At this moment, Yin draped himself in a noble coat, reeking of wealth, while his servant Suab angrily held back the crowd. Back off, you filthy commoners. A name was mentioned that made everyone tremble with respect. Chairman Eugene has arrived. Suab carefully guided. Him, Mr. Chairman, please sit here. This spot has been wiped clean. Yin praised him. You did a good job, Joss saw this complete personality flip and had to exclaim, what is wrong with you? Hannah, with eyes full of greedy admiration, rushed up to ask for the secret. So cool. How did you achieve such huge success in such a short time? He acted philosophical, crossed his legs to lecture. Perhaps it is enlightenment from another life? Sorry though, the details are classified as top secret. Looking at the report, Eugene was confident in his own talent. Just in one day, we earned this much money. With this amount, we can not only cover the costs of caring for the kids but have plenty left over. Not to mention if this business expands further. With a maniacal laugh, Eugene held the bottle of cola high and declared war. We shall recruit everyone in the slums. We are going to dominate the capital's underworld with the power of cola. Below him, Suab wept tears of joy. Oh, Chairman, you are truly magnificent. Meanwhile, LaRossi was trembling in sheer terror. Eugene, you seriously look like a final boss right now, still maintaining that arrogant pose. He declared his victory, completely unaware of the two giant shadows looming behind him. A villain? No way. This is just a philanthropic startup. If this were illegal, the cops would have stopped him ages ago, right? Suddenly, a heavy hand slammed onto Eugene's shoulder. Two muscular guards smiled down at him. Eugene's soul practically left his body in fear. Are you the brat cooking up illicit substances here? And just like that, the dark merchant Eugene was in cuffs. They suspected the mysterious fluids being distributed by the slum children. Levin stood outside the iron bars, reading the charges. The logic for your arrest is surprisingly solid, hard to argue with. Inside, Eugene screamed in injustice. What do you mean solid? It is just cola. I am innocent, damn it. Seeing his friend's plight, Levin offered with a helpful smile. Shall I just break the lock and let you out? Eugene panicked, sweating bullets. No! Are you crazy? That would turn me into an actual fugitive. Levin pulled out some documents to comfort him. Relax. According to my investigation, they already know you are clean. Eugene felt a glimmer of hope, but confusion remained. Really? Then why am I here? At first, I thought they just wanted a bribe. Corruption is pretty standard here, so I didn't think much of it. I just assumed it was the usual shakedown. But then I realized, surely they know you are a Folia noble. It makes no sense to push for this unreasonable arrest. So, I dug a little deeper. Levin's face darkened as he revealed the truth. The police are on the payroll of a massive drug cartel. Eugene's jaw dropped in horror. A drug cartel? Levin crossed his legs, looking terrifyingly calm. Yes, narcotics, weapons, human trafficking, loan sharking, they don't shy away from any filthy business. They used to operate quietly in the shadows, but now they have moved their main operations right here to the capital. Levin dropped the bombshell casually. It seems they are worried about a new competitor rising in their territory. Eugene wailed in despair. I told you, cola is not a drug, Levin chuckled. I'm kidding, you'll be released soon. The police are just putting on a show for the cartel. If they don't pretend to arrest you, the gang might just chop their heads off. Eugene finally grasped the lethal danger he was in and shrieked. The police have completely lost control of the city. Well, the bribes are the main reason. The force is rotten to the core. But you need to be careful, Eugene. Your little business has successfully caught the eye of some very bad people. They aren't stupid enough to assassinate a noble, but they are crazy. Who knows what accidents might happen? Rejecting reality, Eugene rattled the prison bars, tears streaming down his face. The cola chairman, locked up like a common thug. Is it really a drug cartel? Why did it turn out like this? I just wanted to explore my academic options. Speaking of that, Levin pointed a finger at himself, looking offended. Let's talk about majors. You ask everyone else about their studies, yet you never ask me. It breaks my heart. Eugene flinched, feeling guilty. You noticed that? Levin replied instantly. How could I not? Eugene looked away, sweating nervously. Well, it wasn't intentional. It is just that. You chose a major based on your natural talents, right? Eugene thought that explanation would work. But Levin's expression turned pitch black. An ominous aura filled the cell. But if I listened to your choice, I feel like I would be tempted to follow you into that darkness. Levin covered his face with the papers. That is a surprisingly valid reason. Eugene wondered if he had said something wrong. Wait, what are you looking at? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Suddenly, a wild girl launched herself from nowhere. She tackled him with a hug, screaming his name. Eugene! Tears welled in her eyes as she squeezed his hands. Do you have any idea how worried I was? The alchemy professor said you were setting off fireworks. Then they said it was a carbonation explosion. And then the police showed up. What on earth is going on? Eugene averted his gaze, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Well, you see, I was just trying to find a major that fits me. The police thing? Just a big misunderstanding. Hearing this, Professor Itine's eyes suddenly blazed with intensity. A major? She puffed out her chest confidently. Then you should have come to me from the very start. Guiding a student's future is a teacher's sacred duty. She hugged him so tight it looked like she might eat him alive. Eugene was terrified. Basic magic mechanics, quantum magic, celestial arts. We have so many fascinating fields. Just say the word. From bachelor's to PhD, I will support you through it all. Her enthusiasm was absolutely suffocating. Eugene screamed in panic. This is exactly why I didn't ask you. After barely escaping her clutches, Eugene walked into town, lost in the crowd. Eugene let out a soul-crushing sigh, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. This was torture, worse than rotting in a prison cell. Was this how a true scholar faced reality? The path of the intellect clearly wasn't cutting it for him. He worried if the kids were safe. But suddenly, boom, a hurricane of mana blasted through the area, snapping him back to reality. It was Suabe's magic, spiraling out of control. On the other side of the chaos, Suabe was being pushed back, teeth gritted in frustration. She was losing this clash of power. A massive figure chugged a cola while blocking her path. "Who do you think you are?" she demanded. The scarred giant wiped his mouth and smirked. "Isn't it obvious? I'm a customer who prefers the 5-finger discount, you idiot." The insult made Suabe's blood boil. "A robber! You're the notorious Danbo." But the giant just laughed darkly. "I remember clearly," he sneered. "The currency you used to pay wasn't gold, but your very life." Suabe froze, confusion warring with fear. "What are you babbling about?" she shouted, but the giant moved with terrifying speed for his size, launching into the air. "I'm taking my refund in blood," Danbo roared. Suabe braced for death, thinking, "He's too fast." But then, impact. Eugene stood firm, stopping the Titan's leg with a single hand. Danbo scoffed. "You think a twig like you can stop me?" Rage blazed in Eugene's eyes, veins popping on his forehead. But the giant paused, sensing something wrong. "You didn't just block. You shifted my center of gravity to nullify the force." Danbo narrowed his eyes. "That skill. Are you Eugene Folivia?" Eugene ignored the question, furious at being dragged into gang violence. "I don't need to ask who you are," he growled. With a roar, Eugene unleashed the Folivia-style armor-breaking art. A devastating horizontal knee strike slammed into Danbo's gut. The mountain of meat went flying across the room. Eugene turned to his ally. "Suabe, are you hurt?" But she screamed, "Behind you!" A chilling presence had materialized right behind Eugene, completely undetected. His senses screamed in alarm. Eugene turned slowly, fear rising in his throat. It was Banta, a freak with unnaturally long arms, clapping his hands. Aren't you a handsome little thing?" Banta whispered. Then, he stretched his mouth into a grotesque, nightmare-inducing grin. "That's why you have to die. Anyone prettier than me gets erased from existence." Banta's jealousy flared like a cursed aura. Eugene's eyes widened in horror at the twisted logic. He leaped back to create distance. "What is wrong with these people?" Suddenly, another figure emerged from the shadows, holding a coil of rope. "Calm down, Banta," the newcomer said smoothly. "Elgato gave us strict orders," the rope wielder said. "We are not here to cause unnecessary conflict." Eugene was surrounded by monsters. He looked at the rope wielder, Georgie, wondering what new insanity this was. Georgie bowed with elegant, yet disturbing manners. "Apologies, young Master Folivia. We seek no quarrel. It is merely a misunderstanding of local customs," Georgie explained. But then, his face flushed red with twisted excitement. He held out the rope, trembling. "Please, use this to punish me. Beat me until your anger subsides." Eugene looked at them in disbelief. These weren't normal thugs. Their minds were warped, twisting like the chaotic followers of the Abyss. Suabe lost it. "You sick freaks. There is no law that allows this perversion. What is your actual goal here?" Eugene's mind raced. The vibe was all wrong. "Are you guys new to the capital?" he asked, trying to get information. Danbo stood up from the rubble, completely unharmed. "We are merely conducting market research," he chuckled. "A good businessman knows his territory," Danbo lectured. "We discovered a divine nectar called cola here. Whoever controls the fizzy sugar water controls the world," proclaimed Dr. Cannibal Danbo. Eugene felt a headache coming on. "Stop trying to change the subject with nonsense," Eugene shouted. "I can smell the stench of the abyss on you all." Eugene glared at the trio. "You're targeting me, aren't you? Stop dragging innocent people into this and fight me." But the three villains looked confused. "Abyss worshippers?" Georgie's face darkened with genuine offense. "How dare you!" Georgie roared, muscles ripping through his shirt. "I am a devout high priest of Lord Furlan." He flexed his biceps, shaking with holy rage. "Calling me a cultist is a blasphemy I cannot forgive." Banta cackled from the sidelines. "Don't get cocky, pretty boy. You think you're the main character? Just because you have a fancy name doesn't mean we care about you," Banta sneered. "We didn't come for you. The one we are hunting," Banta revealed, "is Elgato." Eugene froze as the name struck him like lightning. Elgato. It wasn't just a name, it was a legendary title. Eugene looked at the photo in his mind, connecting the dots. These weren't just gangsters, they were biologically modified assassins from the organization. Living weapons. Raven analyzed the situation instantly. They're insane, but their power is real. Why would the organization send them? Eugene let out a long, weary sigh. He realized with a sinking heart that he hadn't escaped the organization's grasp at all. The atmosphere at school was suffocating. It was clear they weren't going to let me off the hook easily. Eugene's expression darkened the moment he heard that time's name. "So? You mean the monster who annihilated your FS squad?" Levent took a deep breath, ready to drop a bombshell. "Yeah, so is the head of the Snake. The ruler of the biggest criminal syndicate in Horizon. I was raised as a weapon, a cold-blooded assassin under his direct command. I should have told you sooner. I'm truly sorry. I was hoping you'd never have to uncover this dark side of my past. Eugene absorbed the shock, his face unreadable. Instead of blaming him, he simply nodded. No, I get it. You mentioned before that you worked under So. The pieces finally fit. Levent's voice dropped to a warning whisper. Listen, let me handle this mess. Nothing good comes from tangling with that syndicate. You have no idea what they're capable of. Meanwhile, LaRossi was just chilling with a drink, minding his own business, when a shadow loomed over him. You LaRossi? He looked up at three hulking giants, confusion written all over his face. Yeah? But who are you guys? His fan club? Back at base, a hand slammed onto the map, marking the enemy positions. Districts 1 and 2 are FIVA's territory now, Eugene declared with cold authority. Eugene scoffed at the idea of justice. We can't rely on the cops. They're already in the syndicate's pocket. Bribery runs deep in this city. Hearing everyone panic, Levent started fidgeting. The cops too? This is way messier than I thought. He quickly cut in, waving his hands. Hold up, you're even dragging the FIVA family into this? Are you seriously trying to start a full-scale gang war? Levent yelled, frustration peaking. I told you I'd handle it, Eugene snapped back. Just stay put and don't make things worse. But Levent wasn't backing down either. So you have a better plan? Eugene challenged, his patience thinning. Sit around and wait for corrupt cops to save the day? No way. Eugene glared at Levent, disappointed. You know that syndicate better than anyone. Yet when LaRossi is taken, you just stand in my way? Whose side are you actually on, huh? Struck by those words, Levent clicked his tongue, helpless. Damn it. I can't explain it to you right now. Realizing words wouldn't stop Eugene's rampage, Levent turned away. Fine, just don't do anything stupid. Stay here and wait. I'll fix this. Eugene was baffled by Levent's sudden shift. Wait a second. What the hell are you planning to do? Levent's aura turned pitch black, his eyes cold as death. What else? I'm going to bring LaRossi back and slaughter every single one of them. Eugene froze, a chill running down his spine. What? Before he could process the killer intent, boom! A massive explosion rocked the room, filling the air with thick, blinding smoke. Eugene coughed, waving his arms frantically. When the dust finally settled, the room was empty. Levent had vanished into thin air. Levent? Eugene stammered into the silence. Meanwhile, at the secret IAS branch hideout, a minion trembled, holding up a pathetic bag of cash. This is this month's tribute. Banta looked at the pile with pure disgust. Is that it? That's not even enough to cover my skincare routine. He grabbed the subordinate by the hair, yanking his head up. This is all we got from the capital? Are you mocking me, trash? The minion shook like a leaf. Please, boss! After paying off the cops, there's basically nothing left. Donbo, puffing on a cigarette, stepped in. Chill out, Banta. Have some sugar. He started rambling his usual nonsense. Sugar reduces stress and boosts brain function. My blood sugar is currently 970, which means my IQ is also 970. My super genius brain deduces that the tribute from the Hebrasi capital is low because that bastard Hosep from the abyss controls it. His influence has choked our branch, weakening our grip and drying up the cash flow. Banta lost it, lashing out at the other grunts. Are you bragging about failure? Letting a wrinkled old man beat us? I should rip the faces off all of you useless idiots. Meanwhile, Georgie stood by, adding fuel to the fire. Protecting the capital is our duty as elites from headquarters. When Lord El Padrino sent us here. Now that the slum ruler Josep has vanished, isn't this the perfect opportunity? Fate is smiling upon us. Lord Felon is clearly guiding our future. Banta waved his hand, annoyed and confused. But Eligado said not to touch Fiva. That guy just took over the slums. Is there any way to deal with him without breaking orders? Donbo crunched on more candy. Current sugar 925, IQ 925. My memory banks have already calculated the solution. We hit the jackpot. That bizarre flavor spikes blood sugar straight to 1000. Whoever controls this monstrous drink called Cola will absolutely dominate the market. Inside the cage, Loros trembled in fear. That is exactly why I suggested snatching the brat. That little alchemist is the golden goose who brewed it. If we use this kid to run a legitimate business, the Fiva Guild will have zero excuse to interfere. Donbo laid out the master plan while staring at the hostage. This way, we do not violate Lord Elgato's command about avoiding conflict with Fiva while we seize power in the capital. Genius moves only, Banta cheered, like a maniac upon realizing the benefits. So we kidnapped a national asset for capitalism? Truly, smart people make life run so much smoother. Sometimes, the peaceful method is the deadliest weapon. However, the underling, listening to this delusion, was sweating buckets of pure terror. Peace? What peace? Do you morons not realize that lunatic flipped the entire slums upside down just for a bunch of street rats? Who knows what level of hell he will unleash now that you have kidnapped his friend? That psycho might drag the entire Fiva army to our doorstep. The three butchers, blind to reality, laughed. like hyenas at their perfect plan. Why on earth is headquarters terrified of one reckless madman? Why should we stay quiet and avoid Fiva's gaze? Georgie stepped up with a twisted grin. Please, allow me the honor of educating this little alchemist. Brat, he laughed, saliva dripping. That magic school is a den of heresy that dares to insult Lord Felon, the creator. For a mere mediocre mage to act up? Disgusting. He shoved his grotesque face through the bars, eyes bulging out like a frog. Truly revolting. I am the only priest walking the righteous path. He tormented Loros until tears welled up in fear. I will beat the heresy out of this boy and return him to the light. He yanked on the iron bars, screaming in sudden rage. Iron bars, iron bars, iron bars. Damn it, why won't this thing budge? Open up, Georgie roared like a beast. Key! Someone bring me the bloody key right now! But mid-sentence, a blinding light rushed toward his face. Hurry, up before I smash everything! Levin had arrived, and his fist sent the villain plastering against the wall like a fly. Donbo and Banta were stunned, but the most shocked of all was little Loros. Seeing his majestic entrance, the two villains instantly dropped to their knees. Assassin Donbo, Assassin Banta, we greet the great Lord Elgato. He shook off his fist, looking utterly annoyed. I have zero intention of becoming that hateful gang's heir. Didn't I already tell you morons that? The captive. Villagers popped their eyes open in disbelief. That young kid is the legendary Elgato? Loros mumbled in a daze. The heir of the lean gang? The people behind couldn't believe it. Hold on, he cannot be Elgato. That guy is... Now I understand why Petrino gave us that secret order. Levin thought to himself, I hit him hard enough to kill a bull. These guys have been modified way beyond normal humans. He glanced back at the freak. So, what was this secret order from the boss? The villain snapped his dislocated jaw back into place, spitting out half his teeth. The boss has long suspected Elgato's intentions for joining the Magic Academy. If Elgato acts against the gang with nonsense reasons, he revealed a grotesque expression, tongue lolling out like a demon, speaking savagely. We are to execute him immediately. Levin raised his axe, analyzing the situation. So, you can't stand being beaten, and you will kill me if I lose? That means he planned to off me from the start. What a classic scumbag move. Then, with overflowing confidence, he scoffed. But to kill the great Elgato, shouldn't you have prepared something better than... I can't be certain since, well, she can't exactly speak. But if you tail these little guys, they'll lead you straight to the hornet's nest. Eugene was charmed, lifting the puppet gently. Cute little guy, aren't you? He perched it on his shoulder like a pirate's parrot. But Havanatan looked anxious. So, what's the plan? Are you really going to march in there without the rest of the squad? Her words triggered a flashy flashback of their recent fight. Absolutely. Bringing an army would only blow things out of proportion. Besides, if we go in guns blazing, innocent bystanders will get dragged into the crossfire. He hesitated, wrestling with his conscience. Deep in thought, he resolved, that's right, I can't drag the others into this chaotic mess. Sheathing his blade with a sharp click, he gave his final order. If I don't return by dawn, contact the main house immediately. I'm handling this solo. But suddenly, Suab appeared out of nowhere, itching for a brawl. We are going together! She clenched her fist, eyes burning with fury. I'm gonna show those brain-dead morons what happens when they mess with our family. This labyrinth connects to the entire gang territory. Eugene sighed, sensing a moment to breathe. We have no other choice but to move forward. Eugene glanced at her with genuine concern. But Suab, are you sure you can handle this? That was the wrong button to push. She stomped her foot, declaring war on his doubt. Dangerous? Do you have any idea who you're talking to right now? When I was 5, I was solo hunting polar bears in the frozen wastelands for breakfast. Feeling insulted, she snapped, eyes blazing. Don't tell me you see me as dead weight? You think I can't look after myself? No, I never said that, Eugene panicked. Then what is it? Unnoticed by them, a figure in the shadows was stretching his face skin, literally. While they argued, Eugene felt a chill down his spine, killing intent. He shoved Suab aside. Move! Incoming! Whoosh! Something deadly sliced the air where they just stood. What the hell was that? A projectile? Looking at the weapon embedded in the ground, she realized it was a throwing knife. Meanwhile, Banta stretched his cheek elastic to the limit. A voice dripped from the darkness. Isn't it impressive? My skin has enough elasticity to withstand 45 kilograms of tension. These shots have 10 times the velocity of a normal arrow. It was Banta, the gang's assassin, boasting high elasticity skin. I can't believe you dodged that so easily. Suab stared in horror, unable to process the visual. Did he just use his cheek as a crossbow? Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed behind her. To navigate this complex sewer, someone must have leaked our coordinates. The fat man mumbled. My blood sugar is 682, which means my IQ is also 680. My deduction points to the traitor, El Gato. It was Don Bo, the gang's heavyweight assassin. His special trait? Dangerously high blood sugar and delusional logic. No need to use the fancy code name for a rat. Levin is the one who abandoned his post. Didn't he fall from grace by hanging out with those cultist freaks and denying the gods? Don Bo picked up the mouse puppet. I prefer a more poetic interpretation, Don Bo mused. A faithful believer became El Gato, a man of the shadows. But after meeting a certain boy from Fiva, who still held the light of justice, he must have remembered his true self. Hearing this, Eugene froze, a cold shiver hitting him. What? He recalled his harsh words that made Levin look so conflicted. Serious, but it turns out to be no big deal? She feigned calm, her words striking a nerve. I honestly don't care about this gang drama. If Levent betrayed you guys, he must be skilled, emboldened. Eugene stepped forward, smiling to confirm. Exactly. Regaining their confidence, they readied for battle. We will kill all of you and save everyone. Hearing this, the three bosses charged at once. You think you can actually do that? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. George rushed in, unleashing countless arms. Compassionate love. His first technique struck like a viper. 2 arms had already seized Eugene's wrists, his arms bent at bizarre angles. He glared fiercely. Put the sword away! There is no love here! Not letting him dominate, Eugene swung his blade, spinning the foe like a top before slamming him into the dirt. Heavy metal. Armor break technique. Wrist twist. A strong gale forced him back. Seeing this, the fat buo charged in to support. Eugene's face went pale as his attack dealt 0 damage. The sword slashed straight onto the villain's head, but didn't leave a single scratch. He pointed and mocked. Aiming for my head? Amateur. That skill hits the hardest part of the human body. Obviously, a sword can't cut through it, right? Suddenly, what is that? Banta stretched his mouth, revealing sharp blades within. Skin is the most elastic part of the body. Releasing them, the blades flew at shocking speed. His well-groomed skin has 10 times the elasticity of a bowstring. Defenseless. The blades flew straight at him. His teammate screamed in worry. Eugene! Suab chanted, and lightning flickered. Barrier! A! Stone wall rose up to buy them time. Blocked it. Are you okay? I'm fine. They just hit my armor and cloak. Eugene winced in pain. It didn't pierce, but the impact damage was heavy. As expected, ranged attacks are the most annoying. Cornered, Suab gritted her teeth and thought. Eugene can't handle this alone. It's too much. Ranged. An idea sparked, and she smiled with a gamble in mind. I think I know who to take on. The 3 stood behind the wall, impressed. Magic of this scale? She must be at least a 7th circle mage, Don Bo warned. His team. Suddenly, the wall shattered. Careful, don't treat them like normal brats. Suab surfed on waves with a triumphant look. Northern Shaman Arts. Endless flow. Divine tsunami wave. The 3 villains stood beneath the towering wave, screaming in panic. What the hell? She taunted to lure him. Hey, you wrinkly old hag. Come fight me. Wrinkly? Banta froze, offended. Me? He tensed up in rage. His teammate, possessing a higher IQ, immediately realized the plot and tried to calm him. Calm down, Banta. She's baiting you. But the words didn't reach him. Banta raged, unleashing maximum power. You dare call me wrinkly? Banta. Max elasticity. Balloon mode. He opened his mouth to correct her. It's called superior elasticity, you brat. Spreading his arms like a kite, he flew after her. The trap was a success. Don Bo realized the plan and grew cautious, scoffing. Exploiting someone's insecurity for personal gain? Inhumane. Don't you have any shame? Eugene stood, raising his sword to fight. Hearing that coming from you scumbags. The guts. Come get me. At least I finished my part of the plan. Back to Eugene, fighting 2 giants alone. The rest is up to you, Eugene. His blade suddenly glowed with red-hot power. Flame sword. The pressure of the fire spread everywhere. Furious, Eugene aimed to end it. Blazing flower slash. The strike set the dungeon corner ablaze. Hellfire. Magic. The 2 stood stunned by this power, frozen in place. The fat one, terrified, dropped down to let George. My passion burns hot, like the love of Father Duke. Out of the flames, Finn emerged without a scratch. His body glistened, oily and muscular, as he struck a bizarre pose in the fire. A love hotter than hellfire. I have finally achieved perfection. He covered his face with his hand, ranting like a fanatic. Just like Felon, the one who bestowed this love upon me. Suddenly, he lunged at Yin with a creepy grin. I am ready to embrace you. Jay threw a punch packed with heavy force. Yin instinctively blocked with his blade, but he was stunned, bare hands against. A sword? But the maniac didn't stop, unleashing a barrage of lightning-fast punches. Let the light shine. The more love I receive, the stronger I become. My body is forged steel. Your toy blade cannot hurt me. Suddenly, Don Bo joined the fray, launching himself into the air. My head is made of steel too. Capitalizing on Yin's confusion, he dove headfirst like a human missile against those of us. With copper heads and iron bones, your attacks are useless. Yin skeked, annoyed by the spectacle. Iron skin, huh? He regained his composure. Then I'll just smash it into 100 pieces. Danbo flew forward, mocking him. A head-on collision? You must be desperate. The power of a tackle is mass times velocity. Do you really think that scrawny body can stop physics? Yin's eyes didn't waver. He shifted his grip, holding the sword handle not like a warrior, but like a baseball batter at home plate. Anti-armor art. The home run swing. Asterisk. Crack. Asterisk. He swung full force directly into the guy's head, sending sparks flying everywhere. The impact dented the helmet and sent a shockwave through Danbo's skull. He spun around dizzily before time's thud. Asterisk. He collapsed. Yin looked down, scolding him. Where did that steel head go? That trick won't work on me. And you, he turned to the other one, can you withstand the heat, or are you just alive because of luck? Witnessing his partner get one-shotted terrified the remaining villain. Yin pointed his sword. Now, lead me to LaRossi. Wait! The coward didn't hesitate. He turned and ran for his life. Hey! Yin sighed. Acting so tough a second ago, and now he's fleeing? He watched the beaten fatty on the ground, confused. There is no way Levin lost to these clowns. He gritted his teeth, calculating his next move. No time to waste. If I lose that guy, finding LaRossi will be a nightmare. He sprinted after Jay. I have to catch him first. Meanwhile, Jay was running like his soul depended on it. Terror was plastered across his face as he wheezed. Monster! That kid is a monster! He's just like Elgato! He reached out desperately toward the door. This is my only chance. The hostage. I need a hostage. I'll threaten them with the alchemy brat. Yes, perfect plan. But the moment he burst into the room, his expression went completely blank. Jay screamed, staring at the open cell. The cell is unlocked? Where are the guards? But then he spotted LaRossi huddled in the corner. Jay cheered. The alchemy kid is still here. But before he could celebrate, he felt a chill. It was too late. From the shadows above, eyes glowed with killing intent. Looking for Elgato? A hand clamped down on Jay's skull. Fear and pain exploded as he was spun around. Like he was caught in a tornado. Levin slammed him into the ground, leaving the villain unconscious. Levin landed, dusting off his hands. He looked at his hand, muttering, Herman. A fragment of memory surfaced, reminding him why she was here. He shook it off and returned to, why is Herman here? Is this a trap by Shiro to distract me? He shook his head. No, he's wrong. Herman hates Shiro as much as I do. The grudge of our slaughtered guild runs deep in both our veins. Since we were kids, we dreamed of taking revenge on Shiro together. Levin clenched his jaw. Maybe I can convince her. But first, I need to find Yin or Herman. At that exact moment, Yin had run straight into the girl. The worst-case scenario had become reality. If she fights Yin, it will be a catastrophe. Yin stood opposite the mysterious girl. Who are you? He demanded, but she gave no answer. Silent as a grave, she leapt into the air, swinging her weapon. Yin barely managed to block. He slid back, assessing her strength. I knew it. There's something different about her. Looking at the small girl, wielding that massive axe as if it were a feather, Yin realized the danger. So, you're the real deal, aren't you? Ignoring his words, Herman. The axe spun faster and faster. It became a vortex of death no one dared approach. Yin watched in pure shock, his eyes widening at the scene. What on earth? A massive shockwave blasted out, sending debris flying everywhere. Yin didn't even have time to think as he leapt away. The spot where he stood was instantly pulverized. His face twisted into a grimace at this terrifying display of power. What kind of strength is this? It actually reminds me of my mom. Suddenly, the boulders began to move. Hermana swung her axe, launching a massive rock straight at him. Trapped in midair, he had no choice. He used the flying boulder as a stepping stone. He flipped through the air and landed safely, but Hermana rushed in like a beast. He barely raised his sword to block, but the impact was devastating. He was sent flying back into a cloud of dust, crashing through a thick wall and taking heavy damage. Yin gritted his teeth in admiration. Fighting her head-on is basically suicide. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared from behind. Levin screamed in panic. You scared the life out of me. Why are you popping out of the wall like that? Eugene recognized him, but before they could hug it out, another explosion ripped through the air. Eugene panic screamed, grabbed Levin's hand, and bolted. Run, right now. What? As they ran for their lives, the two of them tried to catch up. What about you? Why are you here? I told you, I came to save LaRossi. Well, where is LaRossi? Levin reported. She is safe. I sent her out through a secret route the gang does not use. Yin asked, full of worry. What? You let her go alone? He sighed. What else could I do? I still have unfinished business, and I am just one man. Yin was still freaking out. But sending a child alone is crazy. Look, we will argue about this. Later, we need to escape. So, who exactly are you running from? Suddenly, Levin skipped a beat and looked back. Seeing his teammate stop, Eugene skidded to a halt too. Levin, what are you doing? Levin tried to stay calm. It is okay. I know her. Eugene was confused. You know her? Her face is covered, but Herman always hides her face. Herman is like me, one of Sewer's special collections. This statement only made Eugene more confused. Sewer's special collection? The two acquaintances faced each other. Long time no see, Herman. Sorry for leaving. Without explaining. It is complicated. Let us just say my departure was a continuation of what we always talked about. Herman trembled but remained silent. Sensing extreme danger, Yin broke into a cold sweat. He quickly rushed to tackle Levin before she struck. Watch out! Levin stood frozen, staring at Hermana, barely dodging the ferocious attack. Yin yelled in fear. You said you knew her. Levin, still in shock, unconsciously whispered, her name, Herman. You seemed close by the way you spoke, so why is she attacking? Did you mistake her for someone else? And why will she not answer? Levin grew more panicked, refusing to believe the truth. It cannot be. Memories of their time together flooded back. I could never mistake Hermana for anyone else. Levin's eyes filled with rage. Could it be Sewer? He looked at the girl, imagining the horrors she endured. What did that monster do to Herman? Then a figure stepped up from behind. A reunion? It does not seem very satisfying. Yin did not recognize the man he was chasing. Who is that guy? The man's head was twisted backward, and he was manually twisting it back. Elgato? Unbelievable. How is he still alive? Suddenly, another enemy appeared, surrounding them. The human body is truly a miracle. Even with his head half caved in, he was cheerfully casual. Humans, even with half their brains destroyed, can still move if they have enough sugar. Eugene watched in horror. This guy is a monster too, and there are others. We are completely surrounded. So, there are other Serios? Assessing the situation, Levin scoffed. No matter how you look at it, isn't this excessive force for such a weird mission? Elgato, having just fixed his broken neck, still dared to sneer. If you hadn't harbored those rebellious thoughts, they would have returned long ago. But now, what a pity. Levin shot back anxiously. Betrayal? What betrayal? If I expose the madness you have committed, even Petrino would say you deserve death. Attacking Folivia is basically abandoning the capital, isn't it? A thought flashed through his mind. Sewer's relationship with the Eternal Guild is a top secret. The assassination order was never meant to be public, but his words had no effect. In fact, Elgato just burst into amused laughter. He clutched his newly fixed head and shouted in glee. How interesting, just as Petrino predicted. Elpad. Petrino saw right through your rat-like excuses. Fine then. If Levin is not a traitor, then there is no need to fight. But first, you must prove your loyalty. Levin stammered. Prove it? Elgato lifted Hermana with one hand, stroking his chin. The truth is, there was another traitor before you. Seeing his best friend treated like a doll made Levin glare in fury. And that traitor dared to raise a blade against Elpad Petrino. The veil was lifted, revealing a soul-crushing sight. It was Hana, the so-called ultimate traitor, but the light in her eyes? Gone. A cursed stone was embedded in her forehead, her gaze an endless abyss. As punishment for her rebellion, her very self was erased. Now, she serves the gang as an eternal living weapon. Yin gasped, covering his mouth in pure horror. Oh my god! The villain cracked his neck, pointing a mocking finger at them. If you claim you aren't a traitor, Elgato, then prove it. Kill this traitor. End Hana right now with your own two hands. The gang burst into twisted laughter, eager for the bloody show to begin. Levin trembled, his aura exploding with uncontrollable rage. Hana had been the only ray of light in this hellish underworld. She was the descendant of an ancient bloodline, closest to Lord Felon and the 12 disciple creators. Yet, after her clan's annihilation, she was exploited just like my group. Despite that suffering, she became a sanctuary for the gang's children. But fate is cruel. That woman with the warmest heart was forced to execute the gang's most vile and grotesque missions. She did it to protect the children destined to become assassins. To her, their fleeting innocence was worth more than her own life. Exhausted by this cursed existence, Hana used to whisper to me, like a mantra, Lord Felon, who loves humanity, granted us a right, a motive to navigate the uncertain future, the power to find a way out, even in the deepest despair. He gave us the right to freedom, so never lose hope, but snapping back to the cruel present. Georgie threw his head back, cackling like a maniac. That is the traitor's fate. No free will. She is just a puppet now. How does it look? Worse than death, right? So, Elgato, if you're loyal, kill this traitor Hana yourself. Prove that you aren't scum like her. Before he could finish, a fist smashed directly into his ugly mug. It was Levin. Even with a caved-in face, the freak kept smiling. Just as I thought. You are a traitor. Now, Elgato, death is too good for you. Without a word, Levin grabbed the guy by his hair. The villain finally realized the danger. Wait, too late. Levin had become a raging beast. Everyone witnessing the scene flinched in shock. Georgie screamed, "What are you idiots standing there for?" The traitor showed his true colors. "Attack!" Instantly, his goons rushed into battle stance. Levin dug around in his pocket, sneering. "Traitor? You wiped out the FS group just to steal their tech. To the scum who turned Hana into this monstrosity, I have zero loyalty to give." His voice dropped to a growl. "Actually, from the very start, I never had any." Georgie wasn't backing down. "You can't take those words back now. Elgato, you know the penalty for betraying the gang, right? For a traitor, a quick death is a luxury. We start with what you love most. Piece by piece, we will torture, destroy, and crush everything. And when you have nothing left, only then will we break you. You'll beg for death." Levin's killing intent spiked. "Try it. Do you think I have anything left to lose?" Georgie roared. "Of course. We will enjoy it. A traitor doesn't need limbs to pay for his sins. Capture him. Just keep him alive." Suddenly, Yin took a heavy hit, meant for Levin, gritting his teeth. To block it. "These guys are pros. We need to retreat." But as Yin looked back at Levin, he realized reasoning was useless. Suddenly, Georgie ordered, "Hana, subdue El Gato," instantly. Hana obeyed, pointing her blade at Levin. He quickly activated a strengthening buff. While Yin was barely doubly dodging the chaotic attacks, he clicked his tongue. "That's Hana. She is definitely the strongest fighter here. If she joins this uneven fight, we are dead meat." "Wait, it's him. That guy gave the order. If I take him out, I can stop her." Yin launched himself straight at Georgie. The villain looked nervous. "Damn it, half my brain is crushed. My motor functions are lagging," Yin pressed, a blade against Georgie's throat. "Call off Hana, or you die." But the maniac laughed. "Kill me then. Even if we all die, punishing a traitor is worth it for the gang." Yin broke out in a cold sweat. "He's like an abyss worshipper. Logic doesn't work on this lunatic. No time to hesitate. I have to at least thin their numbers." He slashed across Georgie's chest. "Wait, is this fat?" His eyes widened. "What the?" Georgie slammed him to the ground. "You let your guard down, Folivia." Yin stabbed his sword into the earth to break. Georgie grinned. "My body fluids are refined through a high-intensity diet. It is the world's deadliest poison. I'm going to die, but you are coming with me." Georgie collapsed, leaving Yin cornered, covered his mouth in anxiety. Meanwhile, Herman and Levent were locked in a ferocious clash. Levent gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, Herman! What in the world am I supposed to do with you?" Suddenly, danger struck. A blade emerged from the shadows, wielded by an assassin who stabbed him right in the back. At the same time, Yin was fighting a losing battle. I can't breathe." His face was pale, exhausted, and the deadly poison was spreading fast. But then, a torrent of water burst forth from nowhere. Suab came surfing in on the waves, looking absolutely panicked. "Move! Everyone get out of the way! My magic has gone berserk." Yin realized what was happening instantly. In the blink of an eye, the dry, empty wasteland was swallowed by a raging sea. Suab leaped from the water onto Tuming, dry land, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. "Phew! I thought I was dead meat. Thank goodness my mana kicked back in just in time to save everyone." But a question lingered. Why did her magic vanish so suddenly before? Was there a high-level mage nearby, suppressing her aura? Yin sat up and gasped, "Thanks, Suab. You really saved our skins." Hearing this, she grinned from ear to ear. "You bet I did. You guys would be toast without me, right?" She was basking in the glory until she saw Levent walking away. She exploded in anger, shouting, "Hey, Levent! Are you seriously leaving without a single thank you after I saved your life?" He replied coldly, "I never asked you to save me." "The audacity!" Suab was fuming. "Excuse me? You were literally captured and tortured 5 minutes ago." Yin tried to play peacemaker. "Calm down, guys." But Suab froze, pointing at Levent's back. Your back is leaking strawberry syrup." Right there, Levent reached behind him, nonchalant. "'Tis but a scratch." But suddenly, a jolt of agony shot through his entire body. Suab looked horrified. "You savage! Did you actually burn your own wound to stop the syrup flow?" Yin took this chance to ask, "That transformed person, you called her Herman. She is important to you, isn't she? If so, tell us the full story. We can help you." Levent's expression darkened. "It is too late. The transformation on Herman and the other assassins is advanced FS technology. I know better than anyone that a body once changed can never return to its original state. Especially since the brain has been altered. Attempting to remove those complex implants would inevitably destroy her mind. In the process, despair weighed heavy on him. It seemed impossible. But then, Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a light bulb moment. He rushed forward. "Wait, what about the absolute removal tool? Couldn't that artifact target and delete just the implants?" Absolute removal was a high-tier magic that reduced the wavelength of matter or mana to 0, making it vanish. If I target the exact wavelength of the Edzison implants, we can delete them safely without hurting her, right? Levent hesitated, deep in thought. Theoretically, perhaps. But, no matter how talented you are, can you handle that level of complexity? Yin smiled, shattering the man's doubt. He beamed and said, "It means there is still hope, doesn't it?" Seeing that smile, Levent was deeply moved. He bowed his head to hide his emotions and whispered sincerely, "Please, help me save Herman." Yin replied confidently, "Of course, even if you didn't ask, we would have helped anyway." Levent nodded. "I have a plan. This is an underground water channel, correct?" Suab teased him. "Aha, so you were secretly hoping for our help all along." The group huddled up to strategize for a moment. The plan seemed solid. "That sounds fun." "Yeah, do you guys get the gist of it?" Suddenly, "I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out." A massive explosion rocked the entire tunnel. The ground shook violently. Suab wobbled. "What now? Earthquake? Magic?" Eugene and Levent realized instantly. "It's a bomb," Levent explained. "They can't pinpoint our location, so they are blowing up all the exits to trap us." Suab gasped. "Are they crazy? They are going to destroy their own base?" Yin added, grimly. "These villains will do anything to win. Run, we are out of time." As he sprinted, Yin recalled Georgie's sinister words. "My syrup is a cocktail of the world's deadliest toxins, cultivated through a hellish diet." Anxiety began to creep in. His time was running out, and Georgie's men were still unconscious nearby. Meanwhile, Banta was trembling with rage. "Damn you, Georgie." He covered his eyes, trying to suppress his fury at Elgato and those meddling brats. He screamed like a maniac. "Blow it all up. Seal every exit. Do not let them escape." But boom! An explosion erupted right next to him. He barked. Which idiot was that? Which moron blew up this spot instead of the exit? But when the smoke cleared, he froze. Suab hopped out, looking delightfully smug. "It was us, dummy. Surprise. How does it feel to see me again? Happy?" Banta turned red with fury. "Fine. You saved me the trouble of hunting you down. I'll slaughter you rats first, then I'll make Elgato pay the price." Suab smirked. "Looks like the trash took itself out." Levent had been silent this whole time. In his hands, he gripped a massive battle axe, crackling with high-voltage electricity. Without a shred of hesitation, he used all his strength to slam the axe into the ground. Lightning exploded outwards. Banta's guards were fried instantly, and the boss himself could not escape the shock. An exception? Oh no, this guy was twitching in way more agony than the rest. All those scumbags were now writhing on the ground. Eugene was absolutely delighted. "All right, just as planned." Meanwhile, Suab sighed, mocking him for trying to look so cool. "Seriously?" Then, without a second thought, Levent grabbed a mysterious bag. He hurled it straight into the enemy cluster, unleashing a catastrophic explosion. Moving with lightning speed, he smashed through the wall. Pointing outward, he barked, "Use your magic. Summon the water and flush this trash out. They'll fall straight to the bottom floor." Her eyes lit up with excitement. "Finally, it's my turn to shine. I'll wash these clowns straight out to the North Sea with a single strike." But her joy was short-lived. The smirk vanished from her face instantly. Seeing the delay, the boys turned back. "What's the holdup?" "Suab, hurry it up! We still need to find Herman!" But panic crept into her voice. I can't. It's happening again. The natural elements. They refuse to obey me. It's like some higher being is dominating the nature here." While the team stood frozen in confusion, a familiar shadow loomed behind them. "Suab, what is going on?" Herman slowly emerged before the trio. "Now listen closely. The foundation of magic lies in its chords. For a mage, the number of chords and elements is a sensitive topic. But for shamans who borrow power from nature, chords are everything. A shaman's chords connect them to the world. The more chords you have, the deeper your communion with Mother Nature. Even the genius shaman Suabe, with his legendary 8 chords, reigns supreme over the nature of the celestial ocean. Even a grand mage hitting the human limit of 10 chords couldn't beat him in a battle for nature's control. So, nature ignoring Suab? Impossible. Unless there was only one terrifying explanation. Something far beyond human existence was dominating the nature in this domain. Suddenly, they realized Herman's presence. Without a single word, she lunged forward to kill. Levent's mind raced. "Damn it, the plan is ruined. I wanted to isolate Herman for a one-on-one duel. If those unconscious goons wake up now, we're back to a total crisis. We need to change the battlefield, immediately." He sprinted off, leaving Eugene baffled. "Levent, what the hell are you doing? Just wait." Holding an item, he shouted, "All right, everyone, brace yourselves." His teammates stood there, totally dumbfounded. Brace for what? What does that even mean? Ignoring them, he tossed the explosive device. This is going to be loud. As it fell, a strange light radiated from Herman. Then boom! A catastrophic explosion tore through the area. The blast was so massive it sent both Eugene and Suab flying. "Levent, you absolute lunatic." A massive torrent of water came crashing in. Suab surfed out on the waves, screaming, "Why did you suddenly blow up the floor?" Levent explained calmly, "Since your shaman arts are jammed, I had to come up with a temporary fix." "Suab, Even without shamanism, you can still use ice magic, right? You passed the entrance exam, didn't you? Eugene, prepare your absolute cancellation. He nodded firmly. Got it. If we work together, we can pull this off. Herman might have complex implants in her brain, but the master controller is that gemstone embedded in her forehead. Because of the complex protective seals, only your absolute cancellation can remove it. Eugene recalled the plan and started sweating bullets. No, I suggested it, sure, but I don't have the skill to pull that off in the middle of a deathmatch. I need time to focus, and the range is pathetic. There is no way I can snipe that gem on Herman's forehead. Her close combat skills are leagues above mine, Levent replied with grim seriousness. Of course it's going to be hard. Herman is a descendant of the ancient humans, who fought against the Abyss, Lord Felon, and the 12 Saints. She is physically superior to modern humanity in every single way, but she is not invincible. If Suab and I combine lightning and ice magic, we can blind her and create the perfect opening for your cancellation. Suab turned pale as a ghost. Huh? But wait, if I can't use shamanism, my magic is useless. I haven't even mastered half of it. I barely scraped by with a passing score on the exam. Hearing this, Levent froze. What? In that split second of distraction, Herman landed a direct hit. Eugene watched in horror, screaming, Levent! He rushed forward. Stop it! Herman swung her axe up and delivered a devastating blow to the boy. A massive explosion echoed through the ruin. In a flash, Eugene was sent flying, 100 meters back. Damn it, my body. Levent could only click his tongue. Damn it, too many variables. Why did the shaman arts fail at this specific moment? The common factor, whenever the arts fail, is the presence of Herman. Is it because she's an ancient human? I can end this right now. There is only one window to trigger the absolute dispel. No time to hesitate, he roared. Eugene, channel the spell. I'll steal her vision. Levent, wait. The team panicked. That technique was the apex of forbidden magic. It was a spell capable of enchanting a plastic toy into a demon slayer blade using high-density runes. Without a cybernetic body, the limit is 5 minutes. Using it while exhausted, that's a death sentence. I believe in you. Levent suppressed his doubts and unleashed his full aura against Herman. She parried instantly. Their strength was perfectly balanced. Eugene and Sua were forced to spectate. Sua ground her teeth. Damn it. If only I could use my shamanic arts right now. Eugene looked like a corpse. Crap, the poison is taking over. Bam! He punched his own face. Sua jumped, but fire blazed in Eugene's eyes. If my mind fades, we all die. I have to force myself awake. If the toxin spreads, I lose focus forever. This is our last stand. Everyone's survival rides on this one play. Sua watched him recover, stunned. What the? The spirits ignored me, but they listened to him? Why would nature ghost an 8-star shaman like me, but simp for a 1-star scrub like Eugene? Suddenly, Herman broke the deadlock. She ignored Levent and rushed straight for Eugene. She's going for the caster, Sua stepped in. I won't be useless baggage. Herman grabbed Sua and swatted her aside like a fly. Eugene desperately gathered his mana. Just 1 second, almost there. Suddenly, blue lightning crackled and slammed into Herman. She shrieked as the voltage fried her. Eugene saw Levent's signal. Now is the time. Eugene assumed the stance. His hands weaved complex seals, aiming everything at Herman. Absolute dispel. A blinding pillar of light erupted between them. Herman's monstrous form began to shrink. Eugene grinned. We actually did it, but his mana pool was completely empty. He collapsed face first. Levent caught him. Thank God. Sua groaned in the background. Ugh, my whole body is wrecked. She looked up. Is she free from the mind control? No, Levent said grimly. We broke the receiver, but the control implants are still inside. Sua scanned the room. We need to bail. But how do we get out of this dungeon? Levent shrugged. We need to figure that out right now. His teammate stared in disbelief. You winged it? He stayed serious. I'm about to pass out. You guys have to carry us. The audacity, Sua snapped. Levent pointed. The sewers. It's the only way out. Suddenly, the facility rumbled. Debris fell as explosions rocked the corridor. Crap, the reinforcements are awake. Pray they took a wrong turn. Eugene, barely conscious, whispered, Guys, I didn't want to say it, but I'm poisoned. Say what? Levent took command. Sua, grab Herman. I'll check Eugene. Boom. Smoke filled the hall. A massive, menacing silhouette stepped through the haze. Found you, the villain sneered. The traitor and his annoying little pets. Thanks to you, I've evolved. Sua gasped. How did you find us so fast? The giant beside him scoffed. Water flows down. The drainage system is the obvious exit. I am George. My blood sugar has hit 1024, which means my IQ is now 512. Eugene looked horrified. But how did you survive a slash to the jugular? Simple. My veins are so clogged with fat, the blood turned to syrup and sealed the wound. My high-calorie diet has granted me immortality. Levent turned pale. They've surpassed human limits. What kind of monsters are they breeding at HQ? Eugene drew his blade. Flame slash! A wall of fire roared towards the enemy. George didn't even blink. My blood, refined by extreme gluttony, is now a deadly poison. My blood, tempered by hellish high-intensity training, has become a deadly poison. Only those who can maintain their iron will can survive. So decisive, even against my own venomous blood. You really are a Folivia, despite your tender age. But it is all futile. I have found the counter to your flames. Behold, the body of George shall serve as my ultimate shield. The three of us are still fighting as one. Suabe watched in horror as the enemy weaponized their own ally. You're insane! Using your comrade like that? But the enemy sneered, ignoring the moral outcry. That last ambush drained everything I had. Levin was frantically calculating. Both of us are running on fumes. We can't drag this out any longer. I need to end this battle. Now! But the enemy scoffed. The Elgato blood frenzy? Naturally, I anticipated such a desperation move. Without that frenzy, you cannot hope to match Home's power. You have barely a minute or two of life remaining. You're gambling your life just to buy time. All I need to do is stall, and absolute victory is mine. Hearing this, Levin grit his teeth in pure fury. That bastard! Eugene realized the grim truth. These scumbags had researched them thoroughly. They knew every single one of Levin's weaknesses. Eugene turned to his support, his eyes burning with resolve. Suabe, can you perform the war god's ritual on me? With the power of the war god, this poison won't mean a thing. Just give me the buff. Suabe gasped. What? That's not something we can just do on a whim. It requires perfect compatibility. And looking at the situation now, it's impossible. But he cut her off. It's fine, I guarantee it will work. Trust me, I have done this before. She broke into a cold sweat. You've done this before? Suddenly Eugene's expression twisted. Crack! Vicious lightning magic slammed directly into him. We let our guard down. His entire body convulsed from the shock. Banda peeled his face back, smirking hideously. Did you really think I would miss such a wide-open opening? Damn these wretched brats. Eugene gritted his teeth, forcing down the agony. That monster wasn't lying about evolving. He's become infinitely more troublesome now. What do I do? My vision. It's fading into darkness. The poison is taking over. Meanwhile, Levin was struggling against the guardian demons. Damn it. Did these things get a power boost too? Eugene's stamina had hit rock bottom thanks to that cursed injury. Suddenly, a voice thundered through the chaos. Enough. Instantly, every eye shifted upward. A massive hole had been blasted through the ceiling. Eugene stared in shock. Holy heavens. Who could blast a tunnel this deep underground? High above, a solitary figure stood with regal arrogance. So, this is where you were hiding. The man held a sword that hummed with terrifying power. Just as Anik predicted. You really are a young master who refuses to listen to reason. Eugene's eyes lit up with recognition. That person, it's the first prince of Hebronia, Gan Eliza. Without another word, Gan descended. A single fire slash tore through the air. The scumbags were instantly backed into a corner. Eugene's jaw dropped to the floor. Is that the Desio fire slash? The same technique as mine? The density of those flames. It looks like a beam of solid light. This is a completely different dimension of power. I can't believe someone in the academy can wield Desio to this level. The prince landed before him. Eugene Folivia. Why, your highness? I made myself very clear, did I not? Do not draw attention to yourself. Could you not survive a single week without causing a catastrophe? Eugene panicked. No! You see, this is... Before he could finish, Banda interrupted. What is this? Why are you here? Do you have any idea whose territory you're standing in? Boom! In a fraction of a second, Gown slammed the trash into the dirt. From above, Lavina's voice drifted down. Your highness, I can't hold this much longer. Lifting 7 layers of earth simultaneously is ridiculous. You have done well, Lavina. Levin stood there, dumbfounded. She lifted. That entire landmass? The amount of mana required for that is illogical. Meanwhile, Eugene's eyes rolled back. Fortunately, a hand caught him before he collapsed. It's in him. You're safe now. We have arrived. Delirious, Eugene mumbled. Who are you? She turned to scold her partner. Stop scaring him. Look, he fainted from fear. Gaon intervened calmly. Enough jokes. Check his condition. Suabe rushed forward. It's poison. He was envenomed by those dirty cowards. Poison? Inem nodded, activating her comms magic. Roger, reporting in. No fatal wounds, but the subject is delirious, due to toxin exposure. Eugene squinted through the haze. Who are you talking to? Suddenly, the monsters rose from the shadows behind them. You wretched insects! You still have the energy to run your mouths? None of you are leaving this place alive. Levin froze as a blinding light began to swell from the enemy. Those maniacs! Are they planning a suicide bombing? These bastards want to drag us to hell with them. The air screamed as the explosion detonated. A cataclysmic blast began to expand. Banda roared with twisted glee. For Che, for Donbo, D and rot in hell. But before he could finish his curse, his face froze in horror. Huh? A sphere hovered in the air, devouring the explosion's energy. Levin's mind couldn't process the sight. What is happening? The blast. It's converging into a single point. This is definitely magic, but that's impossible. The detonation velocity of that explosive is 20 times the speed of sound. A mage capable of controlling an explosion at that speed? Such a monster shouldn't exist in this world. The jaws of the twin swords trio hit the floor. Banda's face twisted into a mask of pure despair. He finally realized he was nothing compared to them. That person. What the hell is that? A monster of that caliber. Just what exactly are you? And there she stood. Duyim, the legendary combat mage squad, strikes back. Survivor guilt. No time for that. Senior Annika arrived, radiating pure murder energy. She glared with eyes of death and declared, "Before you self-destruct, you'll pay for messing with my adorable junior." Cut to a few days later. Yin lay exhausted in a hospital bed, barely alive. If LaRossi, that timid little guy, hadn't crawled through the nasty sewers and cried his eyes out begging Senior Annika for help, we would definitely be 6 feet under. Ironically, I was the one who set out to be the hero saving LaRossi. Thinking about it made him grit his teeth in frustration. He grabbed his coat, fighting back the pain. He moved to leave without hesitation, freaking out the doctor. "Hey kid, where are you going? You're still messed up from the poison." "Chill, doc. I'll be back soon. I just need to make sure a tragedy like this never happens again." Meanwhile, over at Team Elite, Gaon and Inem were enjoying a lovely tea party. Gaon side-eyed him with that cool, aristocratic look. "So, you really want to join Doyim?" Our MC didn't hesitate for a second. "Yes, absolutely," the prince pressed on. "Do you even know what Doyim is?" The question caught him off guard. Isn't it just a combat magic club?" Gaon sighed, practically face-palming. "You truly know nothing. Doyim is the oldest, most prestigious combat mage unit in history, the absolute peak of magical warfare. Sure, thanks to this long peace, real battles are rare, so it's mostly a training ground now. But don't get it twisted, only the absolute cream of the crop can join Doyim. And looking at your stats, you don't even qualify to clean our floors." Yin felt a sting. "What? Why? Just because I'm a one-strand mage?" "That's part of it," Gaon replied coldly. "But you also lack self-awareness. Didn't we have to save your butt because you were reckless? Your recklessness forced us to step in. And now, Anika is taking the fall for your mess. She's under house arrest by the vice principal. Her punishment was even extended. It's completely unfair." Yin gasped, guilt hitting him like a truck. "Wait, Senior Anika is in trouble? Because of me?" Inem chimed in. "If word got out about the gangs, things would get political and messy. We cleaned up the scene, so we're keeping it quiet. Better to just say Annika made a clumsy mistake. Standard procedure." Gaon sipped his tea elegantly before delivering another verbal slap. "Anyway, a moron who only causes trouble can't enter Doyim if you just want to play soldier. Why not quit magic and go back to Fivia territory? With your pathetic one-strand talent, you'd be better off swinging a sword at home." Yin trembled with rage. "I've been working my butt off, okay? I'm trying to overcome the limits of a one-strand mage. Let me prove my effort right now." Desperate to be acknowledged, he flared up his mana right there in the room. It caught their attention, sure, but Gaon's reaction was ice cold. "Don't do something you'll regret, Eugene Fivia." His eyes glowed with menace. "Did you just dare to activate magic in front of me?" Yin froze. The killing intent was suffocating. One more step and I'm dead meat, he realized. And M quickly stepped in to referee. "Fighting spirit is cute, but know your place. Unlike Anika, we don't hold back. If we slip up, we might accidentally delete you from existence." It sounded like a joke, but the threat was 100% real. Yin was sweating buckets. The tension finally broke, and the air cleared. "Here you go." Inem handed over a drink. "Prince, what are you trying to turn me into?" But the peace lasted like 2 seconds. Gaon sharpened his tongue again. "I'm not petty enough to be provoked by a cripple who can't even stand up straight." And he was right. Yin's legs gave out, the poison still wrecking his system. Inem rushed to help him up. "Your Highness, that's too harsh. Are you trying to finish off a recovering patient? Don't make it look like I helped you commit murder. And you, kid, you're hopeless too. Challenging a prince? Even a deposed one? What is going on inside your head?" Yin immediately hit the floor in a kowtow. "Your Majesty, I didn't mean to threaten you." Gaon looked completely done with life. "I don't care about titles. And don't believe that witches' rumors. This isn't a power struggle. I chose Du Yin myself." He was worried the Fivia family would misunderstand. Yin looked up, confused. "You gave up the throne for a club?" Gaon sighed, finally ready to have a real talk. "At this point, even I'm curious. Why are you so obsessed with joining Doyim? I get the desire to be strong, sure. But you don't need this specific group for that. You're just a grade B student here. If you learned swordsmanship back home at Fivia, you'd get way better training and respect, right?" Yin lowered his head, his voice trembling but firm. Ever since Lord Felon saved my life, ever since she helped me stand tall, I decided I wanted to be a mage, just like her. I want to have the power to protect kids like me. Gon blinked. Ah, right. You said something cheesy like that when you first enrolled. Yin poured his heart out. But like you said, I'm just a one-strand scrub. My alchemy skills are trash, and theory classes just go right over my head. Listen to me. I know how ridiculous it sounds. A weakling like me aiming for the legendary status of Lord Felon? Go ahead, call me a fraud. Honestly, even my friends who are chasing their own dreams are closer to his level than I am. Gaon sighed, looking completely done with this drama. Are you having an inferiority complex party? I didn't ask, so zip it. You're annoying. But Yin's eyes burned with determination. What I mean is, I want to be the shield that guards everyone's dreams. That is my path to greatness. Sure, a one-thread mage like me has limits, but imagine if all our dreams were combined. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. If we protect them all, wouldn't that bring us one step closer to the magnificence of Lord Felon? I know my skills are trash right now. Without you seniors helping me, I couldn't have protected anyone. So, to stop making mistakes and gain the power to defend those dreams, I want to join Doylem. Gaon paused, stunned by the sheer audacity, then a smirk played on his lips. I get it now. You're one of those sheltered flower garden types, aren't you? The kind who keeps coming back no matter how many times we kick you out. Yin nodded, eyes blazing with passion. Exactly! Kicking me out is useless! Another voice chimed in, equally impressed by this cockroach-like resilience. But listen, kid, even if you beg and cry, what can mere students like us do? You need to speak to our professor for approval, right? Yin blinked, the logic finally hitting him. Oh, right. Where is the professor? Isn't he at the magic tower? When is he back? Gaon dropped the bomb casually. We have no idea. Our professor hasn't set foot in this academy for 2 whole years. The words struck like a lightning bolt. What kind of place is Doylem? Is this guild actually functioning? Scene change. Yin stumbled outside, his mind reeling. Suddenly, he spotted Levent in a wheelchair. Whoa! Your recovery speed is monster level. But wait, aren't you in worse shape now? Why the wheels? Levent smiled gently. The doctors are just being dramatic. I'm basically fine, but more importantly, look, Hermana's condition has finally stabilized. Yin's face went pale with terror. Really? He started shaking like a leaf. So, I don't have to use the absolute removal set to slice open her brain and remove the implant? Levent looked at him, confused. Huh? Didn't you hear what the seniors said? Yin looked completely lost. Seniors? He flashed back to the intense conversation earlier. He had been sweating buckets. The vibe was too heavy to process details. Levent explained, no big deal. Doylem is taking charge of Hermana's treatment. It turns out their head doctor is a genius. He checked the implant and said he can remove it safely. Plus, it's the perfect hideout for her. Your plan was okay, but since there's a safer option, even if it takes longer, I'm betting on the professionals. Tears of joy streamed down Yin's face. Oh, thank the heavens. I acted confident, but the thought of brain surgery terrified me. Levent looked at him with pure judgment. I trusted this guy and we almost had a medical disaster. Suddenly, Yin turned away, his detective mode activating. But wait, thinking back, Doylem is weird. It's supposed to be a normal department, but the facilities are top tier and the doctors are god tier? Even for an elite unit, this is overkill. He pumped his fist in the air. Suspicious. Extremely suspicious. There must be a massive secret behind it. Since the professor is missing, I can't do anything now. But mark my words, I will join Doylem. It looks like a school club, but I bet it's actually a secret society. Levent looked exhausted. Who knows? Yin turned to him with a bright idea. Hey, Levent, why don't you join Doylem too? Look how much they're helping us. Maybe they like us more than we think. But Levent dropped a nuclear bomb of a reply. Actually, sorry about that. I already joined. Yin froze, his soul leaving his body. Huh? They told me I couldn't join because the professor was gone. With teary eyes and a broken heart, Yin silently drifted away from the castle. Why does the world hate me? Levent watched him vanish into the distance. Gon glanced over. That seemed to crush his soul. Is it okay to lie to him? Levent's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a whisper. Brother Gaon, if he knew the truth about our contract, if he knew how we ended up in this magic tower, he took a steady breath. Who knows what crazy thing he'd do? That guy loves meddling in other people's business and he acts way too fast. His brow furrowed. And honestly, I don't want to drag him into this mess. The battles ahead will be more dangerous than hell itself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suab was barking orders like a drill sergeant. Move this. Check that. Keep it moving. She glanced over, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. I'm serious. You are perfectly suited to be a shaman mage. Why bring up mages now? Just shut up and work. Suab sighed. Nature never answers my calls, yet it listens to you. It's unfair. That is the undeniable mark of a born shaman. Suabe frowned, refusing to back down. A shaman usually needs a spiritual tether to resonate and communicate with nature. But if the elements themselves choose to follow you, then it doesn't matter if you have 10 tethers or none at all. Yin offered a wry smile. No, that was just a fluke in the heat of the moment. I haven't even studied the basics of shamanism. Suabe's voice cracked with frustration. That makes it even more terrifying. You don't know how to speak to nature. Yet nature reaches out to you times first. Her fanaticism was starting to freak the other two out. Wait, did you just accidentally flex your genius? No, I don't even know what you're saying. Yin broke into a nervous sweat. Look, I have zero interest in the shaman path. My goal is the Duai Lim faction. A hesitant voice chimed in. Are you sure we can even get in? Absolutely. Even if things are messy right now. Yin flashed a confident grin. I will make it. Appen. So cool. That was the Yin style they admired. Laden with bags. Their chatter never ceased. I know, Duai Lim is elite, but their professor vanished 2 years ago. What is the plan? That's why I need to pry the truth from Levin. He's keeping his mouth shut, but I'll drag the secret out of him. The gates opened, and the crowd flooded in like a tide. Tamiya stepped up, brandishing the sign. Grand opening. Come and get it. Lines formed instantly. Cups were snatched up, excitement crackling in the air. Yin rolled up his sleeves, radiating confidence. Business is booming today. Let's clean house. Twilight bathed the streets in gold. Suabe clutched her coin pouch, eyes glued to the treasure. I'm filthy rich. We made a killing. She hopped with glee while Yin and Douai Lim sighed in exhaustion. I'm swimming in money. Just look at this haul. A cunning glint flashed in Suabe's eyes. With this cash, I can finally redeem that old hag's shaman kit I pawned. You pawned your grandmother's heirloom? Ignoring the judgment, he stretched. Time to visit Levin. Douai Lim looked worried. Levin's injuries were severe, harder to heal than I thought. They said a week to recover. But Suabe was too busy admiring a gold ring. To cheer him up, shouldn't we? Buy a recovery gift? Like this solid gold ring? Perfect, right? Now I understand why. You're always broke. Maybe you should let a friend hold your money? They chatted happily, unaware of the predator watching from the shadows. Scared of pickpockets? Please, who dares rob us after we crushed an entire gang? I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about your time spending habits. Suabe turned to, suddenly, a hand clamped around her ankle like a vice. She shrieked, even if I spend it, I can earn it back. A ragged beggar clung to her leg, wheezing. Apologies, miss. Before he could finish, Suabe went berserk. She stomped on him relentlessly. Get off! Get off! Yin dove in to stop the violence. Hey, you're going to send him to the afterlife. Stop it! Die! The evening sun highlighted the bruises on the old man's face. He crawled forward, voice raspy. Please, spare a coin. Huh? A beggar? Suabe's eyes turned to ice. If you need money, don't beg. Go earn it. Like, I did. Stop acting pathetic. The old man choked back tears. I ran all the way here, starving. Legs gave out. Suabe froze. Her expression softened. Pitiful. I too once walked that rocky. She reached into her pouch, intending to share her wealth. Fine. As a fellow struggler, take a coin for some soup. Her face went pale, eyes bulged. She lifted the pouch only to reveal a gaping hole at the bottom. Where is my money? She squeezed the fabric, feeling her heart shatter. Did he? Volcanic rage erupted within her. Suabe roared at the sky. Where did he go? That dirty beggar fleeced me dry. She turned to two. Yin, panic rising. Did you see where he went? No, I didn't see anything. How? He was right in front of these. Your face, Yin stammered. Now that you mention it. They stared down the alley, but the old man had vanished into thin air. How does a cripple disappear in the blink of an eye? Later, at Levin's hospital room, Suabe was still fuming, muttering curses. Damn it, my blood, sweat, and tears. Yin sighed. Relax, we filed a report. They'll catch him. Yin stood before the furthest door, knocking gently, but his internal monologue was dark. Police are useless. If I catch that guy, he pushed the door open. I'll turn him into pulp. Levin sat with a stranger. Oh, you guys made it? Suabe pointed a trembling finger. It's him! Levin tried to speak. Let me introduce, this is... Suabe was already seeing red, fists clenched. We meet again, beggar, Roy smirked. Thanks for the meal, little. Miss, I'm stuffed, Levin frowned. You know each other? Why call him a beggar? He looks rough. But Suabe didn't let him finish. She roared like a beast and launched herself at him. I'm going to end you right now. The trio scrambled in a blind panic to stop her rampage. Wait, Suabe, stop. Levin's jaw dropped, eyes popping out like a cartoon character. What do you think you're doing? But the old man simply raised a hand with terrifying grace. No sound of impact, just an invisible wave of pressure that froze Suabe, dead in her tracks. The killing intent in her eyes vanished, replaced by heavy panting. Roy spoke calmly, his voice slow and composed. We really shouldn't cause a scene inside a hospital room. Yin stood frozen, a single realization striking him like lightning. He just nullified magic? This guy is exactly who I thought he was. Levent stepped forward, his face serious. Hold on, I don't know what misunderstanding is happening here. But this man isn't a filthy beggar. He is the head professor of the Du Yi Lim department. The air in the room instantly solidified into ice. Yin, Suab, and everyone gasped in unison. Say what? The professor of Du Yi Lim? The legend who's been missing for 2 years? Roy chuckled, stroking his chin with smug satisfaction. Surprised, aren't you? Yin stood there, emotions crashing over him. To think a legend was stealing snacks like a petty thief. His voice trembled with despair. Please tell me this is a prank. I feel so guilty now. A stack of thick papers slammed onto the desk with a thud. All right, that wraps up today's basic theory. Iston made the announcement. This week kicks off the major experience program for all students. Every day, 2 of your standard classes will be replaced with field trips to different departments for hands-on experience. The whole class immediately tuned in. Saying your whole life depends on this choice is a bit dramatic, but make no mistake, it will heavily influence your immediate future. She stood up, her voice bubbling with excitement. I hope this time helps you all. Discover the path you truly want to walk. Hugging her papers, she waved a cheerful goodbye. All right, catch you in the next period. Yes, ma'am. Giovanna looked utterly bored, muttering hesitantly about Do Yi Lim. I heard, the professor returned. But why pick that department? Havanatan replied casually. It's like everything is going according to plan. I saw this coming miles away. Yin rolled his eyes, feigning innocence. Why choose that place? Well, it's prestigious and has tons of elite seniors. True, Giovanna argued, her voice holding a hint of resistance. But there are other magic combat majors, like Lucena, linked to the Royal Military Academy, or Megan, which is famous in the security sector. Yin cut in with firm conviction. But Do Yi Lim is still the absolute strongest, right? Suab frowned beside him. If it weren't for that thief incident or the missing professor, no other option would even compare. Yin blinked, surprised. So Suab is also thinking about joining? At least with the seniors here. Especially since aside from the professors, Senior Gaon is the only one who can master Desio to unleash his full potential. I have to get in and learn that. Havanatan smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. You, country bumpkins don't know about the incident because you're from the boonies? Giovanna leaned in. Is that it? Yin couldn't hold back his curiosity. Incident? What incident? Havanatan narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening mysteriously. 2 years ago, members of Do Yi Lim started vanishing or fleeing the Magic Academy. The atmosphere instantly became suffocatingly heavy. Yin's voice shook with shock. Vanished? How is that even possible? Giovanna chimed in, adding to the suspense. No one knows. They just disappeared. The rumors are too insane to believe, and since the people involved kept their mouths shut, we can only assume something unspeakable happened. Every word felt like a cold whisper, mixing fear with intense curiosity. It's so suspicious. The professor who allegedly left due to a demotion during those dark rumors. He just returned right when we pick majors. That timing stinks to high heaven. The group fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, Yin burst out laughing, eyes gleaming with excitement. The more I hear, the more thrilling it gets. I've made my decision. Havanatan frowned, a cold glint crossing his eyes. There are always fools who have to learn the hard way. Do Yi Lim major experience class Yin and Suab merged into the massive crowd outside the classroom. It's packed. I thought the bad rumors would scare people off. Only cowards fear stupid ghost stories. A gentle voice drifted from beside them. Even if the rumors are bad, curiosity is human nature. It's been 2 years since Du Yi Lim accepted students, after all. Eri stepped forward, eyes locked on Eugene, wearing a smile both friendly and mysterious. It costs nothing to look, and who knows, you might just get lucky. After the brief exchange, he introduced himself. Hi, I'm Eri. Just here to observe. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you. I'm Eugene Folivia. Eri nodded slightly. I know. Actually, I decided to apply to Du Yi Lim after watching your duel with Senior Aces. Really? That's kind of embarrassing. A cold, mocking scoff cut through the air from behind. Watching you bugs lick each other's boots is hilarious. He sneered, his arrogant voice echoing in the dead silence. I thought watching Aces drag some brat around was, the joke was over, but the mockery was just beginning. You actually have the guts to show your face in Du Yi Lim? Know your place, trash. Yin scowled, visibly annoyed by the harassment. Next to him, Suab just smirked, her voice ice cold. They say empty vessels make the most noise, don't they? Who is that guy? Eri whispered, panic rising in his chest. You don't know? That is Bento Beeson, the son of the Marquis. Someone whispered back. The Queen's own nephew. Bento sneered, his eyes dripping with disdain. A savage from Folivia and a shaman brat. Truly a match made in hell. Those border barbarians are barely human, right? The class erupted in cruel laughter, tearing through the tension in the room. Suab trembled, rage blazing in her eyes like wildfire. What did you say? You piece of filth? She roared, her voice booming like thunder. Do you want to die? You want to die by a barbarian's hand right now? We don't care about your royal blood. The air grew heavy, tight as a violin string about to snap. Watching from the front, Roy's lips curled into an amused smirk. At least they have spirit. That is good. Asterisk. Clap! Asterisk! A sharp applause silenced the room, drawing every eye to him. All right, Roy called out, freezing the bullies in place. Save the fighting for later. He leaned casually on the podium, his gaze calm but carrying a mountain-like weight. Teacher is here, so zip it. From now on, silence. The students whispered, confusion spreading through the ranks. Is that him? Is that the professor in charge of duel? Suddenly, Suab screamed, "You! The thief!" Roy didn't even blink, laughing it off. Thief is a bit harsh, don't you think? I am the professor of this department. My name is Roy Sion, the head of duel. Nice to meet you. Suab kept demanding her money back, but Roy ignored her completely. Why are there so many of you? Give me my money. Is the dangerous world of magic really that appealing to you nobles and commoners? He placed a hand on the board. Since it is our first meeting, I should introduce the course. Then he scratched his head, looking bored. What a pain. Actually, you guys know the basics. Let us jump straight into the real lesson. His voice suddenly shifted, becoming sharp as a blade. I assume everyone knows what this place is. No point repeating common knowledge. So, if you came here out of curiosity, get out. Roy's eyes narrowed. From now on, only those with the potential to be true battle mages stay. The words were like daggers. Bento and Talia smiled arrogantly. Sure, he meant them. Make no mistake. You could lose your lives in this test. This is a place for war. Yin blinked, surprised. Is that it? Just like that? Roy scanned the room, frowning. Fewer people left than I expected. Did I stutter? His voice dropped, heavy with pressure. Let's chat with the survivors. Why choose this hellish path instead of an easy life? No matter how much they hide it, here you learn to kill or be killed. The class went deathly silent. Yin raised his hand, eyes burning. I am here to become stronger, to protect everyone. Growing up on the harsh western front of Folivia taught him that even a normal life needs power to defend it. Roy gave a smile that was half mocking, half curious. Our little lord of Folivia, pure as a newborn babe, aren't you? The class laughed, flushing Yin's face. Bento scoffed, nose in the air. I am here for honor. Nothing beats glory on the front lines. Talia flipped her hair. Do I need a reason to be powerful? Eri stuttered. I want confidence. Suab slammed her hand down. To be the strongest. Obviously. Voices rang out in agreement. Me too. The atmosphere buzzed with determination. Me as well, another student stammered. Roy's expression instantly froze. His words turned into venom. You mages really are stubborn. Honor and strength. Fine. You are young, so I get it. But why are you all grinning? Are you excited? Happy? The air suffocated them. Roy stalked toward Eri, his shadow looming over the boy. And you? Confidence? He spat the word out. Did you all hear that? He wants confidence. This kid thinks duelim is a self-help class. I told the unserious ones to leave. Eri trembled, tears forming. I didn't. Roy showed no mercy. Why does trash like you occupy space in my room? Suab and Yin jumped up to defend him. Hold on. What gives you the right to judge him? You are just a money-grubbing teacher. Roy smirked, arrogance radiating off him. Why? He paused, the temperature dropping to absolute zero. Because... Asterisk whoosh! Asterisk, blazing magic engulfed Eri instantly. The class gasped, faces pale with horror. Yin froze, eyes wide, witnessing the impossible. Roy's eyes danced with madness, his voice dripping with insanity. Because war-obsessed brats like you make me sick. Suddenly, Roy approached Eri, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And then what? Confidence? He sneered, mocking the student in front of the crowd. Did you all hear that? She says she came here just to gain confidence. It seems this kid thinks Ilim is some playground for normal training. I specifically emphasized that those without serious intent should leave immediately. June's voice was tiny, on the verge of tears. I don't. Roy's words grew heavier, showing zero mercy to the crying student. Why is someone like you even still breathing in this room? Suab and Yin immediately stood up to defend their friend. Hold on! What is with that tone? You call yourself a professor? What right do you have to lecture us when all you know how to do is squeeze money out of students? Roy curled his lips into a smug, arrogant smile. You ask why? He paused for a heartbeat, then his voice dropped to absolute zero. Because, and then, he unleashed magic that incinerated the air around Eri. The entire room fell deathly silent. Everyone's jaws dropped, faces turning pale white with sheer terror at the scene. Roy became even more unhinged, his voice sounding irrationally mad. Looking at arrogant, war-obsessed brats like you makes me sick. My bloodlust is spiking to lethal levels, and frankly, I am done holding back. I know my volatile temper is a massive issue, but today, it is your problem. He glared at the trembling students, dropping a bombshell. All right, since I have already crossed the line of sanity, how about I teach you little lords and ladies a harsh lesson? Let me show you the brutal reality of war. Yin froze, sensing the danger. For the next 5 minutes, I am going to hunt you down with the intent to kill. Bento actually chuckled, clearly enjoying the chaos. This professor is a complete lunatic. But hey, anyone still breathing after 5 minutes earns a spot in Elim. Talia flashed a confident smile, but Roy's voice dropped to absolute zero. If you value your lives, run now. I am not cracking a joke here. 2 years ago, I disposed of trash, just like you, using this exact method, and they were listed as missing forever. The words hit Yin like a physical blow. He gritted his teeth, a mix of fury and anxiety bubbling up in his chest. Surely nobody came here to learn the art of slaughter without being prepared to die themselves, right? His gaze locked onto Yin, singling out the rich kid as if to challenge his resolve. Yin clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to scream. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chaos as students scrambled for their lives. Run away! The professor has finally snapped! Yin furrowed his brow, teeth grinding together. What kind of insane exam was this? He shouted as Roy's fist flew toward him. Stop this madness right now! But Roy had absolutely no intention of hitting the brakes. Stop? Do you think this is some childish game? In that split second, Roy's punch arrived with terrifying speed and cruelty. The attacks overlapped, creating an illusion of countless fists, striking at once. His overwhelming power crashed down, proving exactly why they were in trouble. That weakness is exactly why you will die. The glass sword in Yin's hand fractured and flew aside, leaving him stunned. Was that magic just now? Talia's eyes went wide in shock. Bento turned pale, realizing the terrifying truth. Wasn't that a spell? Suab screamed amidst the turmoil. Steam rose from Roy's fist as his voice boomed like thunder. At the military academy next door, even 12-year-old brats know they are destined to be soldiers. Compared to them, what exactly are you lot? Wizards? Do you have any clue what it means to be a battle mage? I am sick of cowards who want the title but lack the guts. He roared, his voice threatening to shatter the walls. Get out of my sight, or show me you have the will to survive. Talia immediately responded by channeling her mana. If that is what you want, Professor, then I accept the challenge. She initiated a 4th-tier spell formation. Bento refused to be outdone, his arrogance flaring up. You are just an instructor. Don't get cocky. He charged forward blindly. Nature is all about survival of the fittest. Yin panicked and tried to intervene. Wait, everyone, if we just rush in. But it was too late. Roy stood amidst the debris. Only 4 students remained standing, barely clinging to consciousness. Dark, distorted mana flared up, sending shivers down their spines. Yin's eyes widened in horror as he whispered, I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. It is that strange magic again. Roy launched himself straight at Talia. That kind of predictable thinking is merely the bare minimum. You have never fought a real opponent, have you? Talia gasped. What? Before she could react, she was blasted upward. Her body slammed violently into the ceiling. Roy spoke coldly. Who on earth is slow enough to get hit by such a sluggish spell? Yin watched the carnage, and suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization. Asterisk, I see it now. Asterisk, the multiple fist illusions and his sudden vanishing act. They are actually the same trick. He is bending the light with magic. Even the Folivia family eyes could not track it perfectly. It does not glow like normal mana threads, making it nearly invisible. But if you look closely, there is a faint blur, like a black wire. It seems simple, but he moved specifically to stay in the blind spots. Roy switched targets to Bento, moving with the speed of a gale. His attack was sharp and precise. He was utilizing such basic magic with terrifying efficiency in actual combat. It is like watching a master swordsman from my own clan, not a wizard. Yin took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Asterisk, but because of that, I can stop him. Asterisk Eugene threw himself in front of Roy's strike. Asterisk, it is hard to see, but I can predict the trajectory since I have faced monsters before. Asterisk Roy let out a dry, raspy laugh amidst the dust. The Folivia bloodline really is built differently. Bento gritted his teeth. You bastard, who asked for your help? Suddenly, Roy vanished, and a chilling wind swept behind Bento. If you see an opening, you should have stabbed me in the back. Roy reappeared, his hand slicing down like a blade. I won't just stand here and take it, but listen well. If you remain this soft-hearted, how will you ever protect your comrades? Bento collapsed to the floor. Roy spun around, locking his predatory gaze onto Eugene. Suab screamed, Eugene, get ready! He nodded instantly, syncing up for a combination attack. Suab channeled her magic, her hand glowing with intense light. That jerk acts all mysterious while beating up high schoolers. Yin swung his sword, merging his blade with her mana stream. He roared, pouring every ounce of strength into a violent slash. This isn't education, and it certainly isn't a test. Can you really not tell the difference between a classroom and a battlefield? Roy's lips curled into a twisted, delighted grin as Yin unleashed the magic-infused blade. Mana condensed rapidly, and a massive beam of ice tore through the fabric of space. How foolish, he sneered. Great ice sword magic, smoke and dust, billowed out, swallowing the entire classroom. A predatory grin twisted his lips as he looked at them like prey. Oh, interesting. Did he just predict my spellcasting? To think a mere student could outsmart me. I intentionally limited my magic to a student's level, but for him to copy it instantly, that is genuinely surprising. Furthermore, he masked his lack of raw magical skill by hiding within the smokescreen. This kid is a total genius. Please, Yin stuttered, voice trembling with fear. Stop this madness right now. If you keep acting like a villain, I'll have no choice but to take you down. The smoke made the teacher cough, but he scoffed. And that soft heart is exactly your problem. Fourth form magic, iron spikes. The air bristled like hundreds of metal arrows. He poked his head through the spikes, smiling maliciously. Are you angry now? Roy exploded with aura, like a beast poked with a sharp stick. Good, that is the spirit I wanted. He launched himself forward like a hurricane, his raspy voice cutting through his heavy breathing. You need that kind of fire. Rage like a gorilla. Suab didn't waste breath replying. Her hands traced complex mana lines in the air. Vera's chant ended, and energy swirled around her, harmonizing with Eugene's magic. Okay, let's do this. Right. Holy waterfall! From behind, a torrent of sacred water crashed down. Roy braced himself to withstand the impact. In his hand, an ice sphere flashed. Ice storm. Mana hailed down from above like a meteor shower, countering with a devastating blizzard. Yin charged in, attacking from the blind spot, but froze. Talia smirked, eyes glowing. Now, fourth form. Magic. Frozen chains. Before this bastard could react, the attack slammed into him one after another. He roared, channeling every ounce of power into a single punch directed at Talia. The void shattered. The entire classroom looked ready to explode. Under the shockwave that shook the castle to its foundations, thick dust filled the room, blinding everyone. Amidst the chaotic debris, Roy's voice cracked, half annoyed and half helpless. Damn it, what do I do now? Another year without a salary? My reflexes kicked in and I blew the kids away without thinking. Bento lay defeated in the rubble. Roy rasped, Sorry, but the decision stands. You all fail. He glanced over, then walked toward the unconscious body of Talia. Better finish this pest off now to avoid trouble later. But suddenly, he froze. A chill ran down his spine. Asterisk, I have a very bad feeling about this. Asterisk, Yin, trembling, charged with his sword. Stop it, he screamed, voice hoarse. Don't kill anyone else. Roy paused, face twisting into a demonic grin that looked like a nightmare come to life. You bean sprout. Suddenly, Gaon entered, scanning the destruction. You caused a scene, again the moment you returned. If the results aren't good this time, I won't forgive you. Roy, now bandaged after the cousin, fierce skirmish, looked tired but proud. He replied simply, Not bad. Don't exaggerate. It went exactly as you expected. Top of the first year, Talia is surviving and being treated. Suab, Eugene, and a few other mages were also recovering, including the support mages. So, about 3 passed. Eugene stepped forward to confront Roy. Do you have anything to say? He snapped angrily. Scrap this garbage grading system. Shouldn't you at least show some remorse for the injured students? How can a monster like you even be a teacher? At a magic academy? Roy just laughed. What is wrong with you? What's so funny? Suddenly, the burnt corpse of Eri sat up, waving casually. Yo, Yin's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Zombie. Eri pulled off a mask. It was actually Lavina. She smiled sheepishly. Hello, it's actually me. Eugene was dumbfounded. Senior from Do-Yi Lim? Why the disguise? Since I'm the youngest, I played the part. No matter how extreme the professors are, they don't actually kill students. Just a little acting to make you believe it. Roy cut in coldly. As I said, academy kids need to realize they are soldiers. Battle mages often lack tension. Gaon nodded, adding on, most mages start as scholars. So, you and your friends, warrior-like instincts are quite rare. Yin was stunned. Asterisk. So that was the reason. Asterisk. But that killing intent, it felt like he really wanted to kill me. Was I mistaken? Sweat poured down his face in sheer stress. What about the bad rumors about Do-Yi Lim? About students going missing? Roy replied calmly. Oh, that is true. What? His eyes darted around. Those missing. Students. I either killed them or I led them to their deaths. Gaon panic interrupted. Hey, he is still an outsider. Stop spouting nonsense. Fine. If you become part of Do-Yi Lim, you'll hear my nonsense all day. If you want to join, come see me later. Immediately after, he was handcuffed and dragged away by police. I have to go be investigated. Now. And since I showed such an ugly side, I'm worried it'll affect recruitment. So, I just want to say, Do-Yi Lim can't promise much, but we can help you find your enemy. That Night. Yin clutched his blanket, thinking about the word enemy. They think I want to join for revenge after the invasion. Folivia pulled the covers up tight, cocooning himself in thought. Honestly, it was only natural to feel this way. The fact that I am still so uncertain after such a massive event is truly bizarre. A shadow of melancholy drifted across his face. But what could I possibly do? There were simply too many unknown variables for me to make a new that. Concrete decision. Yin bit his lip, curling into a ball beneath the blanket. Come to think of it, I have never really understood other people. And yet, here I was, meddling in everyone else's business, right? I do not even understand my own mess yet. If I join this squad because of Do Yim, there is a high chance I will end up having to throw hands with my own uncle. He gripped the blanket tighter, telling himself, stop running away from your problems and just face the music. Early the next morning, Eugene, Suab, and Levin gathered atop a desolate god-forsaken mountain. Why in the world would he summon us to a place like fighters? This for the very first lesson? Seriously, why a mountain? I have no clue. Maybe because the classroom was reduced to rubble? Levin probed. Half joking, half serious, he asked. So you actually came? I thought you would bail because you lost all faith in the professor. It does seem a bit extreme, but there are certain aspects I agree with. So here I am. Suab suddenly froze, looking past them. Yin makes sense, but who on earth are those guys? I recognize the one with the lip piercing since I saw her fight. But you there, who are you? I am seeing your face for the very first. The random classmate replied. Who? Me? He smirked, his eyes filled with unearned confidence. I knew you guys would be clueless. Unlike you lot, I deciphered the professor's hidden intent behind the test and passed with flying colors. Suab looked confused. What are you babbling about? Yin was so puzzled. The professor's intent? The guy pointed a finger while lecturing them. That is right. While you barbarians were clashing, I quietly bunkered down in a corner and waited for the storm to pass. Suab was blunt. So, why is a coward like you standing here? He remained smug. He continued. You still do not get it. The passing condition was simply to survive in the classroom for 5 minutes. In other words, we were being tested on our OPSO. Survival skills. Sounds convincing, right? She snapped, convincing my foot. I cannot accept someone who passed by hiding like a rat. Who are you to accept or reject me? Talia stood in the corner, her eyes filled with disdain, muttering, pathetic little insects. Suddenly, from the bushes, Roy popped out, making Suab jump out of her skin. Hey, you spineless loudmouth, keep it down, would you? You are going to kill me with that noise. Roy stepped out of the shrubbery, sounding relieved. So, everyone actually showed up? That is a massive load off my back. Good. I was worried it would be hard to filter out the decent ones from the test, but if nobody came, that would have been a real problem. She was stunned. Professor? Yin was flustered. Why was he sleeping in a place like this? I was preparing for the way lesson. Roy approached, his steps slow and his voice hesitant. But who are you? I do not recall passing you. See? The guy flinched and stumbled back. Oops! Levin spoke up. He thought the test was about survival skills, so he secretly hid in the corner of the classroom. Is that so? That is certainly unique. Exactly. The guy was sweating buckets, as he explained, out of so many people. Only I grasped the true intent was our survival instincts. So I have the correct answer, right? Roy leaned in close to inspect him. Wrong. Do you honestly think I designed a test to select cowards who cannot even throw a punch and only know how to hide? Is that truly what you think? What? The teacher stared at him contemplatively for a moment, then Roy suddenly shrugged. Fine, whatever, you pass. Suab exploded. What? She pointed at the guy and demanded answers. Are you seriously letting this cheating coward pass? What? Are the thief and the cheat sympathizing with each other now? Cheating? Roy stroked his chin. Usually, I would have kicked him out immediately, but unfortunately, he fits perfectly with the theme of today's class. What? Just for that reason? Really? Eugene peeked out and asked, You called us to this remote forest for a lesson on survival skills. Surely it is not. His face suddenly went dark, as if he suspected something terrible. That is right. Today's lesson is. Roy pulled out a tiny, folded piece of paper. A treasure hunt. The 5 of you will cooperate to find the treasure chest drawn on this, Suab shouted. How are we supposed to find anything with a drawing that bad? Roy calmly replied. That is the core of the lesson. Today, your basic combat abilities have been confirmed, but more important than individual power is the ability to execute a mission. Ironically, any military force tries their best to solve problems with innate, minimum amount of violence possible, and Du Yim is no exception. That is why, with only a tiny clue, you must solve the Daki problem presented. That is your first lesson. This is smaller than small. Roy clapped his hands once, a dry sound signaling the start. And now, our new students, show me some teamwork and find the hidden gold and silver. Treasures. Real treasure? Suab frowned, her expression a mix of doubt and greed. Gold and silver? Hearing about material wealth, they immediately began fighting over the map, eyes shining with excitement, while Yin remained deep in thought. He whispered, I understand the objective, but what does a treasure hunt have to do with survival skills? Leven glanced toward Talia, a flicker of suspicion crossing his. Something did not add up. Yin and Suab held the map. The two of them frowned, studying it intently. With a map like this? The image was blurry, the lines crude, leaving them filled with doubt. Can we really find treasure in this vast forest? Leven turned to Talia and whispered, they would not just hand us a simple mission. An impossible mission? Hardly. Let's keep it simple. Knowing that eccentric Professor Vin, he's probably just trolling us for kicks. Leven pointed at the map. Isn't it more logical to assume that he marked a distinct landmark right here? Leven tapped a spot on the paper. Why don't we look for terrain matching this mark? Sounds like a plan. Let's do it. Suab squinted, blocking the sun with one hand. It does look similar, but from this vantage point, it could take us the entire night just to get there. That far? Yin frowned. His concern was written all over his face. What should we do? If it takes that long, shouldn't we secure food supplies first? Oh, is it time for the survival expert to shine? Talia stood apart, arms crossed, her voice dripping with sharp sarcasm. Wait, shouldn't we be a little more suspicious right now? Her eyes darted to Leven, a mischievous yet calculating smile playing on her lips. Leven got in through connections with the professor, unlike us, or the top-ranked genius freshman, Talia. How do we know he isn't conspiring with that weirdo teacher to trap us? She whispered to the group, her tone low but cutting. And my gut tells me he has a real talent for betrayal. You're really not holding back, are you? Suab frowned. The tension was thick enough to cut. Yin stared intently at the map, deep in thought. All right, maybe we're wrong. If you were the leader. He shoved the map in front of Talia. What do you make of this sketch? Talia let out a breath, half relieved, half annoyed. Whatever, do what you want. I still don't get why we're doing this idiotic quest in the first place. Really? Yin's eyes lit up like stars. Then let's go hunt for food together. Talia scowled. So annoying. Are we here for a picnic? But Yin was already holding up a fruit, his face beaming with pure excitement. Look at this. The group gathered around, laughter echoing through the trees. It seemed so happy. Eni watched silently, chuckling to herself. How adorable. They have no idea what nightmare awaits them. What is? Suddenly, a lizard looked up at the sky, eyes wide with shock. A rain of meteors was crashing down from the heavens. The forest was bathed in apocalyptic fire. Yin and the others looked up, faces pale with terror. Hearts pounding against their ribs, they scrambled in a chaotic retreat. Suab screamed at the top of his lungs. What is that? What is happening? The meteors slammed into the earth like a massive explosion. Even Talia and Leven were shaken to their core. Leven looked up, eyes bulging. Damn it. A figure descended from the sky. The ground shattered beneath his boots, debris flying everywhere. Nick smirked, his voice ice cold. Your calamity has arrived, brats. Suab froze. Who is that? Leven yelled, his voice a mix of fear and excitement. That's Senior Nikan from Joim. He stands equal to Senior Gaon. As the twin wings of Du Yim, Nick frowned, grinding his teeth. This punk. Before he could finish, a boot slammed into Leven's face. How dare you ruin my dramatic introduction? Another explosion rocked the area. Talia's eyes widened. Then she smirked arrogantly. I knew it. They never planned to let us hunt treasure in peace, Eugene screamed. Chaos everywhere! Leven waded through the water, dodging the flying meteor shards like a pro. Eugene gritted his teeth, glancing back. Still blocking our path? Leven shouted. Eugene, is this part of the test? He tried to stay calm. It's definitely a test to see if we can finish the mission under pressure. I'll buy us some time so you focus on the objective. Yin bit his lip. The mission. He hesitated for a split second, then bolted with Suab. Then I'm counting on you. Nick sneered coldly. Buying time? You're mistaken. He tossed his cloak aside, his gaze locking onto his prey. My target from the very start has been you, Leven. I can't stand that you're here solely because of connections. Your background makes me sick. I only tolerated it because the esteemed professor insisted. But deep down, I can't accept trash like you. Mana began to swirl around him, twisting in the air like serpents. This conflict, this mixture of disgust and duty has given me my answer. Nikan roared. Two massive bolts of magical energy crackled before him like lightning dragons. If you can't even handle this, and run away, it just proves how pathetic you are. Leven stood his ground, eyes cold but steady. Let me guess. You get told you're not very bright often, don't you? Nikan paused. What? That was the spark! Nikan lunged at Leven like a beast. I'm going to kill you. A terrifying shockwave blasted through the forest. The others scattered in panic. Yin and his friend looked back, absolute horror on their faces. What kind of monster battle is that? Yin immediately signaled to hush, but meteors rained down around them. Explosions echoed everywhere. His friend screamed in terror. That's right, run for your lives. I know you said be quiet, but who knew they'd react to such a tiny sound? How can they track us so perfectly in this massive forest? That is the real mystery. They tracked our traces through the dense jungle and sniped us with precise magic. But they aren't even physically here. Judging by the mana trajectory, they are clearly firing from a long distance. But the strange part is, they still react to the tiniest whispers. It means they are close enough to hear our breathing, but attacking from miles away. It's completely unnatural. Once we crack the logic behind this anomaly, we can overcome it. Eugene leisurely sipped her tea, letting the steam warm her face. She really loved this. Eugene offered a sinister smirk, watching the rookies struggle like this. Lavina was just screaming and wasting her mana in vain. Nick raised his leg high, his silhouette flashing like lightning before skidding to a halt. He laughed maniacally. Taste this. Dust clouds. Rose, making Levent turn pale. He hissed internally. Asterisk, disgusting. What kind of overbearing power is this? Asterisk. Meanwhile, Talia, while maintaining the 4-point barrier formation, snapped in annoyance. Damn it. What the hell is this duelim style? A mage who throws hands like a martial artist? Nick twisted to dodge, lips curling into a provoking sneer. Fast as a rat. Just as I thought. I don't need to ask whose lapdog you are. Levent gripped his sword tightly, eyes burning with fury. He stepped forward, pressuring him. You know who I am and still dare to mess with me? Guess your brain isn't exactly sharp. Hearing that, Nick retorted aggressively. Excuse me? Bastard Levent glared, raising his blade, voice low. This city and this forest. Shadows rule here even at noon. His words dropped like heavy stones. Here, no matter who the opponent is. Levent unleashed a terrifying pressure, shaking the ground. No one can defeat me. Nick raised a brow, voice laced with amusement. Interesting. Planning to ambush me by hiding in the shadows? Then he exploded with power, his breath burning like fire. Fine, I'll play along, but don't dream of escaping my hunters. Instinct. However, Levent leaned back to dodge, looking utterly bored. Asterisk. No need to react to asterisk. Asterisk such stupid provocations. Asterisk a calculation flashed in his mind. Asterisk, just leave that brute alone. Let them destroy asterisk. Asterisk each other. Asterisk. Suddenly, Nick unleashed a heavy kick at Talia. A shrill scream pierced the air. Asterisk. Here, you made her scream. Asterisk. Asterisk, you moron. So much for instinct. Asterisk Levent seized the chance, thinking, asterisk. Find Eugene and finish the asterisk. Asterisk. Mission. Asterisk. He leaped into the branches, vanishing in an instant. Soon, darkness swallowed the sky. Hidden in a deep-root crevice, Yin clutched his stomach. Running back and forth has me starving. Sue sat nearby, frowning. Seriously, are they insane? Yin sighed. How can they cast spells continuously until sunset? It's like their mana is infinite. Even though the sound block is active, they still attacked in arcing trajectories, proving the range is far. He furrowed his brow, perplexed. Asterisk. But how can they track us? If it was magic, I should have sensed the signature asterisk. Asterisk ages ago. Asterisk. After thinking, Yin spoke up. Sue, looking at this, we might need your spirit tunneling to break the siege. She frowned, objecting. Are you planning to drain my mana dry and kill me? Sue's voice turned stern. Besides, such foolish actions will weaken the spirit power. It is just meaningless destruction of nature. Yin nodded. I thought it was more powerful than magic, but I guess it has its own limits. Just then, their teammate returned with a pile of food. Hey everyone, dinner is served, Yin gasped. Really? How? The guy grinned widely. I found some wild berries nearby and picked them. Eugene's eyes sparkled, a true survival expert. The trio sat down and ate deliciously in the quiet night. Eugene whispered, eat up. Once it is pitch black, we move. The friend went wide-eyed. Huh? Eugene explained calmly. The seniors cannot maintain perfect vigilance for 24 hours. We will sneak out when they slack off. Later, the three began sneaking through the darkness. Suddenly, Yin and Sue turned pale. Seeing this, the friend worried. Why do you look like that? Are you sick? She tried to cover her mouth. My stomach. A second later, blah, I feel like... The friend panicked. Hey, what are you doing? Yin's instinct screamed, sensing something completely wrong. Suddenly, an attack spell crashed down, but he barely erected a shield in time. He shouted, get behind the tree. The friend scrambled to hide. Sua also crawled to cover. Yin asked urgently, Sua, what is it? She stammered. Those wild berries. My gut is twisting. Hearing that, the friend turned to defend himself. You are saying it is my fault? No way. We all ate them. Maybe you just pigged out the most, so your stomach hurts. Yin cut them off. Stop it. We will settle that later. He took a deep breath and roared for help. Instructor, seniors, we have a patient here. We need to pause the exam and treat her first. But at that exact moment, another attack slammed toward them. The friend gasped. They cannot hear us? Cold sweat dripped down Yin's face. Asterisk. Before, they reacted to sound. Asterisk. The boy panicked. Can they not hear us? Yin broke out in a cold sweat. But before this, they definitely reacted to the sound. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. So, it is not that they cannot hear us. Are they testing our resolve to solve this alone? No, surely. They wouldn't be that heartless. Suddenly, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. They can times hear our voices, but they cannot understand the words, Yin felt certain. But then freeze. Something lurked deep within the shadows. Countless crimson eyes glowed, tracking their every breath. A chill ran down his spine. Why hadn't the wildlife fled? Despite all this commotion? Impossible. Are they manipulating the beasts to spy on us? But could such a feat even be possible? Perhaps the noise just drew them in. Wait, a memory flashed through Eugene mind. That is it. He recalled Havanatan. Back then, that summoner used arcane arts to bend animals to his will. He remembered the words clearly. These little creatures cannot speak. After all, if this is the same technique, a magic similar to the one that controlled Boo, it explains everything. They hear the sound, but the meaning is lost on them. His mind raced. If that is the case, there is a counter-strategy. They instantly camouflaged themselves with foliage. Suab looked skeptical. Is this for real? Who would believe that a moving bush is natural? Yin whispered back. This is not to fool human eyes, but to deceive. The beasts themselves, he explained rapidly. The spies watching us are likely the forest animals. His voice was firm with conviction. I have seen this magic before. There is a hard limit to the information. They can transmit through beasts. He continued moving. So if we disguise ourselves like this, and confuse the animals even slightly, the signal to the observer will be scrambled. Suab frowned. You really think so? Meanwhile, In watched via projection. Not bad. Amidst the chaos, to piece together clues and experience into decisive action is harder than it looks. Roy stood beside her, chuckling softly. Sharp judgment, decisiveness, and true leadership. With the right training, he won't just become a warrior, but your finest lieutenant. She smiled faintly. But it is too early to close the curtain. Shall we show them a world far beyond their wildest imagination? Roy sighed, shaking his head. They are just rookies. Go easy on them. In stayed silent for a moment, then looked up. But that guy, did he have to be so blunt? This could get dangerous. What now? Roy laughed lightly. Come on, it will work out. You can rest now, Lavina. Lavina collapsed, exhausted. Yes, thank you. He stood up and stretched. Time for me to prepare. Meanwhile, Eugene and the others followed the forest trail and spotted a structure beneath the cliff. He cried out in pure, unadulterated joy. We finally found it. It is really here. We did it. Suab's eyes went wide. Treasure? He glanced at the ruined shack. It looked more like a haunted house than a trove. Yin suddenly turned, eyes shining. Senior Gaon! Gaon's voice echoed from the shadows. You have finally arrived? Judging by your wretched state, I assume. The journey was not a walk in the park. Yin exhaled. Now that you are here, the trial is over, right? Gaon nodded slowly. Indeed. This place is your final destination. He produced a small vial from his cloak. First, have the mage drink this. She shows signs of poisoning. Yin froze. What? Poisoned? Suab's face turned green. I have never had food poisoning. Then he paused. Well, except for that dried horse meat, aged a month with poisonous mushrooms. Yin was floored. Are you serious? What on earth did you eat? Gon smirked. But if your constitution is that robust, I need not worry. Now then, let us continue the lesson. Yin panicked. What? Didn't you say this was the finish line? Gon drew a long blade, cold steel, glinting dangerously. Correct. Your prize lies behind that door, but to claim it, you must defeat the gatekeeper, Eugene stammered. But we have a patient here. Gaon narrowed his eyes. True enough. The mage's food poisoning was unforeseen. Then he dashed forward like the wind. So, to keep this fair, I shall accept a handicap. Yin blinked. A handicap? Gon's voice turned ice cold. I will only use 1 second, just like you. Yin stood rooted to the spot, jaw on the floor, his face twisted in disbelief. What did you just say? Facing Gon's 1 second declaration, rage flared in Yin's eyes. This was a blatant provocation. Are you mocking me for being a 1 second mage? Or do you truly believe you can crush me with a mere single second? Gon remained unshakable. Win or lose, without this handicap, this duel would have no meaning. As the words fell, Yin launched his attack. Flame slash. Seeing the movement, Gaon was absolutely thunderstruck. He couldn't believe this raw power came from a measly 1 second mage. Yet, he didn't flinch for a moment. Even as Yin hurled waves of flame slash at him, Gaon casually countered with a tiny spark. It seemed like a joke. But miraculously, Yin was blown back before the crowd could even blink. Did that microscopic spark just snuff out a raging inferno? It was total domination. But obviously, The show wasn't over yet. Unlike the panicked students, Gaon was intrigued. What? Desio is a technique that temporarily boosts chord count by cutting existing ones, amplifying magic power. However, a 1-second mage has a fatal flaw. Using Desio requires 2 seconds, 1 slash to reach the minimum 4-second casting limit. But starting with 1 second, you'd need to slash 3 times just to hit the baseline. Yin knew this, so he bluffed by limiting himself to 1 second. In reality, he had 4, and suddenly using Desio in that way made it impossible to react. The moment he unleashed the fire slash, he had already circled behind. Gaon's back, meaning his declaration of using 1 second was actually a psychological trap to bait the instructor. Faced with this god-tier calculation, Gaon had to tip his hat. Hiding cold. Logic behind a mask of rage? Respect. However, even the best plans have holes. Did he really block an attack from his blind spot? If you think you can beat me in a sword fight, you are dead wrong, kid. On the sidelines, a student gasped in horror. No way. Is Yin actually losing a sword duel to a mage? Yin clearly missed the memo. Even your big brother couldn't dominate me in swordsmanship. With that sloppy Desio level, you aren't even qualified to cross blades with me. After getting completely wrecked, Yin belatedly realized the heat Gaon amassed was in a different league. 10,000 questions flooded his mind. We both used 1 second. Why is his Desio so different from mine? He racked his brain. Desio works like a cheat code, creating temporary chords by cutting existing ones. Once cut, they usually go berserk. Even Senior Gaon should face that recoil. So how is he wrapping his sword in stable heat? Seeing the boy's dumbfounded face, Gaon sighed. Seems you don't get the difference between us yet. It's actually not that hard. Simply put, rhythm and timing. Hearing this, Yin, the total rookie, stammered, Rai rhythm? Seeing his confusion, Gaon didn't hold back. Chords are infinite oscillating waves. If you cut along this tiny wave to use Desio, that wave manifests in reality exactly as it is. My predictions are never wrong. So, if I cut exactly when the chord hits its equilibrium point right, at that split second, I can focus all that chaotic energy into this small blade. That was the moment of enlightenment. So that's it. In that case, I bet I can do it too. Facing this naive youth, Gaon could only force a smile. Easier said than done, kid. He continued his lecture. Desio itself is already a technique, incredibly hard to master, considered an art form. Adding perfect timing on top of that, even with endless Harrian training, it's nearly impossible. Yin grinned with overflowing confidence. Nah, I feel like I can do it right now. Faced with this walking disaster of confidence, Gaon spoke helplessly. Don't get cocky. Even acknowledging your talent, it took me 3 years to realize and execute this. You think this state is easy to reach. However, the boy lacked everything except audacity, so he insisted he could pull it off. His brain went into overdrive, combining everything he learned so far. The Grand Prince of Hebrona, the techniques of Gaon Eliza, if I apply that logic, the Folivia family style, talk. About fast, he instantly combined Desio attacks with Flame Slash. Not wasting a second, Gaon charged in to intercept. The scene left Suab stunned. The heat was so intense the forest's humidity evaporated. In a heartbeat, what on earth did he just do? After performing a million calculations, Yin cheered. How was that? I nailed it, right? Gaon was left speechless. Amidst the cheers of the students, Gaon looked at the Dibin boy's hand. Your ice sword is melting, genius. Huh? Ouch. Hot, hot, hot. Gaon couldn't believe the boy's victory. Yin. How did you succeed on the very first try? Did you know this trick beforehand? The tables had turned, Yin excitedly shared. Actually, while training for the duel with Senior Anika, I practiced something similar, arranging chords in parallel. I just applied that logic a tiny bit. Absurd. If using similar things was enough, a royal chef would be a sword master by now. Just look at that raw learning speed. His talent rivals legendary archmages like Lavina and Anik. But is his reputation as a 1-second mage actually a limit? Or is it a shackle placed on a monster? While the kids celebrated, Gaon's temper flared. He flipped the script, but the test wasn't over yet. To succeed, you have to breach the mansion. But to get past me, you'll need more than that fragile ice sword. That weak magic can't withstand the scorching heat of Deo. The seniors' declaration crushed their spirits. What kind of disappointment is this? It is totally unfair. Shouldn't a senior acknowledge our growth? Are you seriously going to go all out against rookies? Gaon smirked, looking way too smug. He turned to leave, planning something nasty. But before he could finish, the gate creaked open. Levin stood there like a king. Looks like they cleared the stage. Senior Gaon was flabbergasted. How did you? Levin grinned, dangling the keys. I picked the lock while you two were busy brawling. Since you were both distracted, it was child's play. The excitement exploded instantly. That was genius. Gon had no excuses left. He sighed in defeat. Fine, you win. We won. Victory is ours. Suddenly, laughter echoed from inside. Professor Roy beamed. I wondered what the racket was. You made it. Professor Roy! He looked at the students with a sly grin. Seems one is missing, but who cares, right? Were you slacking off inside, Teach? Roy laughed it off. Hardly. I was prepping the stage. Come in. It is time for the final lesson of the day. They followed him into the house. He led them into a pitch-black cave. Swab shuddered. This place gives me the creeps. It feels like an abyss lair I saw once. Roy looked genuinely impressed. Oh, you have a sharp eye. No point hiding it. Correct. This used to be a hideout for those who worship the abyss. We purged the cultists and repurposed this spot for mental training. Mental training? Seriously? Suab had a more pressing question. Wait, what about the treasure? Roy's eyes twinkled mysteriously. If you are looking for the treasure, isn't it right here? A bound student was dragged out. Exposed, the spy looked terrified. The students were paralyzed with shock. Suab yelled, Are you crazy? I don't want this guy even for free. How is a person a reward? What is going on, Professor? Roy disagreed. He spoke calmly. Actually, he is the treasure. What is more valuable than catching a rat? A spy who infiltrated our ranks. The kids dropped their jaws. A spy? Among us? Roy stepped closer to the traitor. Why did you poison the food? The students went from shock to horror. Poisoned? No way. So my stomach ache wasn't just bad cooking? The spy tried to deny it. If it was poison, why are Eugene and I fine? We ate the same stuff. Good point. Levin, ever the detective, spoke up. If it is poison, that means you targeted specific people. Roy pressed on. What did you add? A little strawberry syrup for flavor? I doubt it. Stop acting like a loyal dog. You are clearly being used. You realize that, don't you? Tell us who gave the order, and we might just give you a parting gift. The spy's resolve crumbled. I'll talk. I didn't think it was lethal. Because the order came from a professor at the academy. A professor? Roy snapped. His mana flared as he grabbed the spy's collar. Who is that bastard? Speak! It was. Before he could finish, a monster burst from the shadows. Silence! An abyss creature screamed. Why are you blabbing? Do you have a death wish, idiot? Levin rushed to check the spy. He is dead. His insides just liquefied. Yin stared at the monster. What the hell is that thing? The beast finally noticed Eugene. A question mark floated over its head. Eugene Folivia? Why is he still standing after the dosage? I need to capture him, but not with this crowd. Roy charged in, choking the beast with raw power. Identify yourself. Who sent you? The monster didn't fear death. It mocked them instead. You think I'll talk? Fools. You think playing hero with these brats changes anything? It is useless. The prophet and his apostles will paint the sky black with the abyss, except the plague. With those words, it self-destructed. Yin grimaced as dark liquid splattered onto him. What is this goop? It was the Abyssal Grand Duke himself. But our boy didn't flinch, dropping a bold declaration. Nice try, but your tricks won't work on me. A chilling voice whispered directly into his skull. Bear witness, O child of felling. Even though he had heard it before, it still froze him in his tracks like a statue. The visions returned. Was this his past life? Or 1,000 lives before that? The voice had no intention of showing mercy. Again, visions of souls writhing in eternal agony filled his mind. Remember this. This is your primal sin. You cannot escape the destiny I have woven for you. Sue felt his stomach churn violently. He was going to be sick. What is this nightmare? It seemed the enemy chose self-destruction over capture, but the professor had a bigger worry on his mind. This plague was actually a catastrophe in the making. If someone could weaponize this disease and infiltrate a metropolis like Ira, it would be an apocalypse-level event. He glanced at the students, masking his concern. Hey, you runts still alive? Call this a lesson? Looks like you survived, Galan spoke up, his face grim. No critical injuries reported, sir. But since a plague god is involved, we can't let our guard down. We need to alert the academy and get medics here. Stat. While Professor Roy and Galan strategized against the biological threat, they checked the lines. Are comms with the others still active? I'll need to verify. Suddenly, Levin noticed Eugene looking shaky and rushed over. Hey, what's wrong? The boy was completely out of it, eyes glazed over, mumbling like a madman. No. Levin shouted in panic. Eugene, snap out of it! Professor Roy jumped at the noise. What's happening over there? I don't know. He was quiet. Then suddenly, a voice cut through. Wait, get away from Eugene right now. Why? She screamed back. The mana around him is going haywire. Don't you feel that chaotic pressure? She revealed the terrifying truth. I've never seen energy like this, but if he keeps spiraling, he's going to self-destruct. Just then, Eugene let out a blood-curdling scream. No! Everyone scrambled in terror as the blast actually triggered, but in the nick of time, Professor Enid materialized to contain it. She suppressed the explosion and glared at him. This is strike 2, Eugene. One more slip-up, and everything ends. After neutralizing the threat, she laid down the law. Eugene, if this happens a third time, I won't be able to keep my promise to protect you. Senior, what on earth am I? She ignored the question, cutting straight to the solution. Stop letting the abyss gaslight you. Don't let those hallucinations drag you into despair. You are simply Eugene Felling. That triggered him. Rage boiled over. Don't lie to me. I know the truth. I've seen the reality behind this twisted life. This horror is an ancient mystery from the beginning of time. It's the very source of this cursed time loop. She stepped closer, her voice softening to soothe his pain. Forget those memories. Leave the past lives in the past. I can't reveal the balance of the heavens yet, but Lord Felling crossed 1 billion stars to save you for a reason. He wanted to free you from that eternal suffering. Her words worked like a charm, calming his soul, though his voice remained heavy. But I'm even too weak to fight the abyss. Seeing his confidence shattered, she poured courage into him. The abyss craves your fall, but more than that, this entire world desires your protection. He looked up, stunned. She smiled with absolute conviction. You just haven't realized your cheat-level talent yet. The power of this world will never bow down to the abyss. I will teach you how to unlock your true potential. Just then, Professor Roy came running, looking skeptical. Enid! There was clearly an explosion. Don't tell me that was you? Correct. I contained the blast. She didn't hesitate. And starting today, I am taking over Eugene's training personally. Roy's jaw hit the floor. He appeared out of nowhere, gasping. Excuse me? Even Eugene couldn't believe his ears. Wait, for real? However, there is a catch. You are grounded until I say you're ready. Cut to the Magic Academy. Roy wiped sweat from his brow. Man, it's been ages since I spent a summer back home. It's scorching. You sound like you've been living in the frozen north for 10 years. From the balcony, Roy watched the training grounds. Look at them. Still grinding even in this heat. So, what's the verdict? Is she actually improving? Galan answered like it was obvious. Zero doubt. She is absolutely crushing it. He broke down the details. Fusing mana with martial arts is insane difficulty. Yet, in just 1 month, she's combat ready. This is exactly where she belongs. But down in the arena, a frustrated voice roared. Wrong, that's not it. Schwar wiped her brow, annoyed. I told you, stop screaming and actually explain it. He ignored her sass. The key isn't speed, it's maintaining the rhythm. You're breaking the flow. Move like a mage weaving a spell. Flow like a ritual dancer. Align the monochord with your body's trajectory. Finally, he sighed. Completely done. It's been a whole month, yet your success rate is still garbage. You're still stuck at 70% completion? Shuab's temper flipped like a light switch, feeling totally insulted. You think this is a game? How am I supposed to pull off a move like that in the heat of a death match? Gaon sighed at the outburst. Tough crowd, but the student clearly wasn't satisfied yet. Professor Roy ignored the whining and doubled down on his theory. Listen, considering that Desio is a forbidden art, merging high-level swordsmanship with complex magic, this rate of growth is actually terrifying. Of course, monsters exist in this world, prodigies who can copy a master-tier technique after seeing it just once. He justified his praise with a cold fact. Desio was archaic. The West is so obsessed with pure magic that they've become blind, falling behind while thinking they're ahead. Desio doesn't need fixing because it's already perfect. Speaking of monsters, his mind drifted to Eugene. By the way, any updates on our boy? Is the Ivory Tower still playing the silent treatment regarding Eugene? Gown looked defeated, shrugging his shoulders. Don't ask. It's a total blackout, not a whisper. I've invented so many excuses. That lying has become my new hobby. What is that witch plotting behind closed doors to keep him on such a tight leash? Gaon remained skeptical about her methods. Anika actually teaching someone with devotion? That's the real shock. It's baffling. I admit the kid is a genius, but how does a mage with a single mana string defy the laws of physics like that? Professor Roy frowned, the memory replaying in his mind. One string. The destruction I witnessed that day felt like the wrath of a god, not a handicap. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Can what I saw really be the output of such a limited mana source? And for Annika to erase a cataclysmic explosion from reality as if it never happened? It doesn't make sense. She must have shattered multiple limiters. She's going to face backlash from the system that's far worse than death. This is a massive variable in our plan to secure him. Why would someone who fears the abyss more than anyone take such a risk? Their theory crafting was cut short by a frantic shout. Professor, thank the stars, I finally found you. Lavina, what's with the panic? She was gasping for air, face pale. It's an emergency. Get to the Layer 3 infirmary, now. The two masters froze, exchanging a look of dread. Layer 3, the intensive care unit? Meanwhile, deep in the workshop district, I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Levent was alone in the dark, his body screaming in protest as he injected the stabilizer directly into his arm. Damn it. My limit is pathetic. The biggest flaw in my combat style is that I can't maintain overdrive for more than a few minutes. Even the previous subject, a monster of biology, who mastered overdrive was crushed by that man. Sore. These body modifications are eating me alive with side effects. I have to hold back constantly. But if I hesitate, if I get complacent for even a second, I'll never put that bastard in the ground. Asterisk clank. Asterisk. His brooding was interrupted by a noise at the door. Shuab kicked the door open, eyeing the gear. New toys again? You never stop complaining, but I see where the budget goes. Seriously, do you just live in this cave all day? Levent casually threw on a shirt, unimpressed. I'd explain the complexity to you, but I don't speak simpleton. He always had that arrogant air about him. Shuab clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed. Call yourself a battle mage? You look like a shut-in mechanic. Touch some grass before your muscles rust. He ignored her, roasting completely. Did you come here just to bark, or did you need something? Ah, shoot! Her comedic rage vanished instantly. I almost forgot the crisis. The professor needs you at the infirmary. Like, yesterday. Where was it again? Room 308, I think? Yeah, 308. Asterisk. Cut to the chaos at the infirmary. Asterisk. Herma had a scalpel pressed tight against a nurse's jugular. Her eyes were wild with trauma. Who sent you? Where am I? Easy, child. Professor Roy stepped in, hands raised. Put the weapon down. We are not the enemy. Listen to me. We are allies. We share the same target. A monster named Sor. Elsewhere, Levent was sprinting through the halls. His heart pounded at the news. Asterisk Herma is awake. Asterisk Shuab was hot on his heels, panting. Hey, slow down, Turbo. What's the rush? Levent suddenly skidded to a halt. His eyes locked onto a carriage lurking in the shadows. Something felt off. He approached the driver. Excuse me, is this transport headed for the royal capital? The driver smirked, eyes glinting. That depends. You wouldn't happen to be Mage Levent, would you? Levent froze, the hairs on his neck standing up. How do you know my name? His mind raced. Asterisk, he knows me? Was he waiting for me? Asterisk, instinct screamed. Asterisk, asterisk, trap. Asterisk, asterisk. He spun around just as a shadow burst from the alley. A thug lunged at him, foaming at the mouth with a jagged blade. Die. Your head is going to pay off all my debts, you brat. Levent analyzed the attacker in slow motion. Asterisk. Those scars. It can't be. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Boom. Asterisk, asterisk. Before the blade could connect, Shuab flew in with a haymaker, flattening the guy instantly. A mugger? Seriously? Shuab cracked her knuckles, glaring at the unconscious body. You picked the wrong target, moron. With this flimsy thing? Seriously? Before she could finish, a mob of armed thugs closed in. Suabe jumped out of her skin and shrieked. What the hell? What is this? A surprise party? Why are bandits swarming our carriage? Then, a mysterious man blended into the crowd and pointed his weapon straight at Suabe. She eyed the group suspiciously and asked, why are they gathering at this godforsaken rest? Stop? Meh, doesn't matter. I can take them all down. Suabe grinned, getting all hyped up and ready to brawl, but Levent suddenly cut in. Hold it, Suabe. These people are just civilians. Suabe pointed furiously at the mob, shouting back, Nonsense! Are you blind? The moment they charged with weapons, they lost their civilian card. Hearing this, Levent quickly defended them. They aren't doing this by choice. They're in debt. Deep in debt. Debts that must be paid in zero. As he spoke, an image of a blond man with a smirk flashed through his mind. Suddenly, that very young man appeared right behind Levent. He chuckled with twisted amusement, saying, just as expected. Elgato's intuition is sharp as a tack. You need that kind of edge to be worthy of being my rival. He whipped off the cloak covering his face. It was El Lobo, one of the 5 heirs of Silo. He stared at Levent and sneered. Using your brain to make up for a lack of strength is your only charm, right? Isn't that so, El Gato? Levent glared at Ortega, his eyes narrowing in anger, but hidden deep within was a trace of fear. Looking at the villain, Levent gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, back with Hermana, who had just woken up, Ortega's name came up. She announced, Soo has crossed the line. He joined the Eternal Guild and made a deal with the Abyss. Roy, sitting opposite her, nodded in agreement. We know. He's the head of the largest crime syndicate in Horizon Seal, also an arms dealer and mercenary leader. If a guy like that allies with the Eternal Guild, it's like giving a tiger wings. We're hunting him down to exterminate him before he sinks any deeper. But I need more details. Suddenly, Hermana cut Roy off. No, you don't understand the gravity of the deal between Soo and the Abyss. Even I didn't see this coming. But thinking back, it makes total sense. Thinking of that wretched Soo, Hermana mused, the Abyss feeds on human suffering and despair, growing from humanity's darkness. And Soo is the king who rules that darkness, the merchant of death. Remembering him, she ignored her own injuries. She clutched her head in terror and screamed in rage, the perfect candidate to make the ultimate deal. He sold children to the Abyss. He made an unthinkable pact to swallow this world whole. Starting from the north, his first target is right here. Hebronia. Hearing this, Roy froze, completely stunned. Back at the fight with Levent and Suabe, the duo was still brawling with the mob. Suabe frowned as she fought. Are these guys really forced? Why are they attacking so viciously? It's hard to just defend. There's no need to try and kill me in such a cowardly way. Ortega rested his chin on his hand, smiling slightly. Killing family? No, I'm just giving our debtors a little chance, while curing my boredom. But this isn't fun. I expected more entertainment. Are they incapable of amusing me? Hearing this, a thug Suabe had just hit turned to look at Ortega. He looked at Ortega, and then pointed desperately at Levent. Wait, I have a chance to stab that bastard. Just give me a little more time. Ortega rolled up his sleeves. I doubt that. Impossible. Instantly, cuts appeared on his own arm. And just like magic, the thug suffered the exact same cuts. Nice to meet you, Levent. Long time no see, huh? Seeing Ortega's chaotic vibe, Suabe thought, Asterisk? I've never heard of such a horrific curse. Asterisk. Suddenly, Ortega warped right in front of Suabe. Amused. Wonderful. A mage in a dump like this? Can you see it too? The curses and resentment pouring over me? At this moment, Suabe lost her cool composure. She was filled with shock and fear at the existence of this creature. Asterisk. Something like this. Asterisk. She reached out. Suabe immediately steadied herself, swung her arm violently at Ortega, and thought, Asterisk. Should not exist in this world. Asterisk. Seeing Suabe attack, Levent yelled, Stop! Don't hurt Ortega! That's exactly what he wants! Too late! Gotta be! She landed a massive punch on Ortega's face. But then, Suabe looked down, bewildered and stunned, staring at the injury that appeared on her own time's body. As she collapsed, Levent rushed over, screaming her name. Ortega just burst out laughing. That was hilarious. Levent glared furiously at him. What is your goal? Did you come here for these frivolous jokes? Ortega looked away, scratching his head. That's harsh. I was attacked first, you know? Why are you so sweet to your new friend? Is she your girlfriend? Is that it? Levent raised his hand. Levin reached inside his coat, locked and loaded his weapon, then snapped. Start talking, you scumbag. While waiting for Vertagen to spin a yarn, his mind raced. If a monster of this caliber is handling things personally, am I busted? Has my betrayal been exposed? Wait, even if they suspect me, there is no solid proof yet. Hearing the aggressive question, Vertagen yawned, clearly unimpressed. Boring. You're wondering why I traveled so far? Well, actually, it's just a hop and a skip away. Levin blinked, confused. Huh? Vertagen smirked. Soher just snatched up some prime real estate nearby for a little business expansion. Levin's eyes popped out in shock. Say what? She shrugged casually. So, we need all hands on deck here and there. Bossman Soher has a special mission for you and sent me as your Uber driver. Levin glared at Vertagen, high alert. I get the logic, but territory near the capital is usually reserved for the royal big shots. This is an act of war. What is that maniac plotting? And by the way, before Levin could finish the thought, Vertagen grabbed his weapon tight, and since we are bonding, I need to hear the full story. About how you exterminated Sicarios. Asterisk, zap. Asterisk, blue lightning crackled menacingly around the orb. Meanwhile, Yin was losing his mind. I'm almost done! Arg! He rolled around the floor like a tantrum-throwing toddler. What is the point of this? Senior, this isn't anything like the stuff we learned at Magic Academy 101. Anika scoffed. Flush that garbage knowledge down the drain. I'm right, they're wrong. The absolute confidence of modern mages is just an obsession with spell chains. Sure, it comes from the teachings of Anta, one of the 10 founding disciples, but that was just magic for dummies to make it accessible, not the actual core of power. It is like memorizing the multiplication table, but having zero clue how numbers actually work. You are a one-chain wizard, kid. You don't need to follow modern theories that are completely useless to your build. Yin scratched his head, completely lost. But Senior Annika, didn't you graduate from that same academy? And seriously, I don't get the deep meaning behind fixing broken junk over and over again. Plus, you went ahead and sealed my already pathetic mana pool, Anika replied coolly. This isn't something I can explain with words. You have to feel it in your bones. As for the seal, I'll pop it open once you pass the test. Yin pouted, realizing. She wasn't going to spill the beans. He sighed, defeated. I really want to see my friends. I wonder how. They are doing? I bet Taya is causing a scene somewhere right now. Suddenly, he started flailing his limbs, wildly. Let me out! I've been trapped in this magic tower for a whole month, and I still have no clue what is going on. Anika sighed at the pathetic display and offered a crumb of comfort. Quit whining. You are actually almost there. Yin bounced up like a spring. For real? But how? I don't feel any different, Anika explained. You can't feel it, because I put a lid on your power, genius. But suddenly, a screeching alarm pierced the air, cutting her off. Emergency alarm? Yin guessed. Anika frowned. It is from Doim. Ini's voice hit their minds via telepathy. Massacre alert. A slaughter just happened near Levin's workshop. Do you guys know what is happening? Roy received the ping and his eyes went wide. Levin's place? Gown got the message too. A massacre? You're kidding. In Hermana panicked. No way. Is Levin actually there right now? Roy didn't hesitate for a second. I'm going in personally. Contact Annika. She is closer. A wave of anxiety crashed over Roy. My gut is churning. I have a bad feeling about this. If Cell targets Levin, our entire master plan goes up in smoke. Back at the standoff, Vertigan grinned like a shark. So, Levin, are you joining the party? Levin's mind raced. This is definitely Soher's trap. He knows I'm a double agent. If I leave now, there is no turning back, and the assassination plan is toast. Should I fight my way out? With my current upgrades? No. That is suicide. This guy is ranked 3rd for a reason. He is acting polite, but that is basically an ultimatum. If I say no, he executes me right here. Plus, Levin looked down at the injured Subi in his arms. It is not just my life on the line. He sighed, defeated. Fine, I'm coming with you. Vertigan smirked in satisfaction. Soher will be. Thrilled. Levin countered. One condition. I need to get this person to safety first. Vertigan's face twisted in annoyance. Ugh, what a pain. I'll just kill it and save time. She launched an attack straight at Subi. Wait, stop! Levin screamed in terror. But just then Time's clang, *Yin flashed in out of nowhere, blocking the strike with his blade. He was completely flustered. What? Wait! Just then, Yin appeared in the nick of time, blocking the woman with a sharp slash. It was Vertega. He froze, completely stunned by the sudden ambush. Levin looked just as shocked. Eugene. Yin hissed in rage. So, you're the rat behind this? Was it you all along? But suddenly, Eugene noticed blood dripping from his own body. He stared in confusion. Wait, he was the one who got slashed. So why am I the one bleeding? Vertega smirked, clearly amused. What an intriguing friend. Who might you be? A suffocating pressure crushed the air, forcing Eugene to his knees. This evil aura. It was overwhelming. Levin suddenly screamed. Watch out! Eugene! Vertega flinched, equally surprised. What is this? Who dares? Suddenly, a beast materialized from thin air. Dragon God binding. Bind him now. But in a split second, she neutralized the dragon god. She spoke calmly. Close call. So, you're Eugene Folivia? I never expected this. There was definitely an order to execute Eugene Folivia. So why do you two look like old buddies? Levin snapped back. Isn't a kill order ridiculous to begin with? Vertega laughed maniacally. No need to make excuses now. Levin, I was just thinking how lucky this is. Especially since that red-coated psychopath from the Eternal Guild warned us not to touch him. He said if we killed this kid, we'd have to go to war with that lunatic. Eugene's eyes widened. Are you talking about Uncle Edia? She shrugged nonchalantly. I've got no reason to tell you. If you're so curious, come to our territory and see for yourself. That psycho is right there with us. Eugene stood frozen. What did you say? Vertega continued. Anyway, it's getting too loud here. Guests are coming. Time to bounce. Levin turned to leave. Eugene panicked. What is she talking about? Levin lowered his head. Take care of Suab for me. Eugene couldn't process it. Are you serious? Levin, where do you think you're going? Vertega chirped happily. Everyone's been waiting for you for so long. Let's go. Goodbye then, Eugene Folivia. Eugene refused to let him go. He unleashed his ultimate technique. Newton's third law. Absolute cancellation. He screamed. Stop right there. Vertega sneered. How cute. You think a tiny spell like that can stop us? I can't believe you failed to kill a weakling like him. Were you just slacking off because we weren't watching? Levin scoffed. You idiot. Look closer. Surprised? Huh, Levin continued. That is the magic of one of the 12 disciples. Vertega licked her lips. He really is an interesting one. Eugene was left, wondering. Asterisk, did he say the cartel territory? And Uncle Adia is really there? Asterisk. Watching the scene unfold, Roy stood stunned. Eugene lifted Suab up, his voice trembling. Master, you're late. Back at the Duelim base, Roy spoke with icy calm. Her name is Vertega, a ruthless monster with a bounty over 300 million. She's wanted across the northern nations. She is considered the organization's ultimate weapon. Herman analyzed the data. Vertega and Sawyer never work alone. So, the reports of Sawyer near the capital, they have to be real. Gaon added, if it's near the capital, it has to be the Bison Dukedom. I heard the family head abdicated recently due to illness, but a young heir taking over so suddenly, it stinks of conspiracy. Plus, when we investigated the plague spread by the plague god's minions, we found a nearly identical disease spreading through bison lands. Lavina's eyes went wide. Wait, isn't the bison dukedom the crown prince's maternal family? If a powerhouse like that is colluding with the organization, Gowan frowned, resting his chin on his hand. But the risk of infiltrating is massive. Sawyer is a cunning fox. For him to be this exposed, it feels too reckless. Roy chuckled, his voice brimming with confidence. If that's true, Then that recklessness is exactly the opportunity we need. Duelim will infiltrate the Bison Dukedom. It's been a while since we had a real mission. We have two main objectives. First, uncover Sawyer's scheme and gather evidence to trigger a military campaign. Second, establish contact with any forces resisting the new Marquis Bison and the organization. Prepare yourselves. We move fast before they can react. Suddenly, the door burst open. Eugene stormed in, his eyes burning with determination. Master, I want to go to the Bison Dukedom too. I'm a member of Duelim, aren't I? Roy shut him down instantly. Don't be an idiot. We aren't so short on staff that we need to send a rookie on a Black Ops mission. His cold words hit Eugene like a physical blow. What? Roy shoved his hands in his pockets, his gaze piercing. Besides, you haven't even passed Annex training yet, have you? If you want in, finish that first. Eugene clenched his fists, trembling with rage. But Levin was taken, and Uncle Edia, the man connected to the burning of Folivia, is there too. And you expect me to just sit here and train? Roy stared deep into his eyes, his aura suffocating. That is exactly why you cannot go. Our goal isn't to storm in, save the princess, and get revenge. This is an infiltration mission. It requires absolute patience, not blind hatred. If you act on impulse, because your emotions take the wheel, you'll get us all killed. You've nearly died countless times because you let your feelings control you. If you truly have any sense of responsibility, you can't deny that. Eugene hung his head, unable to speak. That much is true. Roy turned his back, his cape swishing with cool authority. If you truly understand the stakes, leave this vendetta to your seniors. Your battlefield is the training ground. Do not rush. When the hour of, quote, vengeance strikes, you shall stand with us. Meanwhile, back at the Eugene estate, bam! The door flew open. Taya burst in, like a hurricane, shouting, "Young master!" He grabbed Eugene, shaking him like a ragdoll. It's been an eternity. What kind of hellish class kidnaps you for a whole month? And look at your arm. You're shaking. Eugene tried to speak, but the verbal assault continued. They call this training? It looks like torture, Eugene stammered. Actually, Taya, I need to return to the magic tower. Taya froze, eyes going wide. Huh? You're leaving again? Eugene looked away, scratching his head nervously. No, nothing. I said nothing. Taya's face instantly brightened like the sun. Thank the gods. I thought you were abandoning us to die of boredom. Internally, Eugene sighed. Asterisk, close call. I can't let him know the truth. Asterisk, Taya snapped his fingers. Oh, right. Master. He pointed to a mountain of envelopes. Look at the love you received while absent. Everyone was worried sick. Eugene stared at the indentation. Tower of paper. This many letters? Is this from the entire 12th class? And LaRossi? Professor Est sent the most. Taya beamed. She compiled every single lecture note you missed. What a saint. Eugene's soul instantly left his body, his eyes going dead. You mean, this entire pile is just homework? But then, one envelope caught his eye. It bore a heavy, unfamiliar noble seal. Taya blinked. Never seen that crest before. Must be a new arrival. Eugene picked it up. Let's see. The sender is the Bison Marquisate? Taya gasped in awe. An invite from the Marquis himself. But a cold feeling settled in Eugene's gut. Why would a high noble invite? Suddenly, bang, bang, bang! A frantic voice screamed. Eugene! His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Suab, you should be recovering in the hospital. Screw the hospital. Suab slammed a letter down, panting. Did you receive one too? Eugene stared at the seal. You too? The plot was thickening. Cut to the Bison territory. Taya dropped the bags, whistling. So this is the noble domain? Fancy. It has a real atmosphere. But Suab looked ready to vomit. Atmosphere? It reeks of vile, dark energy. Taya rolled his eyes. Funny coming from a mage who hasn't even hit level 50. Just because we're schoolmates doesn't mean you're an expert. Eugene stepped in. Cool it. We are here as guests to congratulate the new Marquis Bison. Taya clasped his hands, starry-eyed. Oh, young master, you finally sound like a true aristocrat. Ignoring the praise, Eugene whispered, Suab, we have work to do. Understood. The two vanished out the door, leaving Taya blinking in confusion. Wait, we just got here. Where are they going? On the street, Suab fumed, stomping her feet. Is this new Marquis an idiot? Throwing parties while that organization runs wild? Eugene stayed calm. It's a blessing in disguise. We can move without the seniors watching us. Suab smirked, a demonic shadow crossing her face. True. I'll repay that trash organization with a nice curse. An eye for an helm. Eye, a tooth for a tooth. Eugene shivered, looking at her expression. Asterisk. Remind me never to make her angry. Asterisk. So, that's why you came. Suab sobered up. Finding Levent is still priority number 1, but he's the heir. We can't just walk up to him. Eugene nodded. We need a lead. We must find the organization first. Suab sighed, annoyed. Find them where? They don't exactly advertise their hideouts. Eugene's eyes sharpened. I have a hunch. I know exactly where rats like them gather. They arrived at Azation, a palace of gold and greed. Suab's jaw dropped. By the gods! Look at this place. The money flowing here is insane. And look at the clientele. Every noble in the kingdom must be present. Ignoring Suab's, drooling over the wealth, Eugene focused. A casino. There is no place that suits the organization better. They are definitely here. He scanned the room. If we find their leaders in this den of vice, we might find clues about Levent. And perhaps news of my missing uncle. Meanwhile, in the shadows, I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. A smug voice echoed through the night. Soho smirked. A single city holding half the kingdom's bloodlines. None could refuse the new marquis. Clinging to power is how these parasites survive. They would sell their souls to maintain their noble status. Yedia scoffed impatiently. Spare me your philosophy on aristocracy. Is the trap set? Soho grinned maliciously. Of course. Just wait and watch. These noble souls are about to be devoured by their own gluttony. The sweet scent of depravity filled the air, signaling the start of a carnival of sin. The entire casino floor was left, speechless. Blackjack again? Are you kidding me? The crowd gasped. He started with 10 chips. In the distance, a noble ground his teeth, drowning in envy and despair. I lost my fortune, yet that brat wins it all. Yin sweated nervously, forcing a smile. This is getting too hot. He ducked into the restroom to splash. Water on his face. This feels wrong. Like cheating. Well, technically he was just reading times their times cheating methods. Either way, he had definitely grabbed their attention. If I can just lure out an executive, I'll find Levent and Uncle. Just as he plotted, Anika's face suddenly popped out of the bathroom mirror. Yin shrieked like a banshee. Nice scream, she scoffed. Looks like you're having a blast while everyone else dresses up like penguins. Yin clutched his chest, soul leaving his body. Sister Anika? Why? Anika rested her chin on her hand. You ghosted the magic tower for days, so I used a tracking spell. I knew you were stalking Do-Yim. It wasn't hard to find you, but I didn't expect to see you gambling away. Her expression suddenly dropped into dead seriousness. Do you have a death wish? The Duke of Darkness is hunting you. You're getting sloppy because I usually clean up your messes, right? Well, I'm stuck in the tower. I can't save you. Yin hung his head like a scolded puppy. I'm sorry, but I have a huge reason to be here. Anika shrugged. Unbothered. Can I even stop you? Since we're already in this mess, go find Roy immediately. Roy is the only one who can shield you when the Duke arrives. Yin looked hopeless. You just casually dropped the professor's name? Ignoring his whining, she leaned in, eyes narrowing. Listen carefully. In the absolute worst-case scenario, I authorize the release of the first seal. Yin's eyes widened, a spark of excitement in his voice. Really? You said I wasn't ready, she replied with a heavy reluctance. We have no choice. It will save your life, but be warned. Once that seal breaks, the abyss will sense your existence instantly. Only use it if death is certain. Priority 1 is finding Roy. Yin sensed the tension in her voice. Why the rush, sister? It feels like something catastrophic is about to. The invasion has begun, Anika declared grimly. This place is now their territory. Asterisk. Poof. Asterisk. She vanished. From the mirror, ignoring Yin's cry. Sister, wait! Suddenly, crimson light flooded the room from the window. Thousands of terrifying eyes blinked open in the darkness outside. Yin froze. The abyss. Here? He sprinted toward his friend. Suab, we need to run. Something is wrong with this place. Forget the plan. We need to find Do-Yim. Suab turned around. His face was twisted, sweat pouring down like rain. I can't stop, he stammered. Yin panicked. Suab, what's wrong with you? Suab lunged forward, grabbing Yin's hem like a desperate junkie. Yin, loan me cash, please. Yin looked at him in disbelief. Money? Now? We are about to die and you want to gamble? Suab sobbed, clutching his head. I'm gonna die if I don't play. I get it now. It's not just brute force. It's a soul contract. They tricked us. If I don't pay the debt, I'm dead meat. Yin shook his head. Calm down. Debt doesn't kill you. Asterisk. Swish. Asterisk. A blade of cold air sliced through his sentence. A manic, high-pitched laugh echoed through the hall. Oh, but here, debt times does times kill, a woman cackled. I'm just taking out the trash that can't pay up. It makes business so much smoother. Beside her, a man grunted. Orders from Petrino. Harvest noble souls for the order. It was Capitan, the head of security. Killing is fine, but milking them dry while they live is more profitable. The woman clicked her tongue. So what? I've already mortgaged countless souls for myself anyway. The staff bowed in unison as she walked by. Welcome, boss. Hello, everyone, El Conejo cheered. Business is booming, right? She was El Conejo, owner and one of the 5 heirs. Yin lunged forward, furious. You treat human lives like garbage. He fired a magic blast. El Conejo blinked, surprised. Oh? The staff screamed. Lady Conejo, Capitan stepped in. Enough, you idiots. Suddenly, Yin froze. His body wouldn't move. El Conejo crossed her arms, smirking. Oopsie, house rule, you can't harm the owner. But who is this rude little bug, walking around so freely? A waitress trembled. He's the one winning everything. The house takes it all. El Conejo sneered, clearly unimpressed. Seriously? You two losers already challenged him? He barely managed to utter a single word. Die. Yin witnessed the slaughter, trembling with rage. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? But the witch just smiled, chillingly calm. They carry a debt, don't they? Anyone who owes here mortgages their very soul to me. The ruler is the law. Yin stood frozen, unable to process the insanity. You're betting human lives over mere money? El Conejo's voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, mere money? You must be loaded. Plenty of trash trade their lives for a few coins in this world. Yin clenched the chips in his fist, his knuckles turning white. This is absurd. A rule that forces a debtor to mortgage their eternal soul? He hurled the chips at her feet. Fine then, I'll play your sick game, you scum. Here is my proposal. I will pay off every cent of their debt. In exchange, I demand the right to challenge you directly. El Conejo burst into maniacal laughter. This kid is actually insane. You know the rules once a bet is placed. There is no turning back. Suddenly, a grotesque beast materialized, wrapping its dark aura around Yin. He realized, so this is it. The invisible force crushing humanity. The contract Sua mentioned. It must be this monstrosity from the abyss. In a twisted way, this actually works in my favor. If these creatures act as arbiters, they are bound by the laws of the game. And she is definitely a high-ranking executive here. She holds the answers about Levent and my uncle. I absolutely must defeat her. Fire burned in Yin's eyes, a look of unwavering resolve. He stared El Conejo down. I don't care. I have no intention of retreating. You will participate in this game personally. Stop hiding behind your lackeys. El Conejo smirked, arrogant and amused. Very well, I'll entertain you. However, the ruler sets the rules. Meanwhile, Soho watched the casino from the shadows, spouting his twisted philosophy. This world runs on exchange. So, who holds the rules? That person dominates everything. Observe closely, the night I seize absolute control. This is the lesson I pass down to you, 5 heirs. The world you must perfect. Levent immediately pushed back. How many times do I have to tell you? This man was the first heir of the syndicate, known as El Gato. I have zero intention of inheriting anything. Back at the table, El Conejo explained with glee. The God of Execution game. It harvests body parts from the victim based on the cards revealed. Victory is yours if you survive the sacrifice. The deck holds 10 fingers, 4 hands and feet, 4 arms and legs, eyes and ears. And the hidden head card? That brings instant victory. 23 cards in total. A delightfully simple game. If you win, I release every soul mortgage to me. But if I win, you pay me double. Yin roared in anger. Bullshit. You think I'd agree to a senseless murder game? She simply replied. I told you already. El Conejo cackled, opening her mouth wide. There is no escape. The monster behind him, claws sharp as razors, whispered in his ear, You should have been more careful with your words. Yin gritted his teeth. These chains, they look strangely familiar. It resembles the absolute order of the Grand Duke of the Abyss. An unbreakable binding. My body, I can't resist it. This is exactly what Senior Anik tried to warn me about. Is the Veil of the Abyss already affecting the city? A terrifying power is consuming the entire metropolis. That bastard Soho and the Uncle of Eternal Order. They are planning to sacrifice the entire city to the Abyss. Collecting souls in this casino is definitely part of that twisted scheme. I have to stop this. Even knowing his chances were slim, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I accept the game. The Abyss contract is absolute once the rules are set, he shouted his demand. But I have a condition. Any act of cheating results in immediate forfeiture. El Conejo covered her mouth, giggling. I don't technically have to accept that, but sure, why not? She sat back comfortably. Now, let's choose a sacrifice for my debtors. Who would be the perfect choice? She turned and grabbed Sua's chin, grinning. Yes, this one seems delightful. Your little friend. Yin's blood ran cold. Sua? She called out to him, trembling. El Conejo crossed her legs, looking bored. An arm card right off the bat? Well, can't be helped. She gave the order. Execute. The beast devoured Sua's arm in one bite. She shrieked in agony. Yin, what's happening? I can't see or hear anything, just this pain. El Conejo spoke casually. If an arm is eliminated, then half the finger cards become useless junk. That really reduces the suffering. The true drama of this game comes from starting with the small parts. What can I say? This round's sacrifice is just plain unlucky. She slammed a card onto the table. Now, it's your turn. Yin's mind raced. Asterisk idiot. I was too arrogant. I never dreamed Sua would be the sacrifice. Asterisk. Asterisk. How the hell am I supposed to keep my cool in a situation like this? Asterisk. Across the table, the witch rested her chin on her hand, waiting. Where did that big brave hero run off to? All I see now is a trembling little fawn. You're Eugene Folia, right? Did you dive into this hellhole relying only on those fancy eyes? Hate to break it to you, but I don't cheat. The house rules are perfectly fair. Even with those magic peepers, you won't find a single dirt speck on me. Eugene chewed his nails like a nervous squirrel, spitting back. Bullshit! There's no way a piece of trash like you plays fair. Alfonso smirked, enjoying the show. Hook, line, and sinker. The demon of doubt has already swallowed him whole. Fine, doubt away. Since I'm the game master, suspicion is part of the fun. But honestly, I don't need cheap tricks. If I win, great. If I lose, whatever. My real jackpot isn't the chips. It's the complete destruction of your soul. Specifically, the head. Jin froze, terror washing over him. Why the head? Alfonso mused with twisted delight. Can you stomach the guilt, hero? Destroying your buddy's body and soul with your own hands? The Eternal Order wanted Eugene dead, but corrupting him into a fallen hero? That is way spicier entertainment. Betting on the infinite power of the Prophet's second apostle. Winning or losing doesn't matter. This twist is just delicious. She laughed maniacally. Oh no, did I lose? Whatever shall I do? Thinking I just break your will and then scream. Congrats, you won, Eugene. Why the long face? You're the MVP today. You faced the villain and saved dozens of souls. A true legend. Look at the crowd cheering. You're everyone's savior. She leaned in, her voice dripping with poison. Shall we watch it happen? She shouted. The hero's big moment, where he butchers his teammate to save a bunch of gambling addicts. Eugene roared, cutting her off. Hold it. Alfonso raised an eyebrow. Oh, how will you squirm out of this? Gonna struggle against killing your friend? Gonna make a speech? Or maybe rage quit and claim the game doesn't count? React however you want. Come on, hurry up, Eugene screamed. I am not killing Suab. This entire stupid game was rigged from the start. Alfonso's grin stretched into nightmare territory. Bingo. She bellowed back. Nothing is rigged. The ruler makes the rules. Now you're crying just because your friend is on the chopping block? You only found your conscience after playing the hero? Too late. You have exactly two choices, kid. Accept victory, kill your friend, and save the gamblers. Or surrender. Save your buddy, but lose your soul. You already won, so why the hesitation? What's left to think about? Follow the rules, sacrifice the pawn, and end this. Eugene realized the trap with horror. She continued, Get it now? No matter what you pick, all that's left is despair. Eugene frowned, eyes locking in. He pointed a finger of justice at her. That's exactly where your logic fails. I bet against the entire time's debt of everyone here, and Suab is one of those debtors. If I win, his debt is wiped clean. I can't kill a man who owes nothing. Alfonso's smile twitched. Cute wordplay, but the victory condition requires the sacrifice's times death asterisk. Unless the sacrifice dies, the debt remains, Eugene countered. Wrong. You said it yourself. Drawing the head card means instant victory. The condition was the times card asterisk, not the kill. In a normal casino, that's just semantics. But this involves a magical contract, doesn't it? This isn't just your power at play. Since the head card is drawn, I demand you release the souls immediately. Alfonso froze. This brat, he knows how abyss contracts work? If I break the rules now, my powers go poof. She sighed theatrically. Fine. It seems we have a bug in the system. Eugene blinked. You admit it? Don't get cocky, kid. You think you can crash my game with a loophole? She spoke up. You're right. Using a debtor as a sacrifice caused a glitch. However, I won't accept a win without a kill. That's just a technicality. You know that wasn't the spirit of the game. Eugene panicked. What are you saying? I'll respect your logic. So, I officially declare this match void. We're starting a new round. Eugene turned pale. Excuse me? She grinned. We're running it back. I'll even refund your friend's soul. Well, most of it anyway. The boy gasped. What did you just say? The witch continued. However, I will respect your opinion. So, I declare this game void, and we shall start a new round. He asked in fear. What does that mean? She continued smoothly. As per your suggestion, we will bet again like last time. I will return your friend's soul, though there may be scars left deeper than mine. Hamana's words echoed hauntingly in Gaon's mind. The mind was shattered, yet hope remained. Yin's voice trembled. Is it true? Can she really come back from the brink? Suddenly, a rough hand seized his collar. Have you lost your damn mind? You want to play again? Is only your friend's life worth saving? We barely survived, and you want to throw it all away? Panic set in. What were they saying? The man spat. Why void a clear victory over some nonsense logic? Everyone here could be saved. Yin clutched his head, eyes wide with horror. He never had to make that choice. Why was the mob turning on him? Just sacrifice one to save the many? El Conjo smirked inwardly. You won the game, but the mob is always foolish. Fall into corruption, Eugene Folivia. Witness their selfishness. See how ugly the humans you try to save really are. Chaos reigned in his mind. Why were they so repulsive? Rage began to consume Yin like a dark tide. How can they be this vile? Why? Snap. He slammed the man down, snapping his arm like a twig. You value your pathetic lives so much? Yet you treat another's life like garbage? As long as you survive, nothing else matters, huh? A dark shadow fell over his face. If that is your truth, then you all deserve to die. Yin gasped, covering his mouth in horror. What am I thinking? I wanted to save everyone. My goal was salvation, not slaughter. El Kanjo laughed maniacally. So, the noble act drops? Even you cannot withstand the stench of their selfishness, the demon screeched. Yes, kill them all. Fall into hell. It is not so bad. I will let you slaughter these pigs for free. Yin covered his ears, screaming, Shut up! The man on the floor groaned. You bastard! Who are you to judge me? You gambled our lives for some woman you barely know. You should save us, not her. I don't care if you are a Folivia. Do you think you can fight us all? That sentence snapped the last string of patience. I am trying to save trash like you? El Kanjo grinned like a nightmare. Exactly. Suddenly, a wounded hand tapped Yin's shoulder. A familiar voice chimed in. Why so dramatic? Yin froze. It was Suabe. If you go crazy, how can I fake being weak to trick them? Yin gasped. Suabe? El Kanjo was baffled. Impossible. The abyss swallowed her consciousness, even if her soul returned. Recovery should be impossible. A slow clap sliced through the tension. A deep voice spoke. Magnificent. All eyes shifted to a figure sitting calmly in the distance. Gaon spoke coldly. Watch closely and shut your mouths. Your noise is annoying me to death. The winner takes all. Yin whispered. Senior? Suabe added. Mask him. Yin's mind raced. Why is he here? No. Focus. I need to assess the situation. I bet the souls of every dead are here. The win condition was drawing the sacrifice card. I won in one turn. Suabe was the sacrifice, so the penalty should have taken her head. But the rules were absolute. If I win, all debtors are saved. The round stands. Suabe and everyone else lived. It was a loophole, sure. I thought restarting was better than the Game Master's judgment. But when she begged to void the game, it became obvious. He stared down El Kanjo. The Abyss controls this game? The true Game Master already declared my victory. His conviction was absolute. She had lost. You aren't the Game Master! He pointed a finger at her. No resets. I know you're desperate. You tried to profit from the chaos. Now honor the deal and release the souls. I won't kill anyone. I will save everyone. The demon bit her lip, cornered. So, this is how it ends? Her eyes went dead calm. Fine. I will release them. Playtime is over. She tore off her eye patch, revealing 3 glowing red pupils. Welcome back to reality. Summon binding. Yin stood frozen, jaw dropped in shock. The world warped. A crimson moon rose as she mounted a colossal beast. This is the price of ending my game. I offered you fairness and fun, but you refused. Now face a reality of pure injustice. Eugene sprinted, screaming, What is that thing? Gaon, carrying Suabe, shouted back. An A-class, Abyss Link summoning. Those bound to the void borrow its chaotic power. I'm seeing the horror with my own eyes for the first time. He sprinted, like his life depended on it because it did. Screaming aside, this wasn't the time for a calm analysis. Suddenly, he skid to a halt right before the beast. I'll buy time. You get Suab to safety, Brother Gaon. Gaon flinched, muttering in shock. How did you see through my disguise? Are those the legendary Folivian eyes? Suab just ripped the mask off, totally unimpressed. Seriously? You call times this times a disguise? It's pathetic. Gaon brushed it off, cool as a cucumber. Forget the details. Don't do anything stupid and just follow me. Yin stared at him, bewildered. Huh? Gaon smirked. That thing is just a mindless beast, but we have a real monster of our own nearby. Meanwhile, Lavina was losing her absolute mind. Oh my gods, what on earth is going on here? In remained ice cold amid the chaos. Why do these rookies always get dragged into the mess? Lavina's jaw dropped. Wait, isn't that Eugene and Suab down there? In checked the glowing map, locking onto the signal. Coordinates acquired. Take Route 3 to the alley, and you'll slip right under its nose. Bursting into the alley, Gon roared. We're in position. The path is clear. In gave the command without hesitation. Do it. Blow that thing to kingdom come. Lavina grinned wickedly. With pleasure. She raised both hands, chanting the destruction spell. El Kanjo screeched, standing atop her beast. You dirty little rats, where do you think you're going? If the other heirs see this mess, tisk, it'll be a headache to explain. Damn it, I hate wasting precious souls on trash like you. She unleashed the dark art. Henderson's gaze release. Thousands of wailing spirits poured out. My prey isn't escaping that easily. She watched through the network of 28,000 crimson eyes. Every spirit was a spy. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. She laughed triumphantly. I see everything. The whole city is in my palm. You cannot hide from my 14,000 spirits, or my 28,000 eyes. Suddenly, a light as bright as a falling star pierced the sky. Terror gripped her instantly. That's ultimate magic urban disaster. The impact was apocalyptic. Huddled in a corner, Yin gasped. Good lord, isn't this overkill? That's a massive area of effect. A spell that size. Innocent people will get hurt, but Gaon's reply was chillingly calm. Relax. There are no civilians left in this sector. Only the gang members and the corrupt nobles invited here. And frankly, we don't have the luxury to care about their safety. Yin looked at him, trembling. But what about the citizens of Bisana? Gaon's expression darkened. I don't have all the details yet. We're still investigating, but your theory seems correct. It's likely they've all been sacrificed to the abyss. Yin froze in horror. The entire city. Gone? Gaon nodded, his face grim. Exactly. It's a massive unknown variable. A ritual to sacrifice an entire metropolis. The scale is unimaginable. We don't know their endgame. But if we don't stop them right now, this will become a catastrophe unlike anything history has seen. The massive boom caught Vertega's attention. She leaned on the railing, amused. An explosion at the casino? Did the Marquis finally grow a spine and fight back? Beside her, Eri shivered, sensing the mana. That's Senior Lavina's ultimate magic. Is Eugene behind this? But why are they making such a scene? Right now, the abyss mana is at its peak. Vertega stood tall, one of the 5 heirs. She recalled a memory from her childhood. Waiting for that mad doctor in Soho is boring me to tears. This is the perfect opportunity. Bento, another heir, had scolded her then. Watch your tongue. Father is negotiating with the abyss for times our time's sake. The memory faded as reality set back in. Sel, the 3rd heir, had chimed in coldly. While he does that, our job is protection. Anyone who interferes, we kill them all. They were the heirs of Shiro, bound by blood to the void. Back in the rubble, El Kanjo burst from the debris. Hiss! I'll tear them apart! She shrieked in blind rage. El Kanjo, also one of the 5 heirs of El Conedo. They were no different from the apostles of the abyss. Monsters in human skin. High above, 2 figures surveyed the chaos. Ini trembled. It's absurd. That thing is a walking fortress. It took a direct hit without a scratch. Yin watched, mind racing. Is that even possible? How did it survive? She analyzed the battlefield with tactical precision. According to the laws of the horizon, it should be impossible. But now, the pieces are finally falling into place. That monster with the razor-sharp claws. They are trying to awaken the Abyss Archduke. Inside the command room, the strategy meeting was heated. To tear the horizon set by Lord Feline and the 12 disciples. They need an entity that rivals their divine power. Back in the temporary shelter, Yin gasped. Wait, are you saying that entity is the Abyss Archduke? Gaon rubbed his chin, his voice grave. The probability is terrifyingly high. I can picture the nightmare scenario. The death dragon linked to Vertega is bad enough. It's classified as a calamity in the north. The other heirs have surely bonded with Abyss creatures of the exact same calamity class level. Ini nodded in agreement. And now, at least 5 of those nightmares are gathering here. They intend to use the entire city as fuel for the ritual. Yin felt a cold sweat run down his spine at her words. The fact that they haven't spoken the Archduke's name yet is the real anomaly. But even if they sacrifice this entire metropolis, back in the city, the idea of waking the Grand Duke of the Abyss still seemed like a total pipe dream. He shivered, just thinking about the chaotic battle ahead. The Eternal Order? Oh, those maniacs could definitely pull it off. Remember Fivia? They secretly woke up a massive abyss monster like it was a school project. A literal giant! Eugene screamed. We have to stop them right now. Where is the professor? Enya looked at him helplessly. Actually, we're more curious about why you times are here, she sighed. But since the world is ending, let's skip the interrogation and focus on the crisis. Here is the short version. She began her briefing. Soher and the other heirs are basically shut-ins who never leave the palace unless it's an emergency. So, naturally, the dark ritual and all the poor sacrificed citizens are right inside the royal palace. But barging into the palace? That is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. So we were staking out the casino run by El Conero instead. He is the only heir who actually touches grass. But then, this mess happened. Enya continued, her face grim. As for Professor Roy, he is a master of stealth magic, so he decided to go purely solo and sneak into the palace alone. Eugene panicked. The professor is all alone? She tried to reassure him. Don't worry, he is. But a mocking voice cut through the air. Seriously? A whole nest of rats has scurried in. Enya spun around, eyes wide. What the hell? Everyone froze as the menacing voice echoed. Kill them all, the enemy commanded. Suddenly, chains topped with screaming skulls launched straight at Eugene. Gaino did not even flinch as he drew his blade. Clang. Steel met magic. Eugene jumped into action too. He unleashed his shurikens and flame blade. The battlefield instantly turned into a raging inferno. Eugene realized they were losing ground and screamed, "The professor's cover is blown. We have to go save him right now." Enya parried an attack and yelled back, "No, you idiot. The professor is already deep inside the Basona castle. Eugene could not believe it. Say what? That is literally the heart of the enemy's lair, she explained. Trying to help him now is completely impossible. But Eugene kept fighting and arguing. No, we can still help him. Those guys have not fully mastered the Abyss power yet. Enya was getting furious. Even without the Abyss magic, just their raw physical stats alone are monster level. We cannot beat them head on, Eugene shouted back. Screw that. The only way to stop this apocalypse is to stop their human sacrifice ritual, right? Either way, we have to storm their base to end this nightmare. Enya was too tired to explain why that was suicide. Suddenly, Gano, who had been deep in thought, cut her off and ran over. He slapped Eugene's shoulder. All right, Eugene and I will charge straight into the palace. Eugene blinked, totally confused. Senior Gano? Enya exploded. Are you hearing yourself right now? She screamed at them. Do you realize how insanely suicidal that plan is? It is too dangerous. Gano remained calm. I know. But the kid actually has a point. He started listing reasons to convince her. Listen, right now. We are confused, sure, but so is the enemy. This chaos might be the perfect cover we need. He glanced meaningfully at Eugene. Besides, Eugene did not just sit around picking his nose in the tower for the last month. Hearing his name, Eugene jumped. Huh? Enya rubbed her chin, thinking, true, Anik would never let him leave unless he survived her hell training. Eugene puffed out his chest. Yeah, exactly. What he said. Finally, Enya sighed. Fine, then we will go find the Knight Commander. The commander of the Bison Knights. Lavina stepped up. I'm coming too. No, you can't. Enya held her back. We need to lead the uprising. We have to draw as much aggro from the heirs as possible. She lowered her voice for a final warning. And remember, I can't broadcast the full plan while we are in the middle of a fight. As the boys ran off, she turned to her squad. All right, let's do this. Charge! Eugene and Gano bolted. We're counting on you, seniors. Meanwhile, Canero was fuming as she watched her plan crumble. So annoying, she shrieked. My souls! Do these idiots have any idea how hard I worked to farm them? Kuvo appeared above, looking down with disdain. Shut your trap. Canero, you aren't a warrior, so why are you trying to fight? Canero grit her teeth. Kuvo assessed the mess. A few rats slipped past. They're trying to crash the ritual. Soher spoke indifferently. We have a problem. Canero blinked, regaining her cool. Is that all? She couldn't believe it. What? Suddenly something in the sky came crashing down right on top of her. Not again. Kuvo calmly drew his weapon. Chaos erupted. Weapons clashed in a blinding display of fireworks. A deadly dance of lights. Even Kuvo felt a chill run down his spine. That mage is a monster. I've never seen magic like this. Eugene's jaw dropped. Did she just slice that apart? Enya watched, sweating. That's sword pressure. It's on the same level as a Holy Guard captain. She is so young, yet she has reached that realm. An incredible feat, even with the Abyss power boosting her. She was practically a paladin of the Abyss in terms of raw power. Basically, she was a one-woman army. Eugene's eyes lit up as an idea formed in his head. He smirked. You guys are in big trouble, because we brought our own captain to the party. Canero felt a sudden wave of dread. She screamed at Kuvo. Behind you, look out! Kuvo spun around, coming face to face with the Knight Commander. It was Commander Na. He roared, raising his warhammer. You have abandoned your humanity, Kuvo. Then perish like a beast. The hammer came crashing down. A blinding flash of light exploded. Stardust filled the air. Yin couldn't tear his eyes away from the scene. Whoa, that power. He was totally stunned. Incredible! Yin had never seen anything like it. What in the world is that? Gano stepped up to drop some lore. That is Lord Nahum Sava. He is the Knight Commander leading the anti-Cell faction, Gano explained. The old guy is a former false paladin who lost an eye. He retired, but don't be fooled. He was once the strongest paladin and one of the 11 squad captains serving directly under the sword. Saint! He is literally one of our top-tier warriors. Yin's eyes sparkled with admiration. A squad captain? Seriously? I have heard legends about them. Gano kept running as he spoke. Yeah, all the captains are absolute monsters. Even back in Folivia, only a handful could ever hope to match them. With Inam and Lavina supporting, they might actually hold the line. Yin panic paused. Wait, hold the line? That absolute unit of a warrior can only stall them? What about the professor? What about Professor Roy trapped in the middle of that mess? Gano rolled his eyes at the doubt. Chill out, kid. Don't underestimate Roy. Eugene and Gano looked down from the wall. As you know, Levent is a super cautious guy, but handsome. Even a calculator like him, who knows Cell's power better than anyone, bet everything on Yim, simply because he is confident Professor Roy can crush Cell. Meanwhile, Professor Roy stood tall, looking utterly bored, facing Iceland's lackey. So, really? Still clinging to your trashy habits? Roy scoffed. Now you are clinging to the Abyss too? How desperate. He sneered. Well, adding the Abyss to your name doesn't make it scary, just makes it stink more. So, the lackey smirked back. Professor Roy, it is an honor to meet the mercenary legend in the flesh. Are you hired to take my head today? Roy sighed, scratching his head. Great. Just dealing with So is already a headache. Suddenly, a voice cut in. So, make sure the ritual isn't interrupted. Even Folivia was involved? Roy looked at the chaos. He saw Quovo lying motionless on the debris. He grimaced. Quovo is drained. They gave this guy a noble title. Just to turn her into a sacrificial pawn? What is Sofa planning to do with these kids? Rage boiled in his veins. Fine. I will just slaughter every last one of you. A sudden noise behind him. Roy spun around. Quovo appeared from thin air. What the? She whispered. Pity. I missed my chance to kill you. Roy didn't flinch. Self-destruction, huh? His eyes burned with resolve. He drew his weapon and slashed in a blur. But Quovo took 0 damage. Instead, she reflected the attack right back at him. Roy groaned, wounded and confused. What are you? He shouted. You are not fighting alone. Quovo replied calmly. Impossible. There is only one Quovo. The enemy continued. When one of me disappears, another explosion happens, and a new version is simply born again. Boom! An explosion rocked the ground right in front of Roy, knocking him off balance. Quovo stepped through the smoke. Until my father's dream becomes reality, I am immortal. The power of infinite revival. Professor Roy glared. What did you sacrifice for that curse? She shrugged. Just data transfer to a new body. My brain gets a bit dull, but who needs brains when you have this? Roy's patience snapped. His anger peaked at her casual tone. Stop spouting nonsense. I am asking how many innocent souls were sacrificed for that disgusting power. She tilted her head, looking innocent. Oh, that? I honestly don't keep track. Then she added casually, right, it takes about 100 souls per revival. We have to be thrifty. Isn't that what they say? Roy's face went red with demon-like fury. Veins popped on his face. I am going to end your pathetic immortality right now. Meanwhile, Inem screamed, Commander! Commander! She looked down at the chaotic battlefield below. Damn it, that guy has completely lost his mind, she thought, trembling. That revival ability is a cheat code. Even with the Knight Commander's tactics, Roy was fighting a losing battle against Quovo's suicide clones. He cannot block every single suicidal attack. Inem clutched her head, trying to focus. This enemy blows herself up without hesitation. Even if she revives, we can't let fear win. Her heart raced. The worst-case scenario is here. They summoned a massive monster below. She collapsed to her knees. Is the fireworks show over? The witch laughed maniacally. Get ready, my darlings. Here we go. Lavina panted heavily. My mana. It is completely dry. Fighting that beast head-on had drained her. Inem bit her lip, thinking of the squad. Roy and Gano are down there. Panic set in. Our support relies on the front line holding, but with the commander in that state. She felt the balance tipping. We are outgunned. The only win condition was for Eugene and Gano to link up with Roy and strike the enemy base. If we fall here, it is game over for everyone. The tension was suffocating. They were completely boxed in. At this rate, their odds of winning were absolute 0. But then, a voice cut through the despair. Is this the place? Inem and Lavina whipped around, eyes wide in shock at Suab's sudden arrival. She smirked and asked, Is this the ugliness that we need to destroy? Inem screamed at the top of his lungs. I told you to stay in bed and rest. Just because your body can move doesn't mean you are healed. Suab barked back instantly. Shut your trap. Do you think I spent a whole month training in hell just to sit around like useless baggage? Fury burned in her eyes as she surveyed the crisis. Standing idle when I can still fight is a humiliation worse than death itself. Meanwhile, the enemy cackled with glee at the new arrival. Well, look who decided to show up. Isn't this our little sacrificial lamb? I let you live, yet you come running back. To dig your own grave? Suab let out a wild laugh. Honestly, I am thrilled that you are my opponent. With that, she launched herself from the wall. Straight toward El Conejo. I have been dying to punch your face in. Inem tried to grab her, panic in his voice. Wait, stop, but it was too late. Suab had already touched down. It was pure madness. She landed right on top of those horrific skull tentacles. She charged forward like a berserker. Inem and Lavina watched in terror. Did she seriously jump on the tentacles? Even the enemy could not believe her eyes. This brat is absolutely insane. Inem grit his teeth and turned to his teammate. Lavina, listen. I am going to create a target. You blast it with your strongest magic. We are going to carve a path right through them. Lavina was stunned by the reckless plan. Say what? All right, let's do it. Meanwhile, Suab was high on adrenaline, fighting like a demon. She stood fearlessly before El Conejo. Are you ready to be crushed into dust? El Conejo flinched, unnerved by the girl's sheer intensity. What is wrong with this brat? Is she not afraid to die? Suab's inner thoughts raced. Of course I am terrified. The pain of having your soul ripped apart while alive, it leaves a scar that lasts forever on the spirit. But you know what is scarier than that? Suab lunged forward, roaring, being so paralyzed by fear that I can't do a damn thing. Let the threads of nature flow through me. Surrender the body to the great design. Her mind flashed back to her days of recovery. Master Nikan had lectured her. Even a total moron could understand this. If you can fill your fist with both magic and the power of nature. Imagine how infinite that strength would be. She had stared at her hands in awe. But master, I am already doing that, he scoffed immediately. Absolutely not. What you are doing is mere child's play. Then he showed her the true potential of her hands. This is the real deal. At the ultimate level, the grandeur of nature blooms within my grasp. This is a realm that even ancient techniques like Desio cannot hope to mimic. Of course, Nikon never missed a chance to mock her. Hardly the right words for a beginner. But that was his style. Suab gritted her teeth in the present. That damned Nikon, always looking down on everyone else. She threw her arms wide, embracing the energy. I am Suab, the genius shaman of the Sky Sea Clan. The great nature is my life. It is my very essence. Suab's confidence skyrocketed. If I set my mind to it, I can pull off miracles like this. As many times as I want. El Conejo glared, furious at the mockery. She raised her guard. Did you think I would just stand here and take it? Block it, you stupid spirits. But Suab was faster than light. She slammed a devastating haymaker right into her face. Sky Sea Clan style. Suab original. Heaven and man unification. Sky Sea emotion blast. The villain's eyes went wide. Oh crap. El Conejo crashed into the ruins. Suab stood tall amidst the rising dust. She was covered in scratches, but she was the victor. A triumphant smirk curled her lips. I won. But before the words faded, her legs gave out. Thank goodness. Lavina and Inam rushed in to catch her just in time. Suab. Inam couldn't help but admire her. What an incredible girl. To grow this strong under such pressure? No, wait. It was exactly this pressure that forged her. In just a month of hellish training, she reached the same realm as Master Nikon. And considering her talent with the 8 strings, she might have even surpassed Nikon in pure destructive power. But the battle wasn't over. El Conejo shakily pushed herself up. She wheezed out a question. In Folivia, where's that brat? Inam glared back, voice dripping with defiance. You think we would tell you? Suab chimed in, sarcasm thick in her voice. You aren't dead yet? You are annoyingly persistent. But El Conejo's mind was sharp as a razor. He is not here. In a crisis like this, that meddlesome young master would definitely make a move. He went to stop the ritual, El Conejo shouted to the sky. Kuvo, stop playing around. Return to the castle immediately. We have an intruder inside, and 2 more are breaching the gates. Get back there now and spread the word. High in the sky, Kuvo was dueling with Na. He paused, surprised by the message. Oh, really? But he obeyed instantly. Heading back to the castle now, Na cursed furiously. That little bastard. He slammed down onto the ground right in front of El Conejo. His hand shot out. He grabbed El Conejo by the throat and lifted her into the air like a rag doll. His voice trembled with rage. You. El Conejo didn't flinch. Instead, she smirked. You want to kill me? Go ahead and try. But if you end me now, 12,000 innocent lives in Bison are hanging by a thread, all at the mercy of this lunatic. He is the demon of pleasure, the high roller of the underworld, a man who juggles human souls like casino chips. If you kill me now, he sneered, you'll realize I'm the most polite debtor you've ever met. Rage boiled over. The commander threw the woman to the ground with a curse. Damn it all! Inem rushed forward, panic written all over his face. Commander, get a grip. I know you're worried about the civilians, but losing your cool now means we all die. We need that ice-cold logic to save anyone. The old man closed his eyes, his voice heavy with the weight of mountains. I know, but every time I look back, my past is just a graveyard of regrets. Suddenly, he coughed up a fountain of blood. Inem panicked, and Commander Suab rushed in. Sir, unless you've been drinking strawberry syrup, your lungs are exploding. He ignored his internal injuries and kept talking. Looking back, every tragedy here was born from my own indecisiveness. Inan looked confused. What do you mean, sir? Is there some dark secret you haven't dropped on us yet? His voice dropped an octave, raspy and deep, sounding like he was dragging a coffin full of secrets he'd buried years ago. This was a story I planned to take to my grave, but if spilling the tea now saves even one life, then I have to confess. You're all wondering why hell has broken loose in Bison, but the truth is, the writing was on the wall. Lord Bison was a hardcore cultist of the Abyss, serving the evil god of plague. The 3 girls froze. What? The plot just thickened. It all started when the ruins of the plague god were found here. The Bison family was just a bunch of nobodies back then. But they borrowed power from those cursed ruins to cheat their way up the social ladder, climbing to the peak of the aristocracy. I found out the truth when I came home from the Holy War. But here's the kicker. I was too chicken to expose my own lord. I knew that if the Holy Army found out, they wouldn't just arrest him. Their swords of light would purge the entire city of Bison. So, I made a deal with the devil. I took his promise of repentance and used all my power to scrub away the traces of the abyss. But here's the problem. You can't just bulldoze a god's ruins. That stuff defies the laws of physics and reality. So, we went with plan B. Sweep it under the rug. We buried it deep underground. right in the deepest, most restricted dungeon of the castle. From a cultist's perspective, burying their god was basically blasphemy. Inai cut him off, her eyes wide. Wait a second. Does that mean they're sacrificing the whole city to resurrect the plague god, Enkran? The commander's voice was bitter. Bingo. There's no other reason for this madness. The Grand Duke of the Abyss, the plague god Enkran, the monster who once pushed humanity to the brink of extinction, the nemesis of God Felon. Without the 12 saints to stop him this time, if he respawns now, it's game over for humanity. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Waidia sighed, looking at the sea of grasping souls like they were annoying fans. He glanced down at the fight below, clearly bored. You guys are way too loud. Soho laughed, shameless as ever. Sorry about the noise complaint. I'm not exactly the stealthy type, you know. Roy tossed his coat aside. The old man was finally getting serious. Well, I expected nothing less from a weapon merchant. You brought out a whole museum of weird artifacts. Soho grinned. I hope you like them. These toys cost me a fortune. Roy thought to himself. Are those all ancient artifacts? This guy is literally pay to win. Every single weapon he has could change the tide of a war. His threat to buy out the country wasn't just trash talk. Even so, I have to try. Roy's eyes burned with battle spirit, but Soho's arrogant voice cut through his focus. All right, playtime's over. My dear Master Folivia just sent me a DM saying we should wrap this up. Soho snapped his fingers, and bubbles of blinding light appeared like stadium floodlights. Roy's killing intent spiked. Oh, no you don't. I'm taking you down, he charged, ignoring the danger. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Beams of light shot at Roy like lasers. He dodged with godlike reflexes, the explosions rocking the heavens. Soho smirked, acting like a mastermind. You moved exactly as I predicted. How boring. They clashed. A fistfight at close range tore a hole in the light itself. Soho tried to grab a gun with his other hand, but Roy sliced it off cleanly. Before the villain could even process the pain, Roy dropped some knowledge. Teleportation? No. That is spatial distortion. The two powerhouses continued their duel, face to face in a storm of energy. Soho was blasted back, hitting the cold ground hard. Roy looked down at him and began his lecture. Listen up. Spatial magic usually requires a brain the size of a planet for calculations. It's for geniuses, monsters of logic, creatures whose existence defies common sense. But me, I'm just a normal guy, so I found a hack, the natural recovery force of space itself. Space wants to snap back to its original shape, forcing a pushback effect. By surfing on that recoil, I don't need to calculate everything. A tiny distortion is all I need to send you flying. Traverse space in the blink of an eye. Pop quiz time, the professor asked. What is the optimal method to fully exploit the restorative force of space? Soho scoffed at the question. You've been stuck in the ivory tower too long, old man. A mercenary through and through. Sorry to disappoint, Teach, but I was never the model student type. Soho unleashed his magic to counterattack, but the professor was already there. He gripped Soho's shoulder, shutting down the assault instantly. An orb materialized in his free hand. The answer, he lectured, is creating a perfect sphere of void. In this shape, the spatial. Restoration force strikes from all directions. And when that omnidirectional pressure converges into a single singularity and collides, the resulting energy cubes the original force. It was simple math, really. Now, be buried in this tomb. Void shockwave. Meanwhile, Gaon and Yin heard the massive boom from Roy's lethal strike. Yin instantly recognized that fluctuating mana. It was the professor! As the aftershocks faded, Gaon realized something was terribly wrong. If the professor wanted to, he could have stayed hidden with magic. No one would find him, but fighting openly, it meant he was forced into a corner. Gaon panicked. We have to move! Now! He yelled. Yin scrambled to follow. Right behind you! But Vertega had been watching, with a wicked grin. In a blur of motion, she appeared right in front of them, blocking their path. Vertega laughed. As the surrounding walls crumbled to dust, she glanced back, eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh ho? Impressive reflexes. I didn't think you'd handle that. Vertega paused, calculating. Especially the commander. You're stronger than the rumors. Gaon narrowed his eyes. Stronger than rumors? What is that supposed to mean? She looked at them with pure mockery. It means you might actually be entertaining enough to make up for my boredom being trapped in this dump. Fine, Ethan. Handle him. Ethan approached from the shadows. The power of the abyss wasn't granted for your cheap amusement. He eyed them with cold curiosity. So, these are the intruders Kuvo warned us about? Was that explosion you're doing? Then, Gaon saw him. Pento Beeson. His face went pale as a sheet. What happened to you? Gaon whispered. Pento whimpered in fear, before suddenly bursting into maniacal laughter. You're here! Finally here, Gaon Eugene Fivia! He started screaming like a banshee. You look down on me? Me? I am Lord Bison. You trash. Where's that cowardly mage from back then? Yin was stunned by the outburst. That noble from the entrance exam? How did he end up like this? Gaon's expression darkened, his voice a low growl. Pento, you fool! You've disgraced your family's honor. How do you intend to pay for that? Panic flickered in Pento's eyes. He cowered behind Ethan, barking orders. Kill him, Ethan! Rip that bastard to shreds! That son of a mistress dared threaten me in my own palace. Execute him immediately. Ethan's face remained stone cold. As you command. A dark flame ignited in Ethan's hand. In the name of Lord Pento Beeson, the legitimate heir of the Bison family, I sentence the intruder. As he spoke, a crimson mist descended. Strange weapons materialized around them. Abyss Judgment, the guillotine of Azrael. Gaon froze, recognizing the power. It was Abyss authority. Ethan began the verdict. This trial is presided over by Azrael, Judge of the Abyss. Though your crimes are evident, by the laws of Felon, humans are granted the right of self-defense. Red chains materialized, binding Gaon and Vertega together. Prove your innocence through a duel to the death. Vertega smirked at Gaon, a predator cornering prey. Looks like you can't run away now, Commander. Gaon tugged at the bindings. What the hell? Chains? Ethan's cold voice cut through the confusion. The accused cannot flee. The distance between combatants shall not exceed 15 meters. He continued listing the rules. The death match ends only when one party confesses and offers their soul, or when life is extinguished. Do you understand the terms? Gaon glanced at the emotionless judge. How thoughtful, explaining the rules like a dutiful civil servant. He realized this power was meant for administration, not war. Yet they were twisting it to force a death match. Ethan's voice carried a hint of irritation. There is nothing else you need to know. If Felon is truly just, then victory shall be granted to the righteous. Pento was practically dancing with glee. It's over, Gaon! He pointed at Vertega. She's never known defeat. Gaon locked eyes with Vertega, killing intent surging. Memories flooded back. The one to watch out for wasn't the judge. It was Vertega. Ancient blood flowed through her veins. That was the reason. Even though he looked young on the outside, that man had lived for over 100 years. For most of that long, agonizing life, he endured the curse and baseless hatred of humanity. The power the Abyss granted him was directly proportional to the suffering he carried. His power was something no normal human, with a lifespan of less than a century, could ever hope to handle. He was the sharpest spear of the Teo family. Thinking of this, he seemed to gain a spark of interest. A corrupted ancient being who has lived over a century? Now that is interesting. In the blink of an eye, a blazing red flame wrapped around Gaon, surging with intensity. If that is the case, you are qualified to be my opponent. But at that moment, Yin suddenly realized something terrifying. Wait, if this is the binding of a death match. While the boy hesitated, he wondered, then who is my opponent? A voice answered from the shadows. That would be me. Yin spun around in shock. Levin stared at him with cold, dead eyes. I am the one you must fight. Eugene saw him, and his voice began to tremble uncontrollably. Levin Vega approached from the distance, wearing a look of twisted triumph. Welcome, Levin. Seeing the stage set, Eaton stepped forward to announce, all right then, both outstanding warriors are present. Without wasting a second, the referee started the match. The trial of death begins now. Seeing Levin enter his battle stance, the boy screamed in panic. Levin, wait! Stop! But the man had absolutely no intention of stopping. Abyss integration. In a flash, Levin's battle form transformed completely. The Philistine armor appeared, and the quiet sky was instantly choked by a blood-red, ominous hue. A bolt of lightning tore through the silence. His thunder magic exploded, kicking the boy high into the air with devastating force. Levin couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. You actually managed to block that? Yin gritted his teeth, barely holding on. The boy screamed at Levin, his face twisted in fury. You bastard! Did you seriously sell your soul to the Abyss? What happened to your pride as a mage? Yin questioned with burning rage. Your father and his entire squad were slaughtered by those monsters right before your eyes. Look at me! Have you no shame left? He roared, launching a furious strike. Answer me, you moron! But just as his blade descended, Levent caught his wrist in an iron grip. That's when he spotted the artifact on Eugene's hand, the lost legacy of the FS family. Upon hearing those words, Eugene froze. What? He ground his teeth, rage boiling over. Don't you dare try to cover up your crimes with half-baked excuses. Face me like a man. But Levent remained eerily calm, grabbing his collar. First, we need to switch positions. No sooner had he spoken than the sky was torn apart by a massive explosion. 3 distinct blasts. Ortega looked up, impressed. Wow, things over. They are getting intense. She grinned, turning back to her prey. Shall we begin? But Gaon didn't wait. He launched a surprise attack. Ortega effortlessly dodged. She cackled, mocking him. Did your little friends forget to warn you? You know exactly what happens if you land. A painful hit on me, right? Ortega was drunk on confidence. That damage reflects back tenfold thanks to my curse. It's going to sting. Yet, the prince remained unfazed. It seems you haven't done your homework on me, Gaon murmured. It would be nice if my juniors were watching this. Ortega tilted her head, confused. He glared at her, issuing a warning. Allow me to demonstrate what true ultimate magic swordsmanship looks like. In that split second, Ortega's composure shattered. I've been cut, but he's unharmed? The curse didn't activate. The very laws of reality had just been contradicted. Terror dawned on her face. Wait, true ultimate magic swordsmanship? That art dates back to the Genesis era, before the ancient world was finished. To wield such primordial power, there is only one absolute condition. Ortega gnashed her teeth in fury. You dare? She paused, then burst into maniacal laughter. You think you can handle power beyond your station? Listen here, Prince. That's not something a degenerate human like you can endure. Your brain will turn to mush before you even master it. Warner's body was already reaching its limit, just as expected. Don't worry, he thought. I'll end this long before my mind breaks. At this critical juncture, he knew one thing for sure. Looks like I struck a nerve. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a cataclysmic explosion shook the very foundations of the earth. A streak of light tore through the air and crashed into the ground. Levent finally exhaled, relieved. He scanned the area before speaking. All right, this distance should be safe. But before Levent could finish his sentence, a fist smashed into his face. Eugene, listen to me! Eugene cursed, his fury uncontained. You bastard, Levent. What the hell happened to you? Levent tried to explain. Just wait, but Eugene's eyes were burning with killing intent. As he growled, was everything you ever told me just a lie? Levent looked at him and realized with horror. He had awakened the berserker. Eugene lunged, and another explosion rocked the area. Levent desperately dodged, while shouting, Calm down! Eugene, look at this armor! Levent frantically explained. It belonged to my father. It's the relic of Philip. That finally stopped him. What? Eugene's face twisted in confusion. What do you mean? Levent recalled the king's words. Sor suspected. I might betray him, so he tried to recruit me. He used this armor as a bargaining chip. Levent, finally, revealed the whole truth. This is the Philip Tai armor, the dying wish of the previous FS leader. His expression, filled with agony. As you know, the FS magic has a side effect that destroys the mind if used too long. To fix it requires a special ritual. But even that ritual carries deadly risks. My father spent his life researching how to mitigate those dangers, and this armor is the final result. After hearing the full story, Eugene was stunned. How is that possible? Didn't you say your father was burned alive? Levent frowned and hesitated. Yes, he was burned to death, or so we thought. He survived, clinging to life. Despite his horrific injuries, Eugene looked concerned. So, you just pretended to obey Sor? Before Eugene could finish, Levent cut in. That's exactly what Sor wanted me to believe. Mocking life and death is his specialty. After all, Levent shared his theory. I'm certain he used stolen research and the power of the abyss to keep him alive. But none of that matters now. Rage flickered in his eyes. Thanks to this armor, I can wield forbidden arts I couldn't handle before. If my father's legacy gives me the power to kill Sor, then bowing my head for a moment is a cheap price to pay. Upon hearing this declaration, Eugene's demeanor shifted instantly. Levent, so you never betrayed us? Levent smirked confidently. Of course not. I couldn't help you openly given my position, but I made preparations. He handed over a notebook filled with data. This is everything I've gathered. I knew you would come for this intel. I'll explain the details later. Just get me to the professor. Eugene suddenly snapped back to reality. Thanks. Wait, the professor? That's right. We came here specifically to save him. He infiltrated that place alone. Do you know where? Oh, right, Professor. We are actually here to rescue the professor who broke in earlier. Do you happen to know exactly where the event is? A sacrificial ritual? Levin blinked, completely stunned. Wait, the professor actually broke in there? He scanned the area like a hawk. Better safe than sorry. I memorized the route to the altar, but this place is forbidden even to the air. Talk about high security. Getting caught means instant death. Levin immediately came up with a plan. Look, even so, we are out of options. I will head in alone. Let us part ways here. You need to deliver that item. I can blend into the chaos without raising eyebrows. Smooth, right? Yin gave a goofy grin. Got it. Loud and clear. As soon as the words left their lips, they tried to dash in opposite directions. I am counting on you, partner, but reality had other plans. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Chains materialized on their wrists. They were yanked back like dogs on a leash. Both froze, staring at the glowing shackles binding them together. Panic set in as realization hit. Wait, this does not come off? Nope, it stays. Levin sighed, launching into a frantic explanation. The power of Azel is the core of this operation. It distinguishes the Lord's subjects. It has 0 attack power, but its binding laws are absolute and draw from the Lord's authority. Levin's face twitched with stress. We literally cannot separate. If we look, there must be a key. Yin was vibrating with anxiety. We do not have time for a treasure hunt. We have to move. After an awkward pause, Yin shrugged. Guess we are stuck together like glue then. Levin looked like he swallowed a lemon. He cursed under his breath as they walked. Damn it, is this really the play? Levin was sweating bullets. If we both get caught sneaking in, it is game over for everyone. Yin grumbled from behind, clearly annoyed. Relax, there is a brawl outside. If we get dragged into that, we miss our chance to save the professor. I came up with a solution to keep him calm. If hiding is the answer, I will be a ninja. Don't worry. Levin shot him a look. You are about as reliable as a chocolate teapot. Internally, however, Levin was screaming. Seriously, I have a bad feeling about this. Is this the right move? Why? Because the Asura blood inside Eugene was boiling. The chaotic energy is surging. This place is fueling his rage. Levin's fear spiked with every step. In this unstable state, he is basically a walking nuclear bomb. Levin gulped. Is it really okay to let him face the ritual master? Meanwhile, the battle raged on elsewhere. The old man threw punches wildly. Die! Be buried with me in this tomb. He laughed like a maniac. What a lunatic. Suddenly, space itself cracked open. Yidia spoke up, his voice cold. Are you finally done throwing a tantrum? The old man froze. My magic. It is gone? It was not just simple negation. Something was terribly wrong. This sensation. Space is twisting. Reality warped around them like melting wax. The fabric of the world was distorting. Yidia looked around, unimpressed. At long last, the heart of the evil god of disease has begun to beat. The old man spun around in horror. What did you say? Suddenly, Sohil slammed the old man's head into the ground. You tried so hard, Professor, but it was useless. The man sighed. What a sickly, twisted space. Ugh, what a drag, Yidia asked calmly. So, is the show finally over? Not quite. We are missing the main event. It is currently just a glitchy, half-loaded entity in the sky. The old man looked at Yidia in panic. You plan to release that thing from Bion? Into our world? Fear spiked in his chest. Releasing that monster would be an apocalypse-level event. The laws of physics would pack their bags. Reality would turn into a chaotic soup. So he sighed. What a high-maintenance god. Anything else? The uncle finally spoke up. Humanity has finished their shift. We have done all we can. Yidia turned his head coolly. Now, we just wait for Destiny's GPS. Meanwhile, Yin looked terrified. Watching the dimension warp, he screamed, What in the pixelated horror is this? Levin realized it too. The dungeon was collapsing. The connection to the abyss was knocking at the door. Panic set in. Is this the sacrifice's after-party? I have no clue which way to run. Suddenly, Yin grabbed him. Wait! Your eyes are glowing like headlights. I think I found the map. The uncle glanced over. Come here, Yin. Time to smash Felon's curse and the chains of Samsara. The Genesis art, 10 slashes. Basically, ancient cheat codes created by humans, for humans. In this modern patch, nobody can cast it. Not even the tutorial level version. Why? Because the ancients were just built different. It is all about their sensory vibes. Back in the beta test era of creation, physics was not even installed yet. Magic was wild and lawless. Reality and illusion were the same thing. It held infinite, unnerved potential. Success came from sharp instincts, not boring textbooks. His eyes flashed as he realized the truth. The mobs from that era could literally see the server code strings. If we can reboot those senses, if we can hack the chaos behind reality's firewall, magical potential becomes infinite again. Combine those senses with the 10 slashes, and you can slap causality in the face. A literal miracle. That is the Genesis sword art, 10 slashes of the Star Lotus. Vitega screamed as his arms were sliced. Gaon spoke coldly. I hit you from the chaos dimension behind reality. Since there is no link in causality, your curse has no address to refund to, Vitega roared. How dare you? You evolved, monkey. Gaon looked at his sword, thinking, yeah, it is a cheap parlor trick. The stat gap between us is massive. He is a raid boss, and I am just a player. I cannot bridge this absolute power difference. But Gaon's eyes burned with determination. However, if there is even a 1% crit chance, she laughed maniacally. You will pay for hacking. Using power not meant for you. Lowly trash. Vitega hated his arrogant face. Red flames engulfed her like a demon mode. Shadows rose up. Vitega's eyes glowed crimson. I will show you a hell worse than the game over screen, Gaon thought. Just as I predicted. The moment I used the real skill, he went full try-hard to prove his species' superiority. The 10 slashes has infinite potential, but my hardware is limited by my own experiences. Levin probably bet that I could stall Vitega with my weird, glitchy build, skills I developed while surviving the Royal Battle Royale solo. So Levin taunted Vitega, triggered his ego, and set up this isolated 1 versus 1 duel. Then he bailed. Gaon smirked. Levin, you magnificent tactical genius, Gaon mused. Only downside? This ancient magic drains my HP bar like crazy. It is burning my life force. I wish I could have shown Eugene this highlight reel. but I cannot waste the effort my junior put into this raid plan. Blue mana flared around Gaon like a cinematic aura. His sword bent, becoming flexible. Gaon taunted, so arrogant. You think a fallen mob can beat a true admin of the horizon? He thought, even with my regrets, I have a job to do. Vitega, prepared to strike. Trash talking while losing? I will mute you permanently. I will make sure you never respawn. Gaon smiled creepily. Relax, dying is not on my schedule. We can't stay here. Just as we welcomed the fresh recruits, reality started glitching. Massive cubes with scenery from different dimensions floated up, Eugene asked in shock. Levin gasped, pure chaos. He panicked. Reality is crashing. This illogical nonsense. Has the Grand Duke of the Abyss respawned? Eugene realized. The Abyss power is clashing with the horizon, rebooting us to the primordial chaos of Genesis. That's the only answer, Levin yelled. Eugene, we're out of options. We have to retreat. This place defies logic. The closer we get to the center, the more insane the chaos becomes. Eugene stayed silent, eyes flickering with light. No, he replied. Eyes blazing like stars, Eugene stepped forward. I can feel it, Levin gasped. Eugene fell into deep thought. My restoration training returns broken things to their original state. I get it now. Eugene spread his arms, and the cubes obeyed, stacking up to form a ship. Eugene realized a wrecked ship and a broken world were the same. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. By observing the fragments, I can reverse engineer the original form. He mused, if I visualize my intuition and combine it with the Eyes of Folivia. Eugene reached toward the writhing chaos. A brilliant golden light exploded, wrapping around the chaotic cubes like a divine blanket. Eugene thought, even in this mess, I can force order. Levin stared, jaw dropping at the scene. Did you do that? How? Eugene clutched his head in pain. Is this what Senior Anik meant? True magic isn't bound by strings. He realized that in this chaos, shapes change based on perception. A little bias, an instinct to find order in the noise. That is the true foundation of magic. Migraines crashed into his skull. Eugene struggled to think. Now I see why modern magic exists. Doing it raw feels like my head will explode. Using this is basically suicide. Levin watched him, suffer and wondered, when did he learn to play God? Creating order from chaos like a creator. Eugene stumbled. Let's move, Levin. Talk later. Levin sighed, being tossed into the void. Really isn't my hobby. Levin watched his back. Walking into a place where anything can happen is pure insanity. But with him, I feel like he'd find a path even in this hellscape. Walking through a memory fragment, a voice echoed. As expected, you always exceed my expectations, Eugene. Even though I heard fate would drag you here, Levin froze. That voice. Adia stepped forward. You have no idea how terrified I was to let you enter this chaos. The uncle smiled gently. But I believed that you, more than anyone, would rise above. The petty worries I've endured all this time, Levin thought. Eyes of Folivia? What does this mean? Was Eugene coming here planned? Isn't he supposed to be his guardian? Levin realized. Is this a kidnapping? But why bring him to a death zone? Suddenly, he screamed, the color of space! Levin shouted, Eugene, stay calm. This is the Chaos Realm. The Abyss hides here. He watched Eugene shaking with rage. If he loses control now, his negative emotions will become reality. Levin yelled as his body pixelated into cubes. Don't fall for his taunts. Adia waved his hand. You're too noisy. Go sit in the corner. The uncle knelt before Eugene. Relax, Eugene. I just moved your friend to another server. Adia rolled his eyes. I know this will piss you off, but I really don't want to hurt you. Eugene's face turned demonic. He clenched his fists. Cut the crap. You've hurt me enough. If there was an ounce of truth in your filth. He lunged with a blade, but Adia blocked it. Eugene roared. Then just die right here. He laughed coldly, screaming, you don't want to die? You hypocrite. I was an idiot for spending weeks agonizing over what to do with you. Adia remained calm. I have no attachment to this life, but I have tasks to finish. He explained. After you collapsed from that strange illness, I sacrificed everything for a cure. I became a doctor, abandoned morals, and tried every dark art to save you. But I couldn't find a permanent cure. As time wasted away, I tried to heal, but never found the root cure. Until I realized I found the source of your illness. The reason all past efforts failed. Yidia's eyes darkened. It is not a sickness of the body. It is a curse carved into your very soul. A soul binding placed upon you by Felon himself. Yin's eyes went wide. What? He roared back. Impossible! Lord Felon saved me. That is absurd. Not you. I am not in pain anymore. Stop trying to confuse me with your nonsense. Yidia stepped closer. He whispered, you say the pain is gone, but do you truly believe you have escaped the curse? His expression turned grave. Think, boy. The disease is secondary. Has the Grand Duke of the Abyss given up on you? Yin paused. The Grand Duke is targeting me? It echoed exactly what Senior Anik had warned him about. Unless Felon removes the chains, the Grand Duke will hunt you even if your soul reincarnates. The binding is absolute. It transcends the cycle of life and death. Yin stammered. Reincarnation of my soul? So my past life and this life are linked? My suffering was destined from the start? The truth hit him like a truck. Yidia nodded. You are finally catching on. I sacrificed everything to twist your cruel fate. Trapped between absolute entities, I fought to free you. His voice was heavy with resolve. And it led me here. Only one final step remains. Yidia's hand moved to his sword hilt, startling Yin. When this ends today, you can cut me down. Kill me as you please. No, wait. I beg for it. Yidia pointed the blade at his own neck, smiling wearily. Once it is over, end my miserable life. With your own hands, Yin. The request hung in the air. Gritting my teeth, I glared dagger eyes at the man standing before me. I had to sever this tangled web of karma once and for all. It was the only thing fueling my will to stand right now. Y raised his hand, his voice dripping with persuasion. In this chaos, where the abyss and the power of Lord Felon balance each other out, we can weave the tapestry of destiny one more time. He sat down opposite me and spoke. Everything is prepared, but our time is running out. Come with me, Eugene. I furrowed my brow, looking at him with pure hesitation. Y pursed his lips, his expression twisting into something ugly. Even deep inside this vision of chaos, those memories couldn't be erased. They were etched into my soul like ancient scars. No, perhaps there was once a moment where everything could have been reversed. I turned my head, staring into the distance. I managed to stand up again, just standing up one more time. Isn't that enough to be satisfied? Why do I have to keep going? He held his ground. I told you already. You are still bound by the chains of destiny. Fate is unavoidable, and endless suffering is waiting for you. I looked down at the ground, my heart heavy with burdens. After everything that happened, now you tell me, you burned Fivia to ash. And when you offered Bana to the flames as a sacrifice, did you think I would willingly follow you? Y lowered his voice, solemn. I don't expect forgiveness, but I have witnessed it with my own eyes, through countless cycles of reincarnation. Across a time that can only be called eternity. Your soul is suffering infinite pain. You understand that better than anyone, don't you? I frowned deeply, my eyes losing focus. I think I get it. The childhood, full of darkness in this life. My past life. And the myriad of lives before that. If all of that agony was just a curse echoing from a murky past, then today, I finally see the source of all that pain. This destiny is truly cruel, but even so, I raised my hand. So what? A light flashed brilliantly in my eyes. What if I choose to accept that destiny? Y immediately looked displeased. Eugene, you don't understand what that fate really means. The horizon is closing. The Creator has abandoned us, and soon the abyss will tear apart the veil of separation. In a reality like this, your fate is to bear all the hatred of the abyss. And every original sin of Horizon, you are just a sacrifice to temporarily calm the abyss's rage. Y stood up, shouting to affirm his ideals. That is the filthy fate Felon assigned to you from the start, and yet, you intend to accept that disgusting destiny again? The more he spoke, the more manic he looked. I never forced you to kneel before the abyss. After today, your chains will be removed, and you can live a creating 5. Normal life. Just give me a little more time. Once this ritual ends, there might not be another Adien. Senior once said the same thing. My fate was placed on the celestial scales. Maybe Senior wanted me to escape. The balance of destiny to live in peace, unbound. But now, as the abyss awakens and the scales begin to tremble, the one taking the heaviest hit in this life is me. This life is like a prize I finally won after enduring countless painful reincarnations. But if the price of that prize is regarding the revival of the abyss, my choice is made. Yin's mind cleared as he raised his palm, the golden seal blazing. I accept this burden. As the words left his lips, a miraculous light erupted, bathing the entire world in radiance. He declared with eyes of steel, if the only path to escape my cursed fate requires sacrificing innocent lives, then I refuse to run anymore. I will face destiny head on, even if your twisted truths are reality. Uncle, there is no other path for me. My solitary existence isn't worth the weight of every soul in this city. Edia stood stunned, genuinely shocked by the boy's resolve. He watched the gathering light, poised to strike him down. Eugene, you truly have no hesitation left, do you? Y lowered his voice. Eugene, believe me, I never wished to harm you. He stared intensely at the boy. But time has run out for any persuasion to work on you, and I won't beg for forgiveness. Suddenly, his zero solidified like glacial ice, forming deadly spikes to skewer Eugene. The true battle had begun. Edia held the advantage, completely. dominating the blood flow. Yin gritted his teeth, barely holding on. The power of self-regeneration and zero transformation sounded simple, but its potential was infinite. Worse, the wielder was the legendary warrior who had inflicted unprecedented damage on Folivia. Under normal conditions, victory was totally impossible. But I can feel it. Yin's eyes flashed with brilliance. Right here, right now, I have transcended the very laws of magic. He unleashed his power, hurling boulders at his uncle. Edea smiled with grim satisfaction. Yes, this is the power you were always meant to wield. Who could possibly stand against you now? Who can look down on the boy who wept over his lack of talent? The boulders shattered mid-air, blood spike explosion. With a single move, the spikes annihilated Yin's attack. Wai laughed like a madman, losing all control. You truly are phenomenal, Yin, but that is exactly why the curse binds you, the light within. You shine so bright, making the darkness denser, stronger. The chains of fate will only tighten around your neck. As Dia spoke, the blood spikes launched. Yin, already gravely wounded, clutched his chest. My body, it can't handle this output. He gritted his teeth. The agony felt like spikes driving straight into his eyes. Chaos flooded his senses, leaving him numb and paralyzed. This was the price for using magic far beyond his limit. But I won't stop. Yin clenched his jaw. None of that matters. The Daylord Felon saved me. I made a vow. If I was given one real chance to live, I would dedicate my life to saving everyone. Summoning every ounce of strength, he charged the magic in his palm again, ready to strike. Edea watched, in shock at the blinding light. Yin roared, if the destiny Lord Felon gave me is to face the deepest abyss, then I will welcome it without fear. He descended from the sky, clutching the terrifying power of pure light. His target was dead center on Dia. Yin screamed, only with this can I achieve absolute destruction and save those trapped in the deepest hell. His uncle stared blankly. A thought surfacing. Fin, you placed a terrible chain on this boy. In an instant, Yai's body was sliced in, too, by Yin's devastating power. Panting heavily, Yin whispered, if only you hadn't done this. Maybe one day, I could have forgiven you, because at least I could understand you. Eugene suddenly froze. He could still hear the voice. That makes me happy, but I understand now. Felon has brainwashed me, so words won't change you. A second later, the body that should have been cleaved in two began to merge back together. Then I won't waste any more time. Yin stared in disbelief at the horror before him. How? I clearly erased your existence. Dia stood firm, explaining, a part of my Sero vanished. Yes, but only a part. Did you think you were the only one wielding power in this chaotic realm? Boy, light and darkness, chaos and order, two sides of the scale beating in unison. The Grand Duke of the Disease Abyss laughed maniacally. Negron has finally awakened. He raised his hands to the sky, screaming as a black cord from the void wrapped tight around his struggling arm. Meanwhile, Levin sat, collapsed in helplessness. Damn it, I can't move a muscle. Am I trapped in this space? It's absurd. How can Yin move freely in this chaotic zone? I know anything can happen in the chaos, but for him to pull that off, he must have used some specific method. Suddenly, a face segmented into floating cubes materialized out of nowhere. Hey! Levin shrieked, jumping out of his skin. Oh my god! Look at that state! The guy sewer laughed loudly, mocking him. Why are you so shocked? Look at your face. Levin demanded angrily. I suddenly got sucked into this freakish place. Who wouldn't be startled when a person suddenly appears? Like that? How on earth are you doing this? The guy answered casually. This thing? I just thought about it. Then it became reality. Actually, this place isn't as bad as it looks. What? Surprised by Sewer's ability, Levin's eyes widened in thought. Could it be that Sewer was also accepted by the chaos? You did that with just a thought, just like Eugene? He pointed at the binding ropes and asked, then why can't I do that? I ended up like this because I got swept into the chaos while fighting the invaders. Looking at your hand, it seems your side has an intruder helping out too, right? Sewer replied slowly, flashing a sharp smile. As expected, you are still as sharp as ever, Levin. Truly, he is a big fish. You've probably heard of him, right? Was he swallowed by this chaos too? Hearing his words made Levin anxious. I hope the professor has managed to escape outside. That's right. The professor is no weakling. Sewer continued his attack. Oh my, what a pity. If only you could have seen it, it would have been interesting. Levin was bound, listening helplessly. Damn it, he's probing me. He tried to act calm to gather intel. I don't care about that stuff. More importantly, does this mess mean the resurrection ritual of Nokron is complete? Sewer looked at the hand inside his fist. Countless arms were struggling. In despair, obviously. And that's not all. When he loosened his grip, those arms drenched in crimson syrup, fell to the ground. Thanks to that idiot Yidia leaving at the right time, I managed to snatch this. Levin's face turned pale. Stealing a god? Are you out of your mind? Levin roared, fury blazing in his eyes. You betrayed the Eternal Order for this? Why would you go this far? But Sohair, the villain, just laughed like a total maniac. Oh, please, those self-righteous questions don't suit you at all. He smirked, his face twisting with dark greed. I did it because it benefits times me, asterisk. Do I really need another reason? Hearing this, Levin gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. You absolute psycho, the madman, then revealed his truly insane plan. Now that I have this prize within the chaotic void, I wonder what would happen if I just decided to eat this god? Levin's stomach dropped. Don't spout nonsense. Consuming a deity, the worst-case scenarios, flashed through his mind. That kind of power is beyond human limits. Touching it is basically suicide. But what if? Even if the chance is almost zero, what if this lunatic actually pulls it off? What if he conquers the odds and claims the power of the Abyss Grand Duke? If that nightmare becomes reality, humanity is finished. We'd be better off extinct from the plague, Levin realized with cold clarity. We have to kill him right here, right now. Suddenly, a blinding light tore through the sky. Triple burst fire cannons, locked and loaded, asterisk, boom, asterisk. Debris flew everywhere as Yin charged out of the smoke, his eyes burning with vengeance. He swung his blade, Fivia Desio style, but Soher didn't even flinch. He casually summoned his Zero blade to block. It was just the basic Fivia 24 forms. With a single hand, he parried the attack, shattering the ground beneath them. Centrifugal slash, flame cut. The impact ripped through the air. Soher stood like a mountain, while poor Yin was sent flying into a pile of rocks. The skill gap was just too massive. Yin's life flashed before his eyes memories of those basic moves that Soher had honed to absolute perfection. My father was a genius, and my brother was a prodigy, Yin thought. But my uncle? He was the black sheep, mocked as a talentless fool. All he was ever taught were the boring basics of the clan. Just how much did he have to grind to reach this god-tier level with only basic skills? It must have taken a level of dedication that would break a normal man. Yin realized his uncle had bravely swallowed the clan's insults, proving all the haters wrong. Soher reached out a cold hand. It's over, kid. You're still stuck in the past. Back when I was naive, I actually admired you, Yin admitted, a strange smile on his face. Uncle, you really overcame everything, didn't you? Soher paused, confused. Suddenly, Yin grabbed his shirt. You became a master swordsman despite Grandpa's scorn. I believed in that path too. I believed that. Through sheer effort, even a level 1 scrub could break their limits. Yin's hand started glowing with dangerous energy. So why do you think I can't crush my destiny, just like you did? Soher's confident mask finally cracked. Who are you really? Yin clenched his fist, light bursting between his fingers. My thinking was too small. Even in this chaotic world of the Abyss Duke, I will grant you eternal rest. Yin screamed his name. Distracted by the shout, Soher looked down. There stood Eugene and Levin, surfing on a giant floating rock. Limitless potential. I am shattering the chains of common sense that have bound us for too long, from a single point, extending into a line, and from a simple line, expanding into a flat plane. But that is merely child's play. He just improvised a breakthrough technique on the fly. So, from a flat plane into a complex polyhedron, and from a polyhedron, ascending to a dimension beyond comprehension. A hyperspatial polyhedron, a cube of chaos that transcends simple geometry. A power absolute enough to delete reality itself. Pure, unadulterated truth. Suddenly, the very fabric of space fractured into pitch-black fissures. Yin gasped in confusion. What the hell is this? Then realization hit, and rage followed. So Hyok, you absolute moron. What kind of stunt are you pulling now? The old man regained his composure, confessing grimly. Whatever happens next is out of my hands. The scales of destiny have already tipped. Let us go. But before he could even twitch, a tendril of darkness snatched him away. The authority of Azal Idea was useless to stop it. He screamed, struggling in vain. Yin roared in frustration. Damn it! The spatial distortion is too fast. I can't track him. A multi-eyed demon with a jagged maw appeared, mocking him from the shadows. How unfortunate. Lord Folivia, your family reunion with that beloved grandson will have to wait. He whirled around, glaring. Iceland, what is the meaning of this? The beast stroked its chin, grinning with glee. You know the answer. All acts unfold according to the prophet's will. Feeling suddenly small, the old man's face darkened as the truth sank in. I see. The prophet foresaw that Sohyuk would betray us at the critical moment. He lured me here, knowing I would choose Yin over the Abyss Lord's grand achievement. In the end, we are all just dancing on the prophet's strings. Meanwhile, Levent and Eugene were sucked into the same dimensional slipstream. They collided headfirst, hurtling toward their prophesied doom, the grand finale of creation. Eugene quickly scanned his surroundings. Yin, hold on. Isn't this the hallway from before? Did Azel's binding chains reactivate after space snapped back to normal? Yin, however, only cared about the massive goose egg on her head. Ouch, my poor brain. Eugene, still clutching his head, demanded answers. Levent, what is going on right now? The chaos energy vanished instantly. Did you do this? Levent denied it immediately. No way. Eugene's expression turned grave. He needed confirmation. Is it So-hyuk? Levent's gloomy face was answer enough. I saw it with my own eyes, yet I still can't believe it. A sight beyond belief, the entire sky transformed into a pillar of crimson waves. So-hyuk had devoured Necron, the god of pestilence. From a human perspective, the power of an abyss lord seems distant and vague. If the Lord of Plagues returned, a pestilence worse than any war would spread endlessly. His cultists would gain power beyond measure. But honestly, that's nothing new. The threat of plague and abyssal cults has always existed. This is just a rerun of history, even if the Abyss Lord's rebirth marks the beginning of the end. Humanity is too oblivious to even notice their own extinction. Therefore, the only thing that truly drives mankind to despair is not monsters, but their own kind. After absorbing Necron, So-hyuk mutated into a grotesque horror. His body became a mass of writhing arms. He laughed in ecstasy. This is magnificent. Countless hands sprouted like fungi, reaching for the heavens. This sensation of omnipotence, it feels as if the entire world is resting in my palm. This boring reality. A gigantic hand tore open the night sky, revealing a new dimension. Below, the students watched a tower built of human limbs rise with a chilling vow. I will remake this world completely, starting from zero. Sue stared up at the apocalyptic sky in terror. What in the world is that? It's tearing the sky apart. Is he trying to escape the event horizon? Vitega smiled with twisted satisfaction. You finally did it, boy. Eugene realized the gravity of the situation. All that power is converging into a single point. It's definitely heading straight for So-hyuk. He collapsed, coughing up blood, but struggled to stand. If we ride this energy current, we can reach him. Levent saw his critical injuries and screamed, Eugene, don't tell me that's backlash from the magic you just used? Eugene's hands were stained crimson, yet he waved it off. Don't worry about me. Stopping So-hyuk is infinitely more important than my body right now. Levent panicked at his casual attitude. How can I not worry? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. In that condition, what do you think you can accomplish? That is definitely recoil from high-tier magic. Spells of that level directly damage the brain. If you keep pushing, you'll suffer irreversible brain damage. Gazing at the threatened future of humanity, Eugene refused to yield. If we just sit here and do nothing, the thing that becomes irreversible won't be my brain. It'll be the entire world. Besides, right now, I am the only one who can stop him. Faced with such a monumental problem, a powerful shockwave blasted the assassin back just as they lunged. Shaking in his boots, Eugene stammered, Was that a hit job? Levent grit his teeth. That's one of the KVO group heirs. She's an immortal monster who respawns in a fresh body, even if she's killed. Up on the roof, Cell glared down with eyes like ice. Betraying us now, are we, Levent? He shot back. Betrayal implies loyalty. Were we ever close to Sower? That bastard wiped out my entire bloodline and kidnapped me. But since her memories and emotions were scrubbed clean, logic didn't apply. She shivered, her voice dripping with malice. You always have an answer. A gust of wind, heavy with killing intent, swept through. You never accepted us as your new family. Great. Another obstacle. Levent felt a headache coming on. This was a nightmare. She was already a pain in the neck to fight, with that immortality cheat code. But now that she's body swapped into a master assassin, she's twice as deadly. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on her shoulder. Sua loomed behind the assassin, grinning like a maniac. Hello again. Long time no see. She slammed the girl into the ground, laughing triumphantly. I figured it out. If I just pin you down like this, you can't die and respawn, right? You damn unkillable zombie. The guys below watched, stunned as the assassin struggled in vain. Pinned helplessly, she ground her teeth in rage. Boom! A green explosion erupted, shrouding them in smoke. A self-destruct mechanism? She blew herself up to destroy the evidence. Sua coughed, cursing, Those crazy lunatics. How much humanity have they abandoned? Levent shook his head, his expression grim. No, perhaps it's the opposite. They might be the most human of us all. The Abyss cultists commit atrocities out of twisted faith and despair. But Sower's corporation? They thrived by monetizing the absolute ugliest parts of human nature. It was greed, pure and simple. Eugene's face darkened with seriousness. If Soher escapes the horizon possessing the power of the Abyss Archduke, who knows what happens next? Levent nodded. One thing is certain, we absolutely cannot let him flee. But he's way up in the sky. How do we reach him? Realizing the situation, Sua screamed in panic. Soher made that thing! I just got here, I'm totally lost! Something colossal erupted from the ground, sending her into shock. Tentacles? Eugene confirmed nervously. That is exactly it. He grabbed onto the writhing mass of wood and shouted, "We have to ride this! Use these roots to climb up!" These massive roots are all converging on one spot. Sohair's true body has to be waiting at the source. Sua's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Are you insane? What the hell are you talking about? Explain it to me. But with 0 options left, they leaped onto the monster roots. Listen closely while we move. The Abyss Archduke was reborn, but Sohair swallowed the entity whole. We have to stop him before he leaves the dimension. Good lord, is this actually happening? Eugene turned back to Sua. What about the others? Did you see the professor? Terrified, she clung to the branch for dear life. The seniors headed to a different battlefield. As for the professor, weren't you two on a mission to find him? Maybe he's with Senior Gaon? We're not sure. He might have been swept up in the chaos during the initial clash with Sohair. Suddenly, Cell materialized next to them, fuming. There you are. I was wondering where you vermin went. She looked at the trio riding the sky-high roots, actually impressed. You guys are officially crazy. Then, blades launched at Eugene. Fine by me. It just makes hunting you down easier. Eugene couldn't defend, watching the attack close in. Wait, in his condition, he was helpless as ice swords and shrapnel whistled through the air. Eugene took the full brunt of the attack. Blood spraying. Levent had to act. Eugene! Lightning flash! He transformed into a streak of lightning, landing safely. Sua groaned. You could have put me down a little gentler, you know. Levent snapped. No time for luxury. We're on the main trunk, so it's slower, but that makes us sitting ducks for her. Hold on, wait a second. Sua looked at Eugene with genuine concern. Let's get one thing straight. Eugene, you couldn't even block that tiny dagger earlier? Are you seriously telling me you can still fight? Obviously, he was in no shape to brawl, but fate didn't offer them a plan B. Levent propped him up, explaining, the only one who can actually damage that monster is Eugene with his specific magic. Sua exploded. What magic? Look at him. He's so wrecked he can't even use his specialty ice spells. Eugene placed a trembling hand over his heart. I'm not dead yet, and as long as I'm breathing, I can fight. He looked her dead in the eye with a desperate request. Sua, perform that ritual on me, right now. Her eyes went wide as the realization hit her. Excuse me? You want me to do what? Don't tell me getting angry makes you stronger. Are you crazy? If you use that skill now, you'll seriously kick the bucket. Ignoring the sass, Levin's spidey senses tingled. He screamed for everyone to run. Away! But too late. Tentacles slammed down before he could finish. Boom! Smoke covered the battlefield, like a bad magic trick. Then, silent footsteps emerged. Cathiel sneered at the attacking fog, thinking, what a tragic end for a traitor like Levin. He thought Levin wasn't too bright for betraying them, assuming they were dead meat. But surprise, they survived and fired back with razor-sharp slashes. The cuts were so clean that Cathiel was diced into confetti before he even realized he was dead. Quovo's emotions? Deleted for the mission. Suabe and Levin watched in horror as reality itself started crumbling around them. Wait, wasn't magic impossible in that berserk state? A primal fear washed over Levin. This wasn't magic. It was something ancient. His chaos tolerance was turning pure rage into physical reality. She tried to ask, but red strings suddenly gagged him. What do you mean? Levin yelled as he was yeeted away. Yep, total chaos. Meanwhile, So noticed an approaching figure and got cocky. He looked down at the rampaging Yin. Who dares challenge me like this? But his arrogance vanished when he saw Eugene Folivia's new form. He stared into those hollow eyes, totally confused. How does this brat have the power of a literal god? He recalled his teammate's con. Warning. Now I get why Asalan is obsessed with him, even with the mana boost here. For a mortal, to reach the domain of gods, he should have briefed me better. So extended his hand confidently. However, thanks to him, I know your weakness. You're nothing but a rampaging monster. Mirrors flew out, reflecting Yin's out-of-control state. Feast your eyes on your own ugliness. Each shard held a nightmare from his past lives, like a beast staring into a mirror and going mad in its own shadow. This is my past life. Suddenly, a truth colder than liquid nitrogen hit. Yin, instantly freezing his burning rage, his will to fight just evaporated into thin air, refusing my uncle's offer to end this hellish reincarnation loop. Maybe that was just a selfish and cruel choice. My other selves never got to choose. Even if he contacted his past selves, they were from different worlds, different timelines, totally different people. In a sense, they were strangers, more distant than the horizon. After countless respawns, miracles finally aligned, and a chance to break this terrible curse appeared right there. But in my stubborn self-righteousness to save every single soul that fell into the abyss, maybe I just doomed countless others to suffer. Another eternity in this accursed loop? That dark thought rotted his mind. Meanwhile, Asalan watched from the sidelines. When I said Eugene must die, the prophet told me to chill. Eugene was currently being skewered by spikes. Looking back, it meant no matter what I did, that brat would survive. His prep time was insane. His setup actually impressed me. Yidia asked him, "So what's the play here? Why trap me? You even used your clones." He smirked and spilled the beans. "Nothing that can actually hurt you. I'm just keeping you busy because I knew you'd try to interfere anyway." "What?" Aslan rested his chin on his hand, revealing the true plot. "I'm going to corrupt Eugene Folivia. That is the end game." Hearing this, Yidia was actually shook. He continued, "He has a heart pure as a star, but the darkness he's hoarded over countless loops is deep, deeper than the abyss itself, falling from one hell pit to another. Imagine if that star collapsed into the void." The more he thought about it, the more hyped he got. "We might witness the birth of a new ruler of the abyss." But Yidia didn't buy the hype. She trusted Yin. "I was worried you had a master plan. Turns out you're just wasting your own time." He was confused by her chill vibe. Yidia calmly destroyed his entire logic. "Obviously, you planned to break him by forcing him to face his past trauma, right? Useless. That kid is stubborn as a mule. Once he makes up his mind, nothing changes it. Retreat isn't in my vocabulary anymore. I handpicked this hellish difficulty level myself. I'm locking eyes with my past lives. I will embrace every single reincarnation and turn this crushing despair into pure, unadulterated rage. That anger is the only weapon capable of freezing these fools who dare challenge the abyss. You call that a mental attack? Please. I eat despair for breakfast and swallow fear whole." Levin's jaw hit the floor. 1 second the guy is comatose, and the next he is busting out high-level combat moves. He shifted into a defensive stance so fast that even with body enhancement, my eyes could barely track him. Wait, is that fear? It feels like the so-called god of plague is actually shaking in his boots. He is trying to bail, but Yin wasn't about to let this coward clock out early. Desperation kicked in. He reached out his hand like a drowning rat. "If I escape this place, I will ascend to true godhood." Levin panicked, thinking the slippery snake was about to get away with the prize. But Yin gritted his teeth. Regaining control of his sanity was tough, but he needed to focus for just 1 second. He had to channel every ounce of willpower. He needed a long-range nuke, and he needed it now. Even in this berserker state, there was only one technique capable of sniping this guy from a distance. The blade began to glow with blinding light. Yin roared, "You are not going anywhere." The Heavenly Island Strike, a beam of destruction pierced right through the giant's torso like a hot knife through butter. His arms fell off like dry branches as the energy beam tore the very sky apart. So close to godhood, yet so far. Levin stepped up to roast the dying monster. "Damn, you are one ugly freak. Calling him human would be an insult to humanity at this point. Is this the price of power?" But suddenly, Vitega swooped in with a wicked smile. "Nope." She snatched the tattered remains. "The real party is just getting started. It was fusion time." Levin stared in horror. They weren't dying. They were merging into something far worse. They shot towards the blinding light in the sky. A voice called out, "Awaken, my beast!" The soldiers below gazed up in terror, unaware they were just moths drawn to a cosmic bug zapper. Vitega guided him into the abyss. Meanwhile, fresh meat arrived. Reinforcements. 27,000 troops from Hebronia gathered. Perfect timing for a massacre. A colossal hand reached down from the heavens. So, Ho was back, bigger and badder than ever. "I have finally shattered my chains," the monster laughed, stepping into the mortal realm to wreak havoc. To him, the army looked like a buffet of ants, but they launched giant chains to bind him. "Heave!" The soldiers strained against the ropes, trying to leash the beast from the abyss. The commander screamed, "If we fall here, the capital burns. Kill it at all costs." So Ho looked down with pure contempt. "You think these little strings can hold a god?" He mocked their struggle. It was like watching toddlers try to fight a hurricane. "How thoughtful. The sacrifices delivered themselves right to my doorstep before I even hit the city," Vitega gloated. "With this much life force, immortality is basically in the bag." A massive mechanical construct appeared. "Since you brought dinner, let me show you the cutlery." But the mage commander froze. He recognized the magical signature instantly, and his blood ran cold. That is not just magic. That is an ancient weapon of mass destruction. And there wasn't just one. The sky turned black with steel. How could one being control an entire arsenal of ancient tech? "Fire everything!" the commander roared. "Do not let a single one of those touch the ground." Cannons boomed, filling the air with flak, desperate to stop the incoming rain of death. The monster just smirked at their cute little fireworks display. "Nice try, ants, but your primitive toys are useless." With a wave of his hand, divine judgment rained down. These were original weapons. The mage division evaporated instantly. Pure terror gripped the survivors. This power level was off the charts. Nothing on the Western Front even came close to this nightmare. Commander Irio realized the grim truth. This wasn't a battle. It was an extermination. Their eyes met. Round 2 was about to begin. Those pesky brats from Folivia. They're flying on debris? That's no simple flight magic, Soher realized. That defies the laws of physics. Down below, a female mage was sweating bullets. It was Lavina. She was using supergravity levitation, pouring her soul into supporting them. Please, she prayed, desperate for a win. You guys have to stop him, no matter what. Vitega saw them and raged. You annoying little bugs still want to fight? He flew in to swat them, but suddenly, wham, asterisk, a beam of light cut him off. Soher casually flicked it away, saving his ally. Watch out, the mage commander screamed at his troops. Don't give him an inch. Focus fire. One wrong move from that monster, and we're all dead. The commander's voice rallied the troops. Our lives don't matter. Pour every last drop of mana you have into this attack. But Soher just looked down with pure contempt. The flies are buzzing again. Meanwhile, Levin glanced down and gasped. Wait a second. We were only inside the castle for half a day. How is the entire royal army gathered here already? Seeing the massive legions below, Levin realized the truth. Don't tell me time flows differently in this dimension? Is it because of the energy density in Basona? But even with the time difference, Levin wondered, did the Eternal Order actually predict this traitor's move? Is that why the army was ready? Regardless of the answer, the final battle was here. The air crackled with tension as the two sides prepared to clash. Fate, it seemed, had one last twist in store for them all. Wait, hold on a second. If Sohu really snatched the Abyss Grand Duke's resurrection right out of the Eternal Order's hands, then why did those guys just stand there watching him do it? Inviting nobles to Bona just to provoke Hebronia, and then letting Sohu consume the Grand Duke of the Abyss to wipe out the kingdom's entire army. If all this drama was just a stage play, orchestrated by the Eternal Order for some higher purpose, then what on earth are they trying to summon by using Sohu and the Grand Duke as sacrificial lambs? It cannot be. The memories click together like puzzle pieces, decoding the terrifying truth. You don't understand how scared I was letting you step into that chaos. And only because I believed that you, of all people, would rise above my petty worries, I grit my teeth and endured it until now. What do you mean by that? Was Yin coming here part of the master plan too? How does that relate to Eugene's power? Eugene Folivia. How did this brat manage to touch the power of a literal god? Levent realized something and shouted a warning. Eugene, do not use that power from earlier again, he asked back, completely confused. What do you mean? Explaining would take too much. Time, right now. If Sohu isn't the final boss of this story, you could be in serious danger. The power that you used before, can you win without relying on it? I already anticipated that. Yin rushed forward, his speed increasing as his eyes turned gold. Then, with just my own strength, in a split second, I appeared right in front of Sohu. No matter the price, I will destroy him. Even with his body sliced in two, the guy still cursed arrogantly. You bold little brat. Guns emerged from the void, aiming at the boy Dai and turned to ash. Levent looked at the guns in total shock. Those are Fels' weapons. How did he get them? How do they still work? Don't get distracted. He calmed himself and cast a spell. No, now is not the time for questions. No matter what happens, I am not allowed to be surprised anymore. The only thing I need to do is focus on victory. If those weapons are truly crafted with Genesis technology protected by Fels, then these fabric threads have already seized control. Shouldn't they naturally respond to Fels' descendant? Levent looked at him and declared, these weapons were forged from the technology of the beginning that Fels guarded. Naturally, the one who controls them better should be me, not you. The enemy screamed in growing rage. Levent, you traitor! Yin swung with full force, a cube appearing on his arm mid-strike, variant 32-fold. Tesseract, this is your end. Sohu, one cube alone is not enough. Then I will stack another cube right on top of it. A cheap trick, but I have to use it because I am still not truly familiar with this Genesis magic that controls chaos. But it does not matter. To overcome my unique limit, I have always used every method. Fair or foul, a palm strike slammed straight into his face, distorting his features. This is my magic. He was painfully sucked into the cube, unable to comprehend why. He was defeated. How is this possible when you haven't even used the power of a god? Vitega saw her ally fall and screamed, Sohu's name helplessly. All of Yin's anger and fury poured into this one attack. This is the verdict for your sins. The third proof of Nihil was unleashed, and for good measure, Levin added a barrage of gunfire support. Seizing control of the forgotten arsenal, he opened fire. A beam of terrifying energy descended, piercing through absolutely everything. Nothing could block this path of annihilation. Soher screamed in agony as his very existence began to dissolve into nothingness. His final cells burned away along with his twisted will. The blast didn't just hit the ground. It created a shockwave capable of leveling the entire zone. As the shockwave swept over everything, Eugene panicked and looked for his troops. 3rd Regiment, is everyone still in one piece after that? We are good! Just got knocked on our butts by the blast. The air was thick with smoke, dust, and the stench of pure fear. Even a mere aftershock was enough to scramble their formation like eggs. The sheer destructive power was something straight out of a nightmare. Before them lay a crater so deep it looked like the abyss. This was the raw magic of the ancient gods from the dawn of time. But look at this guy. Sower still hadn't given up. He was crawling away like a pile of sentient sludge, trying to escape. But his ambition was cut short by a hail of bullets. He couldn't end like this. Levin stepped up from behind to deliver the final verdict. How pathetic. You can't even die with dignity. Yet, fueled by pure rage, the slimeball spoke. Levin! How dare you betray me? I gave you the world. I made you the heir. But Levin just stared him down with eyes cold as steel and shut down his delusions. You stole everything and forced a destiny on me I never wanted. Your so-called favors were just to serve your own greed. You just needed the FS knowledge to control the Creator's arsenal sealed behind the veil of chaos. Admit it. To put it simply, I was just a tool to you. Realizing he was about to die, the villain suddenly switched to begging mode. Wait, leavin' Eugene Folivia. He started spouting nonsense to save his skin. You kids don't understand the big picture. You don't know why I had to do this. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Levin wasn't buying what he was selling, so the villain played the victim card. We were abandoned by the creators. Do you know why? Do you know why those weapons were sealed behind the veil? Even though Eugene was exhausted, that question made him pause. Abandoned. It echoed what his uncle had said. The idea that the creators had tossed them aside like broken toys. Was this the root of the Eternal Church's madness? Eugene couldn't help but ask, what do you mean the creators threw us away? But Levin cut in sharply. Don't listen to a word he says. This guy twists a grain of truth into a mountain of lies. He is a master manipulator. The only smart move is to silence him permanently, right now. Suddenly, Vertiga swooped in on giant wings. She launched a massive hand of fury, but Levin countered with a punch that cracked the earth. He dodged the magical strike, but the counterattack was instant. Sharp slashes rained down a curse that reflects pain back at the attacker. It was a nasty ability that returns all damage taken. However, the power behind it had clearly faded. Vertiga's curse was running on fumes after that failed fusion. Still, attacking someone with damage reflection is basically suicide. Levin couldn't afford to lose focus. Her goal was obvious. She was trying to whisk Soher away to safety. If she flies off with him, it's going to be a headache. In that case, the priority shifted. Kill Soher immediately. After dragging him to death's door, if he escapes and recovers, this entire war becomes hopeless, Levin shouted at the enemy. Why stop the fusion now? Did you realize that running away is pointless? Vertiga cradled Soher's charred body, looking tragic. Even using herself as a human shield wouldn't buy him enough time. The army is still standing. They will surround you in seconds. There is no escape route left for you. Considering the atrocities you've committed, dying right here is the mercy option. Suddenly, she let out a chilling, resentful laugh. Crimes? If we count what humans did to me, wiping out your entire species wouldn't be enough. Eugene and Levin froze, stunned by the sheer venom in her voice. You dare judge me! You're trying to destroy the only thing I have left! The depth of her hatred was suffocating. It was so intense that Eugene could physically feel her agony. It washed over him like a tide of despair. What kind of hell did she survive to breed such monstrous resentment? Then, Soher whispered weakly, Enough. It doesn't matter anymore. Vertiga, it's all over. But at least, I can find peace knowing you are here with me at the end. As the true heir, take what has belonged to you since the moment you were born. Vertiga raised her hand. And then, she plunged her hand straight into his chest. Eugene and Levin watched in absolute horror at the betrayal. A blinding light erupted from the core. The revelation was descending upon the world. Eugene broke out in a cold sweat as the catastrophe unfolded. Oh God. In the sky, colossal swords materialized, surrounding everything. It was the world-purifying weapon, the light of destruction. No one even knew such a terrified power existed. There was still another trump card hidden in the Supreme Being's arsenal, a weapon that hadn't even shown its face yet, truth recorded in Fels's archives. The light of destruction. Now that my vision and intuition have transcended the limits of reality, the true nature and primal purpose of this weapon are finally revealed. Is this the true meaning of the collapsing balance? The moment that machine activates, everything stretching across the horizon will instantly vanish. A weapon created with a single goal. The collapse of the balance doesn't just mean the power of chaos is getting stronger. It means the barrier of power, the thing protecting this fragile realm called the horizon and the weak humans living within it from transcendent entities, is shattering. Now, I understand, but I still cannot fathom why our ancestors, facing such divine power, Jin, collapsed in total helplessness, would create a weapon capable of deleting this entire world and all of humanity. Levent rushed forward and grabbed Vitega to stop this madness. If you keep going, you will die with us. Vitega, stop right now. She answered with a hollow look. As I thought, you never truly saw me clearly. After everything that has happened, do you think I still want to continue living, with a smile accepting death and the destruction of everything? Cell was the only reason for my existence. Now, all that remains in me is hatred, just like you. Levent felt a chill run down his spine, confused. What? Vitega had no intention of stopping. She spoke of the giant sword in the sky. By the way, do you know exactly what this weapon is? The ancients believed that humanity would sooner or later fall into the abyss. Therefore, they created a weapon capable of wiping out all mankind before the worst-case scenario could occur. It bears the name Light of Destruction. However, because it was a weapon too extreme, it was sealed, and it activates only when the ancient bloodlines vibe together in the most tragic way possible. And today, the only guy left with that cursed DNA is yours truly. Talk about irony, right? A weapon built to nuke the abyss is now sitting in the hands of the abyss's chosen one. The final puzzle piece finally clicked, and the plot twist is real. I've figured it out. So he teamed up with the Eternal Order to res the Abyss Grand Duke just to unlock this. Very specific activation condition. And you were only saved to become a living battery for this doomsday device. In the end, you're just a tool like me. But look at her, staring at this harsh reality with a totally chill face. You sound like a brat. In this world, everyone uses or gets used. The only thing that matters is respect. But for the last 100 years, I was used without a single shred of dignity. Now, the only place that valued me is gone. Rant over. Veda snaps his fingers. Boom, weapon live. My life feels like a bad joke now. Looking up at that blinding sky, everything feels dark. The heavens tear open as swords of light rain down death. This is it. Game over. Yin starts spiraling into emo mode, losing his will to fight. If this is the ancestors' will, then what was the point of our entire grind up to now? Suddenly, Errol screams from behind. Young Master Yin! Why is the main family's golden boy standing here? He whips around in surprise. Sister Errol? She is absolutely terrified by the apocalypse above them. What? What on earth is that monstrosity? Her voice snaps him out of it. He literally punches himself in the face. You moron. Stop overthinking. Brain rebooted. Depression deleted. Don't let your mind drift away. Again, remembering his promise gives him a power boost. Yin summons a cube, ready to throw hands. Didn't I promise myself I'd save every single one of them? Then let's walk the walk. Variant 32-layer hyperspace cube. The energy beam crashes down. Yin stands his ground, protecting the squad in front of him. Comes first. Third proof of Niet. Absolute void. Veda's jaw drops in horror. It actually stopped? Everyone stares at the blue light swallowing everything. The power of the gods is no joke. That is high-temp plasma meant to melt reality. Yet, our boy is face-tanking it with the laws of absolute nothingness. Yin falls to his knees, barely holding back the lasers. With this strategy, I can stall for a bit, but the light show isn't stopping. If this turns into a pure battle of stamina, there is no way I can solo this terrifying power. Think, damn it. Before my MP bar hits 0, I need a hack to survive this moment. If my current power level isn't enough, I'll raid the archives of my past lives. He speed runs through his memories so fast his brain starts cooking. It feels exactly like the moment before death. Survival instincts override the safety limits of his brain. Finding a path to life is going to have nasty side effects. But I'll deal with that later. If I can just reach the most primal memory, I'll find the cheat code to save everyone. A girl appears in his mind, touching him gently. Sorry, I'm revoking your permission to enter Phase 2. The memory slams back into Eugene, and he gasps out a name, Senior Anik. It turns out everything around him had hit the pause button, leaving only him moving in the flow. Time itself had officially frozen, and then Annika popped up to say, I am officially revoking your permission for Phase 2. Heck, even Phase 1 was way too spicy for you to handle. She started walking toward Eugene. That weapon is a straight-up disaster. I never imagined those abandoned kiddos could cook up something so terrifying. They must have been living in absolute nightmare mode ever since we dipped out. Senior Anika Yin turned back to look at her. Senior, just now in the 4K Ultra HD memories of my past life, I saw you. But she just hit him with the cold shoulder, replying, forget it. Then she stepped closer and whispered, remember, you are a destiny hanging on a scale between the stars and the abyss. That memory could become the final weight that breaks the server, causing the whole system to crash the absolute final straw. Dropping the mic, she turned to face the danger. So let your senior handle the boss fight this time. In this life, you don't need to sacrifice yourself anymore. Yin, you are the youngest star among the 12, the one who descended during the darkest timeline, forever the teacher's pet. Even after a gazillion years, our precious Maknae, you have already taken one for the team way many times. He watched her with a stomach full of bad butterflies, thinking he should take this heavy, tragic baggage. Yin sprinted after his big sis, refusing to let her tank the damage alone, but her voice kept echoing, "Let your senior carry the game from now on." Massive hands suddenly appeared to catch the flying blades, protecting the poor but incredibly valuable youngest sibling. Even through countless eras of pain, you still sparkled like a diamond. May this second playthrough finally be glitch-free and full of happiness. Over on the sidelines, that guy Iceland was shaking in his boots, realizing, wait, is that the magic of Felon's 12 disciples? Refusing to accept this plot twist, he raged, "You supervision jerks, you dare show up and interrupt my moment right now?" But a voice from behind told him to chill out. "Relax, bro. We brought a message straight from the prophet. The threads of destiny are reaching their spoiler-filled ending, even if the 12 disciples try to mess with the script." That's right. The final curtain of destiny is dropping at the royal capital, and Folivia is the one pressing the start button. And that wraps up the video. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button to support Bear. Thanks for watching, and catch you later. Realization hits everyone.